we're down here in the lane. Can you hear us?
Just got mine back.
No, no.
Trying to Diggles in the...
Yeah.
We're going straight to club. Yep.
Got here?
No, got nothing.
I'm getting feedback.
I'll
I
get
get myself in my ear. But when I'm just talking to you now.
Yeah, I got it.
Just like I've got... Yep. Yep, Matt, I've got you. Oh. Okay. Just your comms, that works.
Oh, hello. Can you... Is he trying to talk to me now? Yeah. No, not again. Can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you.
Just turn the volume right down because if it comes back on halfway through, I'll be like, ah.
Yeah, I'm going to get feedback on my...
Here, or is it?
No, that's another beeping. Oh yeah, that's that reversing.
Oh, fuck.
When you speak, I can hear it through my ear.
Yeah. That's why I have to turn it down. That drives me nuts.
It's just the if they're saying like throw.
We've got about a minute and a half before they make noise.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We are gearing up for a massive final day of action. It is go time. Warren Love alongside Charlie Barlow. Sir, We have so much to unpack today. The storylines, the drama, but it's all in pursuit of the one perfect lap. Who have you got your eye on?
Yeah, well, look, obviously, good morning, and what a beautiful day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Well, one of the biggest talking points of yesterday was actually the weather, because it was quite hot here yesterday, but that wind, we spoke about it all day, and we were talking about what effect it was actually having on the cars. And going up and down pit lane last night, I was talking to Ferris with that awesome Corvette. They were seeing nearly up to a second of time loss on the front straight here alone because the headwind was so strong. So there was so many things that were sort of coming into play yesterday. We saw mechanical problems for a few people. We saw a reigning Club Sprint champion, Trent Grubel, do an engine yesterday. They went away overnight to go and rebuild. They said they'll be back here first up at 8:30 this morning. And Barton Moore yesterday, our reigning champion, came out of the blocks 17.9, like...
It was nothing.
It looked easy, but again, obviously, they're talking that this morning the conditions are going to be better. We're looking at about sort of 19, 20 degrees. The wind has dropped, but also we look forward to the shootout later tonight. The cooler conditions tonight that we're expecting. We're going to see around 16, 17 degrees of ambient, so we could see some really fast times in that shootout tonight. So again, it's going to be another amazing day. We've got Club Sprint out there now. I can't wait.
And of course, we saw records tumble yesterday. Could we expect the same today?
Yeah, look, I think everything's looking for some favourable conditions today. Everyone's got their, as you said, that one perfect lap. We saw Trent Grubel lower that Club Sprint lap record yesterday. Barton was right on the door of his 17.8 from last year. So look, I think we're going to see records tumble today. We're going to see some really fast times straight up this morning. But I'm really looking forward to that shootout tonight. I think we could see cars go even faster if the conditions are favourable.
It's absolutely all to play for, and make sure you stay tuned for all the action. There's so much on track and off track. If you're here with us at Sydney Motorsport Park, make sure you get yourself into the paddock. It is a party in the pits down there. Exhibitors, killer car displays, and of course we've got the stylised show and shine. Make sure you check out the incredible things that are over there. There are just machines. You have to be seen to be believed. So let's cross over to Diggles right now as Paddock Club Sprint are on track.
Beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park here on a Saturday, the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We're in Haltech Club Sprint, first session of the day. This is the last three sessions for everyone here on the beautiful Saturday. The weather forecast is to be a little bit cooler than yesterday, and let's hope, more importantly, the wind does get to die down, because it's just one of those things that we didn't allow for yesterday. And today we might have to just see whether or not that's going to play any havoc. Of course, Haltech Club Sprint, pretty decent lineup this weekend. Nearly 40 in the class. Always seems to just pack out at 40. We can see on track now our first group, including this guy, the God at Rex WRX, with Michael Garland driving. Mikulski out there too, you can just see there, the Plasma Man Evo. We saw Kazmiri out there on a flying lap. Here's another competitor having a crack right now, and I think that's entrant 57. Yes, that's Ryan Marshall from Ryan Marshall Motorsport. They're all having a push here, they're all having a go. And as you can see there on the screen there, Grubel still 32.234, but Mikulski nipping at his heels, 32.989. Garland 33.917, our provisional podium for now. Kazmiri 34.061 now into fourth. Marshall fifth, 34.480, and a Facade Jamal 35.302. Who knows? Jimmy pulls another one out here. He might be able to get himself into the 5, and who knows where else. The potential for that car is almost endless. They've got to just obviously claw their way back from where they were after damaging the car last year. So looks like Garland is in on a flyer now. That's the thing. First thing in the morning, you've got all of this traffic that you've got to try and just get yourself a clean run. And I mean, these things are no joke. They're popping 200 plus down the straights here, coming into turn one. Garland is on a flyer. Just that small lift through turn one there, but he is now on a mission. Here's Jimmy Assad in the Evo 6, the Evolution Racing Spares Evo, and he will be on a flyer too. So we might see a few juggles before the session is out. Everyone's so keen for the first session today because it's cool. The track is all clean. Horsepower, we're making plenty of horsepower. Let's see whether Jimmy gets another good run here. And looks like that's Rahul Victor out there right now. So Rahul having a crack. Marshall having a crack. We still haven't seen any updated timing just yet on whether or not Jabal's flying run was any good. Rahul is pushing. Rahul Victor is pushing in this car. Good to see. This is a good group. That's Project 7 Deer. There's Garland now. Now he's looking like he's got another good lap strung together. He's already third with a 33.917. He is pushing. So we have got that. Moving well. All right, flying down the straight now is Garland. He's backing right off there. And yes, an updated times, we'll have to get that for you. Mikulski still second, 32.989, but he is trying to push hard here as well. Being Ryan Marshall. As we said, Marshall fifth at the moment. So he is in there and having a good old go here. Perfect time of the morning here. The track looks clean, good air, all making good power. All right, so still pushing through on the first session of Haltech Club Sprint. Mikulski's out there having another red-hot crack at it. They're the only two, him and Grubel, in the minute 32 area. Garland, 33.917, is still third. Kazmiri, 4:34.061 in the Integra, and Marshall, 34.480 in fifth spot. Assad, 34.719. Calabria, 36.044. We haven't seen those guys yet, but essentially the top five we're seeing on the charts right now are in fact out there. Jamal just back into the pits right now. We can see those on-screen shots, and Jimmy might go out for another run if he can. I know the session, we've all got about 15-minute session each group, so it's about whether or not they can make it count. Rahul's making it count, really pushing the RX-7 through here this morning. They all want to have a as been saying here this morning.
Oh no, let's go find something. Relax.
All right, so they're starting to cool down. Rahul was out there on a fly, but then has decided to give it up. Garland might be out there for another flying lap. And again, even for club sprint, these guys have probably got a tyre window there. Slightly cooler conditions today means that they've probably got more of a window in order to, to try and get a decent lap. But right now, guys like Garland, as we can see out there right now with the red car, in that top 5 so far. And so Garland is in that 5 for now. It's just about how they all juggle from there. So yeah, that first session now officially closed. So Club Sprint Group 1 for Haltech officially closed, and guys having a good run out there. Mikulski, Garland, Kazmiri, Marshall, and Assad were the ones we saw out there. Kazmiri back out there on track. But yeah, look what he did yesterday, the 34.061. That is enough right now to be in that Superlap shootout. It's not enough to be on podium, but gee, talk about leaving it at the last minute. That 34.061, he's got to just go quicker than Garland's 33.917 to be on the podium tonight. But you can do that either throughout the next 2 sessions to get yourself on podium, and then hope at the Superlap shootout that everything goes right for you and goes wrong for everyone else, because that's what normally happens. We've got a few of those cars, 5th and 4th, that may not be on the, obviously not on the podium at 5th and 4th, but at Superlap shootout you get that one last opportunity, that one flying lap in order to get that 10th or 2 that you might need. That'll take you from 4th or 5th into 3rd, because you could throw a blanket over Marshall, Kazmiri and Garland. At Marshall 34.48, Kazmiri 34.06, Garland 33.917. There's a little bit of daylight then between him and Mikulski and Grubel, the only other 2 in the minute 32. So beautiful morning here at Sydney Motorsport Park. What was the most obvious thing that we noticed when we came into the complex this morning is that it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. We also hope this morning that the wind conditions fade right down. The wind itself was playing havoc with these cars yesterday afternoon. Everyone from Club Sprint up to RP968 were not complaining, but basically saying, look, the thing stopping us going fast is the wind. And depends on which corner. It's either a headwind, a tailwind or a crosswind. It was definitely taking a lot of downforce away from some of these cars where, you engineer these things to be so reliant on the downforce and to be able to trust the grip levels that the downforce gives you, only to arrive to find out that you're really slippery and that you cannot get the tyres down. And a very good morning to start off with our lovely lady down there, Charlie.
Diggles, I just started to walk through the paddock because already it is a buzz with activity, and I noticed a very peculiar looking cart. I love go-karting. Grassroots is where it all starts for so many incredible drivers. But George, I had to ask you, what is this on top of this go-kart?
This was just an idea that I thought that maybe we could build something a little bit different, and so yeah, it started with a paper design on the floor, a jig to make my own chassis design and mount the engine and my big ass butt in the other side based on 4 weights so we can sort of balance it, and it seemed to have worked. Yeah, so this was basically stage 1. Next stage will be putting a turbo on it and getting it up to about 350 horsepower. So we've got to build the motor and do all that with the computer and stuff, and just something a bit different, maybe a hill climb event, something. Yeah, that's the idea. And tell me a little bit about your motorsport journey. What have you done? Yeah, I've done supercarts for a few years, and the boys in there were really awesome to race with, and especially on tracks like this. And yeah, it was always loved going fast, and got into fabrication work, and so yeah, this is how it all sort of came about. Yeah.
You got that disease that all drivers get, that I need to go faster-itis?
That's exactly what it is.
Well, look, George, it drives innovation, and we absolutely love it. Make sure you come down to Raceworks, located at near pit entry end of the paddock, and check this kart out. It needs to be seen to be believed. Thank you, George.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wild. When can we get that thing on track? My goodness, that is a super shifter kart. That one there, crazy. You can see some of our stylised Shannon's car show on this morning. A few guys turning up nice and early, and a few more cars that we didn't see yesterday. Because Friday, it's a bit hard for every single car to be here on a Friday, but Saturday, people are going to make an absolute day of it here. We've got a lot of people in transit from not only all over the state, but all over the country to be here. Just the reality of things. Not everyone gets the Friday off. Only the lucky ones. Sometimes people take a whole week off to be here, to be a part of it. We're on to our second Haltech Club Sprint group, and out there right now is Team Autopay's Lotus Exige, driven by Alex Luther. Now let's see where Luther is on the list there. He's about 11th, 38.175 was his best from yesterday. Remember, yesterday a lot hotter, a lot more wind. Everyone's thinking they can go a bit quicker here today. And, well, he is pushing. Geez, even the club sprint cars. I mean, here we are talking about entry-level motorsport at World Time Attack level. Still serious bits of kit and serious driving, serious attitude, serious attack. And I don't know how these guys can do it. They come out there, I suppose. They've got to get one settling lap in and then really push from there. It's probably a bit hard to get in the groove, but that 15-minute session for each group sort of does allow them a bit of time to sort of get into the groove. There's Misha out this morning. Good morning, Misha. Sharadine. Got the Hyundai Ioniq 5N all charged up and still just pushing our adhesion limits. I think they find that and again, these things are great for the street, but I mean, what we're finding under track conditions is that they can definitely give the old tyres a hurry up. And Misha's been finding out that he's been working the tyres as hard as he can. And look, the car is performing, but he's just finding that he's definitely hard on the tyres. And I think it's not easy it's not an easy thing to do, is to be easy on the tyres. In fact, the tyres are the things that you want to work. You can tell when you push the car hard is just how much you've chewed your tyres up. So a nice good group out there now, this second group. The same deal though. Everyone's just trying to get themselves through traffic, find a bit of a gap. So entrant 76 out there now, Stuart Chapman, the Evo 10. We're watching him really push through there. A lot of guys are pushing hard, which is good to see early. Chapman's doing the same thing there, just getting him up. CDT Racing. Stu Chapman up in that first sector. Well, let's just say he's consistent. It's good if you can stay a tenth or two each day from where you have been running. It kind of goes to prove that you have just about excelled in your combo, be it fast or slow or indifferent. But all you want to do is get yourself a new PB or just whittle away at it. So again, Chapman just trying to find his way through some traffic there. We've got guys sort of slowing up, trying to find a little bit of room to move. So it hasn't really affected Stuart Chapman too much. He's been 15th with a 39.842. So let's just see what his first lap looks like here in Anger. Beautiful day here at Sydney Motorsport Park as the club sprint guys run around this morning. Flying laps coming through for everyone now. We're keeping an eye on Stuart Chapman as he comes through. 39.029. So 39.029 for Chapman. Out there right now, that's Mozza Motorsport's Ben Wooster coming through. Wheeler as well, Indamara GT, Calabria, Chapman and Andrews are all on track. Price as well, so Andrew Price in the Audi A3 is out there somewhere in the mix. But we're keeping an eye on Wooster right now. Wooster goes through, there we go, he improves, 38.658 for Benny Wooster. So some of these guys are improving. The Supra, 38.658. So Benny Wooster into 13th now. Chapman down to 15th, all because I think Who goes 38.418 out there into Murray GT. On a flying now, 44.939, so Shepherd improves. 44.939 there for Shepherd. He was, I talked to him this morning because he was lighting the front tyres up and the E-diff in the car, so the, probably, I suppose, the electronically controlled limited slip diff was playing up. That's why he was sort of carrying on with all sorts of wheel spin yesterday. He said it's either going to go quicker or slower with the modifications. He's just going to send it. And 44.939 is an improvement there for Shepherd. Of course, Harrison Shepherd, Sheepy's Garage in the I-30N. But Benny Wooster now, we're just keeping an eye on him on track right now. Coming through Bosch, turn 8. And yeah, he is pushing hard. You don't have to be a pro class driver to push hard. He is absolutely pushing hard. He's going to just try and get a subsequent lap there from what he done on the previous one, that 38.658. Just keeping an eye on that now. Andrews improves as well. Minute 43.229. Price improves. Minute 45.183. So there's some improvements to be made out there by a lot of our competitors now. So they're all popping up PBs. Wooster goes 39.351 as the backup. So not too bad back to back. It's very hard for these cars to probably, when you've nailed a good lap, to back it up and PB the very next lap, especially when the tyres are nearly at that limit, absolute limit of adhesion. You can tell these guys push really hard. Guy Andrews doing exactly that, and it's good to see Guy out there competing in motorsport after obviously many years at the top of as an elite athlete. I think, as he said, he was, was an Ironman. Back with the Ironman stuff was a big thing. Of course, now everyone's just as fit as that, aren't they? Am I right? So a few guys cooling down. Oh, look, Luther goes 37.476 in the Lotus. Nakarada goes 42.269. So Adam Nakarada has picked up a fair bit there as well. So Nakarada, new PB for him today. Luther 37.476 as well. So yes, there is a little bit more in a new set of tyres and a whole new day. And as we said, those cooler conditions in the morning. We've always been quick here at Sydney Motorsport Park in the morning session on Saturday. So it's still not all cut and dried as to what we're going to see result-wise in any of these classes. I just can't wait to see how the rest of the guys are going to go. If this is how good Club Sprint is going day 2, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the guys go. Obviously more aero, slightly more power in the different classes. But these Club Sprint guys have still... very impressive, the amount of cars now in the 30s. And here we go, flies now. Price goes 2 minute 10 into Warra GT, minute 46.56. Into Warra GT, minute 46.566. His best has been a 44.009. Chapman goes 39.297. His best has been a 39.029. So he's only 2/10 off what he's had before. So Chapman, that's not bad for him. Nakarada and Cunningham up in Sector 2, so who knows what they might be able to uncork. Shepherd still on a good march. So he did fix that E-diff problem. Oh, and there we go. That's what you want to see. That's on Ferris's car. A bit of angle grinder action there. Yes, sir. Don't tell anyone. At least I think you've still got the guard on it. Of course, that's a big no-no on most construction sites. You've got to have the guard on. Joining me on the mic early, almost too early, Warren Sayre, considering how long you guys were here drifting last night.
Oh, morning, Mr. Diggles. How are you? It's a beautiful morning here in Sydney. I wake nice and early. I'm still on New Zealand time, so about 11 o'clock to me. Plenty of people tuned in already on the live stream asking for an update on last night. But I walked in, saw a big screen over here in by the Super Cheap activation zone, and it looks like we're going fast already.
Yeah. They are.
The conditions are right. Luffy, the Oracle, predicted this morning was going to be when it was going to happen. And it's happening.
And it's happening even right now in the first two groups of club sprint. These guys are finding just a little bit more performance. It's whether or not they must have a Saturday morning set of tyres. Some guys that have a certain amount of tyres, some of them might be on that. They're nearly on all of them already, but then there might be a set for Saturday. So I'm sure a lot of these teams have a Saturday set, so a fresh set.
Yep.
And you can only imagine that slightly cooler conditions, that a little bit more horsepower. The track's nice and clean. They normally give they normally get the people in to clean the track overnight. It looks a lot fresher. And, why wouldn't you want to have a good crack at it with a new set of tyres? And look, some improvements throughout this second group as well. I think Guy Andrews improved. 43.229 had improved. There's one from Weston. So Weston improved as well. That's Tim Weston in the Evo 10 for TME Motorsport. He goes 37.244. So some of these guys are finding it was. There's one there for Clark Lynch, a minute 46.33. So a lot of these people are getting the PBs already from yesterday. And I think I was talking to Paul Kovaceski about it last night. I mean, he is in that Porsche 2 seconds up from last year, like faster.
Yeah, did I see now is Grumel back?
I think they've done an engine rebuild, and it's going to be out, whether it's going to be out first session or whichever session. But now the word is that they did have to fix the engine.
Right.
And I do believe that went offside, because you can just take it offside.
Yes,
it's not a rule. You don't have to work on it in the pits if you don't want to. If you can get it to a workshop, you get it to a workshop. That's the joys of this, is over 2 days and 6 sessions, is that you might have a bit of time to go and do that, especially that overnight, Friday to Saturday. That's the thrash time. And there was a little bit of that here, but there's a lot of closed doors last night, so whether or not there's no thrash or whether or not there was some stuff taken offside. Back down to Charlie there in the pits.
Guys, I always seem to find the most shiniest examples of beautiful cars, and I've absolutely found it at M-Tron, the naming rights sponsor of the Pro Class Series here this weekend. But Scott from M-Tron, we have to talk about not only your engine management systems, but your long-standing, relationship with World Time Attack.
Yeah, well, we've been involved with World Time Attack since basically inception, and running and campaigning some of the fastest time attack cars on the planet.
And it's absolutely amazing. You've got 3 examples of cars here, and I asked you the question as we walked down and have a bit of a look. Why aren't these cars on track, Scott?
Well, this is a roll race car, and we have some drag cars here, but all of our time attack cars are competing this weekend, so we had to find something a little bit different than time attack cars to show on our booth.
And it's really awesome to see them. We've got a Peter Brock special right here, which speaks to my supercars love. So talk us through some of the just incredible cars you've got.
Okay, well, so this one here is the Evo roll race car. It has about 1,500 horsepower. This one here is a VK Brock special. It's got a Noonan block LS base 3,000 horsepower drag car. This is like a bit of a personal favourite of mine. The client has quite a few cars in the build, but this is this is definitely one of my favourites. This one here is by TRP Racing. This is a drag car as well. It's got a 6-cylinder RB26, which is similar to some of the really fast time attack cars, but this is a 2,500 horsepower methanol breathing, over 100 psi boost. So kind of wild machine, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You make sure, come on down and see the guys at M-Tron here. They're located at the rear of Tower C. But right now, let's go back to the other shiny thing that I really love in life, Warren Luff in pit lane.
So down here in the lane with Ferris, we see a lot of action going on around the front of this car. You weren't too happy with the performance of the car yesterday. What changes are you making for this morning?
Yeah, so yesterday we saw that the car was pulling timing all the way down to 8 degrees. So anytime I would gain through the lap, I would lose it pretty much like on any straight, especially the front straight. So with seeing that, the turbos just were creating too much heat for the intercooler that I have and the temperatures that we're seeing. So the theory behind what we're doing is going with a larger turbo, so that way the charge temps will be cooler. It won't work as hard and won't create as much heat.
So does bigger turbos mean more horsepower effectively?
I mean, effectively, but we want to get a banker safe lap in, so we don't really want to turn on the boost. We're just trying to run our normal boost we always run, but we're just running into these heat problems.
Well, you know that we love seeing your Corvette out on track, so we look forward to that first Pro-Am session this morning. So good luck and see some fast times.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, once they finish using the angle grinder on the front of it, they should be right. But yeah, I don't know what that exactly was in the background there was. But yeah, any time an angle grinder is used on something, it's normally for cutting or clearancing. some clearancing, I would say, there.
What are the race's best friend? An angle grinder, duct tape, cable ties. What else have we missing?
That's about all you need. Yeah, shifter. That's all you need there. I reckon you just...
Show and shine starting to take form up there on the... what do we call that? Skid? Is it the skid pan up there?
Yeah, they call that the skid pan, yeah. Shannon's stylised show and shine. Stance, look, stance never goes out of style. I mean, especially when you can drop them like that. I mean, driving them like that sometimes is a pain. You see plenty on YouTube about people trying to get in the car meets and they scrape the whole bar off it. But
I appreciate the fact somebody's gone the other way, though. Somebody's lifted up a Falcon, put a couple of big NOS, but Australia.
I mean, you still get noticed when you turn up at a show and shine with a car like that. I mean, yeah, no worries about scraping. But this venue is slowly filling up to be just that big hub of horsepower. And as Charlie said yesterday, it's car culture Christmas time here was. My good mate here from NZ, and for all the people watching on the live stream, good morning, wherever you're watching from. But wait, what about the drifting last night? I mean, 24 cars. We saw again everything. It just goes to prove you cannot write a script for any of this stuff. It just happens in front of you.
Phenomenal driving last night. Everyone driving absolutely out of their skin. A couple of standouts, not naming names at this point in time. We actually saw 25 last night with the reserve rule activated. So we had an incident where we saw the reserve come in. Now, under the way the event works, a reserve can come in and then the primary driver can come back into comp tonight. They keep earning points. It was all about getting wins last night. So I will give Matt Harvey a shout out. Matt Harvey out of Tasmania, 4 from 4.
Is that right?
Yeah, went through unbeaten last night and he was pumped. Some of the other drivers just... The level lifts every year. You drive with better guys and you come in here and you just throw your A game, you throw your A+ game, and then by the end of it, they're all on level 50. Now, speaking of which...
Yes?
I want to know what build-up you've done overnight, because you know the big swing is coming. We're probably going to find out something about
We'll talk about that shortly, but down to Luffy in the pits.
Yeah, down here, been having a chat to Barton Moore and the crew of the RP968 this morning. They're really excited for these weather conditions this morning. Was having a talk to them about tyre pressures. Diggles, you and I had a chat about that this morning. They're very cagey about what sort of tyre pressures they're running, but what they would tell me is that with the tyre blankets and being able to sort of preheat the tyres, that it takes care of about probably 8 psi of the overall 10 to 12 psi of growth that they're actually looking for. And they're saying around about an optimal running temperature on track when they start the lap of about 35 psi. But they're planning this morning. We saw them out there yesterday. They were doing a couple of warm-up laps before they would start to sort of push on. They said this morning they will roll out and it will be that first flying lap that they're going for. So it'll be exciting to watch this car this morning. Watch for that first lap.
Oh yes, indeed. Mouth-watering news there from Warren Luff in the pits. Warren Sayre, back to your previous question. What do I do as a lead up to today? Just turn up, mate. Get to bed early. Did that. So here, okay, ready to go. Plenty of energy in the tank. Even if you don't have any, when cars like RP968 turn out and you see Bart trying as hard as that, you lift as well. If anything, he sort of radiates this energy, and that car as well. Watching the man throw it with so much confidence. Yeah, that's how I get the energy, mate. I get it from actually what I see here today. I don't have to bring anything else. You turn up. What you see is how you react to it, and I think that's how everyone else, when they turn up as a spectator, whether for the first time or for the 10th time, there is just some vibe when you come in this place.
So I'm here in the seat that I'm in at the moment because I want to listen to the call.
Is that
right? Of you,
is that right?
Has the big go, and also we know that Rodden's going to come out with the Centura as well, right?
Yes.
They're going to have a big go as well.
Yes.
We saw a little bit of a glimpse yesterday of what those guys are capable of as well. So it feels like everything's falling into place. The emotion that you bring to the call, I pay you a huge compliment. It's a huge part of the experience, and then you match it all together, and afterwards there'll be all the content that'll come out with the onboards, etc. And it's just such a phenomenal experience to put together, as not only being here in the moment, but also reviewing afterwards. We'll go down to Charlie.
One of the cool things about the World Time Attack Challenge is the amazing competitions that you can see and be a part of wandering through the paddock here. I'm over at GCG Turbos because, of course, they are the sponsors of the Open class this year. Paul, this is a one-of-a-kind toolbox. Talk us through this incredible competition.
Well, every year we give away something special. Last year we gave away Under Suzuki's own steering wheel. This year we thought, what does every guy want? Car guys love tools. So we spoke to our friends at Hare & Forbes and our suppliers at Garrett. We came up with this little competition. Bought a Hare & Forbes Premier Class toolbox. It's worth $1,419. That's my guess. That's how much it's worth. But then we wrapped it with a special wrap, and on the back are every car that's in the open class. Last 3 or 4 days ago, we started the People's Choice Award, and you come up, log on, going a chance to win a toolbox, but then through the day, the drivers have been coming up, sign in the box. So it will be a one of a kind. You won't be able to buy these autographs anywhere. Tim Slade's already on there. There's only a couple on there so far, but early in the day.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's plenty of time for them to get their signatures on there. So come on down to GCG Turbos. Their stand is located near the back of the Tower C. Scan the QR code, enter the competition. It's worth $1,400, but really, it's priceless. You're never going to get anything else like this. And also, it holds stubby coolers, which is why I'm here.
So here's the competition.
Oh, let's do this. Yes!
Well done.
First time.
You also had a pen in it too.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah, well, there we go. That's the great thing to do, is do that when you don't have to do it during the open class. Just do it any time you're walking through the pits there. Of course, GCG sponsors of our open class this weekend. Great idea to be able to sign it. Now, that is not a good look on a tilt tray. It is the Audi. It might have been Andrew Price. I think it was the only Audi out there, and he might have actually
Wheels sticking out.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually may have made contact somewhere there that we didn't quite capture. Sort of in the ambience. Oh no, that's definitely it's got dirt, it's got grass, it's got all sorts of things on it. He's been for a trip out back.
And it's got two wheels facing in opposite directions, which is never a great sign.
Okay, we're just having a quick look here from the drone shot. So that has happened somewhere between turns 2 and 3 there, but we'll find out a bit more info a little bit later. But right now, back down to Luffy in the pits.
Yeah, look, down here in the pit lane exit, we're here for the Club Sprint, just starting to roll out. Now, one of the things I love about Club Sprint is the diversity of cars, and that's one of the great things about World Time Attack. You look, we've got Porsche 944, we've got Supra, we've got 350s, we've got RX-7, we've got all sorts of cars. These cars are the foundation. When you think back to the early days of Superlap at Proam Park, Club Sprint was where this category really started. So, love Club Sprint, let's do what they do.
Absolutely, and you know what used to be street cars with a sticker on the side of now kind of you can go all the way to you can still be a grocery getter, but there are also some serious race cars amongst them that would put a lot of other purpose-built race cars to shame as far as times are concerned.
We talked about the progression yesterday, right? Because the time that Trent Grubel's done at 132.4 now, isn't it? 132.4, 134.2 is where originally our sort of pro cars were actually lapping when the event was first formulated.
It's no joke that these cars have come a long way. And again, year after year that we come here to World Time Attack, it just seems every category just gets nibbled away. Nothing gets left behind. Everyone advances in some way, whether it's setup, tyres. We've kind of been right with the tyres. The tyres have always been the good thing. It's about getting the most out of the tyres.
I wonder if somebody like Tats or someone from Yokohama could actually advise us what sort of big leaps they've made in tyre tech over that period of time, right? Because originally, obviously, the cars haven't fundamentally changed that much. They're still the factory fast cars.
But I still think that the power every year, like the power outputs, everyone's just looking for more power, and I think that's probably where a lot of it comes from initially, is the power, the setup, the driver. Hey, a driver's going to be a lot faster with 100 more laps than he did last year.
So I'm looking at the program too, right? And I can see here it's, of course, the Haltech Club Sprint Plus, ECU Tech, Australian and New Zealand ECU Tech has come on in leaps and bounds. It's one of those things that I suppose you could almost, you never used to start that way, but you could almost start with the ECU now and then map things out afterwards.
Absolutely, what the ECUs are able to do, especially with with a track. With a track-based sort of software that you can sort of apply and use, and if you need TC, you can use TC. If you need ABS, you can use ABS. More horsepower, of course, is a great thing. It comes in every year. That driver skill. There are so many things that per vehicle that you can change and alter and adjust. That's why the aftermarket's so big in this country, because more and more people are racing, and they need these great products that are already out there. Don't try and we should say, don't try and make your own. People have gone and done that as well. But coming in and using some of the best products in the aftermarket is also probably contributing a hell of a lot to these times dropping down every year. I tell you, we've got some beautiful cars out there right now that look, you'd never knock one of these back at all in this class. We've seen David Lahr out in a 350Z. We're having a look now at the Top Garage Supra driven by Zhen Hugh. Now yesterday, 38.418 for Hugh. Let's just see how he goes. We saw a lot of greens light up in the previous sessions. Let's see if we see some greens light up here. There's one there for Middleton. Oh, geez, here we go.
Getting adventurous.
I'm putting the kiss of death on these guys again. I mean, the commentator's curse bit me about 6 times yesterday. And just because the camera's on you, mind you, it always seems to happen. Whenever the camera's on someone, something happens immediately. Saw that again yesterday.
Not that we're complaining. It makes for a great show.
Oh, mate, absolutely. Like, these things have not been boring again. Every year it's like, we're not boring. We're still exciting.
Well, how good a job do our broadcast team actually do? Just picking up and switching camera angles and just seeing where the action's actually happening on track. A little bit of an example there of what we were talking about yesterday, Diggles, of trying to find that clear air on the track and the different strategies people use. Some people seem to like driving effectively in a bunch. Maybe we did debate whether there is a tow effect, probably not quite so much in club sprint, whereas others obviously prefer to be out there in kind of that true one perfect lap, single car format with just clean air and no one else around them. Do you someone like Miji, who's in there, obviously benefiting probably from following someone like Eleanor, who's done a lot of laps around Sydney Motorsport Park, just seeing what line she's using, seeing what she can apply maybe?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sometimes following someone's line might help you, or it might find that, you're following a guy that's a rear-wheel drive car, you're a front-wheel drive car, and realise that doesn't work for you. Right now, we've got all eyes just on the Eleanor-saurus, of course, Eleanor Terry. She was our sole female club sprint competitor last year, but she's got Miji Kang here from Korea. You can see Miji just in the background here with the driving the Neotech Honda. So it's a good little battle between the two female racing influences.
And they're only half a second apart, aren't they?
Yeah,
I remember yesterday from looking at the overall times, they're about half a second apart. And
I'd just like to see those two sort of dice each other all weekend, because they're in similar roles, sort of what they're doing online and stuff like that. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Down to Luffy again in the pits.
Yeah, down here just having a chat to Andrew Price about what obviously happened with this car. It was a lower front ball joint failure. Said it felt a little bit off going through turn 1 and rolled out of it, which was obviously a smart thing to do. But unfortunately for them, they don't believe they're going to have the parts, so they're out for the weekend.
Yeah, that's not good. And remember, I mean, it's an Audi A3. If it's a WRX or an Evo or a Honda, you actually might have half a chance. But Audi A3s, yeah, maybe not a ball joint available on a Saturday morning. But you might be able to get one out of one of the other. If it was a sort of a JDM car, you might have half a chance.
I think I saw one up in the show and shine actually.
An A3.
A few Audi, there's a few Euros up there, so I'm not sure how interchangeable Audi parts are. And obviously going up and asking someone, hey, can I rob this off your car so I can keep trying to go fast? And then you might not be able to go home. Probably isn't my idea.
Help a fella out here. Help a fella out.
I do know. Well, I do know that a lot of the show cars do get trailered here, right?
So it could.
They're not trailer princesses, but they are trailered here to maintain absolute pristine form. So there is an opportunity there where I'm sure if a call went out, maybe somebody with some Audi parts might be willing to help out there as we take a look at the MX-5 chasing down the rear of Miji Kang.
Yeah, so Collingwood trying to get a go here at Miji. Look, a PB there for Zheng Hugh in the Top Garage Supra. He actually got a new time out, minute 38.346. There's a few sectors there now starting to light up green, which means there could be some new ones. Eleanor goes 47.249, so there you go. Eleanor's improved. So Eleanor Terry goes 47.249. I was watching a little bit of her, one of her reels this morning actually. She was doing a little 98 E85 cocktail. So she's raising the octane a little bit by mixing the E85 in with the 98. She was up for a drum of 85 because we do have fuel bowsers up here, so you can go and grab some. There's Paul Kovaceski. I had a couple of ales with Paul last night. He's been coming here for a long time, and as he told me, he goes, you know, I'm 2 seconds faster than I was last year. And I said, oh well, if you lop another little bit off there, mate, I'll call it like it's Barton Moyer, if you like. I'll call that as a big one.
There's a lot of green in this session,
there
Dick.
is.
So this session is lending itself, obviously, condition-wise, to these guys all going faster. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the Saturday set of tyres. All the data was gathered yesterday. We saw that wind come up halfway through the day, and maybe that meant that some of these guys may have stayed on the older tyres and kept a couple of fresh sets for today.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That wind, no one liked that wind at all. There was not one person here that probably liked it at all. No one liked it. Anyone with a marquee didn't like it.
Charlie's hair did not like it. Charlie was unhappy about it. Luffy was fine, but Charlie wasn't so impressed.
No, it was working Luffy's there too. I mean, we checked them both out. But here's Mark Collingwood. Now, he's just one of these guys that keeps turning up every year. It's a lightweight car. It's NA. It doesn't have a lot of horsepower, but it is a hell of a lot of fun to drive. And he's been on Miji's tail for a couple of laps here. But you've got to hand it to Miji Kang. I mean, she is a Korean motorsport influencer. To come over here and get a drive here in Australia, I hope we get her back, because we forge these relationships with these people. They bring all their followers with them online, and I think it helps with the event to get that. I mean, it's international, but it's also in cyberspace, and I keep calling it the internet. It makes me sound so old when I say the internet, but influencing and TikTok and all of that sort of stuff. Rivera gets a PB as well. Minute 43.725 there for him. That's Andre Rivera in the WRX for UPS Spec Performance. David Lar out there too. That beautiful 350Z. Just an immaculate version of the beast. And there we go. We've got some live shots here. Just getting a look in at Barton Moyer.
I think we looked at this last year. Luffy bought us this last year. Just the process that Bart goes through to get ready for a lap and who does what. One of the things that always fascinates me is the team is so well drilled and they all know their roles.
Yes.
They're just, they must be to the millisecond perfect in time, right, for everything to come together, the one perfect lap.
And I just love it when I was we went down to actually try and introduce Dr. Bender, Dr. Sammy. That's going to have to happen today. Yes. But there was Bart down there, and he's just got that twinkle in his eye, and he's just going, it's going to be quick. Like you can just feed off the energy that he's got.
Is there a sign anywhere that says Bart, no jumping off the car?
He won't be doing that. I'm sure he won't be doing that. You can only burn yourself on the stove once, and you won't burn yourself on the stove again. The same that you won't jump off the car again. The gutters have never been cleaner, by the way. He really rattled those things senseless. Now, look, a PB's come up for this 9.44 as well. So Pigden went 56.45. So everyone is improving a little bit. There's one there for Ryder as well, improve as well. So, down to Luffy right now with the man of the moment, Barton.
Yeah, I'm here with our reigning champion, Barton Moore, strapped into the office. Barton, the conditions are perfect this morning. What can we expect?
Well, you're right. The conditions are good. We did 79 yesterday, which is 10th off. So, mate, we're going for it. We've got the engine wound up. I'm pumped up, so we'll see if we can beat our own record.
Mate, I'm going to go stand at that turn one. I'm going to wave as you come through, and I want to see that lap. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
I don't know about waving, Luffy. Don't know. There's got
to be a language, right? We're not going to quite, but there's going to be some sort of little exchange of information there between Bart and Luffy as two very talented race car drivers, right, about what's coming.
I'd love to just know, if one day, I mean, Luffy would love to steer that thing. I'd love to see Luffy get back in and drive a pro car. I mean, he had to go to Nemo years ago, and I think once you get to that, you'd love to have another go at it.
Checkered flags just come out there on the Club Sprint session, brought to you by Haltech.
Not before Sejeng, who goes another PB in the Toyota Supra. He goes minute 38.326. So he has improved again, finding more in the Supra. Collingwood went out and went 48.367. Eleanor Terry had gone out and actually improved. She went 47.249. So
little gap there for Eleanor over Miji in the battle of the fast females.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't mind that, Meiji and Eleanor.
What happened now, just as a question for you as resident time attack expert, is this like a qualifying session where effectively if you start the lap before the checkered flag comes out, that last lap will count for you? Is that right? Or does the session come to a...
Oh, you've got to go across. I guess it will. No, I'm sure it will pop up on timing. If you're on a cool down lap and you see the flag only once,
yes,
I think it's going to count.
Okay. I was just curious because we had, obviously, yesterday it was a day where there probably were a few laps that could have been quite spectacular that were caught up for various circumstances, so just wondering the answer to that one. Maybe we'll get a technical answer to that brought to us from the pit lane with some understanding. But Club Sprint, Haltech, session 1, fast.
We're getting lots of good info back there from race control and from the pit area. But right now, after Haltech Club Sprints had their first shot at the track, Trent Grubel not here yet, but that 32 holds number 1 spot for a little bit. Alex Mikalski, he tried in that first session. He's still second, 32.530. Michael Garland, 33.917. Now it's these two, Adam Kazmiri and Ryan Marshall, with their 34.061 and 34.480. They're in that Superlap shootout, but they could jump over each other and maybe even get Garland on the podium if Garland doesn't step up either.
I'm looking at 6 though, Jimmy Assad. He jumped from yesterday. We saw Jimmy about 1:37, and we said, look, he's capable of a 34. He can go fast. He'll be looking at what's that, 3/100ths of a second. Jimmy Assad is not out of that top 5 shootout yet either. They'll come out, throw some boost at that Evo, right? The Evolution Racing Spears Evo 6.
Some improvements there for Sejeng Hu and Benny Wooster in that session. Rahul Victor in the 14th, and all the way down there, Misha 41.40 into 20th with the Hyundai N, and pushing hard again in that first session.
Another couple of seconds off there for Misha.
Yeah. It just again, he's on the limit of the tyre. Like, the man is pushing that car as hard as he can. Everyone from Muggleton to Shepherd. Shepherd improved actually as well, Harrison Shepherd. So yeah, he did have that diff problem, which looks like he solved it, and he got himself a PB today. Indawara GT and Andre Rivera, and capping off the end there, as we said, improvements for Kovaceski yesterday, 45.657, and Mark Collingwood, Eleanor Terry. Yes, so Eleanor's actually jumped over Collingwood, and Meiji 49.916, and again, she just needs more seat time around this track, and I think she'll be pushing harder every single session, the next 2 there for her. We just don't know what's going to happen in the middle session here today, but already we're seeing so many great improvements in Haltech Club Sprint, and I'm sure that's going to continue here today as we get the next few categories out. So don't go too far away. If you just got here, welcome. We'll be with a break and back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park soon.
Moves back to the future.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
Right, back on track here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we get ready for one perfect lap. It's only a minute or 2 away from happening, and who knows, all the predictions do state that, yes, premium conditions down to Luffy right now for an update.
Yeah, standing down here in pit lane. Interestingly, the wind has dropped down a little bit, but talking with the technicians from Yokohama, we're seeing track temperature of around about 28.5 degrees, 30 being the optimum, so we're right in that sort of window. We can hear RP968 just firing up now, so excited to see what these guys can do.
How can Luffy be that calm? He's just a very cool character, isn't he?
Oh, I mean, he's been around motorsport all his life and pit lanes and everything like that. But I'm sure coming to this event, he's got to have a little bit of adrenaline up as well, because I think he truly does respect and admire and knows guys like Bart for a long time. And I think he's going to ride that wave of enthusiasm and energy. Here he comes, the big 4-litre, 4-cylinder.
So we'll see a phase here, right? So they'll phase this in, and then do we think he'll go straight into it? So I'm going to let you call this, Chris Diggles. I think we're about to witness history here at World Time Attack for 2024. Barton Moore, RP968, about to have the ring swing. Optimal conditions forecast. Chris Diggles took us through the warm-up and then bring us up to speed.
Well, you know what? It's going to be hard to probably talk over a Roden V10, but we'll give it a go. Sounds like I'm on the limiter as well with the sound of that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, a little bit of a breakup, but that's all right. That's the system getting excited as well. Everyone is on edge.
I'm going to test my rev limiter out right now. So, yeah, right now we're looking at Josh Buchan driving the Roden Centura. And, of course, right now here it is, RP968. Undoubtedly the fastest, most highly developed time attack car in the world. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that right now, that there is no other car that I can think of or seen that rivals what this car's been able to achieve here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And honestly, if it ever did a world tour, it'd go and hurt a few feelings in other countries. I'm sure it would. So Bart's got to do brake. So you'll see him do a lot of brake warming up here, and obviously the tyres with the tyre warmers, as Luffy said, they've got the tyre warmers on it, so that tyre is probably nearly up to temp. And it's still got to have a lot of traction control on those back tyres, because you can just murder them with wheel spin, and that could really affect it. And in the past, of course, before we went to slicks, is that the aero loads plus all that extra heat would definitely be really hard on the tyres.
Different phase to yesterday, isn't it? He's stopping a lot more aggressively, he's almost coming to a complete stop and then going again. Yeah, no, he's going to need some momentum right now if he's going to make a stick. Now he is on the power right now, ladies and gentlemen. All eyes on the main straight as Barton Moyer starts to fly down here to start his one perfect lap. 100% commitment through turn one as Barton Moyer does. And you can see him, I don't know what he had out of there. Something just sort of, whether it's dust or whatever, but he has gone through turn two. Perfect. So much cleaner through turn two than yesterday. Bart kind of backed it in twice there yesterday. Short shifts through there, drives the thing out there, and he is attacking hard. You can see the outside of the front splitter just grinding on the end plates there. He is pushing, looking for traction in the front end. We've got a purple section right now there for Bart. A purple section is good. He is pushing hard now through the back of the course. 2 shots at the corner there, Bart. I don't know how much that really affected him there, but all eyes as he comes down into BOSCH for turn 8. This is a good one for him. Now, how well does it turn here? The guy knows how to get out of here and stay out of trouble. He goes wide, he's back in. He powers down. The second sector is purple as well. He is on it. Barton Moyer, 110% commitment. Here we go, last corner, power on, 2 shots at the corner, feeds it out, he's out wide, not so bad. Now he's just got to bang through the gears, he's run out of gears, it's now all horsepower from that 4-litre 4-cylinder. Are we going to see a minute 16 something, and it comes out, 17.672, 17.672, the quickest we've ever seen, Where will it all stop? Where will it all end? Minute 17.672, quicker again. Quicker than last year's minute 17.860, minute 17.672. Here comes Josh, flies through with the Roden, and he revs out a 29.019. But he might be on a fly right now, but Bart shaves a couple of tenths off the baddest time ever around Sydney Motorsport Park again. Chris Diggles, take a breath. Fantastic job talking us around that lap. Barton Moore and the team RP968 reset the record books again. They predicted the conditions were on. Yes. Will we see another shot? Do they have another shot to fire? I feel like they were pumped there, but I think they might know that there's a little bit more in the tank.
Oh, look, he'll have some feedback there that he'll talk to Luffy about. I honestly thought the lap looked pretty clean for him. There were, I think, 2 shots there where it's like he had 2 more bites at it than what he would have probably liked, because he can be smooth, but sometimes I think with this car, the way the horsepower is that you can only be smooth for so long before it looks not smooth, if that's a description. But then in that particular case, there's 2 corners there. I'm sure we'll hear from Luffy when he gets out, whether Bart can recollect that lap or whether he watches it back. But there were 2 times there on that lap where it's like, hang on, that's 2 shots at the apex, or the thing did not steer the way he wanted it out of that corner, whether it was too early or too late. I also want to just check your TPS traces on there as well and see whether he did lift or not.
There won't be any inch of data that isn't analysed, right, by that team. They know exactly where they're at now. Look, they're in it. They're talking about the window. They're saying the track temperature is optimal. So Josh bucking out there, giving it a good swing with the rod and getting faster and faster. That goes 27 that time.
Yeah, 27. He's got 27.960, 28.449, and I wonder if we can pick up some of this V10 here in the background here, because it's
let it sing. Let the voice chords come back down, Diggles, because I think you're going to have to call that one again. I think we're going to have another crack.
I will, mate. I'll save up some energy for that one. Here they go. They're bringing it in.
Let's see what happens here. Let's just see what happens. Do you think Bart will go to get out? Or?
Yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, that is again the quickest time for that car ever. After last year's minute 17.860 to go minute 17.672. Take another tenth or so off it. Yeah, so he's not jumping on the roof. He's going to get on the roof. No, Bart, don't do it. Don't do it, Bart. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They caught him this time.
Oh, my goodness. You're talking things into reality, so well, at least he won't get up on the roof and jump again, and then he got straight back up on the roof. All right, Luffy's right now.
Yeah, here with Barton Moore. Amazing to see you lower that own sort of record out there, but it didn't look like the cleanest of laps. How much more is in the tank?
Look, I think there's a bit more. To be honest, I underdid it a little bit. With the difficult conditions yesterday, I was a bit conservative on the braking, but we know the conditions will come good for the shootout, so maybe we're going to go again in the shootout real hard.
Yeah, look, obviously it's a special moment in Australian motorsport history. You and I spoke about this the other day. There's a couple of big moments in motorsport history. You think about Greg Murphy, that lap of the gods at Bathurst. We've got Barton Moore here at World Time Attack. We're excited to see what you guys can do, but go and enjoy it with the crew, mate. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, Luffy always on the spot, isn't he? And a smiling Barton Moore. I'm glad they caught him. I'd love to know. Here's a question. I'd love to know the answer to this. What is the heart rate?
Yeah, that's what I want to know now.
Yeah, what's the heart rate on something like that? Maybe it's a question. I'm sure they've probably got telemetry on Bart as well, right?
Oh, I've talked about it for years.
That might be a secret as well. Maybe Luffy can find. Luffy or Charlie can find out for that.
I was trying to make drag racing interesting years ago, thinking, why don't we have biotelemetry? Why don't we have biotelemetry?
Because it's too big a word.
It's just another sensor. Just another sensor. Aren't we in the sensor industry? Aren't we in the technology industry? Why aren't we looking at Barton Moore's heart rate around here? Does Bart hit 180 around there, or is Bart 60 all the way around? I'd love to know. And remember Tony, we were talking about it yesterday about the drifting. I want to see the drifter's heart rate around there.
Well,
we got guys that are 40 beats a minute cooler than their opponent.
There you go.
I'd like to know that.
We'll call it Diggle-Tech. So if Haltech, M-Tron, Link are listening,
between all of them,
things, you can plug yourself into the car, and the car responds to your heart rate.
I just think you've just got a Bluetooth off your Fitbit, don't you?
Oh, there you go.
I think that's about, just put a Fitbit on and see how you go from there. But the heart rate's starting to come down a bit. I'll just take a little quick breather.
Do you want a bit of water, mate?
No, a cup of tea to lie down might be all right.
Because I don't know if you realise, but you just called another record lap.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. And then we almost saw Bart in slow motion do exactly what he did last year and break his ankle. But there was like 3 people. It's like expected parents the first time their kid gets on a slippery slide, they're all at the bottom ready to catch him. As soon as Bart jumped on the roof, there's 3 guys going, here.
But what I took from that, the key part he said there was there's more, and we're coming back for the shootout tonight. So you will definitely want to be watching that top 5 shootout, because they'll be the last car to go, being the last.
I'd say so.
Yeah, being the pro class will run last of those top 5 shootouts tonight. So I wonder what it is capable of.
Well,
you just wonder.
We didn't get a chance to see the in-car, but I'm sure we'll see that later. Luffy back down to the pits.
Yeah, you guys were asking about heart rates in RP968 Clark Moore. I just went and had a chat to him out the back. He doesn't actually wear a heart rate monitor, but his official answer is it would be extremely high. And even just giving him a hug, you can literally feel his heart beating through his chest. So there's a huge amount of emotion and a lot of adrenaline rushing out through there. But let's see what he can do tonight.
There we go. There's the answer. He said he gave Barton the hug, and he's feeling his little, well, his big heart out, peeping out through his chest. So, hey, we'll find out some more of that information before the day is through. We're going to go into GCG Open class just shortly, but a break and back with more soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
All right, GCG Open class about to start their first session of the day. Joining me on the microphone from GCG is Brett. And Brett, what is it about World Time Attack that GCG just loves?
Thanks, Eagles. Thanks for having us on board and up in the commentary booth today. This class is getting better and better. These cars are faster and faster, and this Extreme GTR. It's a exciting day today. All the quality comes out today, that's for sure.
We are hearing all the sights and sounds of World Time Attack right now, including all of our cars running around the track. We're obviously focusing on the Extreme GTR. Now, look, we just saw Tim Slade out of turn 2. Maybe the tyres aren't warm enough yet. I don't know. We've got Brandis on a flying lap out there. Boston, Morecambe, Newen and Slade. So that's our 5 cars so far in this group. Brandis... being Lane Brandis Racing, the R32 GTR here on track. We've had Day out there as well, being Dan Day in the WRX STI. And as we know, the Extreme GTR, all eyes are on that.
We might have an issue here. He's going a bit slow around the inside there.
That seems to be a problem of mine. I talk someone up and then they pull over to the side of the road. I'm not actually physically connected to any of these vehicles. It just seems the old curse keeps kicking in, and as soon as someone gets on the screen and we talk them up, they pull over to the side. That's not a good look. Let's just hope that we don't get a red flag interruption here, because you know what, I think a red flag came out yesterday when Slady was on a flyer and it sort of cost them the lap.
Yeah.
We've got Morecambe out there as well. Now Morecambe's the class of the field at the moment, 27.024. Now Slady's diving straight in here.
He's a good half a second in front there, Morecambe.
Yeah, and I know that I do know that. Look, Morecambe's in there as well, so maybe we have seen a red come out there, because we have. I think Brandis did pull over there after we talked him up. That's Ando Yasuhiro out there, of course, the Scoot Auto Rescue RX-7. Yasuhiro Ando, he's having a good push through there. So maybe we are still a full course green, but we saw Morecambe and Slade dive in. So Boston's back on it. Minute 32.58, nearly back into the 29s again. Sabelic goes through, he's on a fly. Newen now on a flyer, I think, in the Dream Projects S15. Some greens. Look how many greens we're lighting up here, Brett. So it just goes to prove that there is plenty of improvement to come. Day goes minute 32.395. So now he improves. He just needs about 4-5 tenths and he could be in that top 5. Brandis is going to be in that Superlap shootout if positions don't change with that 31.617. But out there now also Dan Day. That's the guy we've got the cameras on right now, Dan Day. We've got as we said, Ewan second so far, 28.569. Cole Powson's just gone 32.528. So Cole goes 32.528. So it's getting a little bit congested there in the middle.
4 to 7's getting really congested in the stack up there.
Yeah, then Morris just comes through there now. That's Jeremy Morris in the I-30. He gets a PB, minute 41.978. Healy improves as well, minute 39.477.
So the tyres are coming on and the guys are getting track times down.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, maybe it was the temperature yesterday. The wind was definitely playing havoc. Now, there we go. We've got a
ice bag on the intercooler there.
Yeah, so a little bit of a cooling there. The Extreme GTR's come right in there, so not just into pit lane, they've gone straight back into the garage. We've got Herman from Platinum Racing Products getting the air blown. Oh boy, in the background, we caught all of our attention. It's Justin Goyeneeks in the MRS has gone for a big move. Now that's coming through turn 1, I think, coming on to turn 2.
Yeah, he lost that big time there.
Yeah, that's turn 1 for pushing. So we are going to...
Well, still rolling, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, well, I thought we were going to go red there, and if he had stayed there, we probably... Here we go. Here's the replay. So he's lost the whole rear wing. It's completely collapsed, and then the car just goes... Oh, he is so lucky that thing didn't do anything worse than just spin around. He's cleaned up a Yokohama sign, and he's washed a lot of speed off there, but that is some huge drama. I would imagine, honestly, having a failure, whether or not we had any debris on the track, whether or not we do throw the red flag out for that. I mean, look, the good thing is that he's moving. Look at this shot from the long shot coming through turn 1. He'd lost all that rear downforce.
That would have been a hell of a ride.
Boy, we can throw up the action here, can't we?
Yeah.
We can throw up the action. It's not like
open class.
Not like these guys are. Not trying out there, but that's a failure. That is a failure on one of the wing struts by the look of it. Now, Johnny Boston, can he get out of some traffic? There's Rob Newen in the background. Boz back to his dazzling best. Remember last year they got this thing into the minute 20s last year, and then he knocks on the door with a 32.58 this morning. So if he can get some clear air, and remember right now we've got a little bit of a traffic jam around the place.
I think we're trying to do a bit of clean up here on the track. Probably. Picking up a bit of that rear wing.
I think we must have thrown the reds out for that one, but I just wonder whether we could see that again, because all we caught at the end of it was poor old Justin down there, and just here he has decided that he can't get back, or maybe the thing has finally beached itself. He missed the gravel trap, but just sometimes you got to be lucky. I don't know. Honestly, that's where all the downforce is tested. That whole front straight, flat out, top of 5th or 6th gear, on the limiter, whatever, and then to have that aero fail like that wing strut fail, that's a pretty big moment. Now, Timmy's going to be ready here at the end of pit lane, so I suppose all that ice pack and blower would have all gone to waste now, unfortunately, and that's, look, there's rotten luck to be had out there, and it's all sometimes because someone else has had worse luck.
That's it.
So if your rotten luck is, oh look, I was on a flyer and then the red flags came out, in other words, your car's in perfectly good nick, except you couldn't get a complete lap. I mean, that's hard luck that you can't get a good lap, but there's harder luck out there. That's why the red flag's out. It's because someone's had an off, someone's damaged the car or done something like that. So that red flag means that right now we're just pausing. And Brett from GCG joining us here on the commentary this morning. Now, for drivers of, I suppose, People's Choice, how's that been going down on the stand there?
Oh, it's great. The spectators here are embracing it. They're coming down. We've had a few drivers come down this morning and sign the box. So a few more during the day, which will be great. And it's a killer prize. So someone's attending the event or entering online is going to walk away with a one-of-a-kind toolbox.
Absolutely. Here's a replay again. Oh, it just went everywhere, didn't it? So it's just lost all of it. And isn't it amazing how fast it went from being stable to completely unstable? And again, when that big rear wing came down, it's like, okay, can he drive around without it? And the answer is no. And Luffy might have a bit more info to come from the pits.
Yeah, down here with Tim Slade, obviously we've seen another red flag. Not the ideal start to the day, but how's the car been, mate?
Hang on. Yeah. Sorry, I missed that. The radio was going.
We're just talking about, obviously, disappointing to see another red flag out there, but hopefully we'll get the car out from down there in turn 1. How did the car feel on that sort of outlap and that bit of an exploratory, and what can we see out of this beautiful car this morning?
Yeah, it's just been a super frustrating day yesterday, and then again this morning with cars dribbling out of the pits. And yeah, I mean, there's just a big speed difference in the class. So yeah, it's a wide mix of drivers, and yeah, there were just sort of cars parked up at turn 3, so we had to abort that lap, and we can only do one lap in this car for temperatures and tyres. So try and hopefully put a full lap together, but I think with the right track conditions and putting the lap together, I think this car is capable of a 24. But yeah, you got to do it first.
All right, mate. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there and looking forward to seeing what you can do in this car.
He was on the radio there, obviously still from the pits, but yeah, it's just as we said before there, Brett. It's a case of everything going right for you except traffic and someone else's drama on track, and that can just ruin your run. And it's a shame that happens, but I suppose in the scheme of things, it's only a tragedy for you guys because someone else has encountered a bigger tragedy.
Well, that window of opportunity is so small, and you've got to be just there, ready, prepared to take it. And he looks at the front of the grid here coming out of the pit, so maybe he'll get one warm up and then put one down.
I think the thing that also is weighing on everyone's mind is that Slady's kind of got to get into that 5 and be, in that 5 to start with, to be, even if it means to the end of the Superlap shootout, to be able to at least then have the opportunity, no one else on track, to make it all work. And he's proven that in the past, that when you can just be the only one on track with no one else around, that's one extra thing you just don't have to worry about. Here, that's the least of everyone's worries. They're just trying to concentrate on that one lap. But when you look up ahead and you see a guy, as Slady just alerted to, we're all parked up on turn 3. It's like, well, you want to come through there with a bit of steam, and people, their agendas. I just wonder sometimes whether we just need to keep reminding drivers about this etiquette. Look in your mirrors. If someone's on a fly, get the hell out of their way. If you're just on your own agenda and not really pushing,
unfortunately,
get the hell out.
They might be on their own fly based on their lap times, So that's the tough thing in this class, where Slady alluded to. There's some a big gap between the top and the bottom.
Well, as he said, the speed difference is just incredible between, say, a 24 and a 35.
That's right.
That's a huge speed difference everywhere. So look, it's good to see that Layden got back out there. He had pulled over initially, and that's what we initially thought maybe the flag was for. But geez, that's a huge fly out there by Goyenex. So isn't it interesting? Have a look at our group here in Open. Look where Tim Slade is. He's 14. So he needs something in the ballpark. He needs this session, and if he has to, and they're not going to want to do it in the next session. So they need this to really be important the next few minutes to get some free, like he's out there right now, so if anything, it's hard, because if the rest of the field's in behind him, Yasuhiro's coming out, Okamura's coming out, Benny Tran's coming out. What do you do? Do you line up the straight and see that there's no one down the straight? And I guess all you can do is say, well, there's daylight in front of me, I'm going for it, only to come around to again turn 2 or turn 3, and someone's parked up or had a problem.
I'm sure there's also some tactics in that top 5 and 6, so they'll be out there, trying to do their best, but also, maybe just making a little bit of traffic for everybody else.
Now, so it's all about him getting himself up the temperature. And as he said, he can only really, the sweet spot is one perfect lap. So he's just getting some tyre warmth in there. Obviously, some air through the radiators and intercoolers is also hopefully trying to keep that part of the temperature at the right optimum and not too hot. Obviously, they were trying to get the old intercooler, get a bit of heat sink into that with a bag of ice. But I think now, if he's going to try and push, he's got to go now.
Looks like he's going now. Yeah, this looks like it's a flyer for him.
Ber Tran is back now. Look, yesterday it looked horrible for Ber Tran. We thought it was rods out or something, but it blew an oil filter O-ring out yesterday. That's why there was so much oil. Slade pushing. Here we go. We better keep an eye on Tim Slade. He's got to make this all work, and remember, he can't have traffic. He can't have traffic in front of him. If they get in the way of this thing, well, they haven't checked their mirrors. I just wish that everyone had spotters to say, listen, Tim Slade is on a flyer, get out of his way. This guy is going to make the Extreme GTR really work through here, and at the moment no one in front of him so far in our he's up in green, first sector. That's good. Well, it's going to be a good sector for him because yesterday he didn't even get one lap in anger there. So let's just make sure the rest of the lane here so far.
Clear air, clear track.
Yeah, clear air, clear track. We're getting through 6 into 7. And then we'll come down into Bosch. So far looks all good for Tenny Slade. Nothing's going to bog him down here. In fact, this will be a good lap for him.
Coming in second 2 here.
It is all up to Tim Slade right now because it's a clear run for him. Second sector now. Hopefully he's going to light it up. That is good. So up till now, he has had good sectors up till now, and then traffic or red flags meant he couldn't complete the lap. So he's going to be able to complete the lap right now, I would imagine, because so far no drama. Fingers crossed here in GCG Open this morning session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, where's he going to go? Ewan went 26. Oh, Slady! What's he had?
No.
He's gone through. He's got 25, but it's done a tyre. It's done something. It's broken something on the front. He's done it. He's gone to number 1. Ewan number 2, Morgan number 3, but it's like he might have broken a suspension component on the front.
Or flat with no tyre.
Might have done something there, but there's been maybe suspension or something on the front. Slady, you're number 1. He's gone to number 1 with a 25.935, and the Extreme GTR, they'll be working again. They'll be having to work hard again, but it's had some suspension failure or something. He managed to complete the lap. But he's pulled the thing up just sort of in the spill out area there.
Yeah, you can see the front wheel there on a bit of an angle, so it looks like it's probably suspension.
Here we go. Yeah, it could have been a suspension failure. No, even before the finish line, it has failed something. Now look, whether it's suspension or whether it's delaminated tyre, who knows? The tyres were brand new. And the
wheel's not spinning. So.
Yeah, no, it's had a little failure somewhere in the suspension, you would imagine, and that's definitely got his attention. At least the thing stayed straight. Slady, it wasn't in vain, mate. It's number 1. You're number 1. You're in the shootout, mate. You just now got all day to fix it.
Yep, get back out
and hope someone like Morecambe or Newen, if Newen finds another second or Morecambe finds that, well then maybe it might be a bit different. But Slady is on the top spot at the moment with a 25.935. We can't go 5 minutes here without drama.
We talked about heart rate before. His heart rate would have gone up a few beats there.
Yeah,
and that let go.
We cannot go 5 minutes around here without having some major drama go on here. And look, the recovery vehicle's going down to pick him up, and look, he got that lap in. Up till now everything was working well, no traffic, car working well, up to temperature, and then just maybe a suspension failure, but Luffy might have some more information.
Yeah, down here in the garage with the Extreme GTR team. It's been a frustrating World Time Attack campaign so far. We saw Slady able to finish the lap. Has he said anything on the radio? What do you know about the car so far?
No reports back yet, so we'll have to get the car back and have a look at it. Obviously, it looked like some type of tyre, suspension, wheel failure coming across the line, but he was still able to bank pretty solid time. So at least we've got a number on the board, so that's the main thing for the moment.
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be a time that'll get you into the shootout for later on today, but obviously now it's about get the car back and see what can do. So good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, that was crazy. Here's the replay again, the Pro Speed Racing action replay. It just shredded something there.
It was bouncing a little bit and just let go. I'd say it's suspension.
It'd be great to grab some in-car a little bit later on. I'm sure we'll see some in-car come in some platform later, but that was just a ridiculous thing that just happens. I mean, remember, these are automobiles. There's many, many components to them, and then just which one is going to last the longest, who knows? But I certainly know that as far as turbochargers are concerned in GCG, 45 years in the business, the old turbocharger business, and you know what? I think we've probably got another 45 years ahead of us as well, because more and more of those turbos are going on more and more vehicles.
Well, we see the invasion of electric cars, and they'll go away. We'll see turbos for many years. The next generation, my grandkids, will still be working on turbocharged cars.
All right, more information coming from the pits from Luffy.
Yeah, look, even though they don't have the car back, the guys are already on the phone, starting to ring through to the workshop. They said the shop's about 10 minutes away. They're already starting to think about potentially having to change the front splitter, maybe repair a front guard or whatever. So they're already making plans for what they need to do to get that car back out for the shootout later tonight.
There you go, some information there from Warren Luff. We need a cup of tea and a lie down and a break. We're going to have a quick break here. Brett from GCG and I. A break. Everyone's steaming into the Sydney Motorsport Park complex. You can see it slowly filling up. We'll have a break and back with more here soon.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. and feel new.
All right, back here at Sydney Motorsport Park with more action coming up in just a tick. But, geez, a real heart-in-the-mouth moment there with Timmy Slade not only getting himself from last to first, but a little bit more drama and storyline to continue throughout the rest of the day. And you can see our stylised Sunshine area starting to really fill up with some amazing vehicles. We've got Brett from GCG in the box because GCG, proud sponsors of the Open class. Look, that doesn't look like a good thing. It's the Extreme GTR and a tilt tray, but rest assured, fans, it's going to be fixed. Phone calls have been made, plans have been made. You don't just go to the top and then just not expect to defend it. And as we already know, the potential for this car, there's a little bit more in it there, Brett.
Oh, and I think as soon as that hits the garage, tools are out and they're into it. So the boys will do as much as they can to get that back out there tonight.
We cannot write the script here. Every year we think we can write the script. So far, some of the script that we assumed might be happening has worked, i.e. we've now just got the quickest time we've ever seen at World Time Attack again, nibbling it down by a tenth and a half. But then we've also seen in the one session, Nelly, a rear wing failure on the straight, and now it may be a front suspension or wheel failure or something on the front straight there as well. So we've got some drama everywhere, and the guy hot on the drama is Warren Luff.
When we talk about cool cars at World Time Attack, there are no cooler cars than the two cars we have here in the Roden Garage. We've got the FZ here, the Centura, and the lucky man who gets to drive is Josh Buchan. Mate, tell us a bit about, what are these cars and what's it like to drive one of these cars around Sydney Motorsport Park?
So firstly, we have the Roden FZ, which is, exactly as you see. It's an open wheel, effectively a customer Formula One car you can buy. It's as close to that as you're going to get. It runs a Cosworth V8. It's effectively, 2009 10 F1 style build, kind of 20% down in terms of downforce and a little bit impact. The 118 in this on Thursday, just having a go on old tyres. If we had a fresh set, we'd certainly put on a bit of a show. But it's just great to see it come out. It does 290 down the straight. It's super quick. It's everything you can imagine. And then the Centura on our left here is a reimagined 25-year-old GT1 car that competed. It was a homologation special, and it's revamped by Roden, and everything other than the body is effectively brand new, built, designed, manufactured in a shed in New Zealand. A very good shed nonetheless, but a shed in the last 3 months. So a phenomenal effort by the team, and they're amazing to drive. They're just phenomenal.
Yeah, they certainly are very good. And Diggles, mate, a bit of information for you. Mate, if you happen to win Lotto and you can afford to buy one of these, you still won't fit in it.
Thank you for that, Luffy. A little bit of body shaming there at the end always helps. But so if I win Lotto, I still can't afford it. Oh, well, how do we have it? How's that even an advertisement? I win Lotto, I guess I can afford it, I just can't fit in it. I'd have to put, I'd put Luffy in it. How about that? Why not put Luffy in it?
Well, let's see him sit in it and see how he goes. But the 118 sounded like a pretty sharp lap. It would have been good to see that go around with some fresh tyres.
Absolutely. Can you imagine if Rob Popestek's time was beaten by one of his brothers? Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream right around the world and right around the venue. It's good to have you on the live stream, BOSCH Motorsport live stream. We've had Brett from GCG here on. You can stick here for a bit longer if you want. We're into Plasma Man Proam, and of course another great company, all part of this amazing industry, this performance industry. And normally a Plasma Man product normally is to do with high performance, mainly boosted. There's a lot of Plasma Man Platinums out there, some beautiful products.
We saw an intercooler on the front of the GDR there a minute ago. I think it's Plasma Man.
He's got it all happening there, and it's so good to see that the Pro-Am class. Now, I don't know whether we can take any more drama here. We've seen it here in Open. Let's just see what happens here in Pro-Am. And of course, you're allowed pro drivers, amateur drivers. Well, you can have a pro car with an amateur driver. That's basically what Pro-Am is. Yes, technically they can be up to the level of pro, but you put the amateur driver in it. Sammy Sievinen, you can see on our charts there, 25.787 all the way from Finland. The Fat Cat, he's got 2 seconds neat from Ferris Cortumi from Texas in the Turbo LS Corvette. And then we've got Hall in at number 3. Drew Hall, Croydon Racing Developments R34 GDR, which I think we're seeing on track right now. That's screaming RB.
The top 5 here look pretty cemented. A bit of a drop down to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 there.
Yeah, Kazakowski, Perini, Hall, Cortumi and Sievinen. But let's just see what Drew Hall does here. Now, of course, Croydon Racing Developments, a workshop here in Sydney, known for big horsepower. And I would imagine probably customers of GCG as well. I think you've got just about every workshop in the world ringing GCG during the week.
Yeah, with our facilities here and in Japan, we cover a lot of these guys. And they use everything from our turbos to our fuel systems and all our performance parts that we offer, so it's good.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see. And right now, Drew Hall, two shots at it just then, I noticed, so that's interesting. He's still trying to get a flying lap in here. So as far as the earlier sectors, not right up, but a consolidated third spot. And as you said, it's daylight between Hall and Cortumi. And when we see the other names fly up here shortly after this first group, who knows where this top 5 is going to be. Geez, in the background I can hear splitters getting bottomed out on the end of the main straight here. I can hear side plates. I can hear the grind of carbon, the pop of exhaust of highly strung boosted engines.
Yeah, it's Cortumi down he's on the flyer.
Screaming twin turbo LS Corvette in the background, and out here on track here as well, this crazy car of Kazakowski, the flat 6 Subaru. We've got the scream of the LS, the flat 6 Subaru, I shouldn't say the screaming LS, we should say the screaming RB. We've got some VR38,
Well, Katumi's doing good, given that he had an engine rebuild on Thursday night, so now let's see if we can put down a good time here.
There he is right now, all eyes on the American. And as he said, geez, Ferris, front end grip not quite there yet. Front end grip not quite there yet. Flying laps now for Galeno, 33.750. Agathos, no, that is not going to be a perfect lap there. You know, talk about one imperfect lap. Well, it's going to be Ferris's first lap here today. Yeah, no front end grippers at the moment. Thank you, Woz. Tanuki out on track there now too, so Lee, now he would not want to be down where he is, Wayne. Lee Tanuki's got all the potential to be up the top, I mean right at the top, so he just needs, again, everything to go right on the car, no traffic. Wayne Lee's going to load up one here right now. Tanuki, it's time to go, minute 35.19. So that's an improvement a little bit, but now we've got to keep an eye on him. Now this is this moment, remember last year where the wheel came off and he backed that thing into the wall, so I'm sure he's got big memories every time he comes down to that corner. But let's keep an eye on Tanuki. Now Cortumi still manages to recover and goes 29.934, but he's going to need some clean air right now, so a few of them now trying to find some room through traffic. And I think right now we'll just have a look in the foreground here from Wayne Lee. No one in front of him so far, so Tanuki's got all the the potential in the world. Of course, I think VR38 on board for this thing, so horsepower not a problem.
Bit of a rear wing on it too.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of a rear wing on it. It's crazy, isn't it? Rex goes 32.191, 28 for Kazakovsky, so 28 again 017 is an improvement. He has improved a little bit, 28.017, so he's honing in on the Americans' time. Flying lap there for Galeno, 32.528, so 2 back-to-back. Agathos is out there on track as well, but we're keeping an eye on here on Wayne Lee. Geez, he's up on the first 2 sectors lining up. It's like orange, but again, just looking at the attitude of the car, it might have actually...
Yeah, it's backed off there.
It's backed right off there. Now, whether or not someone behind, whether that's Richard Perini was on a flyer or not, here comes the fat cat from Finland, Sammy Sievenen. He knows full send. He knows full send here. We should call him full send Sammy. Oh, Sammy. No, well, you know what? That's weird, that, eh? It's a double apex, that corner. So it looks like they're just going straight through, but they're just trying to make that into a single apex. So they straighten that corner out. Tell you what, the Corvette comes through with a 28.669, looking for front end grip, I reckon. But Sammy Sievenen, I think he's still on it here. Let's have a look. Big fat cat. He's green in the first sector. He's green in the first sector, riding a few bumps out there. That big 1,000 kilowatt twin turbo Audi beast. He's still on it here.
He's still driving it. Yeah, he's still driving it.
Sometimes that car, because it's so wide and you know, large in its measurements, it doesn't look like it's actually pushing hard. But the thing is pushing hard. He's now through Bosch here, turn 8, power on. We've had Rex and James come through as well, but it's a line up the second sector for Sammy Sievenen. He might just be putting a little bit more daylight between him and the rest of the field. He's really liking Sydney Motorsport Park for a guy that's come from Finland and probably can only drive this thing on a simulator and only really on a set of Corsa.
He just lost some...
Oh, Sammy lost. What did he lose? A bit of something off the car.
Yeah, he lost something off the back.
Mate, he's still full send. He's still full send. Sammy Sievenen, 25.167. He's put himself even further away from everyone, and it's going to be hard to take that guy off the top of the stand there.
He's into the shootout for sure.
Yeah, but he's also got some other stuff that's
I don't know if that was track debris or something. Something flew up from the back of the car there, and top of the straight.
All right, Perini, he's in 5th. Of course, he was podium last year, but here he is in 5th at the moment. And you know, a Superlap shootout, he could come up with another. What's he need? 6/10 there. He could get himself in the 4th. He's going to need a hell of a lot more than that to probably get himself into 3rd. But yeah, that was a wild moment there for Sammy Sievenen, and whether it was something that he drove over. I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at I went over to the timing screen for a sec there, Brett, but I didn't see it. Did he push wide on the last
wide,
corner?
yeah.
Hang on. Mighty Mouse is in the house. Mighty Mouse is in the house now. Look, to have a problem yesterday of too much front end grip, he's now gone back to, I think, to a sort of like the radial style tyre where he ran that 27 about 5 years ago. I saw some footage on their socials this morning. Murray Coote was in the pit area there helping with spring rates and things like that.
Is it good to see Murray back here, you know?
Oh, Murray can never tear himself away from the place. I think he just realises that this is a pretty epic event to be a part of. Mighty Mouse is up in the second sector. So here he goes. He's got a clean track in front of him. Oh, look, he's got one out in front of him. It might be Perini, I don't know. Whoever's out in front of him there better stay away from the Mouse, because the Mouse is coming. He has got 0 laps on the board. So it is Perini. So watch out, Richard. Here comes Mighty Mouse on a flyer. Rob Newen Perini might just have enough to stay out in front of him, but Mouse is very, very quick to know we're on you, Richard. So that's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. You see someone on a flyer, let the man through. This will be the quickest lap for Rob Newen. This will be the quickest time for him so far this weekend. And remember, Mighty Mouse has been sitting in mothballs for about 5 years. Decides to bring the Mouse back. Took a shot at the fat cat and the American pigeon, but I think he's bit more than he can chew. He's still going to get a good time. Here he comes, Rob Newen. It goes 29.795. He's hit the top 5. Yeah. Thank you, Richard, for letting him letting him get past you, but it's effectively allowed Rob to get into the top 5 and kick you out. Yeah, that's crazy. So at least that's a nice baseline there, 29.795. And he's got himself into the shootout a bit later on. If nothing else, pips him quicker than a 29.795.
Well, that 5th position is going to be a real battle there. There's a couple of tight numbers that, yeah, the next session will really cement it for either Perini or Newey.
Well, you look in the past, you know, Kortumi, 27 last year, Kavaskowski, out of the blue into there. So, look, that's good to have fresh blood into Pro-Am there. Drew Hall as well, but Newen, you just know if you go on the previous form of the car. Geez, here we go. As soon as we turn the cameras on anyone, they're going to turn it on for us. Jason Rex in that R35, pushing hard with this car. The 35s, they're a natural born killer again, aren't they? These things are absolute beasts. The downside is, of course, they are one of the heaviest GDRs. So every single. Gan, the Luffy in the pits with more of an update.
Yeah, just having a chat with Ferris. The guys are there sort of working away on the laptop. Just a bit of a tuning issue. He thinks the car was on for about a 25 then. He's really happy with the balance of the car. Just a bit of a tuning issue, so they're thinking they will get back out at the end of the session.
Righto, there we go. So we get to hear the twin turbo LS out there again. I heard this thing in testing, the LS. Of course, it needs traction control a lot around this track. Of course, rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah.
Sometimes, well, we would think that's still not the perfect weapon around here, but then have a look at 968. You know, rear-wheel drive car. It can prove that a rear-wheel drive car can be fast. Initially, we always thought, it's going to be an Evo or WRX sort of thing, time attack. You know, four-wheel drive, ultimate traction. But it took a while for rear-wheel drive cars to start to go fast, and now, if anything, these things are just as competitive.
Interesting to see how they do a tune change in the garage there before they come back out. Maybe they're going to go back to a previous tune to get some more power and some more lap time out of that one.
Well, of course, we know that there's plenty of remote tuning that can go on. They're still not quite remote tuning there. They're still sort of plugging in and doing a little tweak on the tune. So I don't know exactly what things he was thinking about he might need there, whether it is a tweak on the traction control or not. To me, it actually kind of looked like maybe it's an ABS thing or something, I don't know, because it just didn't show like it had any front-end grip there. Yeah. So I think twice there it didn't want to turn.
Beginning of the lap there, yeah, we saw that.
So let's just see what happens here with Rex out there. He's 7th on the 32.191. But, yeah, the word is that if there is enough time in the session that they might be able to get the Corvette out. Remember, 2 more sessions for everyone today, a total of 3 each day, and then the shootout from there. So it's normally how it works, and it gives all of our competitors an opportunity to tweak all the way up from Friday. Sometimes Friday's their fastest day, Saturday's nothing but drama, or Friday's the drama, Saturday everything starts to come good. Everyone's Dylan Coleful, he's driving this R35 GDR. Dylan, it's part of a thing in Brisbane called Skid Control. It's a driving event you can go and do pretty much on a skid pan. He does everything from skid pan to tarmac and dirt sort of clinics. You can go there and just take your own car. I do one with our family called Carnacross. 6-7 corners all on a skid pan, and basically 40 cars can go around there. You get timed, you get little transponders, and you go around a time. You can be 16 and up, 14 and up actually. Okay. I think you can be a kid with a parent, and you can go and do it as well. So my kids were doing it before they had their licenses.
Right, okay.
So you can go there and push really hard.
And Dylan do a little bit of instruction, doesn't he?
Oh, Dylan takes you around. So he'll be the first car. He'll be the lead car. He'll take 10 at a time around the course. He'll also do a lap of the course to show you where it is, and then you try. But geez, don't we get some cars come through there? A lot of father-son stuff comes through there. But Dylan leads by example, and here he is with the R35 at World Time Attack. I knew it was only a matter of time before we would have him here trying to steer around here and entertain us. And considering that's still got licence plates on it, there's not too many Pro-Am cars with licence plates on it still. Hey, look, 36,605's no slouch for the thing. That's not bad at all, considering it's still a street car. Okay, here's Ferris. Had the tuning check. Now he is back out there. He's still got some clean track out there. Now let's see how it pushes here. A little bit better, It's still that little nervous twitch.
Switch in the back end there.
I mean, Bart also was nervous in that corner as well. So, you know what? There's some bumps out there. Again, he's using a lot of opposite lock there. He is going to keep the power down. Power's not a problem in this car at all. It's just getting the rest of it smoothed out. It's still nervous and twitchy on the front end, whether or not maybe we are a little bit too tight in the springs. I do know that, you know, the bumps sometimes don't help these cars under braking at all.
Looks like he's finding a bit. He's trying to drive it around.
He's got 2 orange sectors there for Ferris. So, look, he is pushing. Look at him back it in here into the final turn. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Texas, Ferris Cortumi blows a lot of dust out there on the final turn, but mind you, that was, I mean, last night there's all sorts of stuff going on up the back there with the drifting cup. There we go, 27.131. There we go, back to ground zero, back to normal. It's whether he can tweak from there and turn it up a bit. But look, he's got to be at least happy with that. He may not be completely happy with the way the car was behaving, and yet maybe too much opposite lock for that. But speaking of opposite lock, it's Dylan out there. One last little turn before bringing it in. You got to get your money's worth.
Well, that's it. You know, it's limited track time.
Got Luffy down in the pits with more updates.
Yeah, I'm down here with Wayne Lee, the owner of this awesome Tanuki. Great to see you back this year. Only running Proam this year, but tell us a little bit about, we see a lot of different aero on the car this year. What's changed and what are you looking forward to at this year's World Time Attack?
Yeah, well, this year we've got full AMB aero, so Andrew Brilling design front to back now. So we've got new tunnels on the underbody aero and also massive wing as well. So new suspension design as well. Rear geometry is completely different, so push rod style suspension. Yeah, it's really dialing it in and getting ready to go for Pro next year.
Yeah, look, this is such an iconic car of World Time Attack, and it's great to see you sort of take on the task of trying to sort of tame a car like this. So from the driver's seat, what's it like when you're coming down the front straight here, like 280, 290 kilometres an hour, you're approaching turn one. What does it feel like in a car like this?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, just you turn and it actually goes around it, so you'll know the feeling, Luffy. Yeah.
Well, I have had some experience with this car, but certainly the new aero looks impressive. But look forward to seeing you out there later tonight and seeing what you can do.
Yeah, 100%. See you there.
Well, I wonder if he's going to go to Pro next year. The guy, what would happen if Luffy drove Tanuki? Who are we going to use in the pits? I think Luffy would be a pretty good driver at that. Maybe we'll talk about that during the break. A quick break. We'll be back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
Yokohama.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World Time Attack Challenge. Tony B, Warren Sear on the microphone as we move into some demonstration type drifting, and Mad Mike's supposed to be going out doing a time attack run, but Tony, we had lots of action last night and that's kind of impacted proceedings this morning.
Yeah, welcome everyone. We're certainly happy to be back this morning. It was all thrills and spills yesterday afternoon, and a little bit of coming together with the Bullet machine. Now, I know the team spent a bit of time last night doing some quick fabrication on the front end of that one. So let's see if it comes back out on track.
The FZ's come out first. The FZ's come out first. I thought we were going to see Mad Mike out there for his time attack run, but the Rodents come out, and this is a phenomenal piece of kit out of New Zealand.
Yeah, well, look, we were in the pits yesterday having a bit of a look around, and I think that the stats and the figures was something like every component on this car is made in New Zealand, handmade by the team, either in-house, CNC machine, fabricated, whatever, aside from the oil rings. I think that was the only component in the engine that they've sourced external. Everything is New Zealand made, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, we had Mike up here from Roden. I think he's joining us later on, maybe for the Centura, and hopefully he'll be back for the next demo. He's the media spokesperson.
Yes.
But probably busy, I'd imagine, down there on the stand, because there's plenty of people in here nice and early.
Yeah, well,
experiencing World Time Attack.
We were sort of giving a bit of an encouragement to get down nice and early, because it's going to be fantastic weather, fantastic 4 good lap times, which is absolutely awesome. So yeah, grandstands are getting involved. All the crowd up on the top of the hill are checking this awesome machine doing laps around Sydney Motorsport Park.
Now, I have just come back from Trader Alley, and what I can tell you is merchandise is starting to become a bit of a premium for particularly the larger sizes or the more common sizes. So if you're here early, go and hit Trader Alley now, particularly World Time Attack merchandise.
Yes.
There are starting to be some limitations around sort of your larges, your extra larges, your 2XLs, and some of perhaps the less common lady sizes as well. So head on down and see the team there at the World Time Attack stand. I know Mad Mike's got merch, Jay Duke has got stuff. We're going to see them shortly in full send. I know a number of the other stands have got t-shirts, etc. as well. Tony, I kind of it's nice and early in the morning. It's a bit stiller than yesterday. I reckon we just let this Rodent sing, shall we?
I love listening to it. It's absolutely fantastic. Doesn't that sound absolutely unreal down the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park?
It's just World Time Attack things, right? And conditions are optimal now. I think Josh is just running around at the moment, probably just getting it warm. What did we see yesterday? We saw a 121, I think, in the last session, and that was with some older tyres bolted on. Mike was just explaining the difference between that. I think they had some Kumhos, they had some Pirellis, and they had some, I think he said Avons maybe, was something like that. Different compounds of different ages. So we'll see if Josh throws a flyer at it. I mean, I think the car definitely has got more in it. They did that 21 when it was peak heat yesterday, and the wind was it was blowing Luffy's hair. It blew all your hair off.
Yeah, I've got nothing left. But in the peak heat, in the peak wind, it was still doing. This was supposed to be just a demonstration. I didn't know we were having a MyLaps timer going to be on this vehicle, but it's cool to get a bit of an insight in just how fast this vehicle can get around Sydney Motorsport Park. It's as close to sort of buying, for a consumer to be able to buy almost an F1 car.
I think did Mike say so? I think he jokingly sort of said, "Have you got a spare million?" Is it
a million?
Is it a ballpark?
I think the average F1 car is about 14 million, so that's an absolute bargain if you're in the market for open wheel high speed action. But around $1 million for your average consumer to go out racing on the weekend.
Yeah. So what's that? That's 750 Aussie. Is it a million Kiwi?
I don't know.
How are we going to work that one out?
I don't know. We'll come back to you on that one, definitely. But
yeah.
look, you may as well just say $1 million because you're going to need a trailer and a transporter and everything else to get that to and from the track. But
and $1 million to run it and a few other bits and pieces, and then learn to drive it. So we did talk through that yesterday. There's a program you go through. You start off in the McLaren GT4, and then you kind of get stepped through and taught how to handle the cars, because they're not something you can just jump into and expect to be able to control. I mean, you or I, as mere mortals, not really going to be in that realm. It's really interesting. You pick up the shot as they. All right, we got to go down to Charlie. What do you got for us, Charlie?
Well, Warren, I heard that you said that you'd just been down to Trader Alley and noticed that at the World Time Attack merchandise store, sizes were running out. So I thought I'd better come check it out for myself, because there's not only T-shirts and hoodies that are really, really cool, Exhibit A, there's hats, there's umbrellas. What else have we got going on here?
We've got lanyards, we've got sunglasses, we've got, what else have we got? Hoodies, we've got kids' tees, we've got women's sizes, both in black and white. So we've got all kinds of things.
But it's getting quick, isn't it? Because some of the sizes are running out.
Some sizes are running out, so you want to get in quick to get the right colour in the right size. Absolutely.
Absolutely. You heard it. We've told you twice now, guys. Coming over to the World Time Attack Challenge merchandise store, located halfway down pit lane and right opposite the GCG Turbos merchandise store. Can't miss it, but what you can miss is your size and your T-shirt, so make sure you get here quick.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Looking fetching in the bucket hat there. It's a good look for Charlie.
Good look, sun smart, the whole lot. And tell you what else is a good look. That paddock area.
That show and shine, is it? It's building and it's building, it's building. Have you been up and had a look, Tony? I went up yesterday and it was good. Today it looks like it's going to be great.
I think yesterday it was just a bit of a taste, but today is going to be absolutely jam-packed of vehicles in there. We had all sorts of creations in there. We saw that big XC Falcon creation with the nitrous bottles on the back, and we heard from the owner there. There are all sorts of things to see, not your normal street car. You know, there's a bit of racing pedigree. There's a bit of show, stanced out pedigree. There's a bit of everything down there. Chrome bumpers are down there, plastic bumpers, JDM, all sorts of stuff. A really cool place to go and sink your teeth into something a little bit different.
And of course, all right, Charlie's back again. What have you got now, Charlie?
So if you are looking for a super place to watch all of the action of the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, there's no better place to be. If you are a Super Cheap Auto Club member, you have to come to the Super Cheap Auto Club Lounge. Steve, tell everyone all of the amazing things that you can do here and not miss a second of the action.
Yeah, super to be here with the event and to have our loyalty members have a nice, comfortable spot during motorsport. So to give them an exclusive access to a spot that's got some shade, the bean bags, we've got games for the little kids and the big kids, and just a spot where you can grab something to eat and relax and enjoy motorsport.
Exactly. There's food trucks, there's bean bags, which I know if I sit in I might not get back out of, but it's probably not a bad thing because you can sit there and watch all of the action on the big screen. But if you are over in the paddock, Steve, you can still get involved with Super Cheap Auto because you've got some things to give away.
Yeah, 100%. So always making it super for our loyalty members. They've got the spin and win. So go over, see the team if you're a club member, spin the wheel, and we've got some cool Super Cheap Auto giveaways.
Well, yes, you heard it here. Make sure you get on down to the Super Cheap Auto Club Lounge. If you're a club member, this is the place to be.
Well, thank you, Charlie. We absolutely love that. And I was speaking to the guys down there at Super Cheap Auto as well, and they've got a 25% off online coupon available for club members as well. So they'll give you the promo code. If you head down to the Super Cheap area to go for a bit of a sit down and relax, they'll give you a 25% off coupon discount code as well.
All right, so that is through the grandstand. So if you're over on the Trader Alley side, you head to the far end of the pit base and walk down underneath the track, come up through the grandstand, and it'll give you access to the area over here where Matt Mingo and the Hot Wheels team are. There's also some drag cars, some bikes, some other trader stands over here, as well as we see the one and only Mad Mike out on track now. As we alluded to earlier last night, Mike had an incident in his drift qualifying battles, so they have elected to leave the car in drift setup. We talked to them yesterday extensively about what they were doing. There's 4 main changes now. They've elected not to do that, so this is Mike just shaking the car down just to make sure it's 100% ready to go tonight. And we can tell you that at the moment Mad Mike is on 6 points. So he's actually looking quite good as far as potential qualification through to the battle stage. So Mike is just out on track doing Mike things.
And look, we discussed this car yesterday. It's a Mazda 3. Typically it was a front-wheel drive, relatively standard commuter type vehicle. This thing has been converted to a 1400 horsepower, 4-rotor, twin-turbo rear-wheel drive Pikes Peak max attack machine. Absolutely incredible bit of kit.
All right, and time for a couple of quick commercial messages as we check out the sights and sounds of World Time Attack.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge for 2024. Warrants here, Tony B on the microphone at the moment as we work through some of our drift demonstration program for the morning here at the World Time Attack. The quest for one perfect lap, Tony B, and we've already seen it.
Look, we've seen hot times, we've seen hot laps. I think the Hot Wheels guys are coming out very shortly. It is hot to trot here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Some absolutely fantastic images on screen right now. Joel Dimmick driven 260, 240Z VR38. It's an absolute freak of a machine, and he's been driving some awesome laps in that demonstration session. And we've got Charlie down the pits with a bit of action for us.
Well, speaking of all things hot, guys, you have to come over to the Shannon's Stylised Show and Shine. But of course, I cannot resist a bit of supercar action. My good mate, old Brock Feeney, and his beautiful Chevrolet Camaro supercar Gen 3, the number 88, who's actually called Charlotte. So from one Charlotte to another. Absolutely love this car, but there is something for everyone here at the Shannon's Show and Shine, put on by the Donut Garage. These guys have got everything, no matter if your style is 2 wheels or 4. Yesterday I went over to the Falcon that has been turned into a monster truck. It is unbelievable here, and it is also in full swing. 120 cars are filling up the skid pan right here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Come on down, it doesn't matter if you're a V8 girl like me or you're a Rotary brother. Western Sydney represents. This show and shine is off the hook. Make sure you come on down. There's even food trucks. Spend your lunch here and peruse the beautiful machines right here at the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
I never expected to hear the words Western Sydney represent come out of Charlie's mouth.
Look, we'll take it.
She's embracing the spirit of World Time Attack, that show and shine, as we see Maddie Mingay and the Hot Wheels stunt team starting to prep for their demo. So very shortly, Mr. Diggles will take back over because I need to go and head over to VIP. So for those of you who hold VIP tickets, your first Q&A and signing session for the morning, Mad Mike and a number of our other Drift Full Send crew will be up in the VIP section. So that is Mad Mike, Case Pullenberry, Ariel Suzuki. Maddie Mingo will join us at the conclusion of this. But really to see what is going on here. We've got a truck with flames and donuts.
I had a bit of a preview to what was going on with this. I was chatting to Matt Mingay before, and he said, we've got something special for the first session on Saturday. We're going to drive the F truck down the front straight. We're going to shoot the flamethrowers out the back of it while doing donuts around it as well. And we'll get one of our drift mates, Matty Hill, to get involved as well.
I just noticed it's Matty Hill's out there. Co-opted him to the team.
Yeah, I think they're just subbing in anyone, whoever wants to put on an awesome show on the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. Hey, come and get involved in the Spares Box S15. He's still competing tonight. Hopefully he doesn't use all of his tyres in this session, and he can be back out up on the Celebrations Drift Hill, sending it sideways.
Right, so Matty Mingay, Kent Dalton, Madsy Mingay and Matty Hill out there putting on a demonstration, and the unknown, well, let's just call him the Stig, driving the Hot Wheels truck, the F truck. Now that is how you travel in style. World Time Attack is an underrated family event, in my opinion.
I think it's embraced the family vibe more than ever, and that's something that the Hot Wheels team do better than anyone else. The activation area near the Super Cheap hangout zone, all of the Hot Wheels truck, the Big Mac truck, all of the Hot Wheels cars, and the full kid activation is down there as well. For the little kids and big kids, all the trophy truck and the jump trucks and the ramps and everything all set up, so you should check them out.
Do you know what I'm thinking too, looking at the Hot Wheels cars going around the track? Charlie's been talking about going in a drift car for probably the last 3 years. I reckon we get a helmet and a suit, and we work out how to get Charlie in one of these cars for the next demo session.
Surely we have to make that happen. I'm sure she can hear us wandering around wherever she is out in the paddock there.
Whether she wants to hear us or not might be a different story.
We're going to make it happen.
We'll get Charlie in car and get her thoughts immediately afterwards, because being in a car like that is just a phenomenal experience. You talked about it yesterday, as the boys do more and more donuts on the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Isn't it awesome that we've got the next generation of high-octane adrenaline junkies coming through? Matt Mingay's son, Madsy, in the little Dado ute. I think it's 13B rotary in the front of that little ute.
He's 12, is he 12? Is that right? 12 years old? Might be a little bit.
Look, he was scooting around on a little push scooter, so, you know, he's that age, whatever that age is. But he can drive with the best of them. And when you've got a dad like Matt Mingay, of course that's going to happen, right? You're going to be sucked into the motortainment lifestyle. And look, he's always got a smile on his face, so I don't think he's not enjoying himself.
Oh, how could you not? How could you not? Speaking of smiles on faces, good to see a few people enjoying the Super Cheap Auto Zone. Now, what I would do is I'd come over here, check out the Super Cheap Auto Zone, and I'd basically engage with the Hot Wheels team as they come off the track, right? When the guys are still pumped, that's the perfect time to get those selfies, get those Hot Wheels toys signed, get a little bit of merch as the boys put together another top-notch demonstration here on the main straight of Sydney's Motorsport Park. Good to see Matty Hill has got that car running, looks pretty sweet this morning.
Well, that was it. You know, he was a little bit of an indiscretion with Mad Mike.
Yeah, what did he say? It was a loose earth wire or something came off and it caused the loss of power, I think.
It was an unusual thing for his car, I guess. They were just going through the prep work of this event, and they did have a couple of mechanical, electrical gremlins that just lost power last night, and they had a bit of a coming together with Bullet. But obviously we saw Mad Mike's car out on track doing the demonstration lap around. He was giving everyone a bit of a wave, but I think the hunch is Mad Mike is pretty keen to take down all the rest of the drift battles later tonight.
Now, a big thanks too to David Dunn, one of the fathers of Kurt Dunn from Kurt Dunn Motorsport, who's part of our drift crew, playing an instrumental role last night in manufacturing parts of Mad Mike and his team to get them back, because it's front-wheel drive converted to rear-wheel drive. You just don't go down
There's no off-the-shelf.
You don't go and just pick up a spare part from somewhere. You got to fabricate everything bespoke. So I thank you to Kurt Dunn Motorsport and his father there playing a part in keeping Mad Mike active in competition, and he will no doubt be back this evening as we see the smoke clouds start to billow skyward. One of the things we did notice last night, Tony, that wind died away completely and there was no visibility. There's a great photo floating around. It looks like
fog.
Yeah, to put it in context for our New Zealand viewers, it looks like the Waikato fog that sits over the top of Hampton Downs or Mary Mary, if you've been to our drag racing strip there.
Sideways at turn 1 of Sydney Motorsport Park is something I think every drifter that comes here would love to do, because this track's not, or turn 1 is certainly not a corner that we ever use in drift competition because it's just too high speed. But Matty Hill just took the opportunity to go full sand sideways around turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Except if you're in the time attack class, and then if you're going sideways around turn 1, things have gone very wrong.
It might be a bad time.
All right, so it looks like the Hot Wheels boys are about done. So, Tony, as I mentioned, I'm going to have to head over to VIP for those who are here in our crowd and have VIP tickets. Your first activation session, Q&A and autograph signing is up shortly. I'm going to hand over a set of headsets to Chris Diggles. He'll come back into the house. And, Tony, if you could take over for me, very much appreciated.
Not a problem at all, Woz. Enjoy yourself today while we keep having a look at the sideways action from the Hot Wheels crew, doing an awesome job. Matty Mingay giving the crowd a bit of a wave as he cycles back through. Welcome back to the Hot Seat Digs.
Yeah, you can smell the tyre smoke in the box here. It's not exactly draft-proof, this commentary box. We get the odd breeze through, which is nice, but we're also getting the tyre smoke through, and I don't mind a little bit of tyre smoke on a Saturday morning.
It's good. It's all part of the experience, right?
I mean, I'll take tyre smoke any day of the week, but... There's some crazy action happening here, let me tell you, and it's so good that we call this motortainment. That's what we call, and it looks fantastic from whatever angle. Of course, here we're based pretty much at the end of the main straight, so pretty good view out the back window here of everything that's been going on Matty Mingay style.
All the fresh tyre marks right over the back there.
Yeah, you can smell it. If we had smell-o-vision, you'd know all about it. So we've smelt some sweet stuff. If it's not tyre smoke, it's E85. It's not E85. It's the exotic race fuels around the place. I tell you what, someone that's right down in the thick of it is Charlie with more info from the paddock.
At the World Time Attack Challenge, we are well accustomed to being surrounded by record holders, but I don't think I've ever seen one quite like this. Very unique, completely hand-built from scratch. Her name is Rosie, and she is a 3-time land speed record holder. Her owner, her builder, her everything is Mark Dunn. He is part of the fast family of lunatics, so you've told me, Mark. But please tell us all about Rosie.
So Rosie, the body was originally a Canberra Bomber jettison fuel tank, and we got that out of an old tobacco farm in Victoria, and then started cutting the body up and then built the race car around the body, fabricated the chassis, fabricated the whole car in our workshop from scratch. And in 2012 we'd not quite finished the car. We got a call about taking the car to the US to race at Bonneville Salt Flats, so we just put it in a container and off we went, and finished the car while we're there. 3 days later, my son Kurt went 200 mile an hour, you know, straight out of the box basically. We'd never driven the car before, so that was a bit of a thrill for us, you know, to get the chance to do that. And since then we've been campaigning the car at Lake Gardner in South Australia through the Dry Lakes Races Australia, and we go there every March to run an event. And it's pretty much, it's like World Time Attack, you know, you build it in your shed and you take it and just see what it can do. So the top speed of this car so far is 251 mile an hour, 404 kilometres an hour. So myself and my son Kurt and my daughter Gemma all hold records in the car in different classes. So yeah, it's a good family fun, you know, fast fun.
It's definitely unique family fast fun, isn't it, Mark? It so is. And I think you said that there's a sign here where it says insert lunatic here, which is very apt.
Yeah, I'm just one of the lunatics.
Well, make sure if you're on the grandstand side of Sydney Motorsport Park, come on over and see Mark. There is so much to talk about on this one-of-a-kind right here at the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Absolutely, Charlie, and it is so good to see. There's so many great things over on that side of the track, so if you're here in the venue, get to race control, go under the tunnel. There's a tunnel here, Tony B, that takes you to the other side of the track where that land speed car is. We've got the Hot Wheel stunt team on this side of the track, the My Car Hobby Shop, Masushi Car Club, Rocket Industries, FYYC, P1 Solutions, Blokes Advice, big mob that, JDM King, the Endurance Karting Association as well, and of course that great Super Cheap Auto activation area over here. We've got beanbags, we've got big screens, we've got food on the other side of the track here. It's on the grandstand side, so while you're here, get through the whole venue, check it all out, walk through the tunnel to the other side of the track and make sure you see every inch of this place. We'll take a break and be back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat, feel its heartbeat. Open spaces, open arms, open all night. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Down here in pit lane with Trent Gruber, our reigning club sprint champion. Wasn't the perfect day yesterday, although we saw some fast times, but an engine failure yesterday meant a pretty late night for the crew. But back out there this morning, tell us about what happened last night.
Yeah, no, so yesterday in the final session, we just had a piston let go inside the motor, so the boys, you know, they got it out here as quick as possible. They got it back to Ichiban. We put the spare in. I arrived at the track at 6 a.m. Scotty said, we've been up all night, the thing's mint, ready to go. You can absolutely send it on the first lap. We did. We broke the lap record again in the club sprint class by another 0.2, even still with a bit of a brake issue. So we know there's a lot more in it. Now we're just doing a bit of a safety check, making sure she's A-OK for the rest of this afternoon.
So we still see you've got a couple more sessions for today, then obviously we go into the all-important shootout tonight. So what's the plan for the rest of the day in terms of getting ready for tonight's all-important shootout?
Yeah, we have a spare set of greens left, so we're going to use them in the next one just for dot the I's, cross the T's, make sure we're happy with the balance, and then it's all eyes forward for the shootout.
Mate, look forward to seeing you out there in that all-important shootout later tonight. Back to you in the booth, Diggles.
Yes, thank you, Luffy. Thank you, Trent. Thank you, Tony Bish. How's that for information? And you know what? He tells us stuff we don't even know, and that is that he took two more tenths off the club sprint record. He kind of snuck that one in this morning. We didn't even really see it.
Well, how was that? The team were up all night. He arrives at the track at 6 a.m. You're good to go full send in the first session, and he's made it happen. 2/10. Awesome.
Well, it came up obviously on timing as we were getting our timing screens all warmed up and firing here. So that one sort of came up out of the blue. So we didn't see any green sectors there because we didn't have our timing screen up. But then when we did get the graphic up, I didn't even flinch because I saw 30. What do we see? 32 something there, and I thought, no, that's just Trent up the top again.
Yes.
They're coming for him. But then, sure enough, it is 32.234. So yeah, our lap record was 32.919 up till this event. His run yesterday took a couple of tenths off, and then there we go again, 32.234. Geez, it could almost be a 31 by the end of the day, and then here we are again thinking, you know, I thought we climbed to the top of the mountain. It just goes to show that you know, we've still got a few more peaks to dominate, and every year these teams get better at it.
Well, what is it? As you're ascending the mountain, you get over that small little crest, and then there's another mountain.
There's another mountain here. Well, here's a guy that's in third spot, and that's Garland in the WRX. He's going to go try and send one out there. Look, he is Garland.
Turn one slide.
Oh, let's keep an eye on this guy. Michael Garland, the Impreza RX, of course, got it, Rex. What a great team and what a great company based purely on the Subaru enthusiasts. We've got a hell of a few flagships here.
They've got a lot of entrants across multiple categories.
Yes, they have. And isn't it good that you've got a whole customer base that want to do time attack? I suppose it's easy when the workshop you get to do a lot of the same thing on these different cars for the different customers in the different classes, whether you want the flat 4, 2 litre, 2.5 or the flat... Oh, Garland! Oh, no. Garland! Oh, boy, oh, boy! Boy, oh, boy! He was pushing. We saw it before, Michael Garland, every corner. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, maximum attack. He gets to about, I think, 5 there, 5 or 6, and that thing just broke loose. Mikowski goes past him, but oh boy, he had the best view in the house. Mikowski's still on a flyer. Pretty distracting there for Mikowski, but Garland, a big moment there for him.
It just crossed wide, it just stepped sideways and went over that exit road, the feeder road through the mid part of the track, and just couldn't quite gather it up. Oh boy, oh boy.
We just put the cameras on these guys, and we just want to, you know, we want to see them at full attack, and then we see what happens when attacks back, and that's what happened there for Garland. We're keeping an eye on Mikowski. He's already second with a 32.530. He's not lighting up any green sectors here right now, but it'll be a nice consolidated run. Let's have a look. It's a 33.835. It's still not too bad. And here is Jamal Assad. He's in 6th spot. There we go, Jimmy. He's going to be on a fly. He goes 34.508. He's still 6th. He's only a 10th away, 100th away. It's 100th away. Here we go. Here's a replay from Garland. Push, 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 and it just snapped from there. A couple of bumps on the exit was enough to unload it, and he gave it a nice kiss on the tyre barrier there. How bad the damage is, we do not know, but he did sort of back it in there on the left-hand rear quarter. Here's Rahul Victor coming onto the straight now for all the rotor heads out there. I know Kazmiri was on a flyer Jassard goes 34.508, which is best so far. Rahul Victor, he goes up the 12th, a minute 37.659. So it's good to see some greens lighting up still in this middle session. And Rahul still pushing. You know what happens when the camera stays on Rahul? He gets a bit of drift going on here, Rahul Victor. He is trying. Oh, Rahul, what did I just... I've got to stop talking, Chris. I've got to stop talking.
This club sprint session is delivering the goods. These guys are absolutely pushing. They got in nice and early. They got through the first session. Now we're getting into session number 2.
Here's another lap.
Wow.
Now here we are saying Rahul, whenever the cameras are on him, he always seems to impress, but it looks like he's taking it very seriously, and then Rahul goes that way.
Whoops.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's kind of when you saw any fast guy through there, they kind of make that look like a straight run. They do need to turn in later. That takes it from a double apex to a single apex, and I think the figure is that you do one bigger stop first, then instead of sort of a slower corner, you can narrow that corner out. But that was a big moment there for Rahul. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Action everywhere.
Wow.
Doesn't matter which class we're in. We continue to see the action coming. Here's Garland again. Just came out and just bounced and bumped and unloaded it, and one tyre, even if it just sort of got a little bit more wheel speed up, he gave it a fair nudge. We haven't got any sort of vision on that side of the car though.
The passenger rear looks like took most of the impact, and look, he got back to the pits under his own power, so it doesn't hopefully just panel damage. They'll check obviously all the arms.
And here we are thinking it was just the back of it, but yeah, the front of it as well. So he's got the smiles on the faces everywhere, and tell you what, hot on the action is Luffy in the pits.
Yeah, guys, just standing down here having a look at the car. From what I can see, a lot of it does look quite superficial. As you said, it was able to drive back under its own speed. The crew are just working feverishly at the moment, trying to sort of have a look around the car and work out what's potentially broken or what needs to be replaced. But obviously, if you can drive it back under its own steam, that's always a good start.
Look, I still see a few smiles in the pits there. Isn't it amazing? A lot of the crew there, they're still in their driving suits. So we've got customers / extra workshop helpers out there, and then it might be a case of, all right, well, we'll fix this. You better take your car out for a lap. Here we go. Come on. I'm cheering on Jamal Assad here. We need him to find another 100th, and he can be in that top 5. He is on a fly here now, Jimmy Assad. Let's have a look for some of his sectors. They're not lighting up as yet because this is probably another, I suppose, up to speed or warm-up lap.
So Jimmy Assad, did he have a bit of a mechanical issue yesterday? He came out, there was a bit of an issue. I think the team's obviously sorted out whatever was going on with the car. He's getting around the track without too much drama now. Like you said, not quite going greens just yet. First sector, just pretty steady, just managing the lap.
Yeah, this is now Ruben Martin out there, the Tunehouse Racing WRX. But we're keeping an eye out on him. We haven't really seen too many runs there from Martin. He's 11th with a minute 37.629. I'm just blown away how many minute 30-somethings we've got here in Club Sprint now. Every year we just get more people into the minute 30-something club. And that club is expanding every single time we do it.
15 entrants currently sitting in the 30s. 15 Club Sprint entries.
Yeah,
wow.
It's unheard of, I know. It's crazy. Mikowski now on another flyer, so we might see another one from Alex Mikowski, honing in on Grubel's 32. Now, Mikowski has 32.530 to put himself under the Club Sprint record from last year as well. 2023, Mikowski now quicker than last year's record. Mind you, Grubel has also whittled it down by, what do we say, 7/10 as well. Flyers there for Rahul Victor, just cooling it off. But trying to see whether Jimmy Assad's going to get some clean lap and whether or not he has enough time to do it. All right.
Mikowski coming in underneath last year's time. You'd be feeling pretty good for yourself. Yeah. Coming to this event better than last year's time. Now we've just got Gruber to attack.
It's a pretty intimidating thing to do, is turn up to a field that continues to improve all the time.
Tunehouse Racing on track right now. Ruben Martin just setting the car up. It looks like just a bit of a siding lap, just getting the car warm, getting ready to go.
All right, thanks for your message, Hooch. We'll get that in there when he comes out in the session. So Mikowski, we're looking for lighting up sectors here. he might just be throwing in another consolidatory run here. Let's have a look. Only the lap timers will be able to tell us as he comes screaming through here now. 32.530. What can he do this time? Brings it through, minute 33.871. So he might be out of grip there, Mikowski. You know, everything gets a bit of heat absorbed into it. So maybe just needs to cool that thing off and try it in the last session. He is already there. Look, here's Rahul having another go.
I guess braking hard at 2, at least he was steady on it. There was no lock-ups, staying on the tyre and getting back into it again.
All right, there is a green sector out there for Rahul this time, and he goes through minute 37.960. So minute 37.659 there before. So look, within 3/10 per lap, we consider how many corners we got here. That's not so bad. To be able to have that car so consistent over a couple of days, and I like that everyone likes to light the greens up on the second day. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean? Everyone just wants to improve. That field has tightened up a lot. Here we are thinking we might not have had much left in reserve after that really nice, cool first session. Rahul's still on a fly here, so let's keep an eye up. He's still lighting up. He's lighting up sectors here, so he is now at the end of this session. Gives you just a little bit more room, a bit more traffic. Guys have pulled in, done their stuff.
Yes.
They're cooling off. They just got to stay out of the way of the ones that are still intending to do a lap.
It looks like, he's coming up on Mikowski though, so hopefully he keeps an eye on his mirrors, giving him a bit of track space.
Yeah, no, he's good. Well, he's good there for now. He's got to get out of there, Alec. There we go. Well done. Keep on your mirrors. And you know what? Any driver worth his salt would be on those mirrors coming into that turn, because that's a bit of a blind turn. If you are coming through there at speed,
yes,
you've got to be aware if you are slowing down, someone might be coming through flying, and you can really stuff that corner up for someone else.
Bosch turn 8 is notorious for that. It's downhill, right-hander, undulation.
Let's have a look here. And Rahul, he's lit a couple of sectors up here. Minute 37.659 is what he's run before, and every year he seems to improve. Rahul this time, minute 37.659, flies down. Does he improve here again? He's got clean air in front of him. Goes 37.380. He does improve. He'll be stoked. He'll be stoked with that. 37. Into 10th, 37.380. That might be one of his best finishes. Minute 37. I'd love to know how much of an improvement it is from last year. I normally try and pull up the class of 2023 and have it here in front of me to be able to compare. But from memory, Rahul's having one of his best club sprint outings ever. Minute 37.380, and just goes to prove that, sometimes, especially cars like the rear-wheel drive cars, maybe you've got a little bit more on the front tyres than you would if you're a four-wheel drive car, and then obviously saving the rears, of course.
Previous lap, his middle sector was green.
Yep.
That lap, his first sector was green. If he can just stitch it all together, he's got a bit more in it.
And every time I see that that first sector go green, I always think turn 1.
Yes.
Turn 1's where you're going to get it.
Yes.
Turn 1's where you get that improvement, and obviously also how you pull it up for turn 2 and how you attack turn 2. Though they're two of the most important corners in that first sector to get right. You can get all of that back. You might be able to stuff it up then by turn 2, but it's just how courageous you can be in turn 1. This track does reward the brave coming through turn 1, and mind you, we've seen some epic moments in the past through turn 1, which again just goes to show the notoriety of this track. A beautiful track for time attack. Rewards the brave, and definitely those who continue to fine-tune each one of these machines to get the best out of it. So this session looks like it might be rolling to a close for Haltech Club Sprint.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. A few more lined up in the pit lane to come out and have a crack at it again. But that's not a bad one. Some improvements there that we saw. And Jimmy, I'm just cheering for the underdog, even though he's definitely not the biggest underdog out there, but considering where he's come from last year, where he did sort of wreck the thing pretty decent last year, took the strut out of it and everything like that with a decent incident, to come back, he'd love to be able to get himself into that shootout, because I think he might just actually thrive in that environment. And I can't believe it. I'm getting excited already for that Superlap shootout. We still don't know how the rest of the field's going to line up by the end of the day, but we just know that each one of these categories, that top 5, when they go out there for that one perfect lap, again back in probably premium conditions, and when you see 5th and 4th and 3rd so close.
Yes.
That we do kind of dread. I know it's bad for the guy in 3rd, but I kind of love how sometimes 5th place will take 4th, and sometimes 4th place might go not only 3rd but 2nd.
Yes.
Some of these fields, it's just a bit of a mountain to climb to get 2nd in a lot of these categories today.
Just so thrilling that they've got their laps done for the weekend. You know, they're up to however many laps. They're very comfortable with the venue. The temperature's dropping, the conditions are optimum, and then they're going for it in that shootout. It's just such an exciting time Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, you've got a couple of TME cars, one after the other there, Calabria and Western. So the TME boys coming out there for a run. So that's an Evo 10 and what's Calabria in? An Evo 7. So let's see how these guys go. They're going to have to give each other some room. Misha, he's out here as well. Sharadine. Misha's just been so popular since he's turned up here this weekend. I think Baker said there were 200 people waiting for him when he turned up.
I was very lucky to be at the Yokohama stage where Misha was doing a meet and greet and signage, and he certainly had a queue all the way out past the tyre displays and everything at Yokohama, so everyone's keen to meet him.
And of course, you know, a guy that we've had here before, and I'm sure we'll get him back, you know, Mr. Kiichi Sachiu, when he turns up, same deal. There's that many fans that want his autograph and want a photo with him. Misha's the same. It just goes to show that, you know, influencers are the new stars, they're the new modern stars. You know, Miji Kang comes over with quite a few followers from what she does in Korea. I know last year we had Mike Burrows from Stance Works. He brought quite a few, you know, quite a bit of influence with him from what he's been doing on YouTube and TikTok. So this is the future, mate. Motoring influencers, more and more. This is a place to prove that they can steer.
And the social platforms just give contact to the fans immediately, and you can really communicate back and forward almost every day immediately and get a real insight to what they're about and what vehicles they're building and just their personal life, which is great. It's fascinating.
I love all of that, and I talk about it all the time. I love seeing them do that, and I love how they get millions of followers and views and everything like that, but I still need them to turn up at a track and prove themselves once in a while, because that's that last thing called cred.
Yes.
Right? Credibility. You can create this whole sensation online and create your own, you know, version of success, but sometimes you need to measure yourself amongst the peers to see how good you are, and I suppose that's why guys like Cletus McFarlane have gone on to be so successful, because the guy actually goes out there and puts himself out there, competes. He either wins or he loses. At least when he loses, you feel like you know him more, because hang on a sec, he's showing us everything, including the failures. I think the ones that show you the failures as well as the wins have got more credit. He is pushing already. Is that Calabria pushing already? Western and Calabria coming through on dedicated flyers. Geez, they are full send here today. Yeah, turn one looks so good, even in club sprint.
Almost looked like a bit of side hop.
Misha pushing as well in the Ioniq 5. The N, of course. So this is one corner where it really sorts them out. And of course here, this fantastic Lotus with Alex Luther. Yeah, this club sprint, they really do prove it. You know, not that they all have any body roll. They've just got more street-like attitude. You know what I mean? They look like you know, street cars instead of race cars to a certain extent.
Well, when you were sharing the regulations with me yesterday, you know, limited a little bit in what aero they can bring to the car, but it's unlimited modifications. You can wind it up to 11 if you want. It's just really the styling of the car, the outside, the aero that is sort of limited for club sprint.
You can have you know, less aero, obviously more towards factory weight plus 5%. You could have 1,000 horsepower if you wanted, but how do you put 1,000 horsepower down when you've got to pull the thing up and you've got to steer the thing around a corner? Now Calabria is not mucking around here. He is trying. Look, he's down in both sectors here, so that lap that he had before would have been an absolute cracker. Minute 36.044, but let's just see where he goes here. He's popping out the smashed carrots out of the exhaust per shift, so it's making all the right noises, doing all the right things. And the mighty Evos, we've got plenty of them here this weekend. Calabria goes 37.930, so look, just a second or so off his hot time. Of course, you won't see any smashed carrots out of the back of the Hyundai. Mind you, I did suggest that to the guys this morning. I said, you're making all the noises. Can we do some fake flames out of the back? You know, how much can you do with simulation on these things?
Shoots lightning bolts out the back end.
Yeah, Misha, 42.189. So, I mean, he got as quick as 41.404 in this car. but I do believe that what they're coming up against, and this is what happens. I mean, it's a performance electric vehicle, but I mean, this is almost going down as factory testing. I mean, they talk about these things that are supposed to be a performance vehicle. This is what they were effectively probably could write it all off as R&D.
Well, we're pathing a new way, right? This is the first full flying year of that vehicle. We saw it for the first time last year, but yeah, we're understanding what that vehicle can do now.
Yeah, and on-track testing can only give it more of that CRED word.
Absolutely.
And that's just more track tested. And a manufacturer can say we track tested, but they'll do it in private. They'll do it to suit itself, but at the end of the day, you need some cred. And here's some more right now from the pits with Warren Luff.
Yeah, I'm down here with the RP968 crew. They're just doing some regular maintenance on the car, but it's moments like this that you really got to enjoy, to be able to get up close and personal. When you look at, again, the front aero on this car and just how excessive this whole front area is, you can see how obviously everything works in with the aero of the underside of the car as well as what goes on over the top. When you come around here, we look at this amazing 4-litre engine that's producing massive amounts of horsepower. They won't actually talk exact horsepower figures, but to be doing a 1 minute 17 around Sydney Motorsport Park, you know that this engine is punching out big numbers as well. But it's just exciting to be here, watching the crew, doing their regular checks and all their bits and pieces. Now, we're only about half an hour away from the next M-Tron Pro Class session. Just having a talk to these guys, they know that the conditions aren't going to be ideal. This wind has really started to pick up in the last half hour, 45 minutes. So they're going to, if they do manage to go out, it's really just a fact-finding. It's getting ready for that all-important shootout tonight. But it's great to get down here and see this car up close and personal.
Yeah, it certainly is, and an enigma. It really has. It's just one of those craziest, one of the world's craziest builds.
Well, we're going to have a tech feature coming up with Oscar from Elmer Engines a little later on. I was lucky to get down and have a chat with him and understand a little bit more about that driveline, and it is impressive. So keep an eye on the stream. There'll be a tech feature on that engine coming up shortly.
And you know, every year I find out a little bit more about that car, and I was talking to Oscar from, of course, Elmer Racing, the creators of Thor, and you know, as far as hot sides on the turbocharger and that, surprisingly small, because the thing's got a real linear delivery of boost. There's no lag. The thing's 4 litres as well, so if anything, they talk about there's more horsepower to be unleashed there, but I mean the sacrifice is drivability, that linear power delivery. Also talking to Rob last night, my brother got into him about asking about, you know, have they got any harmonic issues in a 4-litre engine, and they said absolutely, this thing rattles like crazy, but it's doing everything to purpose every single lap, and that's all you can ask for. Problems here. We've put the kiss on in Tim Weston. Oh, did Weston even get one in there? He went only 2:12. He'd been minute 37.113, but now where is he parked up? Let's see if we can see. The drone really helps us in a little bit of a way there, but these guys still no lighting up the green so much. Maybe Nakarada, he was on a flyer. He still is here again. So Nakarada is piecing together, you know, one third of the lap somewhere there. Of course, 3 sectors we measure over. So he's getting one part of the track right. It's now about getting all 3 parts. And as you say, you can light up 2 of them and then be that third one, maybe the midsection. You then start trying to think of what corner can you stuff up. You know, when you break it into a series of corners per sector, which corner did you stuff up to wash it off? So the Lotus is still flying down here, and it's good that we've got a couple of Lotuses floating around. Lotus Exiges. This is Alex Luther. He goes through for a minute 38.735. No, not too bad. Minute 37.476 has been his best. So not everyone's going to improve. Some of them actually probably had a better run yesterday than some of the other teams. So it does all equal out from there. But yeah, 15 vehicles in the minute 30s.
Amazing.
15 vehicles out of that, well, nearly 40 in the group.
Yeah, there were 38 vehicle entrants.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
I know they can normally nearly top it out. There we go. So that's basically out of turn 2 there is where he's parked it up. So let's just have a look at the replay here, the Pro Speed Racing replay. Big smash carrots on the downshift. Now, whether or not out of here, the thing has just gone, you know, here we go. More smash carrots. That's not good. And you know, that's just straight over. Straight over. No, well, I don't know about no power. The thing's flaming up out of the back there. Whether or not something's just maybe just run itself right down there. It's kind of out of the way there. I know that probably at the end of the session we're probably going to go and pick him up, but he's out of the racing line, so he's not a real hazard to anyone. So that's probably a perfect place to pull up. Not good that he's got a problem, but a perfect place to pull up and keep everyone running. Adam Clark Lynch, licence plate, so Scuba on the licence plate, and this Supra goes through for a. He's on a flyer now, actually. We're at minute 46.79. He's earlier minute 46.33. So you are staying within that, 3-4 tenths. That ain't too bad. You can't complain about that. They're the sort of things that you would hold on to and check.
Green in the first two.
Yes.
For BOSCH Motorsport.
Here's Stuart Chapman. Oh yeah, BOSCH Motorsport. Yeah, well actually I've got a little bit of a press release here if he's out there, of course. Benny the Woo Wooster from BOSCH Motorsport. First time ever at Eastern Creek Motorways having a ball at World Time Attack. Going minute 38.6 in his Supra. Car is the true spirit of club sprint with aircon and full stereo still fitted. Just at home in heavy traffic as searching for the hotline through turn 1 and threading turn 2 and 3. Is there a 37 in there? Let's see. Hashtag doing it for Moz.
Awesome.
Yeah, there we go. We certainly are. Always thinking of the big man. Got a double black here with his name on it just shortly that I'll have to probably make sure that we get through. Polish off. Before the end of the day.
Yes, indeed.
It's part of the lubrication system. That is part of the energy system, energy recovery system, I think we call it.
Yep,
the ERS. But pushing through, beautiful shots here from the drone as usual. The Chapman's dyno tuning being Stuart Chapman. So Stu, no stranger to the dyno, eh? Dyno tuning. Misha comes through for another run. Misha now going to be one more flyer. The Woo comes through. He's going to be on a flyer as well. And here's Chapman's flyer. Minute 43.53, not too far away, but again, sometimes it can be, an abyss. You know what I mean? It looks like it's not too far, but it's an abyss. Nakarada, he's come through minute 49.209. I think a lot of these guys are nearly waving the white flag and saying that we're done. But Misha, he's going to keep pushing. Like, you can't say this guy's not... some guys fly from all the way to the other side of the world. They do a little bit and then, not do much. But he really is doing a lot for Hyundai this weekend.
If you're flying from Germany to the other side of the world to go racing, you're going to do as many laps as possible.
And you know what? I know this isn't Misha's first time here. I remember him being here a few years ago. And you know what? He would have had... I think he was barely starting out on a career, if you can call it a career, because back when he was there, he was literally, I shouldn't say he wasn't a no one, but he was just a guy we hadn't heard about too much.
Yes.
But he'd been building his popularity through YouTube for years. So here we go, Indawara GT out there. We've lit up the sector, so he's found something, Misha. He's found something. This second sector, not as friendly as the first, so he might have been a bit more courageous through turn 1. But it hasn't he built his popularity up over the last few years? I'll actually... Oh, Misha!
All crossed up.
Yes, the cameras are on him, and why not some more tape, per se? And come on, Misha, finish the lap. No, he's going in.
So maybe that's enough.
He might have toasted the tyres up there. And as we say, then these things, they're a quick car, but remember, they're 2 tonne of fun. They're not a 1,000 kilo car. They do come with a fairly decent curb weight. So maybe, yes, tyres are going to be worked. And Misha has been pumping the tyres hard. Here we go. The Pro Speed Racing action replay. Misha goes to put it in. Can't say he's gearing down at this stage because there's no such thing. And then, just gets over that. That just goes off camber there. And, of course, the drifters love it over there. But, he's trying to not drift.
And he just had 2 wheels just kind of on that bump, unsettles a little bit, and he was already on the opposite lock to try and catch it. Yeah, it just goes to prove that he's pretty good on the steering. That finishes that session off. And, what a way to finish it off with a little bit of excitement there from one of our international visitors. And Miss Misha Sharadine putting it on for us here at Sydney Motorsport Park in Haltech Club Sprint. I wonder if all the chaos that we did up on the drift hill last night at the last turn, I wonder if any of the rubber down there is actually helping these guys or making it worse. I don't know.
Oh, this time of the day, I think it's the latter. Unfortunately, as we've always seen, the rubber, the green always seems to, the middle of the day, tend to play havoc with us. The Aussie sun beaming down. What a beautiful country to be in. What a beautiful city to be in. Sydney Motorsport Park, owned by the New South Wales Government, run by the Australian Racing Drivers Club, and destination New South Wales. All the best stuff that we've got here in Australia. This just goes to show we are a country of petrol heads.
For sure.
We said Car Culture Christmas. The creator of that concept is now with us, Charlie.
While you are over on the grandstand side of Sydney Motorsport Park, make sure you bring the kids to the Hot Wheels stunt team set. You cannot find a better place to bring the kids and play. The wonderful Zali is going to show us how this works. Zali, ready on 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Whoa! Is there anything better than playing with Hot Wheels? It's for little kids and big kids alike. There's so many different things to get amongst, and there's car displays as well. And of course, I found the man that brings Hot Wheels to us on the track right here all weekend, Matt Mingay. It wouldn't be World Time Attack without you.
Yeah, no, we love being here. So this weekend we brought a showcase of myself, Kent, and my little boy, his brand new little rotary ute. So I'm jumping in my super truck, and we're doing drifting, and we're doing all types of tyre burning displays. So we're on track 3 times today. So you'll be crazy to miss us.
Oh, and you can't miss it because it just takes over the entire precinct. It is so cool to see. Make sure you come to the grandstand side, check out the Hot Wheels stunt team, all of their setup here. Bring the kids, you can grab some food too, and then watch this guy, Matt Mingay, and his crew on track. Do not miss it.
Oh, yeah, how much fun does that look over there, Tony B? Now, look, folks, if you don't know where the Hot Wheels stunt team is set up, you've actually got to go through the tunnel near race control. So if you're walking along the main pit building, walk towards the big, what we call the hamburger, there it is there. You can walk up towards race control now. Of course, the stairs, got the big stairs running up to the top of the big pit building, but there's also under those stairs a set of stairs that take you under the track, through the tunnel, over to the grandstand side. And once you're over there, we've got a ton of stuff to see over here. Plenty of cars and bikes on display. We've got drag cars, land speed record, the super cheap auto activation zone, the Hot Wheels stunt team. We've got a place you can sit down and have a feed, watch another big screen on this side as well. So make sure you visit every single inch of Sydney Motorsport Park, including a trip through the little tunnel under the track. If you haven't done it yet, we want you all to do it today.
Come over and say g'day to us.
We're over here too.
We're over this side as well, so we'll come and see you too.
I didn't want to say that in case that turned people off.
No. I'm sure we've got some fans out there as well.
Well, you can come down and wave to us in front of the glass here at the broadcast area too, if you want. If you want. It's not like a sunrise program. I don't think you'll get on, but yeah, we'll acknowledge you people any which way. All right, so our third group of Haltech Club Sprint coming out now, and again the variety's just beautiful. If I had to pick my favourite, I don't know. I'm loving that little Nissan Micro that's disappearing over the hill there right now. The K11 Micro driven by Sean Austin. I love the team. No Idea Club. I love that, but you must have some idea. But this is one of my favourites coming up there. We just saw it there in the long shot. David Lahr with the DL Racing 350Z. Really nice machine, but just crazy. Just about every platform you could probably imagine in Club Sprint. Everything, as we said, Evos, Rexes, 350Z, Supras.
Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche 944s, 2 944s this year. More RX-7s than ever before. More Supras than ever before.
And a Mini Cooper.
Well, you know what? I haven't seen the Cooper. I've got to. Sometimes these things can dodge the cameras for 2 days, some of these cars. All right, here's a flyer. First flyer now for Jonathan Munro. The Ralix Motorsport team. Flying lap here now for Newen. So Newen, entrance 67, team Takumi Drive, the 350Z as well, Di Newen. And Paul Kovaceski out there as well. But keeping an eye on the sector times here for Munro. So Munro's lit up a couple of sectors there. As we said, David Lahr just through in that 350Z in the background. But we're keeping an eye on this Evo around here. As we know, any time that we get the camera on someone, they could do something spectacular for us here. So let's just see how he goes. And again, some of these corners, you know, some people can rein it in on that corner. Some people need all the width. And if you've done a few laps around Sydney Motorsport Park, well, you know more and more about it every time we go around. And one thing I really loved about last year, having Josh Buchan here during Club Sprint, is Josh would tell you, now this turn's got bumps on the apex and you need to avoid them, and so he'll know every inch of the place.
Amazing insights by having some drivers up here in the commentary tower, sharing those insights with you guys. And yeah, you can recite it almost by the centimetre, the apex, the corner, oh, a little bit too much that way. Brilliant.
it's a sort of a learning process. You know, if you've done one thing, you know, all your life, you know it so intimately, and the same for guys that get to drive around this circuit a lot. That is valuable information to have, and you know, good to have drivers like that maybe get in some of these cars. And of course, all predominantly amateur drivers, mind you. When you look at some of the names in there, semi-amateur, semi-pro, you know what I mean?
Look,
they're on the cusp of being recreational drivers. A lot of them actually are good steerers in other cars. Look, but are they pro? Oh, look at Bart here. Bart's
big smile, having a great time.
Bart's all smiles. The pocket rocket, I call him. All right, look, we've had a full green light up there, and it was Munro. Actually, he did get it. So all that camera attention actually made him work harder. And he's the only guy in this group that's actually lit up the greens and gone better. 45.723.
Green in the middle sector, over the backside of the track, over the hills.
So a little bit of confidence, a little bit of courage. And now here's one of these Yaris's, and aren't they a little... Talking to Pocket Rockets, we were talking about Barton Moore before. We're now talking about this fantastic car of Muggleton's. He lights it up all fresh too. Minute 41.765 is an improvement for Muggleton. And look at him push. Let's keep an eye on this little GR Yaris through here. These things can pump out, 400 plus horsepower out of the three-banger. And it's good to see manufacturers like Toyota realising, back in the day, we haven't had GR as the brand on them until recently. So yes. Toyota's kind of branding the Gazoo Racing sort of part of things as their performance thing. Now, here's the Cooper we're talking about. Here he is. I was about to say, damn British cars.
They got the bonnet up.
Mind you, that's a pretty stout-looking Cooper. He's just got to get the thing out the next two sessions, because I don't think Ryder's put a run down yet.
Currently sitting with about 9 cars on track, all circulating in Club Sprint Session 5.
Little cranky NA car here now of Collingwood. Here he goes.
Ooh.
Muggleton trying to get the GR around. Yeah, wheelbase-wise, I mean, they're deceptive. They look small, but I'd just love to know the wheelbase in comparison to an Evo or something like that, because they look small in their dimensions, but then when you put them, say, next to an older Corolla or something, it goes to show they're quite a larger car. If you look at some of the early Corollas, yeah, they are. It's just modern cars these days. They're deceptive in the way that they are styled, but then you compare them to an older car, they're a lot smaller. The older cars are a lot smaller than what these cars are. Of course, these things never come out lighter than the previous models. They always come out heavier, more safety or whatever, more tech. All right, so Muggleton's lit everything up here. So let's have a look whether the Yaris can back-to-back it here. Comes and flies through the start-finish line and does light it up again. 41.738. So Muggleton got just about as much as you can extract out of the GR Yaris then. Of course, with plates on it as well.
It looked like it was just walking sideways coming up to the final corner onto the straight.
I suppose that's what these things look like, I suppose, when you push them so hard, is that little bit of drip. You can take it to the limits of the tyres, but then you know the thing is sliding on the tyres, but then you are comfortable with letting it do that. So, I mean, that's a grip level, and then that's the grip level with another 10% push on it.
It's just dancing on that edge of grip, and it was by no means out of control. It was just right on that edge of grip and setting it up for the left-hander to come back on the straight. Looked fantastic.
All right, so in the background there we can see the other 944 coming through. We've also got Miji Kang, so she's up in the first sector here, Miji. We've got a green sector for Miji Kang, so she's starting to get herself reacquainted with the Sydney Motorsport Park venue, and I just knew that every lap was going to be plenty of practice for her. Eleanor Terry, though, is also out there, and they're going to try and get the Hyundai there a little bit quicker. Luffy's got more information for us down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with Barton Moore now. Mate, first and foremost, we need to get some tape and cover this up because, mate, this is old news, 1786. That's so last year. Mate, you're going to have to discount these shirts out the back. I can't wait to see what the new number's going to be. But obviously, we can see the guys working quite hard on the car here in the back. Now, what's the plan for you guys for the rest of the day?
Yeah, we're really keen to try to get up for the next session, but we're not going to make it. We had a little fuel pressure issue going, which we've managed to resolve. We actually did a bit of damage to the floor on that lap as well. So Rod Pobostek was smart enough to bring his own carbon guy along, and we're doing running repairs, so we've got to let that cure, which just not quite going to get us in the window, so we'll just make sure everything's right. We'll go for the next afternoon session, and really now it's gearing up for the shootout because we know we'll cool down and we just really want to, just break another record.
I like it how you say we broke the floor. I'm pretty sure that of everyone in this car, you're the only person out there driving it. But like you said, it's important to get all those 1%ers right, because when we go for that shootout later on in the day, we're expecting big things from you.
Yeah, we're expecting big things too, and it's amazing. You know, at the level we're at now, just to go a little bit faster takes a lot of effort, and it's not linear, as you know, so we got to really make sure everything's right.
All right, mate, well, best of luck for later today. Look forward to seeing you out there.
Yeah, awesome. There we go. So from one pocket rocket to another, there it is, this little K11 Micra. It's about time the No Idea Racing, No Idea Club gets a little bit of airtime. And yeah, who would ever think that a K11 Micra would ever be a little race car? He seems to be looking down a lot instead of looking ahead. But he's just trying to get it all right. Sean Austin. There's something about little cars that appeal to people, you know what I mean? They're cute, short wheelbase. You know, I suppose that's what people felt like when the Mini was first created, you know? It's like this very small car. I thought that's cute until it actually started to win races and beat bigger cars, and then they realised you better take that thing seriously.
Hang on a minute. I think, you know, for club sprint level stuff, maybe privateers, maybe working on these cars at home in a small factory, whatever it is, lightweight, smaller cars, it's just a bit of an easier way into time attack racing. You know, trying to get the balance of a real heavy car and everything else might be a little bit more challenging if you just strip everything out of a little light pocket rocket and go full send.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that is probably one of the world's quickest K11 Micras. There you go.
Fair to say.
Because that's someone serious enough to build one. Or there you go. That's not good for Eleanor. Eleanor has pulled up. I don't know where she's pulled up, but that is no good. Normally it's quite a reliable car and very entertaining. So yeah, just after turn one, so that is not good. Look, it's in a spot that's relatively out of the way, so I don't think it's red flaggable. And she's just going to have to sit there. Whether or not, I don't know, she was talking about being low on fuel, and she was racing up to get some E85 to mix in with the 98 to give it a bit of jungle juice sort of feel to it, see if she could maybe get a little bit more performance out of the car. She had already sort of got herself you know, a PB again today with the car, so whittling it away. But now while Eleanor's off to the side, Miji Kang, she is still steering the Neotech Honda around, and she's having a hell of a good time out there. Let's have a look here, Miji, on a good push here. So she's absolutely legging this down. And we're just trying to see if we can get a flying time there for Miji Kang. There we go, minute 56.04. Tell you what, hasn't she been consistent in the car? Like, if you were to pull out all of the, you know, the lap times that she's done with this car since she started in it, she's got it down to a, you know, regular, consistent laps. And I suppose when you throw the time attack attitude at it, yes, it becomes this more of an emphasis on, come on, it's not about being a consistent lap time, it's about, come on, let's start lighting up the green sectors. How much more have you got as a driver? Because certainly in club sprint, and this car in particular, I think it's probably still an NA deal. You can only really push it so far. It's not like, you know what, we've just put 20 more pound of boost in it, BG. Give it hell.
No,
it's not that sort of car, you know. So any of the NA cars, you're out driver-wise, I guess, trying to get more out of it.
I think it's just about the braking points. It's just pulling it up. You're probably into the throttle as hard as it'll go. It's just how brave you can be under brakes and how steady you can turn it in and just get the control of the car.
All right, the Cooper is finally out there, the Mini Cooper. That's Aaron Ryder, the Ryder Racing Garage. He might throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. But yeah, how good do the Minis look? Good to see someone doing the modern Clubman. And yeah, look, I know that I think you can get them with a bit of a flare on them. I think, you know, obviously we're allowed, I mean, it's not really an aero thing, is it? It's more of a tyre clearance thing, you know, to be able to, you know, run the slightly bigger tyre and keep it under the guard. So let's see what Ryder's first flyer is going to be. Get him on the board anyway, 206.458. Going to be good to see if he can improve from there. But Luffy back at the pits with more info.
Yeah, down here with the crew with the beautiful Audi R8, the Fat Cat. we're missing some important componentry off this car at the moment, because we saw in that last session when it was out there, we saw something come off the front, and you can see right here, this massive big front wing, it's missing the end plate off it here. When you look at the other side of the front wing, you can see how integral that is to the overall aerodynamics of the car. So having a chat to the crew, they've got some spares, they've been getting all the spares out of the truck, so they're trying to sort of get it back together, and they're confident they'll get back out there. But you can imagine, obviously, the importance of that wing end plate as you're tipping in, say, especially down at turn 1. What it basically does is all that air that's coming over the top of the front wing, it stops it spilling off the sides of the front wing. So in terms of the loss of downforce, not having that on the side would have been massive when he was out there before. So they're very confident that they'll get back out there. They're just down there doing a bit of gluing, a bit of bonding, and getting it all back together. So we will see the Fat Cat back out there later today.
Oh, you know what? We're all doing a bit more bonding here, Luffy. We really are. But carbon fibre-wise, yeah, look, the guys from Finland, you can't really run around turn 1 without an end plate on.
And look, they're in the pit garage right next to RP968, and I guess if they've got the carbon guy for rebuilding the floor on RP968, they've got all the right people in the right area.
Just in case we need any more carbon guys. Any more carbon guys out there? Anyone? Anyone else can do carbon? There's a few. We've got a few clever people around that can do carbon, but it's crazy to think that, yeah, we've got an attrition rate here and running repairs. I love it. You know, it'd be boring if we had pits where all the cars are just there, no one's working on them. It'd be boring. Motorcar racing would be boring if we weren't fixing them in the middle, you know?
I think we just got a bit of audio grab of some grinding happening,
yes.
And there's tools down and all hands on deck. There is a lot of activity going on in those pit garages.
Yeah, back on track here with Meiji Kang from Korea. And she's another pocket rocket out there steering the little Honda this weekend, courtesy of WTAC. So let's see if Meiji lights up any more sectors there. It'll be a case of, again, how much more can you get out of the car when the car can only give you so much. So the driver itself just got to be sometimes a bit more bold, but no, deciding to pull it into the pits. And we haven't heard much from Meiji this weekend. I think we need a translator, to be honest, because she's not a lot of English in there. But you know what? It's so good to have so many international drivers and people here this weekend. If it's not Misha, it's Meiji. If it's not Meiji, it's Sammy. If it's not Sammy, it's Ferris. If it's not Ferris, it's our Japanese teams that are running in the Proam class as well, with them, and in the pro classes, you know, Kazuyoshi and Yoshihiro Ando. We've got them all. We've got a big lineup of international people here, and if we look at the leaderboard so far, that'll finish club sprint for this session, the middle session. And at the moment, Trent Grubel, new lap record for club sprint earlier on in the first session today, 32.234. Someone else tickled under that, Alex Mikalski, 32.530. So now that is mouth-watering Superlap shootout stuff between Grubel and Mikalski. So Evo versus WRX in the shootout maybe later on today. We get all the way down there. You can see George Jeffcott, Misha, minute 41.404. Shank Hugh, top garage in that beautiful Supra in the 30s. So all the way down to 15th spot in the minute 30s. And as we look there, Josh Muggleton in the other car, BOSCH Motorsport, Nakarada, Nathan Wheeler, Guy Andrews, Harrison Shepherd. So again, we've got a few Hyundais in the list there. And we look here, Meiji Kang, Eleanor Terry. But again, I don't know about Eleanor. Whatever happened there, we're going to have to try and recover the Eleanosaurus. But Scott Pigden in his 944 and Aaron Ryder makes 39. Yeah, so that's not a good look for Eleanor. But yeah, I happened to watch one of her reels this morning, and here she is walking with a 5-litre fuel jug up towards the fuel station, because Sydney Motorsport Park has its own servo. I don't know what they call them in New Zealand, servos. We call them servos. You know, gas stations if you're in America, but yeah, we call them servos. But right now, that Eleanor's getting towed off, and we've got Charlie in the paddock with more info.
Well, Harley-Davidson have brought something that I have never seen before to World Time Attack Challenge. Over near the drift pits is their activation. There are some beautiful Harley-Davidson specimens. But as I said, there's also the Harley-Davidson Jumpstart. Ben, You've told me I'm going to give this a go. Please tell me what it is.
Definitely do. It's basically a dyno, so what these guys would test their horsepower on without the computer involved. So it's physically a motorcycle strapped to a rolling road that you can't crash. You don't need any experience on how to ride. You don't need a helmet, just need long pants and shoes and have a good time.
And you're saying that you've taken this to universities as well, not only to try increase participation in motorbikes, but it blows people's minds about how learning to ride in a safe way.
It really does, and unis are a great example. We've got kids that have never sat on a motorcycle before. They jump on, they get the experience of starting the bike, running it through the gearbox, up to 100 kilometres an hour on the dyno, which you'll do in a second, so it's great, yeah.
You told me I'm going to be okay on this.
You will, you can't fail.
Okay, I always put that to the test. I did see someone do it just before, and they looked pretty comfortable and happy with the whole thing.
Yeah, so just be careful of the hot exhaust when you jump on.
Okay.
Feet up on the foot pegs.
All right, if you want to talk us through everything that I'm doing here.
So, can you drive a manual car?
Oh, I can. Yes, non-negotiable, manual.
So, what we've got is your clutch up here. So once we start the bike, you're going to pull the clutch in, and then you're going to shift it into gear, which is down there with your left foot. So the gearbox works 1 down, 5 up. Okay? So I'll hold the mic, yeah. So to start it, you're going to pull this back and then press the ignition button in and hold it in until you hear it start. It's running. So the dash will fire up and that still tell you your rev count up there, and in the middle is your speed. So I just want you to make sure that you don't go over 100 kilometres an hour on here. At the moment, your green end means neutral. So you're going to pull the clutch in. You're going to click down once. So now you're in first gear. So just like your car, you can't dump your foot off the clutch. You got to slowly release the clutch and slowly match that release of the clutch with a little bit of gas here. So give it a go. Don't worry, you can't crash. So, yeah, you can let the clutch out a little bit faster. Let it go. Back that off and let the clutch out, so you're not letting go of the clutch. So yeah, get right out, and then the wheel will just start spinning. So wheel's spinning now. So there you go, you've got wheel speed. So I want you to pull the clutch in, let go of the throttle, so back off here, back off, yeah, and now you're going to shift up into second. So instead of pushing the gear lever down, I want you to pull up with your toes into second. You'll feel it, yeah. So same thing, yeah. There you go. So you can actually go a bit faster here. Let the clutch ride out. Oh, you're in neutral. So clutch in, shift up into second again.
Up in a second, ready. Clutch in.
Up in a second.
Okay, look, I reckon we'll have to take probably longer than this. I reckon.
Didn't fail.
Yeah.
Didn't crash.
Well, of course, make sure you come over to Harley Davidson, right near the drift pits. Come and check out Jumpstart. It's really cool if you know what you're doing.
Talk about putting yourself on the spot there, Tony B.
Absolutely.
So many things to see and do here, and honestly, folks, a whole day out here. Make sure you have your walking shoes on. Check it all out. We're going to take a break right now and be back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park for more World Time Attack Challenge.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
All right, it's the GCG Open class, and it is a time of the day where let's just see whether or not the form follows what Club Sprint did, and improve in some of the categories there. Now, of course, we've got Michael back from Roden. He's just so keen to be a part of all of this today. And Michael, you've got some other information that's been happening down there. Now, we just heard on the news from Luffy that Bart, when he comes out later, he's not going to be bringing out the 968 this round, but the Centura's ready to go, is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to head out soon.
All right, so that's good to know that the Centura is doing that. Now, as an engineering standpoint, as you say, you work for, it's so cool to be able to work for a bespoke car manufacturer that's dedicated to performance. But from an engineering standpoint, anything else really impressed you here this weekend?
Oh, there's some pretty cool stuff. There's a Volvo with 2 RX-8 rotary engines, and instead of the usual sort of all-in-one 4-rotor, it's actually got a universal joint between the two things, joining it all together.
I did. Was that the one near Haltech there or something like that?
Yeah, just at the Haltech tent.
Yeah, right. Okay, so there you go. You like that? That caught your eye, did it?
Yeah, something different.
Yeah. Oh, hey, one thing about World Time Attack, let me tell you, you come to World Time Attack, you're going to see something different every single time, and hey, I'm going to go down and check that out too. I mean, this is the thing about it, folks. Your ticket of admission allows you to go absolutely anywhere here, other than right in beside the pits of some of these guys. You can certainly watch from the back, but it certainly gets you up onto the skid pan through the show and shine. As I said, make sure you get through the tunnel under the track near race control and come and see everything on the other side. Now, look, that was not a good sight there, seeing those flags starting to pick up with the winds. It was quite still this morning, but now this wind coming out, playing havoc. I suppose we've just got to sort of ride the wave of weather. But right now, speaking of weather systems, we've got Luffy down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with the Extreme GDR crew. We sort of have that issue sort of surrounding that sort of front right corner earlier in the day. There's a bit of work going on. They've sent the front bar away to go get a little bit of composite work done on it, but they're very relaxed about what they need to do. They're just going to put a new front guard on it, but they know that they'll be ready to roll out for later on today when that all-important shootout. And they're talking some pretty impressive numbers as to what their overall lap prediction is. So stay tuned for what this car's capable of later today, because if they can get anywhere near with close to what they're thinking, it's going to be very impressive.
Yeah, there we go. So a hot word from the pits there from Luffy. Did you ever think it was going to be such an intense event?
No,
what did you think? What did you think? Or have you seen enough drama here or what?
There's definitely been some drama around. I've seen my fair few splitters exploding and turning to dust.
And we just talked about before, Sammy Seaven, they're going to try and get an end plate on that. And, of course, they've got their carbon guys here. And not only a CNC machinist for Roden, but you say that you can lay the carbon up as well.
Not myself, but I've done a lot of the mould work.
All right. So, again, what, manufacturing the moulds?
Manufacturing it on the CNCs, yeah.
And again, making those moulds out of aluminium or any other product? Or?
For the high temperature stuff, we use aluminium, and then for more of the bigger stuff, we actually use an epoxy tooling board that we pretty much make the whole car out of epoxy tooling board first.
Yes, epoxy tooling board. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But let's have a quick look here at the famous Sydney Motorsport Park circuit. And what can we say about that main straight? It is just one of those amazing straights. Beautiful view as you come down the hill. T1 only for the brave. T1 if you want to shave a few tenths off. T1's for you. If it all goes wrong, well, you better wash off. You've got plenty of wash off area there. T2 double apex, really tight. We see a lot of the hard charges kind of make a beeline for the outside ripple strip before bringing it back in. T3, T4, again, it unsettles the car a little bit too much through there, so you've got to be careful. Down into T5, up the hill towards T6. When you come down over there, it's then back up the hill around T7, bit of a blind corner. So again, if someone's on a flyer and you're slowing down, when you come around T7, you better get over to the hard left, because people will be flying through there. Of course, BOSCH T8, very tight hairpin. It rewards the brave. They can get on the power there early. T9 to T10. Now, when you carry speed through 9 to 10, you can wash out on the far right-hand side of T10 to get yourself a nice progression onto T11, hit the apex, and then wash out onto the far right-hand side of that. And then if you've got it all right from there, you might be nearly close to one perfect lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They call it the Gardner GP circuit. It's nearly an international measurement for a fast time attack car around here, Michael.
Yeah.
What do you think of the circuit yourself? I mean, obviously the Roden circuit, I'd love to actually see a map of that one. Is that a bit of a fast circuit as well?
Yeah, the top one's definitely a very fast track with a 900-metre long straight. A little bit of a kink in there to throw you off, but yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I suppose it's not a bad training ground for drivers over there, but it's nice to have, as a company, a track.
Yeah, definitely for testing purposes as well.
I suppose any manufacturer that doesn't have a track, they're at a disadvantage because then you've got to go and hire somewhere to do it. I suppose it's just out there. Have you got groundsmen and gardeners and everything for that?
Oh, our groundsman's the hardest working person on the team. I reckon he's out there every day mowing the grass, making it all look perfect for everyone, yeah.
The Roden V10 CNC machine lawnmower, probably.
Maybe one day, maybe one day.
Oh, that would be great to see, wouldn't it? But, you know, I suppose if they go, oh, look, Michael, we've got a little project here. We're going to make sure the groundsman gets himself a bit more horsepower in the mower. So he's in here, of course, to watch our Roden Centura run around shortly. But right now, we're going to just see how this GCG open class pans out. We've already seen Tim Slade at a cost, at a big cost, go from 10th to 1st with a 25.935. But all eyes are now on Day at the moment, our first flyer for him, Dan Day, of course, the SJ1000 team. Didn't probably have the best of luck already to the last couple of days. And where is he on the list? Number 7, 32.395. It's a fair stretch for him to try and get into that top 5 by the end of the day, because it's the 5 we take into the Superlap shootout. And that's where we do see sometimes on a perfect night, some people jump over other people in that one last lap. I do love that one last effort, that full send. It's almost like, right, wastegate coming out. I'm going to put a bigger spring in here, or I'm going to delete you, send it on kill just for one more final lap. It either works well and goes to script, or we have drama and it doesn't, and we miss out by hundreds. So here we go, a couple of other cars on track, including that beautiful S15 driven by Rod Newen. He is out there going to try and get a good lap in there, but all eyes right now on Day. He's up green. He's green on a couple of sectors, so it's going to be similar to what we saw in the Club Sprint guys, still improving in Sector 2 and in Session 2. So let's just see how the rest of this lap goes out here for Dan Day. Subaru WRX, one of the many platforms that we see in this field. We've still got things like 32s, Sylvias, an i30, an MRS. Well, the MRS, unfortunately, I think after he lost his wing, is not going to do it. There we go. He lights it up. 32.349. 32.349. It's and now a little bit of smoke coming through there. That's not a good look. That is not a good look after that run there for Day. The smoke's starting to come bellowing out. All right, Newen, watch out. We've got to watch out. Newen is flying through here. Newen is flying through up to turn 2. We've just seen Day come through there with a little bit of oil or smoke or whatever. Here comes Newen turning in only a matter of probably 2 or 3 seconds from when Day was there. So this traffic right now, he's on a fly here, Newen. Let's see what he can do with this fantastic Queensland car. Beautiful car, but he just wants to peg every lap together. Remember, he's got to drive Mighty Mouse as well, so he's going from an extreme front-wheel drive time attack car to this rear-wheel drive turbocharged car. So supercharged Honda front-wheel drive, and then coming to turbocharged SR rear-wheel drive car. Plenty of aero on board, and he is trying to get this thing to work corner to corner. It's looking a little messy just quietly here, but he is not he's not slacking it off here, Newen. He is trying to put a good one in here, and he's definitely trying hard. Let's just have a look how he goes here. Dream Projects S15 out of Bosch now, out wide, super wide there for Newen, but he managed to make it stick. But this next couple of corners, as you can see here, a little bit of a lift from there. You're almost off the engine right there, letting it wash off some speed. Then trying to apply all of that power on that beautiful tight inside radius. Wash it out to the far side, and now punch the rest of the gears. Let the horsepower do the talking. Let the downforce do all the work. And he comes through and he goes 28.682. So he's gone 26.319. He is still the second quickest in this class, and a good opportunity maybe if everything works well. I don't know. Extreme GTR's got a little bit more in its pocket as well, I would imagine. Morgan might have a little bit more in his pocket as well, but Newen, that car does look fast just standing still. it's crazy to think that we've got this sort of level of car in droves over here, and honestly, I know that if we dive into the Kiwi ranks, we've got a few Kiwi ranks over there that I know could come and give it a shake as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you had a look at that. It's that Nissan Silvia's engine bay, but there's actually a fellow in New Zealand, a Kiwi CNC, who's done quite a bit of work on the intake manifold. Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. It's just, hang on, just a little bit of arm wrestle going on there. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, that must feel like a huge achievement, that one. They're taking out Charlie in an arm wrestle. Oh, yeah, so you're talking about a bit of Kiwi input in that engine bay, the Dream project.
Kiwi right? CNC's done some awesome work on the intake manifold and the rocker cover as well. So a bit of jewellery in the engine bay.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. And, of course, as a CNC person yourself, I imagine you'd love to maybe create some manifolds and bits and pieces, which you already have yourself. And, of course, what you do for a job every day. Never a boring day, I'd say, at Roden Cars, eh?
Never ever.
Never ever. And no one takes sickies or anything. No one would take a sickie there at all. They'd all be there every day.
Oh, maybe if it's snowing, you have to get up on the mountain, so...
Yeah, well, you might not be able to get to work, maybe, sometimes too, I suppose. Tell you this one, I love this one here of Healy. I love a good Datsun 1600. I've owned plenty. That's the V-Sport by Comp Friction entry. Old school Datsun 1600. You'd still have a few working around in NZ as well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
The 1600s. I just wish Nissan remanufactured these, because I think if they resold what they call the 510 in America, they'd probably sell a few. There'd be a lot of enthusiasts out there that would remember having them. They were absolutely deadly on the rally, the rally tracks, not only here in Australia. Of course, I think Murray Coote did a lot with the Datsun 1600s and Stanzas in the early days, but the 1600, even in sports car racing in the United States in the late 60s, early 70s, the SCCA, they were driven by, they were actually done by Brock Racing Enterprises. And would you believe that we had a guy in the United States of America racing Datsun 510s, and the engineer that owned that team was Peter Brock.
Oh, wow.
But the American Pete Brock, not Peter Brock, the Australian driver, the American Pete Brock. I was telling the donut guys about it last year. I said, you guys should look into the Peter Brock thing. That two guys with the same name could be gods in motorsport in different areas. So we're just having a quick peek here on track. A cameraman have picked it up, a little streak there. I think that might be through 2 by the look of that, and that might have been out of that Rex after that run, which is not good. And whether or not we've got to get some dust on that. Lucky enough, we'll keep away from that racing line for the moment and see what we do. Luffy, down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with Dan Day. Obviously, we're not ideal to see the car coming back in with a little bit of smoke, but do we know what's happened so far?
Yeah, no, it was a promising lap. We were sort of 0.8 up on our previous best, looking for that top 5 finish. But about turn 9, something happened smoke-wise, and we lost a little bit of rear-end grip, so it's hard to tell if it's a turbo or a gearbox issue at this point. But, yeah, hopefully nothing terminal. We'll fix her up and try and get back out there for the next one.
All right, mate, good luck. Hope to see you back out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, never a dull moment around here. Never a dull moment, no matter which category we're in. And as we say, we're in the GCG Open class at this stage. And good to see Hyundai vehicles starting to come through, because as we said, you're not going to get any sort of more... Which manufacturers are actually, modern manufacturers, actually committing to performance? And you'll find that, Toyota with the Yaris, I suppose, Nissan, sort of, they're in a little bit of a flux. So they do another Z car that's actually really based. Their GTR, they can rest on their laurels, I suppose, for the GTR. But what is out there that's going to be really affordable for enthusiasts in the future? And you know what, Hyundai, there's quite a little range in there, which is, semi-affordable to any enthusiast, because honestly at the moment, if you're going to try and find yourself a Datsun 1600, you can nearly go and buy a brand new car for the price of a decent Datsun 1600 these days. And I think about how many that I've sold over the years, I cry to think that I shouldn't have ever got rid of those Dados. What was your first car as a young fella?
I was actually a Nissan Wingroad, but that got a little bit too airborne in a paddock one day, so that had a very short life.
Why does that not surprise me? A Nissan what?
A Nissan Wingroad, or Pulsar station wagon.
Pulsar wagon. Yeah, there we go. So again, in New Zealand or South Africa before you moved?
That was in New Zealand. Yeah.
So in New Zealand, there we go.
Back to South Africa, they actually had a lot of the Datsun 510s, and also they called it the Nissan Champ, the little single cab short wheelbase utes.
Yes.
Like a little red dragster out there. there. There's a hell of a lot of those, and I think a lot of the ones that are here are probably imported from South Africa as well.
Okay, so 1200, like the 1200 Ute, we call the 1200 Ute. They call them what, Scamps?
Nissan Champ.
Nissan Champ.
Yeah.
Nissan Champs, eh? Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I do occasionally catch up on YouTube with some South African no-prep drag racing over there. Yeah, plenty of Datsun 1200s in there. The Datsuns, mate, they never, ever die. They'll just keep on going. You just got to keep the rust out of them. That's the secret. So let's see if Johnny Healy can get a good run here. Every year we see the 1600 just get a little bit more tweaked, a little bit more prodded, and Healy runs this one through there for 1:43.504. He'd gone as quick as into the 30s, 39.477, but it's got the rear diffuser, it's got all the front bits and pieces, and yeah, this is the reason why he can't really be a club sprint style car, because he's in open. You can run, you know, again, it's unlimited engine mods, but you can do all that aero that you can see on the car. And honestly, if you could pinch something like the Dream Projects S15 SR and put it in that, it might be a bit different. Maybe if that thing had about 800 to the tyres, maybe we'd be having a different conversation.
We might have to make an introduction there.
And we might have to just say, excuse me, would you like to use this engine? Big shout out to everyone watching the live stream right around the world, the BOSCH Motorsport live stream. Got people watching from all parts of the world, including Wyoming. Big shout out to Ty that's made contact with us here. All the way from Japan here as well is Yasuhiro Ando, the RX-7 FD, all the way from Japan. Scoot Auto Rescue RX-7. It's good to see our Japanese teams loving time attack and then wanting to come to Australia. Hey, Charlie, what's going on down in the paddock?
Well, I've got a very fast man of the electric variety. Misha Sharudin, you're back for the first time since 2013. What I love about you is your passion, not only for World Time Attack, but just motorsport in general. What does it mean for you to be back here this year?
It's absolutely amazing. As I mentioned, I was here in 2013, back then just as a spectator. Back then already it was the pinnacle of car culture, motorsport in general. It was back then for me a dream to one day compete, because actually my roots began in Time Attack, in Dutch Time Attack Championship, and then thinking like, oh, World Time Attack Challenge, that would have been so amazing. And now 10 years later, I got an invite by Hyundai to compete in WTAC 2024, first EV ever, and I think it's fantastic. I'm still kind of speechless, and also the results that we're doing are quite good.
Absolutely. You seem captivated with the Ioniq N5. I have to ask you, you went 1.2 seconds faster today. What have you found? What's the secret sauce you found?
I think getting, of course, more confident with the car, because it's the first time I'm driving the car. It's quite a big challenge that we had, because I got the invite about 2 months before the event started. So the idea was to compete with quite a standard stock Ioniq 5N. And then later, about a month ago, the invitation was, would you like to put your aero on it? So we developed within 4 weeks an aero kit for the car. But still, a lot of components are actually stock. So the powertrain is completely stock. The suspension is actually also stock. We're running only different shocks on the rear, only mandatory safety equipment. So it is a stock car. I actually have air conditioning in the car that I'm enjoying. So to be able to set these kind of times with a stock car, we're running somewhere middle in the class. I think that's actually quite nice. So I could even use the radio that I have. I can go back home with it. So yeah, it's just seat time, just being more confident with the track, and of course also the conditions, because this morning everyone had their fastest lap times, because yesterday was extremely hot. Now it's actually a lot more cooler, and that benefited us. We couldn't replicate it in the session 2, just a couple of tenths off. We'll see what session 3 will bring us, but I'm extremely proud of Hyundai Motorsport technicians team who helped us to achieve these kind of results. Every session we're finding little things to fine-tune, and this puts such a massive smile on my face, and that's what everyone is actually pretty much doing here. It's a great community. Everyone tries to help everyone. I have people from all kinds of different teams, also from our class competitors, coming to me and telling me like, hey, you should do this, you should do that, you should not push or push a bit more here, and that's fantastic. That's really something that I don't get to see in our endurance racing back at the Nürburgring. So I absolutely love the community here, the car culture. It's amazing. I really hope it's going to be a start of something more beautiful, more to come.
We are lucky to have you, and thank you so much for being here. You couldn't get a better ambassador, could you? An international ambassador for everything that makes the World Time Attack Challenge great. The Ioniq 5N looks stunning, and we cannot wait to see what you do by the end of today.
Thank you so much. I'm very much looking forward to put up a good show. I think the last corner of the last session was quite nice. People loved the slide out of the back corner. So I'll try not to replicate it because that's losing time, but wins the hearts of people. So thank you everyone who came over. By the way, we have to, I think, run to 12:30 at Yokohama official stand for autograph session. So if you're watching this, if you're here, stop by. Let's talk cars. Let's talk Hyundai. And of course, yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys out there and hopefully also next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we'll head over to Luffy and pit lane.
Yeah, I'm down here with Drew Hall and the amazing Croydon Racing Developments GDR. Mate, this car is one of the best sounding cars out there on track, but it's very close in that battle for the top 5 at the moment. How's the car feeling and how's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Proam. I feel like there's a number of representative times haven't been set yet, including us. So we're still looking for that that perfect lap for us to seal the deal for the shootout tonight. Track conditions tricky. We were hoping to do it this morning, but a couple of minor issues, so we're going to have another crack now.
Yeah, mate, as I said, this car is definitely one of the fan favourites out there. It does sound good, so best of luck. Hope to see you in that shootout tonight.
Awesome, thank you. Love the sound too.
Oh boy, back-to-back great interviews there from Charlie and from Luffy. How good is Misha? Like he is, you can see why he's actually definitely one of those great spokespersons for the car culture right around the world. Another thing about car culture is sometimes we've got to take a break because cars leak. That's what we've got right now, a break, and back with more soon.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back to Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Now, I'm down here with one of the fan favourites in Mighty Mouse. Now, this car's had its fair share of issues already this weekend. One of the big talking points about this car yesterday was it had too much front grip. They were talking about going to a smaller front tyre size just to try and sort of not make it so pointy and sharp in the front. But the other issue they've been having is the massive rear wing on this car and it bending the mounts. Now, I've got this is the rear sort of strut support for the rear wing. Now, that piece of metal is actually meant to be straight and it keeps bending. So they're having to sort of work out what they can do to make that stronger and beef it up. To give you an idea, this was the original rear wing end mount and this was bending also. So when you're arriving down the front straight here at sort of 260 kilometres an hour in this little car here, the last thing you want to have is a rear wing that's starting to bend. So these guys, they're working away. They're confident they'll get it fixed. They know what they need to do, but certainly exciting times down here in pit lane.
When you see the full send crew on the track doing their demos here at Sydney Motorsport Park, you ask yourself, is that a Nissan Patrol? It absolutely is, and it's Luke Fink's Nissan Patrol, and it has been chopped and stuck on a 370Z chassis. One question, why?
Why not, pretty much? And it's just the age-old thing with, I would say, majority of the builds in the time attack drift field. It started with a few beers out the back. Next thing, the reciprosaur. Mine's a bit different from the fact that I got a reciprosaur out and committed by cutting the roof off a perfectly good 370Z drift car. But there was only one way to commit.
Wow. And look, just tell us, what was the process like to join two cars that could not be more different?
Surprisingly, they're not. Within the front half of the car was super easy. The windscreens lined up nearly exact, and then the front wheel well lined up, and then the rear I had to chop to length anyway, so it was sort of pretty easy from that point. But we went from a driving 370Z and a separate Patrol to one car within 10 days with a full roll cage and actually had it out its first drift day. However, there was another 2 months in finishing the project to get to this point. We're definitely still not finished yet, but yeah, it was a lot of really late nights getting ready for World Time Attack Challenge.
And of course, we've seen you on track here all weekend, part of the full send crew. What is this like to drive?
It's better than the 370Z was. We've actually got it lighter. I work with a company called Custom Fiberworks, and we've got a custom-made fiberglass rear wall, fiberglass roof. The whole front end is fiberglass. Like, it's actually really light. I haven't had a chance to get it on the scales yet, but my butt dyno is telling me it's lighter, it's quicker. And most of all, you come in and you just can't help but smile. Like, that's, I've got a lot of, big, fast, nice cars, but then this thing, just the smile on your face when you drive, it's just hilarious. No one expects it. Like, why is there a Nissan Patrol at World Time Attack? Why is there a Patrol drifting, for that matter? So it makes perfect sense to me.
Well, I absolutely love it. It is the essence of World Time Attack. And make sure you come on down. It's near pit exit end, right next to Mad Mike as well. The full send crew, you can see them on track for their demo sessions. And make sure you get up and close and personal with Luke Fink's Nissan Patrol and get that all-important photo.
Yeah, well, this is World Time Attack. You're going to see crazy builds, and that's another one from our crazy drift guys and Luke Fink. Great creation, of course, the late Levi Clark's beautiful hot rod that we've seen here before. But a new term for me, butt dyno. That's the new one I'm going to be using from now on, just to see if everyone's butt dyno's working well,
The most efficient measure of horsepower, I reckon.
It's the seat of the pants, isn't it? Yeah, the seat of the pants. You can see there that our crew, we've had the full send crew, now we've got the full clean crew out there, so, the Ford Falcon Trayback Precision Brush team, and we've got our double blowers going on here at the moment as well. Unfortunately, for vehicles of internal combustion, there is oil, still fossil fuel / synthetic fluids that can sometimes leak out. EVs, their defence says you don't have that, so you know what I mean? Less oil downs with that, but we're just cleaning that up right now, and it was good to see that the full send crew, Levi. Levi up there with what he's done there. And look, there we go, one of the most commonly used tools here at World Time Attack this weekend is the grinder. Get that, and I'll tell you what, watch that lanyard. Whose lanyard's that? Right. Hang on a sec. That's Mighty Mouse working in there. The grinder going nuts here. Good to see they've still got the guard on it. So, that's actually some plate, maybe, by the look of it, maybe 6mm plate. That's, chopping through it. And, it's the... at least he's got the glasses on. I do like to see that lanyard blowing in the side grid there. That is Varun there, I think, on the grinder. So crazy stuff to see. But Mighty Mouse, where will it all end? Has the Mouse got enough to get itself into that top 5? Who knows? But as you can see, where that was flowing from. And, as we said, I think it might have been out of that last Rex that we saw going around there. We saw smoke out of the car, and then it turned into this. You're actually telling me, you just off camera here, Michael, that at Roden in New Zealand, is that it's not uncommon to have the boss, the owner, out on the track driving one of his cars. So you're there at work and you hear someone out on track and it's David out on track. Is that right?
Yeah. A lot of the workshops actually open up onto the racetrack. So if it's a nice sunny day, have the door open. David's going around on the track while you're just working away at your jobs.
That's right. You're out there working, and I suppose that probably gives you a nice boost there when the boss is out there steering something in anger, and it's like, the boss is in a race mood today.
Oh, 100%. Just turn down the radio and listen to the engines.
Yeah, well, that's it, and that's what we love to do here too. Okay, Luffy back in the pits with more updates.
Yeah, we spoke about the rear wing M mount on Mighty Mouse and them needing to find something a little bit stronger. Well, we've certainly found that, and you can see the guys have been there cutting away, trying to sort of find a solution for that constant moving rear wing. So it's interesting to see the guys hard at work here. As they said, they're confident they'll get it fixed and back out there and going. Most importantly, they've even got some food here for us as well, so we might even jump in and join these guys for lunch.
Bit of smoko, nothing wrong with that. And yes, the Mouse not done yet. It wouldn't be World Time Attack with a little bit of a thrash, and the grinder, the way we've been using that all weekend, and getting that on the back. Obviously, you can only simulate for so long, I suppose, until you actually go and try it out there on the what we call the black dyno. But have a look at that, like just the show and shine, a hive of activity. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say millions, nearly billions of dollars worth of automobile out there, and just amazing builds. Every year it just inspires people to get those builds done. plenty of people rolling around the place. And you know what, that's one thing about this sprawling venue is that, you know, if we got to stop and line everyone up single file, I mean, we have got tens of thousands of people all expected to roll throughout the venue. We had them yesterday and here today. Of course, Saturday, what a beautiful day for it to happen. The wind's picking up, but you know what, good to see plenty of people just getting out and checking out these cars. And again, remember, they've got kind of their own sort of awards over there as well. Someone's trying to judge all of that, I would imagine, and no doubt in the future, honestly, we could roll someone down there with a camera nearly for probably an hour going past all of these builds. And as Charlie found out yesterday with some of the entrants, some really good backstories to some of these vehicles. I tell you what, right now, while we're getting the chamois out and cleaning up some of these beautiful cars in the show and shine, we'll take a break. The track's nearly back, ready again shortly. A break and back with more soon.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Who's back to the future?
over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Hey, we're back on track. It's the GCG Open class, and picking up where we left off, we've got Johnny Boston out there on a flyer. We've got Morris there as well, being Jeremy Morris in the I-30N, but right now we're back with this Sylvia with the SR20 on board, and as we're already seeing, Boz will be in the Superlap shootout tonight so far with a minute 32.58, but Ken, I don't know whether in the middle of the day right now they're going to go 20-something, but let's have a look. Who knows? More boost, more power. 33.102 in the middle of the day, probably not so bad. And if anything, a nice way to get rid of some of this dust around here as well. Of course, Michael from Roden joining us here. We talked about this yesterday. Of course, with all that engineering capabilities you guys have got, we just need something that can clean the track real fast for us as well, without it being a race car with good aero, because I think 968's really good at sucking the track dry for us, but maybe something a little bit more mechanical.
Build a fan car or something.
Oh, a little McMurdy. Let's call it the McDicker or something like that. That might be the way to go. Your own fan car. Dave will come in with an idea. He'll go, right, fan car, want one, go. You got 2 weeks.
There we go.
Probably. Okay, now just quickly, down to Luffy with more info.
Yeah, I'm down here with Andrew Hawkins, the owner of the car that John Boston's out there with at the moment. So I saw you guys having a bit of a talk before about what the idea of this session was and what you're trying to achieve. So how's the car tracking so far this weekend?
Look, it was a tough day yesterday, but thanks to the officials for helping open class out today so that we could have a longer session and let the quick cars out first. This morning we finally got a lap time that we would say is a bit more ideal. So we got the 30.2. We had a predictive lap time on the second fly into the 29s, but then there was traffic, then a red flag. So it's been a pretty tough ride for open class, just bad luck with mechanical fails, etc. But this session now, with that big oil down, middle of the day, we're not out there trying to run a number now. Now we're looking at drivability. We're looking at boost response. Like Matt from Red Sun is trying to work out what gear, what boost, what power curve to give John like the best car he can drive. We're happy with the chassis, happy with the brakes, we're happy with everything else. It's now just those little tweaks and essentially saving it for the shootout. We're in fourth. Hopefully we can stay in that top 5, and that's where all the focus is now. This time of day with all that stuff down, it's just data gathering. So anyone wondering why we're not PBing right now, that's why.
Yeah, certainly. And since we saw this car 12 months ago at World Time Attack, we saw the emotion in this garage. When you guys cracked into the 29s, it was a massive win for you guys and for everyone in this team. What have we seen different about this car coming back 12 months later?
Look, we had the attitude of just little changes in every department. Obviously, it's a lot of money to make big changes. So we said, okay, what can we change with the aero? Greg Gregson from Sydney Composites, we got some of those new canards off him. So it was new canards, negative pressure ducts in the front fenders. We added a gurney flap, thanks to Greg as well, this weekend when we got here. So it ain't big changes, just little. We worked on some suspension geometry in the front for better braking. GK Tech got us all new knuckles, all new arms. So the actual suspension changed a lot. Had some revalving with the guys from Shockworks to suit that setup. So I guess suspension is, slight changes, brakes slightly improved, tuning and power slightly improved. Everything's just that little tweak rather than, evolution, not revolution.
Well, mate, we look forward to seeing what Bozo can do out there later today. Good luck.
28.9, and then we go bankrupt at the after party again, mate. We're doing it.
Look forward to it.
Oh, there you go. Hawko, just a little bit of predictive... they talk about, I've heard a lot of sports people talk about talking things into reality. So there he is talking about trying to run a 28 and then go bankrupt at the after party. So spend until again next year. Try and redo from there. So some interesting little changes that I heard him talk about there. Any of that make sense to you?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Little drag reduction vents and stuff like that. Yeah. New canards. I know what a canard is, but he's definitely doing a little bit at a time. This is that sort of first session here for the open class that we've seen, and the checkered flag means that this section is over. The next group, I think we normally try and split them up. There's just probably too many in the one group to go out together, but so word is Centura, they're cooling their heels as well before the afternoon session, I understand.
Yeah, a few of the boys up doing some repairs to a wiring harness on the subframe at the moment. I've just heard from them now, so hopefully they can get that sorted for later on.
Oh, geez, wiring. If we don't throw in, repairing carbon or grinding steel from bent struts, we've got a wiring loom issue. I'm sure it's not the only little wiring loom. I've seen a few little looms out around the place overnight there. It's like, oh, what's that? Oh, we've got to redo that bit. But you got Sparkies in house, all that sort of thing?
Yeah, luckily we brought along the electrical engineer who actually made a lot of the looms for the car as well. So they
Sorry, I called him a Sparky. Electrical engineer is probably what we need to call him. I've just called him a Sparky. Sometimes I think we undersell them, our electrical engineers, when we say Sparky. But it does all of that, sort of obviously all in-house as well.
Yeah, full bespoke loom, everything. And with our ABS system, normally it's a separate loom, but they actually integrated that into the car loom as well, so a little bit tidier there. And then obviously it's a development car, so there's a lot of sensors on all the wheels, with like breakout boxes and stuff, just so we can get some data from that as well.
Yeah, that is crazy to have all that sort of stuff in-house, but hey, we're talking about a car manufacturing company. I know it's called Road and Cars, we should have a supercar, we should put the super in there, but I think they're just more than cars. They are a huge driving experience. Look at that show and shine in there. Mind you, we've got a lot of Nissan representing there. Is that a Bentley in there as well, I can see from this shot? And some wild aero on a 35. Look, we've got a little bit of old school lowrider there as well. A little bit for everyone. Now, where's the big Falcon guy that you can see from space? He might
monster truck.
Yeah, he might have more commitment, so that's a very popular car by the look of it. But geez, people's pride and joy, and it just goes to prove that they are lurking in garages all over the country. And I know in NZ, the same thing there. And in fact, anyone watching on the live stream from any country, we know they are in these people's garages, because guess what? Once in a while, they'll pop up on a reel, they'll pop up on a TikTok, they'll pop up at a car meet. And sometimes I just watch YouTubers that film outside car meets in the UK and Germany, like leaving a car meet in Nürburgring. Someone's filming outside, and you get to see all these guys leaving. Mind you, a lot of them are trying to leave like idiots, unfortunately. But hey, you know what? Everyone wants a little bit of acceleration. Everyone wants a little bit of that horsepower. Some people can handle it, some people can't. And I've watched plenty of videos of that too when they can't. And it's unfortunate that then they end up bidding them, but at the end of the day, what they say, play silly games, get silly prizes.
All those new Mustangs banging into the curbs and stuff, light poles and whatnot.
You did mention the Mustangs, yes, you did there. Well, hey, Michael, it's been great for you to come back up here and have a chat. You can go out and look at any more stuff that you might want to pop in and have a look, and we might see if we can get you down here for the last session if the Centura is going to come out one more time. We thought they were coming out, but it turns out, as you said, wiring harness, a little bit of a fix there, and we'll continue on from that, mate. It's always good. I could pick your brain forever on this stuff. I really could, because he's given us all the answers so far and more. So it's really good that you've come up for another chat here today, Mike. Awesome.
Awesome. Cheers. We'll see you later.
Yeah, I tell you what. And he still might have a side project that we might have to get him on there. He can do some good layup stuff and make some good moulds by the sound of it. So the man might need a really clever Kiwi connection. That's a CKC, that, a clever Kiwi connection. My butt dyno thinks it's going to work out really, really well. How about that mention from up the hill there? Fink goes, my butt dyno tells me it's faster.
Because there's a feeling that you do have in the hot seat of a car that you just, I know that it's got some special sauce.
That's got to be on that's going to have to be on a shirt before too long. But Dino says yes.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Okay, flying through here with a little bit of intent. He is flying. Let me tell you. That's Jason Rex having another go, and it does look spectacular going through the concrete dust. I don't know about grip levels there when it runs across there. Flying lap here now also for Galino. So he's really pushing the 35 here. That turn 2, it just, everyone's attitude through turn 2 is completely different. But let's see what happens pushing through the rest of the lap. He's got pretty much open track for now as we try and finish off this session. Because, we are in Plasma Man Pro class. Oh, Wayne Lee and Tanuki. That was Tanuki coming through turn 1. So we can hear Tanuki definitely scraping belly pans. We can hear also Drew Hall doing the same thing. So this Plasma Man Pro-Am class dishing it out here again in no uncertain terms, but lighting up green a little bit harder to do maybe in this class.
Wayne Lee driving Tanuki felt like he was changing the atmosphere at Sydney Motorsport Park. It had the downforce to the ground. It felt like it was moving the commentary box as it went past us. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a little bit of intent out here. I think Ferris is out there on a flying lap here as well. So get some clear traffic, get clear of traffic, honing in on the improvements. And Screaming LS is out there. The VR38 Power Janetta is out there. Our Alpha 35 is out there. We also saw Galino out there as well, which is Nunzio Galino, the Evo 10.
Green middle sector for him.
Yeah, so here we go. A few guys starting to line up a few colours here. Galino hot in the second sector by the look of it. Rex 39.640 before his earlier 32.191. I mean, he's going to need some clean room to do that. And we've got to keep an eye on our friend from the United States of America. Where is he? Where's our Texan? Ferris, I can hear him out there somewhere, just in some of that background. We hear a bit of V8 around the place. Got some Screaming RB through here. Wayne Lee, 34.889, 34.889, but we know how much potential that car's got. He'd love to hone it down. Screaming RB, we're hearing all sort of belly pan stuff. 36.525, the sound of carbon on tarmac. Ferris goes, there we go, 26.893. Ferris 26.893, honing in again on the Fat Cat, but he's still got a fair bit to go. Like a 1.7 seconds he's got to find?
Yeah.
Because that's how bad the Fat Cat is this year. I mean, it's a dominating force. And, he done it with a bunch of laps yesterday. Like, you know what I mean? It's like tested a little bit, but then it comes out yesterday and gets it deep into the 25s.
Look, this might be the session, though. Katumi's out there getting it done, getting some more laps on the board while the boys are still working on the end plate.
Yeah, well, that's right. Let's see if we can hear a little bit more Drew Hall here. Hear that in the background, that Screaming RB. One of those price of admission cars, when you want to hear horsepower in a beautiful tone. Well, Drew Hall's got plenty of that out of this car. And may the RBs scream forever.
It just looks like such a well-planted race car.
All right, here he goes onto the final turn. Not lining up any sectors here, but could be a good consolidatory run for him. As he said, he hasn't quite found the perfect lap yet. He's just trying to iron out a few bugs. Let's let it hear it scream through the commentary section here. Yeah, goes through for a minute 29.847. So yeah, close. 3/10 away from what he's run already. But he might be able to keep trying here. These guys are still attempting various segments. Lighting up green now is Drew. Lighting up one of the sectors there was Drew Hall. So
final sector.
Yeah. The final sector was good. The other two sectors, as he said, he's got to match them all up, and if you get it all in one go, that is technically as close as you can get, if there's no such thing, one perfect lap. All right, Perini, minute 31.35, just outside the 5. He needs to get himself a 29-something to come in and get himself back into that 5 in front of Newen. He comes through and goes 31.969. 31.969. Consolidatory maybe, but yeah, no improvement per se. But he's still trying out there. Here we go. Back to our relatively stock-looking 35. Galino now just cooling down on his flying lap, but Dylan is back out there. Dylan Cothell. Can't say he's not pushing too hard. He is pushing to the limit. Drew screws another one through, minute 29.576. Gee, so close to the 29.508, so that next lap was pretty good as well for Drew, but just not enough. Yeah, Dylan just at the limits of adhesion here, as you can still see. It's still a street car. But it's just about getting all of the slide that you can. 2 shots at it, bouncing over the corners. Definitely entertaining to watch him here screw it through the corners. Absolutely banging through. And again, sector 2. So sector 1 not lighting up, I mean, again, this is the sort of car that you can only probably screw so far before you run out of dial, so to speak. He's out through Bosch turn 8. 9, 10, 11. Here you can sort of carry it down over the engine. You can wash out a fair way out there, but sometimes that's kind of a little bit more of an escape road if you can't pull it up. Grabbing gears, throwing up the dust. Done just about everything in the one lap there, Dylan, except not light up any PBs this time. Hits the finish line, 38.464. Certainly been spectacular. Seeing here on the replay. So here we go. Goes to push it in. You can see the steering lock. Plenty of steering lock there. And then yeah, that's a nice slide to take that with an R35. You've got to know your car fairly well to be able to steer it around like that. And looks like Galino coming in as well. Look, we haven't had much from Nunzio, but he's managed to get a couple of laps in. Dylan's just out there getting his money's worth, definitely. Yeah, every turn, like he is pushing still. It just makes you wonder with a car of this sort of weight, and right now the track being a little bit hot. Is just how much more tyre Dylan's got there. We don't mind. He'll drive it to what he can do, and can steer, as we say, skid control in Queensland. Quite a successful way of getting into you're driving your car with a bit of gusto, still keeping a street registered vehicle and getting into different events. He leads the way. We do the Carnacrosses, my family, and we join him on days like that. And he's normally the lead car, shows you around the course, and then all day he just lets us all cut loose. But yeah, I don't know. He's be a hard guy to beat. Oh, Dylan, thank you for that. And again, just blows the dust up there, not lighting up any sectors here again, Dylan. But let's see whether a 36.324, whether he's close. Yeah, I'd say fair enough. Tyres have got to be putty now, pretty much. And I just wonder whether that dust on that turn has played havoc with more than him in this Plasma Man Pro-Am class. Of course, Plasma Man, another great Australian success story, manufacturing just world standard components, manifolds, plenums, all sorts of components. They just do some fantastic stuff. And of course, you know, we do produce a lot of aluminium in this country. A lot of people call it aluminum. I call it aluminium. And we do a lot of machining of the stuff and supply of that stuff. But he's still trying to push out there and go from there. Absolutely, come on in. Come on in and have a go. Of course, Paul from GCG, hop on in. And I want to hear from the man who obviously having a lot of fun here at World Time Attack every year. Loves walking around everywhere too. Or did you get a GCG golf buggy this year? Oh no! No wonder why he's sort of wincing here. It's like the Achilles gone, but then they go, okay, well you come down to the commentary box. You okay, mate?
I thought I'd come down and sit in the air-conditioned box with you and just chill for a while.
It's not as cool in here as we thought, was it?
It's like a greenhouse.
Now, of course, with the open classes, which is what GCG's sponsoring there, they had the People's Choice. They're still getting the entries in for that.
Mate, that's going phenomenal. We have some partnerships with obviously Garrett, with the biggest Garrett performance distributor in Australia. So us, Garrett, and our friends at Heron Forbes.
Yes,
they do some nice quality toolboxes. We thought, what would every car guy want? What's a good generic prize?
That's a big enough incentive, isn't it?
So you enter the GCG Garrett Heron Forbes People Choice Award. You know, only one guy can get a trophy. The fastest car, you know, is the fastest car. Well, here you don't even have to be on the track. It's the most popular.
And you can certainly win yourself something good. Let's have a look at the Plasma Man Pro-Am class leaderboard right now, because that's come through. In the meantime, look, improvements, no lighting up green that time. Honestly, Wayne Lee, I think Tanuki's going to have to be the big mover in the last session here to try and at least chop a few seconds off to get up to that 28.017 of Alec Kazakovsky, the big flat six Subaru. Ferris Kortumi, Sammy Sievenin, some improvements there. But I tell you what, Nunzio's come out of nowhere with a 32.528 in there as well. Now we've quickly got Luffy down in the lanes with more info.
Yeah, when we were talking to Barton earlier, he said about some damage to the floor and some work they need to do on the under tray. Well, you can see here clearly behind, you can see where they've obviously done like a bit of a patchwork in 3 spots on this front splitter, and also on the Audi guys next door, you can see they've got that sort of front end plate, obviously trying to sort of cure whatever work they've been doing on it. So there's a fair bit of work going on, again, all sort of working towards that sort of important shootout for tonight. But then when we come next door, we come see our friends here at Roden, and we've got Josh Buchan sitting in the beautiful FZ there, getting ready to go out. So he's definitely living every childhood dream right now.
Ah, okay, so the FZ not too far away. Yeah, we had Michael up here from Roden there before, and we were wondering because we missed a pro class there, and obviously both cars in the pro classes wanted to come out, but they decided we're going to fix it. A bit of carbon to be fixed. We're going to a break shortly. We'll be back with Paul from GCG here after the break too. Hope you're enjoying it here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I think the FZ will be on track here shortly.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Behind us is the latest and greatest project from Roden Cars, I guess, incarnation of the Centura.
25 years.
25 years, but it's taken you how long to get it from a raw tub to what we are competing here now?
Pretty much just under 12 months from literally the tub and the main cows. So 12 months from that to what you see here today. which is running our own engine as well.
And the final assembly, I can speak from seeing it myself, has literally happened in the last 2 of those 12 months.
Yeah.
Like, this car was a raw tub in April. It's now August and we're racing. It's a phenomenal effort. How much sleep was lost in the process?
I couldn't keep track of the day. The guys are working like every weekend for probably 8 weeks. Yeah, till late in the evening, especially the assembly team. They've had this car fully assembled and then fully torn to bits multiple times.
And something like World Time Attack with the Centura, probably your first official motorsport event in which, you know, there's an external deadline for the company. How did that motivate the team? Did it motivate, or was it stressful? Tell us about that experience.
It was motivating and stressful, but it was like a good kind of stress. It's a really cool event. I mean, it's a perfect debut for our car and what we can do as a company as well. Yeah.
All in-house built. It's got a Rodin designed engine. Tell me about the engine, gearbox and driveline of the car.
So it's our Rodin RC10, which is a 4-litre V10. It's about 720 horsepower, rev it out to 12,000 RPM.
And that's an engine that Rodin have designed and developed to be a customer engine. You can buy the raw motor itself, can't you?
So our factory that was finished about 18 months ago has pretty much everything we need to make the engine from the ground up. So we've got the foundry. So it actually starts out as a 3D printed pattern that's then dipped in like a ceramic solution. Then they burn out the resin pattern inside and then pour in that molten aluminium, cut the excess bits off, chuck it in the CNC machine, do all the critical features like the bores and the crank tunnel and all that sort of stuff. And then it goes into our assembly room, put it all together, and then onto the engine dyno. So with our dyno, we can test up to 15,000 RPM and 2,500 horsepower. So
awesome, mate. Well, man, it's a killer car. I'm lucky enough to drive it, and you've done a good job. So you can do the next session. My neck hurts after driving the FZ. So
you got that on.
Grab your helmet. Yes, exactly.
Oh, there we go. So nice little recording there, and there's the man himself out there really steering it around, of course, Josh Buck. And now look, I've got Paul from GCG with us here, just adding a bit of colour and sticking around for some more action on track from the open class. But yeah, this car is amazing. Josh was telling me just before that, look, you know, they're just about out of tyres. So on a sticky set, I think during the week he said he went minute 18 with this car. So I mean, it's nearly as quick as RP968, which of course took the open wheel record away from, of course, A1GP cars. So it's a screamer. Beautiful thing, isn't it?
Looks good, and a long time between drinks with the A1.
It is a long time between drinks. You remember that it was sort of like a breakaway series, the A1GP. It got away from F1 because they were trying to obviously think, well, we can still go racing without this exorbitant sort of cost of Formula 1. But I suppose that's why Rodin's probably got these. I mean, they are available for sale. If you did want to buy yourself basically that Formula 1 experience, you can get them. So I suppose, yes, aiming at a high-end market. But boy, oh boy, they're talking about building purpose-built racetracks here in the Hunter Valley for enthusiasts as well. So, I mean, the motoring enthusiast budget does vary between the Bucksdown races to the real high end.
There are. There's guys that like to buy T-shirts, and guys like Lance Stroll's dad that just buy the company.
Yeah, they just go and buy a company, yes. But this is so good to see that Josh can definitely wring the neck of these things. And as he said earlier this week, on really good tyres, fresh up, on probably slightly cleaner track, he was going 18s, and he said that there would be more in it than that. But hey, he still managed to push it out there. And sounds the biz. We're going to hear it one more time, screaming down the straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Josh is just one of these guys that'll do 2 laps and come in. He'd like to do it. It's like our fella a couple of years ago with the Can-Am McLaren. He didn't want to come in. We didn't want him to go in either. It's like, please stay out. Please give us more. It was like the 767 demonstration we had years ago. Same deal. Don't come in. Please stay out. And I love that here at World Time Attack. We've got vehicles that we can bring for demonstrations. And this is so good to see that the Rodin was able to come out. And I do believe they're talking about bringing out the other beast maybe next year when they may have refined it a bit. 12 months of development and it'll be back.
We have a compound turbo 1800 horsepower Kenworth on our stand.
Oh, do you?
Maybe next year we'll do one of those.
Okay, why not? Why not?
I'm sure Steve could drift that thing around the whole circuit.
I think you've got to. I think you've got to light the wick sometimes in the dream factory. I mean, you can just when you think you can dream enough, dreams like that come up. Someone else has had a dream and they built something, and they go, how? Because you know what? This is the one thing that I think not only sort of scares people, but it excites me. To be different is getting harder, but people are finding new ways to be different, and that sounds different to me. And one more time, Josh. Oh, Josh not sparing it. Not sparing it. I notice he's got some cameras on it as well, so obviously more info. Going to go into a Rodin production sometime in the future. And we've even got, of course, the owner of Rodin Cars, Dave Dicker, walking around the pits. And he's the sort of guy that apparently just, I mean, no entourage, no hangers-on. It'll be, if you see a guy poking his nose in, looking around the place, looks a little bit like Father Christmas, I understand. Okay. He will be just, you know, obvious in his stealthness. Just wants to take it all in. I hope he's getting a huge buzz from this, getting a huge buzz, because it's a hell of a circuit. Yes, you've got your own private circuit in the New Zealand Alps, but this track is fast becoming the international measurement for time attack. It's the Garda GP circuit. This car has gone nearly just as quick as an A1 GP car, as we said. It was that record was broken, of course, last year by RP968, and then just manicured to a minute 17.672 this year, so just trimmed a little bit off there. But Paul, what else has been going on in GCG? Not only do you guys sell the turbochargers, but there's a maintenance department there as well, so they can get fixed if they need to be.
Yeah, we keep getting bigger and bigger. We a couple of years ago we put another branch in Brisbane, so we've got a full team up there. And yeah, in the workshop in Sydney, full turbo technicians. Is currently our 45th anniversary year, so there's a whole on our website. There's a whole nostalgia thing where Brett, the owner, tells a story. It's now a third generation family business, and I like that. I like that it's not a big corporation, and
I love that too. It sounds good. 45 years in business. Crazy to think that 45 years of turbocharger technology and servicing with GCG. Okay, the Rodins come in. The sun is shining. The wind is blowing lightly. We're going to have a break and back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park with more action on track soon.
Rodin Cars is a high-tech, high-performance car constructor that's developed the FZ, an F1-inspired track car. The F-Zero, a hypercar built without limitations for maximum track performance. The Rodin Centura, a GT1-inspired track car, and the all-new RC10, a 4-litre naturally aspirated V10 engine delivering 720 brake horsepower at 11,000 RPM. To find out more, visit rodincars.com.
We have watched the full send crew truly send it around Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend. Thought I'd catch up with Jay Duca and talk all about the crew and the incredible machinery that they've brought with them. Jay, welcome. We are so lucky to have you.
I'm lucky to be here, and I'm loving the event, so yeah.
Well, talk us through the full send crew. We've got Drift Cat, we've got so many iconic drifters here.
For sure, there's just a big bunch of guys and girls that have all different cars. You know, there's not one car that's like the next, and everyone's got a different driving style, everyone's got a different engine combo, and it's what it is. We've got, basically Ian said, do whatever. He's just given us no instructions. He goes, I don't care what you do, just do it. So yeah, it's good. We've just got no rules, same as our car builds, you know. Our car builds are just loose and open, so it's awesome.
And of course, drifting is a part of the weekend, both nights, which is really, really cool. And yeah, what does that mean to the drift community to be really a part of this iconic event?
Oh, it's huge, because we're surrounded by just the best race cars you've ever seen, you know, and the best technology and the best companies. So I feel lucky that we're here, you know. So yes, it's unreal.
Well, we are lucky to have them. The full send crew fully sending it all weekend here at the World Time Attack Challenge.
Oh yes, well here we go. Of course, Jay Duca That was that quad rotor VL Commodore, but then of course the silence, well, not the silence, the interview got absolutely broken by Mitch Pullen and the gang. And it's crazy stuff to see out there. Mitch starting, of course we saw Rob White from Super Cheap Auto come there through there. He's got a passenger on board. An interesting story in there, of course, the passenger. He's got a passenger on board, a guy from, I think, Bloke's Advice. He's dropped 170 kilos in weight, and it's the first time he's actually been able to fit in a race car. So they decide, you know what, let's whack him in a race car and give him a hell of a lot of entertainment. The full Scent Crew drift demonstration, and screaming no matter who we've got in there. They're giving exactly what we asked them to do, and that's just send some action out there around the track. It's just crazy to see. Yeah, I'd say so. Yes, indeed. Oh, geez, I tell you what, I thought we saw the NASCAR VK, but then we've got another one out there as well. Full send as well. Done up by Gricey's almost. There we go. Gricey's. Big thanks to Paul from GCG for dropping by. He'll be back a little bit later for another round of opens. But Tony B joining me on mic. I wanted to hear a bit more about Jay Duca's, quad rotor VL, because it's a wild build as well. But then, of course, Mitch Pullen interrupts in the middle.
You can't hear anything when the Boost Mobile S13 goes flying past. And I tell you what, this is the first time I've seen the drift cars out on track today, and what a show they definitely put on. Now, some of these guys are competing later tonight, and some of them are just part of the exhibition crew, the full send drift crew out on track. Side to side, down the front straight of Sydney Motorsport Park. It's about the only opportunity we get to do high-speed drifting here at Sydney. Normally we're running over the North Circuit or the South Circuit and all the different drift layouts, but the drivers absolutely love the opportunity to do the big front straight mungie.
Oh, well, you know what? It's not just that. It's the engineering in the builds as well. Oh, full send. That's full send. That's about as big an angle as you can get. He saved it too. Yeah, we need drones. We need every camera, because right now, Sydney Motorsport Park is lit.
Well and truly lit the place up for this just after lunch demo. I can see people down in the chill out area, the Super Cheap Auto activation area, watching the big screen, watching the crowd. G'day fans down there giving us a wave.
Oh, there you all are. G'day, how are yous? Full send for these boys.
Roger Ianson coming down the front straight right now, and the little drift rod, Levi Clark's drift rod. We love to see it out on track. It's absolutely awesome.
The other trouble is with the full send drift crew, they end up driving too much smoke around the place. Where's the breeze that we need? There it is. There's that Z. What an incredible build that is. I mean, you know what I mean? 240, 260 Zs. They're hard enough to get as they are, let alone still build one that you're going to thrash a little bit, And here he goes again.
And then put a GDR engine in at VR38. Joel Timmick driven.
Honestly, folks, if you leave here today unimpressed, we better check your pulse on the way out.
Absolutely.
We've got to check it out. Jay got the quad rotor out there, out for a lap, and there's the patrol.
Luke Fink, Slam Patrol.
Luke Fink out there as well.
All right.
Finky.
Drift drivers and the full send demo crew filing back through. One of our Kiwi brothers from just over the ditch.
He just can't help himself.
Sure, by choice.
They just can't help themselves. It's like, okay, boys, can you go out there and show off a little bit? You don't have to ask them twice.
Sure.
Whoa, there we go. Loop-de-loop.
Big 360.
Beautiful. Looks like part of the show. Maybe that'll be the new drift demonstration we can do. We go, righto, boys, you've got to do at least one loop-the-loop in a drift battle.
Yep. 360 entry into the corner. That'll add some challenge to it as he comes past our box. On limiter around turn one. That is such a high-speed corner.
They wish they could have this as part of their drift course tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
They would love turn one, but, you know, that's a high-speed turn one. It'd be hard, first of all, to put a huge crowd down there for them, unless, you know, we put them on the mound. But I don't know, ideas for future.
There we go. One of the OGs of the drift scene, Drift Cat. Drift Cat Calero.
Yeah, she doesn't mind. She doesn't mind sending the limiter out there at all in the VK, all done up nicely. Got that Dodge NASCAR motor on board.
First time I saw Cat drifting was way back in 2003, 2004. She had a 5-litre blue VK. That was the first time out on track, and she's been pioneering drifting for the girls all the way through. And now she's a mum, like 2 little girls of her own that love coming along to the racetrack too.
And you know what? There's nothing better than watching mum out there competing. I suppose if you're a kid and that's your mum, that's I guess that means the future is certain. Maybe Drift Cat's kids might get in there. The Drift Kittens, they might be in there. But how's that? They've got the great lineup of people just waiting here for the full set crew to come off. That whole corner of the stylised Shannon Show and Shine. They're really decked out against the fence there and enjoying them all coming through. Sometimes the best view is just up against the fence anywhere around this circuit, and so many people streaming throughout the area. The whole complex is a buzz. We've got that many car nuts in here, it's not funny. You've got to be a car nerd to be here. If you turn up and say, I'm not a car nerd, I'm just here to have a look around, well, again, we'll check your pulse on the way out to make sure everything's A-OK, because honestly, if you are not, as Russell Crowe said in the movie, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? I know we've got some other activation coming up here, and oh boy, maybe it's time to get yourself onto the main straight wherever you can. And if you want to get into the main grandstands and you don't know how to get to this side, you go up to race control. So the main pit building where race control is there under the end steps, getting up onto the roof, is a set of steps going down into the ground. And under the ground is a tunnel. The tunnel runs you straight across under the grandstands. You come up under the grandstands, and tell you what, you can get up into the stands from there and sit down, or walk down and check out all the other great displays we've got in behind there. We've got a ton of them in there. Make sure you check them out. You can get a feed. You can sit here on a beanbag. You can see the super cheap auto activation area. Of course, the Hot Wheels team up there right now because they're out on the track in a sec, but you got to see it all.
That grandstand shot, Diggles, looks absolutely amazing. There are so many people sitting up in the grandstand there, getting a bit of shade from the sun, but getting a great view of the Hot Wheels stunt show that is going to light up.
Oh yeah, she's full.
That's a packed house.
She's getting full there. Yeah, so it is a good place to take all the stuff here on the main straight, and of course later when we do the Flying 500 and the head-to-head and all of that to come, and more sessions for all of our categories as well.
This is a great place to sit and watch, and what a great venue. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. Thank you, New South Wales Government, for giving us such a fun playland to play in.
It is crazy.
Extraordinary day.
Oh, that's right. Of course, Sydney is fantastic. The gateway to Australia. It's only truly global, multicultural city, and great venues like this. And you know what? Already, the major events capital of the Asia Pacific, hosting exclusive international sporting events, premieres of blockbuster musicals, and a world-class calendar of cultural events, including these ones: Sydney Festival, Mardi Gras, Sydney Biennial, and the world-renowned Vivid Sydney, delivering more than $1 billion into the local economy. And then let's add on the motorsport side of that as well. So multi-billions of dollars coming into the economy in New South Wales, and motorsport is a huge one that I don't think everyone politically realises how big it is. Sometimes I think they all wish it to go away, but guess what? It can't. It's jobs, it's growth. It's recreational motorsport in this country and around the world, I've noticed, is just booming. We've got a whole generation of kids that never grew up with families of petrol heads. So considering how well we do with families of petrol heads, to now young kids with no one in the family petrol heads, they're the first petrol head, first generation petrol head, either through YouTube, TikTok, gaming. They're coming in as car people when no one in their family was. So guess what? They've got to start somewhere. So not only online, you get into a real event like this, all of a sudden the inspiration starts to flow. How do I know more? How do I do more? How do I get myself into this?
And coming along and chatting to the teams and drivers, walking around. I've seen 3 generations of families being here, grandparents, parents and kids. And look, it is a full family affair here at World Time Attack Challenge. There is plenty to see and do. But I am so excited for this Hot Wheels stunt show. The guys are setting up the jump ramp right now. Now, this morning's stunt show that the Hot Wheels guys did, they were driving the F-Truck down the front straight and they were doing donuts around it.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes.
Okay, but this is the second show. So these guys like to turn it up a notch, just a little bit. So I've got a bit of a whisper that the Hot Wheels stunt show is going to be a bit of jumping over other cars, doing other things. So keep your eyes peeled on the front straight. Grab yourself a bite to eat, take a seat, and get ready for the action.
Who knows what they got this time? I mean, they don't really compare notes with us and tell us what they're doing, and I think sometimes that's because you've got to protect that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a fair amount of choreography in this.
Yes.
And you know, I know when you see drifting, you think you're seeing choreography, but you're seeing random choreography, because a lot of times the drift battle is just two guys on their own style, inches away from each other, and you look at that and you go, that is a finely crafted symphony of two cars doing the same thing, but it's not. It is random choreography.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, these guys, you know, they add a little element of choreography and a bit of safety involved. We want to make sure that everyone has a good time and we have no issues. However, it's unpredictable. It's still motorsport. There's still cars and all sorts of things going on. But it is exciting stuff, and I've been promised fireworks, I've been promised tyre smoke, the whole lot. So very, very much looking forward to it. And we just had a note over from the Paddock side as well. There's plenty of merch on sale. There's a lot happening, but we'll just take a quick commercial break.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Oh, yeah, Sydney Motorsport Park drone view. Love it. Geez, I love a good drone. Couldn't fly one for quids, but you know what? The people that do a really good job, especially the ones in the drifting last night, because the drift judges were using that, I think, the drone replay to get the best markings per performance. Now, here we go. Matty Mingay. I think we've got Kent Dalton down there as well. a cast of a couple, but they're going to do something. I don't know what they're going to do. We've got our own live announcer down in the middle working up the crowd on the main straight, but there's going to be something here that we'll have to call from a distance. It's almost like we'd be calling the Olympics from home, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
pretty
like
much.
That, yes, a bit like that.
We've got a ramp, so there's something to do with a ramp. A trophy truck and Kent's car. Now, look, I don't think Kent's going over the ramp, but I have a funny feeling the trophy truck goes over the ramp here. And Matty Mingay, what a fun machine. And just watching all that footage last night, he certainly knows how to light those tyres up on the trophy truck. And how crazy were they when they used to be racing around the street circuits of supercars, over the jumps, 3 wide or whatever. And here we go, a bit of a synchronised doughies to start with. They head off in their own direction. But Matty Mingay, I mean, I don't know whether, I haven't seen the man on a bike since, I mean, he had this horrific accident, of course, in trophy truck racing, which, we don't know how the bloke actually survived it, but he did. But I just don't know whether he can do the bikes. Here we go, up the ramp, bit of air. Whoa! Yeah, why not? Oh, geez, right in towards Kent there. But, yeah, Mingay loves a bit of air. And plenty of opportunities for photos during that sort of stance. And, of course, Kent, I think he used to have a pretty loud, screaming Aspo LS, but now I think definitely supercharged. Yes. Plenty more exhaust noise, very cranky, very torquey. But, God, they've done a million miles on the drift, on the, what is it, the entertainment circuit.
Entertainment circuit is probably the way to go. Look at the full extension of all of the suspension components. The diff just hangs down, the whole body almost looks like it's going to separate, lands it and keeps going. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, motortainment, they are in the motortainment industry. You know what, hats off to Hot Wheels for sticking with these guys, because, geez, they do sell a lot of Hot Wheels for them.
Absolutely. When we were discussing the calendar of events and where they're going to be at what time, these guys are on the road nearly every second weekend, 26 weekends of the year, all over the country, whether it be car events like this, or sometimes they do local exhibitions and all sorts of stuff, store activations, but they do an absolutely phenomenal stuff. Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, big air there for Matty Mingay. We saw that little one yesterday where he does the donut around the bottom of the ramp and then he goes over the top, and everyone should be able to get a photo of that. Of course, Kent's twin brother Dallas, they're at High Torque Performance on the Gold Coast. Very successful workshop, very successful engine builders, and I had the fortune of emceeing an open day that they had, massive. They closed the whole street off. It was during supercars. It was actually during supercars that they got a little bit of leeway with the council, allowed them to close the street because it was part of the supercars.
Of course.
And he was able to do dyno comp and all sorts of things there. So, yeah, Kent and Dallas, the Dalton twins, they do, they're an integral part of not only good performance engines, but, yeah, can steer. God, that looks like fun. Honestly, if I could ride a theme park ride that gave me that sensation, I'd want to jump one of them.
Do you reckon Matty Mingay would loan us a trophy truck and let us have a steer?
I think he could. I think he would. I think he would. It'd be fun. I mean, this sort of stuff, they're designed to do it. I mean, honestly, like time attack cars, like, any one of these pro cars or whatever like that, they're designed to hug the ground. They're designed to go around corners. They're designed to do all of that. But I tell you what,
I think driving a trophy truck is certainly on my bucket list, my personal bucket list. So I'll put it out there in the universe that over the microphone, over the live stream and everything else, if I could get a steer of that, Mr. Mingay, that would be absolutely amazing.
Look at all the doughies already they've put out there. Like, honestly, we've got that many doughy marks there. And again, maybe I'm the only one in the world that uses the term doughy. No. Right? What was the other one you were using before? Oh, yes, shadows over the smoke. That was good. Yeah, this is all part of a bit of Festival of Mang, I suppose, as well. The doughies. And, yeah, Matty just steering this thing around. Yeah, what is it with tyre smoke and wheel spin and smoke? Synchronised doughies.
Loud exhausts.
Yes.
Crowd on the fence with the cameras out. Everyone up. I can see everyone up in the grandstand there with the phone cameras out. Make sure you tag them. They'd love to see the footage. They'd love to see you guys getting engaged with this.
Now, just had a little hit. Now, remember, if you have not looked at your schedules, We've got a few cars starting to line themselves out into the pits because of our pit walk. Our pit walk is scheduled at 2 o'clock, so in about 35 minutes' time, you'll be asked to go down the back of the main pit building and enter from the lower end. It's the only way you're going to be able to go in there. You're also going to only be able to get out is by walking through and coming out the top. So it's all one-way traffic. You'll be coming in through the main pit building down the end near turn 1, walking up towards race control and then leaving from there.
And I did that walk last year, and the buzz of everyone getting up close and personal with all these amazing machinery, it's just such a cool spectacle to see. So get involved, get down to that pit walk, and then through the back of all the Trader Alley afterwards. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, but right now all of that is, you see those vehicles starting to get pushed into the pit lane area, ready for the pit walk at 2 o'clock. But we've got the Hot Wheels stunt team drift show going on until then. And then, of course, we've got that pit walk going on for a fair amount of time, probably 30 plus minutes or so. So it's only going to be a 30-minute session. So if you were intending on going on that pit walk, I'd be gravitating towards the end of the main pit building. The trouble is, so many people are here wanting to watch the Hot Wheels stunt show. That's why they're in the grandstands. But then they've got to get them. Honestly, that tunnel's going to be chockers because they're going to want to get down to the end for the pit walk pretty much straight after that. So they've got to do that. So I don't know what they're cooking up here. Yesterday they were cooking up all sorts of little strategies. Had that beautiful little barrel race yesterday, which was pretty good. I think we're going to see a bit more of that later on in their final show later on today. They have a bit of a race, a bit of a one-on-one little battle to get through a bit of a gymkhana, driftkhana type course. But there's a bit of banter back and forward there. Matty Mingay having a chat with the crowd, Kent Dalton having a chat. Very cool.
Yeah, it is definitely cool, and as we can see, more of those cars getting ready for the pit walk. So just remember, for those that can hear us, if you're only hearing us on the live stream, well, you won't be able to do it because you're not here. But for all the people that can hear us on the PA, you will be you're having to get yourself down to the end of the main building. But right now, it's all about the Matt Mingay Hot Wheels Stunt Team Drift Show. And they are cooking up something there. Let's have a look. Bit of a replay. Yes, synchronised noise. A skill in itself. A skill in itself. And big air from Matty Mingay. Honestly, if they had a taller portable ramp they could use, they would use it, because I know Matty can get more air than that. It does it so well. Look at the angles, the drone shots. Just hats off to all of our cameramen here today, providing this awesome footage, this amazing spectacle of the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. It's that crazy time of day where you should be having lunch by now. You should have hopefully taken in a couple of hours of excitement. There's still plenty more to see throughout the day, all the way into the evening. And of course that drifting cup a little bit later on tonight is just going to be off its head. So that is looking fantastic. We're going to have a quick break and back with more information for you from Sydney Motorsport Park, one of the best petrol-head playgrounds you'll find anywhere.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Back live here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and yes, you can see it if you have a look down off the drone view here. Quite a bit of population sneaking in through the bottom. That's the only way you can get into this pit walk, is through that bottom boom gate. And I've had a lot of people. I would imagine right now the tunnel under the track, right at the bottom of the screen here, is absolutely chockers full of people streaming out to be part of this magic moment. Tony Bishop, the pit walk is just an incredible part of the event. All part of your admission ticket as well, by the way.
Yes, no extra ticket needed to go for the pit walk, and it's just behind us. So, you know, we get great images on the screen there, but it is just so awesome to gaze over and just see how many people want to get up close and personal with all this machinery. Check that out. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and great for the teams to be able to have the car prepped and ready for us, because they want to show off what they've been working on, right? They're very proud of their machinery and they really love showing it off.
Oh, and you know what? It's time for selfies. It's time for photos with their favourite cars. You know, a lot of our drivers, like, you know, Ferris might be hanging around near there. You know, Sammy as well. Barton, he might be in there somewhere. He might do some crowd surfing, Barton, you know, because he nearly went to do it again last time. He went minutes 17.672. But that is one of the magic times at World Time Attack every year, the pit walk. What a great concept. I mean, you know what? You think as a promoter you can give the fans as much as you can, and that means bringing vehicles from right around the world. I mean, that's a big enough commitment for a promoter as it is, but then to be able to say, listen, we need an up-close and personal experience for race fans, and this is what the pit walk does. And literally, the pit walk is really only not even 30 minutes of fun. We can't really have you in there forever, but we are streaming the people in. Look at them, the people are flocking through and all bunched up right at the beginning, because yeah, we got Sammy Severton, we've got Ferris there, we've got 968 there, so yeah, a lot of people want that. There's the Roden there as well, so that is an absolute sea of people now starting to filter out. Remember, up further we've got more of those great cars that you can experience. You know, Mighty Mouse, you know, the iconic Mighty Mouse, and everything in between. But look at that, the kids on the shoulders, the people with the cameras, and yeah, people coming back that way as well. I always thought we couldn't come back that way, but you can by the look of it.
Well, last year when I was doing the pit walk for myself, you know, I'm just gathering some ideas, and you're hearing people have conversations about the cars. I'd say a fair amount of our spectators here have probably got a car that they're tinkering with, and this is a really great opportunity. Hey, I'm going to take some inspiration for this one. Hey, I've got this chassis. I really want to have a deep look at what this car is all about.
Oh, it's all about automotive worship as well, and we've got plenty of fans. Look at them all streaming through there. And look at the big bunch coming out. They've all caught on how to get in there, and as we continue to relay that message, you've still got time, folks. I wouldn't leave it too late, but yeah, you've still got time to get there. And when you think about it, we've walked a lot of this area, haven't we, Tony?
Yes.
To come through the tunnel, to come all the way down the pit building, to come up that way. Yes, it's a bit of an effort, but it's definitely worth the walk to see it. And yeah, it's a sea of race fans. They're our most die-hard fans out there, checking them all out, having a look at these vehicles up close and personal. It's very hard to obviously see them up close when they're flying past you at 250 odd k an hour, but good to just see them there in a static. And somewhere down there in the middle would be Charlie and Luffy. Come in, come in, come in.
Guys, we are well and truly in the thick of it. This is one of my favourite moments of the entire weekend. Last year, Luffy, we literally ran along pit wall, didn't we? Because it is wall-to-wall people here, and it's great to see that it's the same again this year.
Yeah, look, it is. It's great to see all the fans down here and being able to get up and close and personal with all of these amazing cars, meet the drivers, and actually sort of get to experience World Time Attack down here at sort of at a pit lane level. But it's been an exciting weekend so far. We've seen some ups, we've seen some downs, we've seen a lot of records broken, and I think we're going to see a lot more records broken later today.
Well, of course, I've been in the paddock all morning, running around, seeing all of the incredible things that are going on back there. But yes, I missed laps, records broken, done. Bart, he's there.
Yeah, look, Bart, this morning, obviously the previous record was a 17.8. Went out this morning, 17.67. And it was interesting, standing down there with the crew, when you saw that last year when they did that 17.8, there was a lot of celebration and everything like that. Yeah. There was almost that sense of slight sort of disappointment this morning because they know that there is so much left in that car. Obviously, when Bart came in, he was very excited and everything like that. But you just know, looking from the reaction of the crew, they know that that car has still got so much more potential in it. We know that the conditions are going to be better later. They're really gearing up for having a big crack later tonight in that shootout. So I'm really excited to see what those guys are going to do. But right up and down pit lane, we've seen records broken. We saw Trent Grubel yesterday, our reigning club sprint champion. Engine failure yesterday. They're like, we'll go away, we'll replace the engine, no problem. The crew were working till 4:30 this morning. They roll out this morning. They say to him, you're good to go from lap 1, goes out there, first flying lap, lowers the club sprint record by another 0.2. So that's not only confidence from a crew perspective, but also confidence from a driver perspective, and that's the things we love to see.
It is the true essence of World Time Attack Challenge, isn't it? When the chips are down, everyone pulls together, replaces an engine, stays up till 4 a.m, and then comes back and breaks a lap record. That's how it's done. Now, let's talk about the Extreme GTR, because that's not what we wanted to see. I did see it go by on a tilt tray. Talk me through what's happened there. What are the team doing now?
Yeah, so they've got a bit of work ahead of themselves, but again, they know that they've got plenty of time. They've got a bit of an issue in that front right corner of the car. They've got a little bit of carbon work to repair and everything like that, but there's really nothing sort of too much. They're very relaxed. They're very confident. They were sort of talking some pretty big numbers as to what they think that car's going to be capable of again later today. So again, it's all building towards that important shootout. But I was talking to Slady about what it's like to drive that car and what it's like he said, he's doing 290 kilometres an hour at the end of the front straight. V8 supercar, which he was only here a couple of months ago with, as you know, they're only about just on 280 kilometres an hour. So the speed of that car, in terms of not overall lap time, but just speed down the front straight, and he said, like, it is a physical monster to drive that car. Like, it is a real handful out there. I was actually in the garage with him watching some onboard footage, and you can see he's wrestling that beast of a car, but he loves getting behind that wheel. And again, another team that is so passionate about World Time Attack. Every year they come back, they always do something to improve that car, and they're really excited to see what they can do later on as well.
Absolutely. As you say, the conditions look optimal for the shootout. So much to play for as well. Who else have you got your eye on? Who might be a bit of a surprise packet?
Look, I think sort of right up and down pit lane, when we look at, obviously, we look at Proam, we've got Sammy in that massive Audi R8. That car is a beast of a car. Same thing. They're doing some work. They're doing some repairs. They're doing some carbon work. It ripped an end plate off the front spoiler. So they're down there. They've got all that under control. Obviously, Ferris in that amazing Corvette. They've had some problems. They haven't had a smooth week. So, again, they're looking forward to being able to get out there and really show what that car is capable of. And then, as we spoke about, we go into our open class, which is incredibly competitive. Right up and down that top 5. It's really getting very close out there. there. So, look, I think right up and down pit lane, we're in for an epic afternoon of action, not only on track, but you've been out the back there as well. There's been some great things for you to see out there as well.
Oh, it's been so much fun. I actually got to sit in Rosie, 3-time land speed record holder. I just about fit, Luffy. Getting back out, let's not talk about that. But no, just to see the incredible killer displays that are here, and just, as I call it, car culture Christmas. You can immerse yourself in it, get your ultimate fix. And what I really love, I actually went onto the pit roof just before, watching the full Send It crew, and also the Rodin FZ. And there was a little boy, he was on his dad's shoulders, and as the Rodin went by once, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "I can't wait to hear it again!" Like, that is just, makes me smile from ear to ear. You know, we're parents, and it's great to not only share this experience yourself, but bring your kids along, the next generation of motorsport lovers.
Look, it is, and it's great to see that, like you said, it's great to see the reaction of our fans of World Time Attack, and just to, again, have everyone down here in pit lane to get up and close to those, and with these cars. And like you said, the amazing crew from Rodin, the cars that they've managed to bring out here. As a company, you look at what they're doing back in New Zealand in building not only cars, they're building everything. They're building their engines, their transmissions. There's nothing that they're not manufacturing for their own cars. And also globally, on a motorsport level, they're very heavily invested. They bought Carlin Motorsport in the UK, one of the premier open-wheeler companies in the last 20 years. So they've got a younger generation of drivers coming through, and they're really sort of working towards getting drivers to Formula One. And realistically, you've only got to look at what they're doing here. They certainly have Formula One aspirations as a company themselves.
And wouldn't you just love to be Josh Bushin for just one day? One day, he hops out of one road and hops into the other one. And he's doing it really, really well. And he's genuinely a lovely guy. And yesterday we saw when he did one lap in the FZ and he came back in, it was because he's wearing his TCI helmet. So his head was knocking all around, and he said, the forces, I felt I was going to rip my head off. But he's still smiling from ear to ear. How could you not?
Well, he actually had to come in and do his helmet up, because it was causing so much lift on his helmet, it actually started to come loose. And then I was talking to the guys from Zagamis, I was talking to Rod Wilson, who I've known for a very long time. I was talking to him about that car, and he was telling me he got to drive it a little while ago at Phillip Island, and he said after 4 laps, he said, I had to come in, I couldn't hold my head up. He said the G-forces that car generates around a place like Phillip Island, where you've got a lot of high-speed corners, same as what we have here at Turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park. He said it's just an amazing product to drive. So, again, World Time Attack is all about passion, whether it be from our teams, whether it be from our drivers, whether it be from our suppliers, or certainly our fan base. And Rodin certainly bring that passion to World Time Attack.
They totally do. And it explains why you see Formula One drivers doing all the neck exercises, because, yeah, just the forces on their bodies are just incredible. But yes, there is just so much as you go up and down this lane. There's so much technology, there's so much innovation, but as you say, there is just so much passion for everything that makes World Time Attack just amazing.
Yeah, and I must say, I'm jealous. I haven't had a chance to get out the back as much as what you have, because again, there's so many cool things to see out the back of the pits, but I'm excited to see what happens on track later this afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, the pit lane is alive, is a buzz with people, but as soon as it clears out, we'll be back on track very shortly.
Oh, look, great scenes there. Thank you for that update there from pit lane. Of course, the pit walk with Luffy and Charlie. Tony B, it's an absolute pleasure to be part of this great event. And you know what? Sometimes you just don't turn up ready, do you? It's a long way. There's Miji there, just quickly on the live stream. There's Miji, the Korean sensation. That's just a culmination of many things to get to World Time Attack. And you know what? We'll show you a little bit of an insight on just what it takes to be the very best at something, including World Time Attack, the road to World Time Attack. It's a long one.
Welcome to the Road to World Time Attack Challenge presented by Supercheap Auto. Today we're in a shed in Picton where the world's fastest time attack car, the RP968, lies in wait for August. We're speaking to Barton Moore, the driver, and Rod Pobasek, the owner of this car, and we're going to find out what the journey is for the record breaker.
Hi, I'm Barton Moore, the driver of RP968 and 4 times winner of the World Time Attack.
Hi, I'm Rod Pobasek, and this is my little baby here, the RP968.
Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the 1 minute 18.837 might be something a little bit quicker, and he put the 378, 878, 86. Don't forget about another minute 18. How about you have yourself a 1 sets another world record.
So last time we saw you, mate, you had a broken ankle. Tell us how you've been since then.
Yeah, look, the ankle, it's healed up. I get reminded of it almost on a daily basis. As you know, I'm at the racetrack a lot with racing, driving and coaching, and everybody likes to ask, some for comedic value and some just genuinely wanting to know. So there's still a plate in there. I did shatter the ankle into 6 places. So it's fine. It's fortunately fine in the car. I can get full throttle, so that's my main concern, and just can't run as fast as I did before.
So, like you said, it wasn't always your original plan to go for that lap record. What was the original plan?
Look, as I said before, it was just to make a quick car. You sort of think, well, you could do that, and then you could do that, and then you could do that. And then you meet a few people, you find a few people, and you go, well, you can actually do that. But then the reality comes in, and you know it's not going to be like that at the beginning. But it's a challenge.
So how does it feel now that you've achieved the outright lap record at Sydney Motorsport Park?
Well, look, I wouldn't call it really a monkey on my back, because it's never really the thing I really wanted to do. But once it became achievable or possible, and I've known for a while it was possible, it was a little bit sad it took so long, but yeah, it was good. It's good. And then we got a bit further past the lap record, which was a good feeling, and you could see the car really does want to go now.
Holding the record now at Sydney Motorsport Park is a massive achievement. It's been a 10-year journey for Rod Pobestek and RP968. So to finally hit that marker last year was amazing. No doubt, it was massive, but probably the most amazing and in a way scary part about this car is how much there's more to give.
Faster, definitely go faster. I'm not exactly sure how much faster in this configuration it will go.
And as incredible as that 17 was, we know there's more time in the car, and we're just always finding chunks in the car, and even at this rate, it's not tenths of a second, it's still chunks of seconds at a time. It's going to diminish, obviously, and we're obviously pushing the boundaries of what time attack is, but we feel there's more time in the car. I feel like we could get to a 16 with the package we've got on the right day, and me sort of maximising it. So one of the things about RP968 being just pushing on so much, we're sort of almost in a race of our own now in the pro class. Rod Pobestek's goal has always been to make the fastest car possible. So really there's no end or finish line for him. Rod's not putting all of this effort and all of his hard money into this to just get first. He wants to go faster. So we're here, we're in the workshop, we're working hard on getting my hands dirty because we feel like we can actually get this thing faster.
We're really trying to make the car more reliable, and we're correlation with the aero is more important. We've always had a bit of a problem with the ride height of the car not being quite right, and we've got a version 2 of the engine which is just going to be more reliable. And we've done some work on the steering. We're generally just trying to make the car better to drive.
Speaking of getting your hands dirty, this is probably the most mechanically involved you've been with the car. How does that change your relationship with the car now that you're getting your hands closer to it?
There's been a bit of a shift at the home for RP968, so it was proudly built at PR Technology, and they did an amazing job building the car and running the car for years and winning World Time Attack multiple times. Rod decided to change ways, and he's brought the car home. So this is literally Rod's shed just away from his house, and
it's pretty nice actually. I just come down and look at it quite a bit, and it's just a nice sort of feeling really. It's a little bit strange, but when I was in the shop before, you know, that everything was good and that was fine, but I never actually got to look at the car, just looking at it. And when you sit here by yourself, you look at it and it's just different, and I've actually learned a lot of stuff about the car too. And I guess I got a bit of reflection because it's just nice to have you can say, oh, I got a really really quick cars. And it's just a nice sort of feeling. You look at it and it's a sense of achievement, I guess.
And although the surrounds is different, it's actually kept the key people involved. So, Sammy on the aero, Diane doing the mechanical engineering, Matt Gilmer is still doing the tuning.
And now I've got Trent helping me, which he's just a fantastic mechanic and just adds a lot of things. And these days, Bart actually works on the car, which obviously that didn't happen before. And that just sort of warmer, and we're just all a bit more connected to things.
So a lot of the key people are still part of the project. So while the car is in a different home, things have actually been sort of pressing on with the car for the last 18 months in a similar fashion as it did in its old home. And slight advantage for me, total coincidence, I'm literally 2 minutes away from the car. Makes it really easy to be able to pop up and do work, discuss with Rod, things and changes and evolution of the car. Because Rod's quite hands-on and he does get very involved. And that's one of his fascinations with this project. And a lot of people are a little bit puzzled about why someone would invest so much in a car that they wouldn't actually get to drive themselves. So it's a bit of a loop where I keep in regular contact and with the engineers and our WhatsApp groups. We're kind of looking at different areas all the time, and you're always limited on your resources, and we just try to pick out what we think will make the car faster and also reliable.
Has the philosophy changed over the last few years?
The philosophy of RP968 hasn't changed dramatically in the last few years. What we've actually done is just really fine-tuning. We got a lot of time last year from going to the semi-slick tyres, the AO50, to the slick Yokohama.
You probably only put a second down to the extra tyre, but there's probably more speed than that in it. The car was pretty quick, but the slick tyres are higher, which changed the sort of ride height, which just suited the car better and just suited the configuration this car is. It made it a little bit easier to get it running.
For this year, 2024, we're focusing on the steering. So we had an electric assisted steering. The loads on the steering, when we're peaking at 2 Gs entering turn 1, it is massive. Which I was never happy with from the first time I drove the car. I felt the car was too direct and nervous in the high-speed corners. So we bit the bullet this year. We've ripped that rack out. We've gone to a more conventional hydraulic, mechanically driven system. That's going to be a major changes for this year. We could possibly get a second motor with some updates in, but that's going to be pretty tight whether that can get in time or not. Yeah, look, being so close and living so close to the car at Picton, I do involve quite regularly, but typically as the event gets closer, I'm here a lot, and it's not always by choice, but very convenient. So I'm close by. I can help Rod do things on the car, but also my family business, More Engineering, is close by, and we've got a lot of access to machines and things to do there as well. So there's lots of toing and froing, and my time here will ramp up as we get close to the event.
Going to the bigger tyre diameter and the slick Yokohama last year, we actually ran out of rear adjustment to get the ride height up at the event. So we made the adjustment at the top eye here, so we don't disturb the critical spring packer height. And we simply just at the event needed a taller eye, so higher rear ride height and hopefully faster this year.
So my background's a little bit different to most drivers because I came up through the traditional ranks of karting, Formula Ford and Formula 3, but I've always been very hands-on. So the only way that I could compete was to work on the car myself with my father. It meant early on in my career, I felt maybe at times it was a hindrance because I'd spend so much time working on the car and I probably didn't focus enough on the driving. But Time Attack's just ended up a blend of probably suiting all my attributes where I can be hands-on where needed, and then I also get to drive the car, which is a bit unusual. We don't get that in many forms of motorsport now, but the top categories like the Pro class in Time Attack basically allows us to be very creative and really push the boundaries and try things, and that's something that appeals to me. I would never call myself an engineer. I like working with the engineers like Diane, giving them the feedback, giving them my ideas. That's a really enthralling loop that we just don't get in very few other forms of motorsport at the moment. So look, there are limitations working from this workshop, but we work around those. There's sometimes a bit more to and fro and getting parts back and forth to fit. I mean, just to my left here, we've got a portable welder that I brought in from our workshop.
You've got to find the right people to make the car. You know, you're always going to need help, and yeah, it's a combination of things, but you've got to have a sort of a philosophy, I guess, behind it, and an attitude to the way you want to make the car.
There's massive advantages. You know, Rod doesn't have to pay any rent or worry about security, and he gets to come down here in his own time and look at his beautiful race car, so it's not so bad.
What's the biggest tip that you can give to others who want to get into motorsport the same way you have?
Look, the beauty of Time Attack is there's multiple classes. So there's classes that attract to drivers starting out in the grassroots level of motorsport, and we've seen drivers working their way up through the classes and heading up, you know, through the ranks. So there's a really nice progression there, and I think people can often get intimidated when they look at the pro class and the Proam of just how serious those cars have evolved. But you've got to remember, they've happened over time. I mean, this has been a 10-year journey. There's some really good entry-level categories, and I've worked with a lot of drivers who have come in, continued their journey to improve and get faster and even work up the classes of Time Attack.
Well, you've got to want to do it, and you've got to understand that you want to make a fast car, and you've got to learn, and it's going to take a little bit of time. Enjoy the journey, I guess you would say. You just got to start doing it, really.
Chris Diggles calls the RP968 an enigma. You know, it's a bit of a spaceship that people feel like they can't catch. Do you feel like this is a possibility for other people around the world working from their home workshops?
Look, absolutely. There's always the chance to catch the leaders. RP968 didn't arrive as the leader. We had to hunt down Hammerhead. They were the class act at the time, and you know, all records are made to be broken. And I really hope that someone out there in a shed is building a car, and you know, we've got a target on our back, and they can come out to Sydney Motorsport Park and try and beat us. I mean, we've only got to trip over, and someone else can be there to beat us, and that's definitely a real possibility. We do not arrive at any Time Attack thinking a win is a guarantee. Far from it. So,
is there anyone in the current field that makes you a little bit nervous that they might, you know, pip you at the line?
While we have stretched out a little bit of a margin in the last couple of years, there's cars that can roll up and find speed at any given time. I know if we just do our job, get this car faster, and where we stack up, we stack up. That's the beauty of Time Attack.
It's not that hard to make a car as fast as this. The other cars aren't that far behind. They never have been, really. It is really quick, it's fast, but you look at the other cars, they're not that... It's a second or two, but that seems like a lot, but you know, we gained 3 or 4 seconds in 1 year at one point. So it's definitely achievable.
Outside of, you know, piloting this beast, what else are you looking forward to at this year's event?
Look, I tell everybody, if you can go to one event a year, come to World Time Attack. And it's amazing from the more traditional circuit racing side, people who haven't come to Time Attack yet, and then people who have finally seen what an event it is. I'm just amazed every year how it just steps up. And as much as I am just engrossed in trying to drive RP968, what happens around that event, on and off the track, is amazing. I've got family and friends who don't normally come to the racetrack, but have earmarked the Time Attack event this year, because I can basically guarantee them they will have an amazing time and it will blow their mind.
Any final comments for the RP968 supporters and fans out there?
Well, look, you would have seen that RP968 now on the social media. The team have ramped that up. We've got a website coming. We're trying to interact a lot more with the fans and people interested because, like you said, this car is an enigma. RP968 has become its own identity, and that's what Time Attack offers. So we're trying to reach out. You'll see a lot more on the social medias. We'll love people to get involved, engaged, and we're really going to ramp that up coming up to the event.
Do you have any messages for everyone around the world who's creating a car to come compete with the likes of the RP968?
Well, you've got to get out here and start competing, really. It's a great event, and we, a bit of competition. You just got to get the car built and on the track, and you just got to go for it, really.
What do you need to be successful at Time Attack? All you need is a car and somewhere to work on it. I mean, look at us around here. We're in literally a 1.5 car garage. We've got leaves and dirt on the floor out in the countryside, and this car is capable of winning World Time Attack.
It's super at Super Cheap Auto.
I did have a haircut. I just didn't shave. I was planning on shaving this morning. I don't normally have a beard. It's that Time Attack life.
Welcome to this episode of Road to World Time Attack Challenge 2024 presented by Super Cheap Auto. Today we're here with Team Close Enough Racing and we'll be talking to Justin Gojanek about his Time Attack Toyota MRS.
I'm Justin Gojanek. This is my Toyota MRS. Close Enough Racing is the team, and I'm entered in the open class on World Time Attack 2024. Simple terms, Close Enough Racing started, or the name started, was my close mates who we were working on cars with. We started building this car, and it was just a case of when we're fitting everything to the car, it was literally, it's close enough. It's like, it's a race car, how close does it need to be? And then it just became a running joke for the entire build process that everything that we're fitting is like, I'm close enough.
Could you talk about your personal journey with cars and what you went through to get where you are today?
I was originally into JDM stuff from the beginning and got into the classic initial D side of things of wanting to do hill drives and stuff. So I bought a 80 CRX to start doing track days with. That's sort of where it started, was tracking with a group called Exy Crew. It's one of those things when you find people who have a like-minded thing of wanting to track and encourage people to try and improve your skill set in a chosen field of enjoyment. But yeah, it just sort of grew in from that it's like you go fast and then you want to go faster and then you realize what you have can't go faster because it starts getting dangerous. So that's when I guess this came about. Was my Honda was broken at the time and I wanted to change to something else, so my mechanic had 2 of these for sale. Completely standard grey import JDM version of a MRS. These cars are amazing. Every panel pulls off it. You can build like a sick wide body car with it. I'm like, oh, that'd be fun. And then started doing the old Google look around and stuff, and then came across all the old hot version videos of the Spirit's Time Attack car. And I'm like, okay, that looks sick, and that like looks like it's actually quick. I think I did one Winton day with it standard, just to see what it was like, and then was just hooked on how the car drove. And then it was engine swap like the next month. I actually attended, what have been the first year of Time Attack 2010? Yeah, so I attended the first year of that and I thought this is absolutely sick. and had mates competing, and I was like sitting in the grandstand and then seeing them actually in the pits or whatever pushing their cars out to get going. I'm like, oh yeah, that is absolutely sick. I need to do that. And I think it was the next year after I bought an Evo to compete in Club Sprint, and then did that and thought this is actually quite fun. And then as I had this sitting here, bugger it, I'll get a dedicated, build this car specifically just for World Time Attack so that I can have something that sort of fits in with that whole ethos of building a car that's 100% dedicated to everything about it is just the one lap. It just has to hold together for one lap. So everything that we do on the car is just right on the knife's edge of our abilities and my monetary funding. The chassis starts off pretty twitchy. When you first, like, as it sits with the smaller tyre sizes, when you start putting power into it, it's a bit of a square setup car, so it's got a longer wheelbase than a Boxster. But then as soon as you start pushing it out wider, and it starts to become a square car, then it starts to become a little out of control. Changing to bigger tyres and then getting suspension that works. Met Chris from Shopworks, of all places, like just a wheel line place, got talking, and that's before what he's grown his business into now. And then he just helped me make something up, I think from scratch actually. And then he just got involved with helping me and has attended track days with us before and helped tune suspension to get it right. He actually messaged me a couple of days ago because he was watching a YouTube video of my car going around a corner, and he's like, the front end's not doing what I want it to do, or that doesn't look right. We need to do some revalving. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then it was mate starting up a carbon business, so I bought a wide body kit, made some modifications to it to suit what we were doing with our car, gave it to him, then they remolded the whole thing in carbon fibre. Have electrical problems, so you opt to rewire the whole car. Yeah, the ECU you're using has issues, so you opt to go to a better ECU, which is we're now running Haltech stuff. We started off with old Power C stuff, but then it was just progressively changing everything, moving up to stuff that I guess as you can afford to do it, or you just realise that the old saying of do it once, do it right is actually a real thing, even though nobody wants to believe it. And then same with a lot of the fittings and stuff in the car. We ended up learning how to build engines ourselves. No one is going to do a better job than yourself spending the time to learn how to do it if you actually enjoy it. We've basically been using the car as a tool for everybody to learn something. I guess it's been about going as fast as we can for what we have, but it's been about learning every aspect sort of thing of what it takes to build a car and operate at a certain level. I would like to at some point aim to get a professional driver in there, because it would actually be really interesting. The reward for everybody who's been involved in it would actually be seeing what it can actually do. First thing, what did I think first rocking up? Scared as shit. It's a case of like walking in there, and I've just driven up in my street car, it's like unloading the boot. We're like, well, what spares? You've got like your basic handheld toolkit, which we actually did get from Super Cheap Auto. And then that's just our basic maintenance, one bottle of oil just in case we burn through some kind of thing. And it's a big event for somebody who has no idea what they're doing. But once you're in there, like once you're there and you start conversing with people, they're fantastic. It's addictive. The people in the pits of the other teams, like everybody we've ever shared the pits with has been absolutely phenomenal to like talk to or deal with. Met some amazing people or whatever, and we've been friends ever since. Like I actually went to that guy's wedding like a couple of years ago, sort of thing. So everybody that I've met along still talked to, made friends sort of thing, and have had the connections to expand what we do kind of thing. So I wouldn't be doing this without the community that exists as it is. You can pretty much almost walk up to anybody in there and have a chat, I guess, as long as they're not in the middle of doing something. But just being able to have a chat to people or ask questions, all that sort of thing, has just been, yeah, the only reason to keep doing it. Now, as it sits, our last dyno was 600 horsepower at the wheels, 935 kilos, full wet, full tank. And so it's a 2ZZ built motor that we built ourselves. It's got a Garrett GT3582 on it, running so all the vibrant clamps through it. Actually, the big change was changing over to a Haltech PDM. We want to try and get, as low into the 30s as possible. Like, we'll never be a front-running team. We don't have the resources or the ability, should I say, for myself to do that. But I think it's just push as hard as you can for what you have. Like, as I said, the car's got it in there. It's just the usual, these ones. If everything holds together, and then I actually managed to string one lap together, That's the big thing.
And what advice would you give to someone who wants to follow down the same path that you have?
You just got to get out there and have a go, and then at that point when the bug bites, if it's your thing, you just can't stop going. And then you get really into it, and then you go too far. And then stuff like this happens when you don't intend on having, and then not only do you get really into it, you drag all your mates down with you. Same as where we're at with this car now. We break stuff all the time, but it's to the point now it's not even a disappointment. It's just like, oh, something else, all right. It becomes part of the journey. That's just part of it, part of what you enjoy about it. Sure, setting lap times is addictive, but setting a lap time after you've like had to put in like the hard work to get to that lap time, so much more enjoyable. What I found was my realization last year, or my actual epiphany of the whole thing, just that it's not actually even about the fast lap times. That's a reward. The actual aspect of it is just getting there, building it, getting there, and actually competing and being involved in the whole process. It's like, I was like epic, I wouldn't call it epic depressed, but I was real freaking over it after last year. I'm like, I spent so much like money of like, this is all like, as I said, I do get sponsored help with a lot of stuff like parts in kind of thing, but the actual money to like buy a set of tires or to run just one weekend and people to take, because to run this car we need a minimum of 3 people to run it. I can't just go by myself to a track day kind of thing. But the amount of people that I have to absorb into it, the amount of my personal money that it takes to run the car, and I'm just like, what for? But then it was sort of the epiphany of the whole thing was afterwards when you sit down, let it cool off, you watch event stories and other people competing, you're like, you know what? It was actually the whole process. We got there, we road trip there, we stop for brunch, we do stuff when we go up there, we set the car up, we act professional, people ask us if we're a real team. We're not, but we cover really well. And then we break stuff, we fix stuff, we drive again, we break more stuff, we fix stuff, we try and set a lap time. And then sometimes it comes together, sometimes it doesn't. And it's just sort of like, the reward is there and it's sort of like working towards that. As I said, it's never going to be a competitive car, but it's the thing of everybody being part of it and spending literally a whole week with your like best mates kind of thing, breaking stuff and fixing stuff. And then watching your mates rage about what you're asking them to do because you don't want to get dirty because you've got your nice clean race suit on. Weeks after the event, it just becomes memes amongst your group of like when your mate threw a spanner and had a hissy fit because he just couldn't mentally handle what was going on, or a mate's pushed away a roller trolley because he's cracked the sads, or somebody's threatened to kill somebody because they were like doing something, or somebody's like touched your car sort of thing, like one of your mates to like stuff around with you kind of thing. All that kind of stuff is like, it's just part of it. So, and that's the part that I actually realized that I enjoy about it, and the reason why I re-entered again this year, and why even my thing now is I think I'm actually just going to keep re-entering because it's just doing the whole thing.
At Super Cheap Auto.
Welcome to the Road to World Time Attack Challenge 2024, presented by Super Cheap Auto. Today, we're here at Winton Raceway to check out the Oz Time Attack event and have a chat to some of the competitors on their journey to the World Time Attack Challenge. John Boston, who runs Oz Time Attack and was an original competitor at the World Time Attack Challenge. John, how many competitors do we have here today?
Well, we've got 74 competitors today. This is the 11th time we've run Oz Time Attack, and the second year we've been at Winton after the closure of Wakefield Park Raceway. But this is a great turnout. The first time we've run it as a 2-day format, and the weather's sort of turned it on. I don't think it's in the pluses yet, but anyway, it's awesome.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the history of Oz Time Attack?
Yeah, for sure. So I started in Time Attack in 2008 when Ian Baker obviously started at Oran Park, and I've been involved at World Time Attack every year, and then I just saw a bit of a niche in the market. I just wanted to run, a bit of more of a club sort of entry, and so yeah, we started 11 years ago, and it's just kept growing and growing and growing, and we've created an extra couple of classes as well. So we've got Prod Sprint class, and I guess that's what maybe Club Sprint probably started as. We've also got Supercar class, which is a little bit more unique. But then obviously a lot of the World Time Attack people use this as a bit of a practice session with all their teams as well. So it's a bit of a feeder series into World Time Attack. So yeah, obviously Ian and I work closely together on the rules, and a lot of socials together. So yeah, it's a lot of good synergy.
And could you tell us about how Time Attack as a sport, how that developed here in Australia?
Yeah, and it was going back to Ian in 2008 at Oran Park. So I was one of the instructors there, and I was based at Oran Park for 11 years. When he decided to come up with an idea, I jumped at it, and I was able to drive a couple of cars in the first year, and then it got quite busy the years after, driving lots of different cars, and it's just evolved. And then Oran Park shut in 2010, and that's when it was started as World Time Attack from Superlap, and it went to World Time Attack in 2010 to Sydney Motorsport Park, and it's just grown into the event that it is now, and for us, we'll just continue running it, and ideally I'd like to run maybe 2 or 3 events a year and try to go to other states, and maybe run a national series as well.
I'm here with Lane Brandis from Brandis Racing R32. Lane, how has today been?
It was good now. It was pretty average early in the morning. It was really cold. We got the tyre temps wrong. Probably a few errors from myself. I didn't have enough sleep or something, but we had a good run then, yeah.
Did you get the times that you were expecting?
Oh, we're getting progressively faster, but no, there's a lot more in it. We need to push now.
And are you testing anything in particular today?
The big thing here is suspension. It's a very bumpy track. These things run on bump stops, so suspension and turn-in is a massive thing. And we've sort of got the engine dialed. Just if we can get a bit more turn-in and the driver dialed, we'll be all right.
I'm here with Benny Tran from BYP Racing. Benny, how has today been for you?
We've just arrived, so we just started off. So we made the late call. We entered last night and then drove down this morning.
What sort of times are you looking forward to getting?
So we've done a 21.4 here last year at Honda National, so something a bit better would be great, yeah.
And are you testing anything in particular here today?
Just giving the car a run, so nothing testing. It's a bit more tighter technical track. It's a bit different compared to our local track, which is Eastern Creek.
I'm here with Josh Buchan, and you are a commentator at World Time Attack Challenge, but that's not all that you do. What are you doing here at Oz Time Attack?
This weekend, Oz Time Attack, I am competing in 2 cars for the event, a Hyundai Ioniq 5N, so an electric car that actually debuted at World Time Attack last year, which is really cool. So owners have them now, and one of the owners has asked me to drive his car this weekend, alongside this Evo behind me as well for GTE, so double duties, having a good time.
And how has it been for you today here at Oz Time Attack?
Good so far. I mean, both the cars aren't going to win their class, so we're kind of just having a good time as a team, each of the garages. So, yeah, both cars punching well above their weight. So, yeah, so far so good.
And will you be back at the World Time Attack Challenge 2024?
I'll definitely be there. I don't know in what capacity yet. Hopefully I'm competing in something, but we'll see. Time Attack, like anything, normally it's the week before everyone really gets their cars sorted. So, yeah, no different this year, but I'll definitely be there nonetheless.
Thank you so much for your time. All the best for today.
Cool. Thank you, Twix.
I'm here with Richard Perini with Team PR Tech Racing. Richard, how has it been today?
Well, we've been lucky with the weather, I think. We've had a couple of dry runs. Looks like that may be all we get today. Yeah, pretty happy with what we've done. It's a PB for me around here, so yeah, that was pretty pleasing.
I'm with Trent Grubel with the DC Jap Automotive team. Trent, how has it been for you today?
Yeah, it's been really good. At the moment for the Club Sprint class, we're on top of the leaderboard. We knew the rain was going to come in at some stage today, so we just wanted to try and make that first lap count. It did. We were lucky enough in session 2 for it still to be dry, so we went back out to see if we could get on top of it. We were up. Unfortunately, I pushed a little bit too hard in the last corner and we lost a little bit of time, but we still ended up with a faster lap time than we did in the previous session. So now it's just a waiting game to see, when we can pick the right opportunity to go hard once again.
And how has the car been feeling?
Yeah, terrific. It's running faultlessly. Everything that we've wanted out of it for this weekend, it's delivering, so it's able us to push a little bit more and to really test some new setups, so it's good.
Speaking of testing, is there anything that you're testing in particular on this car?
At the moment, no, we're just fine-tuning everything. It's just the package from last year. We're just trying to see if we can get it a little bit better. Because this track is a lot mid-corner speed slower than Eastern Creek, we're just trying to see where we are mechanical grip-wise and, what we can get out of that.
Joined by Alec Kazakovsky with Team Got It Rex. Alec, how's it been going for you today?
Yeah, early. It's been good. The rain's come in now, so it's good to get a couple of sessions in today. The guys are all doing well. The cars are running well, collecting a little bit of data, so can't really ask for more than that.
And what other cars are you preparing here?
So we have the car right behind you, which is Michael Garland. In the next garage over, we have in the Warra GT, and then we also have Adam Nakarada in another WRX, and then Troy Patterson in his blue Olin's WRX STI.
And are you testing anything in particular today?
On our car, yeah, so it's its first essential shakedown. I haven't driven it in a year. It's the first time it's been on track in a year, and so far it's successful, so we're just ironing out a lot of little bugs.
So the car that you've got has been very fast. Do you think that you're going to take out Oz Time Attack this year?
I think it's too early to say, and I think if the car continues to go well tomorrow and we get to have a clean run, I think we're in for a good chance.
So some of these cars here use Oz Time Attack as sort of a practice day for the World Time Attack Challenge. Now, what can you say is the difference between racing at Sydney Motorsport Park versus racing here at Winton Raceway?
Yeah, it's obviously it's a different circuit, so it's a little bit shorter. So this track is 3 kilometres in length, whereas Sydney Motorsport Park is just over 3.9. So yes, they do use it as a practice session, and yeah, I don't know, like there's a lot of workshops that got little rivalries and everything as well, so which is great. But yeah, our class, our Prod Sprint class, which we started a number of years ago, has become very, very popular. Because that class, you're not allowed any additional aero, there's no internal engine modifications, they've got to run full interior. So, that class is now one of the biggest classes that we have at Oz Time Attack. So that class isn't at World Time Attack. So as I said, I'm just all for it. If we have to create more classes to get more cars on track, I'm for it.
And what can you say are some of your favourite cars here today?
Oh, I've got far too many. For me, I'm a Datsun tragic, so I love my Datsuns back in the 1970s. But I just love all cars, and I'm very fortunate I get to drive lots of different cars. And even in practice yesterday, people, they ask for help, and so I instruct people and teach them to go faster. So I'm all for it because even if I have to sit in the passenger seat or take their car for a drive and give them some data so they can overlay the data if it helps them go faster, it's a great thing.
What is the process like for competitors that want to get involved in Oz Time Attack?
It's very simple. So this is Track School's home now at Winton Raceway. So we run about 40 or 50 track days a year here. So, you know, we're just encouraging people that, I guess, do track days and see if they want to get into something that maybe a little bit more competitive, where there's trophies up for grabs and there's rules and there's regulations and classes. I think it's just a fantastic stepping stone. So it's not door-to-door racing, and essentially it's just it's a big fancy track day, but people love it because it's just all the best drivers and all the best cars come to these events.
What are some of your favourite memories from when you raced at World Time Attack Challenge?
So obviously we made the top 5 shootout last year, so you know we got into the 29s last year at World Time Attack, so we'll be back this year and trying to do even better. So it'd be nice to stand on the podium again. It's been a couple of years since I've done that, so yeah, can't wait for World Time Attack.
Is there anything that you'd like to see more out of the Australian time attack community?
Oh, look, I think we're in a really good space at the moment. So, you know, there's lots of, you know, great social media, and obviously that's just grown over the years. You know, people like yourself getting involved. So, you know, I think the more that we spread the word, you know, the bigger it's going to become, but it's well known in all different states now. So, you know, we've had people travel from Queensland, Adelaide, and we've also had Lane come all the way from Perth. So, you know, and that was a 4-day drive for him to come here. So, and obviously people in New South Wales and the locals from Victoria. So it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's great.
Are you looking forward to World Time Attack Challenge?
I can't wait. I love big open tracks where we can open this thing up and let it go. Huge aero track. So yeah, definitely looking going World Time Attack and really fast.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a few things we've got to do between now and World Time Attack, so looking forward to it actually, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You know, even seeing some of the other cars here that I know will compete, they're already a lot faster as well, so it's just exciting, just getting ready to push.
Oh, absolutely. Our entry's already in, so I'll be driving the Motive DVD Sylvia again. So, yeah, I can't wait. So that'll come up very quickly. So we're going to try and even get some testing in this year, which will be rare for us. Usually we just rock up to the event. So, but yeah, can't wait for World Time Attack.
Yeah, that's basically my peak event, so that's definitely the one we're aiming at, yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck to your journey to the World Time Attack. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Super Cheap Auto for making the World Time Attack Challenge this year super. We'll see you all in August.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama. flashback to the future.
Good afternoon to Sydney, Australia and the rest of the world. The BOSCH Motorsport live stream bringing you Haltech Club Sprint here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge at Sydney Motorsport Park in Sydney. And Tony Bish, it is so good that this venue is the playground of horsepower for not only people here in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, but the whole world. I mean, it's not called World Time Attack Challenge for nothing.
It's so great that we get to share this place with you, even if you're not here. So thank you for tuning into the live stream. We really appreciate it. We're going to have Club Sprint coming up next. A bit to do this afternoon.
It's just going to go to the next level like it does normally with every World Time Attack, and that's that last session to get everything right. All the trials and tribulations should be gone by now. Conditions are perfect. The afternoon program is legendary here on a Saturday afternoon. No better place than Sydney, Australia to do it. And this amazing venue just fills every year. We're actually a little bit late only because the pit walk went too well. You know what I mean?
There was a stream of people the whole time. And I think we heard over the announcement, like, guys, we've got to get the show back going. Like, we know you're loving it, but please move on.
It was almost like the riot squad. We needed to get the riot squad in there. It's like, we were literally it was Nelly water cannon. It was Nelly water cannon down there. The fans can't get enough. They are literally addicted to this. And you know what? I actually just watched the last 30 minutes that we put here on the live stream of all the lead up to World Time Attack.
Yes.
And it just fires me up even more, Tony B. It fires me up even more.
The stories leading up to the event, all the people around the country, they're getting together. The prep has been going on for months and months and months to get to this very point. Shaving down the seconds, getting into that shootout.
Trent Grubel there on screen, the guy that we just saw in one of those videos. And remember, we came out of a bit of a video from him yesterday, and we'll talk about him in just a sec. Club Sprint class, these are the rules. Minor body aero mods allowed, unlimited engine mods, which we love. Same brand as the factory, must be the same number of cylinders as factory. No sequential trans, must run. This is important. The Advan Neova, AD08R or the AO52. Can't put a pro driver in it, and your minimum weight is 1,425 kilos or factory, minus 5%. Race cars with licence plates almost.
Yeah, well, didn't we see a couple?
Well, it started
plates? Yeah,
it started that way, and a nice little picture there of I think Jamal Assad there from 2019. Fantastic entry-level class, nearly 40 competitors in this class. 3 groups having their last go at it this afternoon, and Mr. G himself knows right now. Trent Grubel knows this is the most important part of the day. A rebuild engine. Remember coming out of the video the other day, and here he is on the side of the track with that lunched engine. All right, here we go. The most amazing time attack track you'll see. Turn 1, of course, after a very big straight here at the Gardner GP circuit. Huge courage through turn 1. Double apex turn 2, which we see drivers attack in so many different ways. Off camber T3, T4, down the hill. Quick right, throws you off camber as well. Bury it into T5, up the hill over into T6, and a very sharp gear down corner there. Blind corner T7 up till now still can be a problem with slow traffic coming around blind. BOSCH turn 8, that tricky hairpin. It is so technical. If you get it right, you're out of there with a couple of tenths up your sleeve. If you can keep it on the engine T9 to T10, wash it out over that side, and then power on gently off that last apex. Again, off camber, coming over the hill. One of the best views in motorsport is when you're about to either finish a flying lap or do one. And you say, what, a guy that knows this track inside and out and has had that vision forever coming down this main straight, Warren Luff. I'm starting to feel the energy step up here, mate.
Yeah, look, the Club Sprint guys are just starting to roll out, and it's been interesting over the last kind of half an hour or 45 minutes. You've just started to notice that ambient temperature starts to drop away just a little bit. We've lost some of that peak temperature out of the day, but having to walk up and down pit lane, the Extreme GTR guys, that car is back on the ground and it is ready to go. Went and saw the guys at Mighty Mouse. We had a look before at the rear wing mounts. the work that they've put into that is very impressive. They've put this huge, big mount in there now, so they're 100% confident that their problems are behind them. So we're really kind of gearing up towards the shootout a little bit later. But as I said, there's that temperature starting to drop. The wind is still there, which is going to be a little bit of an issue for a while, but these dropping temperatures are the things that everyone's going to look forward to.
Yeah, Mother Nature sort of blessing and cursing in the one go, but that's why we must pay respect to Mother Nature. You be kind to your mother, and it should be kind to you. And you know what? Jamal is a spiritual man, and he'll be putting all of the good vibes through to get a good lap here too. And he does deserve it. I love the story, the script. It just changes all of a sudden. It's like, can he make the cut now? This is do or die in this session for Jamal Assad as well. Grubel out there already, 32.234, but he's, look, Mikowski's right on his heels, and you don't know what Jimmy's capable of. You just don't know. But Grubel's going to give us this new fresh engine, and remember, without coming out and just giving it a few test hits, it's going to be 1 or 2 laps there where I think he's gearing up to give it a crack, and judging by the attitude there out of Bosch, this is going to be the fly for Trent Grubel by the look of it. And have a look at this.
They're lining up.
Jamal behind. So Jimmy behind here. So maybe one after each other right now in this last session of Club Sprint. Grubel's already in. He can't be shifted. But it is Jamal Assad here in 6th. Can he do enough in this session right now? This lap, second lap, whatever. Get a clean run. No traffic. All perfect. Everything's set to get into that 5th spot at least. He can fight from there. Jimmy only need one more lap after that to fight from there.
We'll keep an eye on the sectors. We'll keep you updated with how this session unfolds.
And there we go. Grubel now on the flyer. Here comes Jamal Assad on the flyer. Club Sprint, thanks to Haltech, just went up a notch. And it deserves to, folks. These guys have been not only, well, if you haven't been testing up till now, you ran all yesterday, Friday. No good for this man the last day or so, but now maybe coming good. Martin on a pass now as well. Assad, Grubel, they're all on a live lap right now. So is Marshall, Martin, Ty, Assad and Grubel. So on screen now with Jamal Assad as he goes through here, checking the attitude. He is feeding it there. He is feeding it up the hill now. Settling the car, coming out wide, getting the power down. That is certainly pushing it there for Jamal. You can just tell the attitude of the car, a little bit in distress. And now this little point, no shortage of horsepower out of the 4G63. Powers it up over the hill. There's Grubel. Is he on a fly there coming through Bosch? Let's have a look at Jamal over here. He's within 10 as well. Now I can hear a couple of cars out there in traffic. I just don't know where they are. I don't know whether Trent Grubel's going to have issues with them either, but it looks like clean air for Grubel, clean air for Jamal, pushing it out there through Bosch. All right, so you what? We're going to hear Grubel's time first. We're keeping an eye on what's on the screen here now with Jamal Assad. And he's in 6th. He needs a 34.48 or quicker. He needs a 34.47 to be in the 5. Here comes Grubel. Is he going to lay one down and set the record again? Let's just check it out. 27.162 was his first increment, but we got that all in reverse there. We're just going to wait for that to come out. Here it is, 33.192. There we go, 33.192. It just threw out an incremental and nothing else, but there it is. So that's not a bad one for him to start with if that's the case. Minute 33.192. Jamal Assad, 34.852.
Yeah, Grubel green in the first sector. That is what we always talk about. Turn 1, confidence, getting the car stopped at turn 2, shortening the corner, double apex into a single. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, so that didn't turn out. I was expecting 2 things there. Sorry, did I say expecting? Dreaming 2 things there. Grubel to light it up all green again and reset the record, and Jamal to get into the 5, but not that lap. Not that lap. Let's just see what happens for the rest of them. Kazmiri's the one that's been a little quiet. Really quiet. So let's now keep an eye out here on the Integra. Jamal on the cool down lap, you would assume. Who else we got out there? We got Martin out there, don't we? Martin and Marshall. Rahul Victor's back out there. Kazmiri is out there as well. We're picking up Kazmiri now on the main straight. I think this is going to be a full send lap. Let's keep an eye out on the attitude. Let's have a listen to that Honda underneath the Honda. I'm just giving a little bit of air here. Let's give it some air. If we can hear it, I hope you can hear it, because let's have to listen to this lap if we can pick it up. Not through here there for Kazmiri. Here we go. Yeah, this is all Kazmiri we're hearing through there. No brakes there, so it looks like he's backed it off. Normally through there you would expect some brakes from Kazmiri, so not the perfect lap just yet. And yeah, now he's just idling the thing away. So it was angry through turn 1, so maybe that was a test of what turn 1 and turn 2 felt like.
And it just sounded absolutely onto it.
All of that
all
seemed
the way
to
down
work.
to 2. The downshift was great.
So that part of it's all working well. So that's the JDM Yard team.
Hard Race AU.
And that's all in good order there for the Integra. Now, whether or not that's just a little comms and we get a warm-up here now from Bosch onwards and we go for an attack lap, how many minutes have we got left in the session?
Yeah.
Can we do it?
Is it a bit of a dip the toe at Sector 1? Is that maybe a struggle point for them and they're focusing on that to just get that sector right?
All right, a flying lap there for Marshall, I think 2:02.116. Here he is out there now, Ryan Marshall. One snuck out the back there for Rahul Victor, minute 54.624. Kazmiri's 26.46 has been his best so far. Well, there's Kazmiri coming up at 26.46. We'll have to see if that clears itself out. Minute 34.061 on the screen. But keeping an eye on Marshall now, he's on a bit of push here, Marshall. He is in 5th spot, 34.480. So checking for time here. Sector 1. Just getting himself into a pace here. These guys, I think, maybe the last set of tyres, you know, if they're putting new tyres on it, maybe they do need a lap or two and want to really give them that last bit of assault before giving them up.
Well, I guess your top 3 are going to be holding on to some greens, right? They're going to want the greens for the shootout, top 5. But there's going to be some guys just outside of that top 5 that are maybe holding some fresh tyres to be able to get that chance to get into the shootout.
Yeah, there's not much of a... I think you're only limited to, I think, 2 sets. I don't think you're allowed 4. I know that the pro teams can kind of... I shouldn't say unlimited, but they're allowed to have more. But honestly, at the end of the day, the price of them, yes. You'll only take the minimum. You're not going to have excess. That's the thing about this. You might have some old tyres laying around, but you're certainly not going to get any good times with it. You might set the car up with that in a session and then put good tyres on it from there. So here we go. Ryan Marshall goes through minute 36.41. So minute 34.48, the best for him. He just goes minute 36.41. No one's lighting up greens, but if anyone can light us up here when the camera's on him, is this man, Rahul Victor. Rahul loves to drive a little taily. I do like the attitude of it, and it's an inspiring moment when you're looking at motorsport and you still realise it's not professional motorsport, it's amateur motorsport, and you actually get to see that this is Rahul's style.
Yes.
This is what he loves. He loves the rotaries, the rear-wheel drive setup, and he pushes this thing through 1. We're going to have a good lap here with Rahul. He is in 10th with a minute 37.380, which I think's always, every year, been bringing an improvement for him. So he's on a good lap now. And while he's doing that, we'll get down to the pits with Luffy.
Yeah, look, standing down here in front of one of our more interesting Club Sprint cars is the Ioniq 5N. Now, Charlie and I, when we actually did the grid walk last year, we were talking about how long before we actually see a car in a full electric car in this Club Sprint class. And here we are, not only 12 months later, but we have not only one, but there's a couple of cars out there. But this Ioniq N has actually taken it to the next level. You're looking at full cage, brakes, suspension, but you have a look at the front air on this thing. Like, these things are putting out 650 horsepower, 775 Newton meters of torque. I was actually lucky enough to drive one of these cars earlier this year, and these things are blindingly fast. Like, the acceleration, you're talking 0 to 100 in the 3-second range. It's really exciting to see this car and also the support from Hyundai here this year.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I've always said this about these things, is that you just got to drive one to know what everyone's on about, because the push in the back doesn't lie. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The push in the back doesn't lie. This man, you know what, Misha, can we do a deal now? 5-year deal for Misha to come here. Drive something. #drive something Misha at World Time Attack. Get him here every year. Honestly, we should turn it into a World International Time Attack Influencers Challenge.
Okay.
And let's just see if we can't get the top 10 best steerers on socials here to drive, because honestly that's what we've been doing. There's been a bit of a trend the last couple of years that as we stay in touch with our crowd, our clientele, who's going to keep coming to watch, who's going to keep coming to race, and you know what, we're chipping away at it for only 16 years, Tony B.
Just only a short
so social
16
media
years.
wasn't a thing. We didn't have social media back there at Oran Park. Barely had electricity, by the way.
And I guess the great thing is they can share their stories every day, every week, every minute, and really connect with the people. And Misha's had such a great following. Come out and see him this weekend.
Mate, honestly, I'm going to ask Misha, where was he 16 years ago? He'd be like a little, he could be a little baby growing up in Russia, dreaming of playing with his first Hot Wheels. I don't know. We should ask him. 16 years ago, I was doing Oran Park and we're doing Superlap, and this stuff's still as exciting as it was 16 years ago, especially when this man's on track. Let's get back to it. It's Jimmy Assad with not too many minutes left on the clock, and hopefully a whole lot of track there for him to explore. This is the sort of area where I think, remember he got in trouble last year in the next couple of corners, and the poor old Evo took out a strut. Now he's got the track to himself. He's pretty familiar with it. This is good. This is good. I want to see some green light up here for him. Rahul Victor's lighting up green while we're we're in the background. But this is Jimmy Assad with a little bit more on board, a little bit more room to breathe, and only 2 or 3 corners to go. Or maybe the last ditch shot. Remember, last shot for him. He is 6th with a 34.508. This could be the very last lap that Jamal Assad gets to do today, because when this session is over, he won't have a chance to get into that top 5, which is a shame, because I am dreaming of him to nail it all together. But at the moment, both sectors are down for him. Rahul's still up by the looks of it in the RX-7. We're just watching timing here, but here goes Jamal. He goes 34.984. 34.984. Oh boy, needs 34.479.
A little bit more to go.
Is there time? Is there time? That's and the joys of these cars are more than anything. And I suppose, because as we say, even in club sprint, my favourite rule in club sprint: unlimited engine modifications.
Unreal.
So you want to put 1,000 horsepower into an Evo, you can. And what I love about these cars is when you want to go and sort a car out, you can drop the boost levels on those cars, and that thing does not have the horsepower to go quick.
And you can progress.
But then when you wring the neck of the car to the point, go, this thing is, I can wring the neck of this thing now just give me more horsepower. That's where you pick up the time. And that's what I was hoping for Jimmy. I said, come on, Jimmy, 200 more horsepower this time, let's go. And I'm not ruling that out. He's still only a smidge away from trying to get in there. And we're going to go to Charlie in the pits just quickly before the next club sprint session.
So BOSCH Motorsport has a long-standing relationship not only with World Time Attack Challenge, but of course motorsport across Australia. Blake, what I love about being at World Time Attack Challenge is you can see the BOSCH Motorsport ABS in action, in the cars, competing on the racetrack right here. Talk to us about this relationship and why it's so important to BOSCH and World Time Attack.
Yeah, that's right, Charlie. It's a technology that has been established around the world for quite some time. But the recent adoption within the World Time Attack Challenge pit lane has been quite impressive. People are finding time, and at World Time Attack Challenge, that's everything, right? So people know us for our ABS, our fuel pumps, our injectors, sensors, and so on. But we've actually brought some newer technology to show off today as well.
Well, we're going to head over to Ash, which we haven't set up earlier. Ash from 909 Motorsport. Of course, you're in the dealer network for BOSCH Motorsport as well. Talk us through this technology, because this is the kind of thing that we see over in Europe, but now it's in Australia.
Yeah, that's right. So in front of us here, we've got the display. It's got an MS 6.4 ECU and 2 PBXs, and 2 of our displays, a DDU10 and a DDU11. These items are what you would usually see in a GT3 car or a Le Mans prototype racing car, and it's things that we support and that we are bringing to, I guess, Australian market.
It's really exciting, this innovation that BOSCH just keeps going and going and going with.
Yeah, it's a fantastic technology, and I guess what we're showing here on the screen is that this setup with all these 5 devices is all set up over an Ethernet connection. One connection into the laptop, one project, one piece of software, everything's calibratable on the one screen, and it really makes things easy when you're trying to diagnose and set things up.
Well, make sure you come over to the BOSCH Motorsport activation right here behind pit lane near Tower B. Not only can you see it in action on the racetrack, you can come and check out the brand new technology for Australia right here at the World Time Attack Challenge.
Oh, right. Geez, that blew my mind. Did it blow your mind?
There's a bit going on there.
That blew my mind.
I think you just said a bunch of letters and product codes. I'm going to have to do some more research into that because there's a lot going on.
Oh, my good. I love it when we've got partners and sponsors that come in there and present new technology. Like, it's almost like a motor show. Remember the old days you used to have a motor show in every town?
Yeah.
And now we don't have motor shows, but kind of these have become the new motor shows. That is not the place for one to commence your lap.
Tim Weston.
That is not the place, Tim. What has happened?
He's coming out of pit lane and just pulled to the left.
No. Timmy, no way. I don't know, maybe hopefully something simple. I don't know. That's in the wrong spot. It's not like you can, hopefully the only way out of there is for him to fire it up.
And try and get the lap around, to drive around.
He might have to stay there until the end. Now, look, that's not really in an unsafe place because it's spilling out onto the main, onto the straight. So he hasn't even come out of the lane there. So he might be all right as far as not having a red flag the session for everyone else. But that's something's gone horribly wrong there with the thing just dying on him. And I don't know, even know where he can radio back. I guess he can, you would imagine. I don't know. I mean, it's nothing illegal. Oh, look at this group. Look at this bunch. Just on our live stream here, we've got Cole, we've got Miji, we've got Ferris, we've got Sammy, we've got Yakashiro. Josh gets in there, Slady gets in there. Yeah, and everyone wants selfies now. There we go. Get the selfies in, as you should.
Spotto Dai Yoshihara in there as well.
Okachan Okamura in there. Look at these guys.
A great opportunity to head down into that signing area and meet and greet all of your heroes from all over the world, whether it be the US or Japan. A great opportunity.
Okamura and Yasuhiro down there. So they're the guys. Yeah, see, that's still you know who wasn't there? Misha. Because he's out here.
Hot seat.
He's not here for selfies. He's not here for selfies. You know, the only person missing out of that was this bloke. But here he is. Misha Sharadine. Got to let the Ionic Q... I keep saying Ionic. I keep saying the Q at the end when it's the Ionic 5N. I don't know. I get caught on the Q there. And the man pushing straight away, I think he might have got himself a new set of tyres there, Misha. He deserves them. He's been wringing the neck. I do think that Hyundai could put this down as R&D. R&D. He'll do it. Misha's going to do it. He's entertaining.
We saw a little bit of that in the last session. It was walking sideways and he has to wind on a little bit opposite lock.
Yeah, no, well, he's just warming the tyres up. That's all he's doing. He's just warming the tyres up. He's push. Oh, jeez. Did he even get a little bit of lock up there? Here's a great replay from Pro Speed Racing of him grinding the end plate off the splitter and then breaks it into a nice little drift. And you know what? That's kind of exactly what Sashir did with the thing. Oh, and hang on, we've just had him go off, but we're going to the Luffy just quickly.
Oh, yeah, look at what he got.
We've got Luffy down there.
Here in the pits, talking with the guys at the Fat Cat Audi here. As you can see, that wing end plate is back together and back on the car. But what was more interesting for me is they were saying, going through the sectors and looking at all the data, this car was on to be able to do a low 24, maybe even a high 23. But even they said in their broken English, it's all about that one perfect lap. Also talking a couple of doors down with the crew from Ferris's Corvette, they had some gearbox issues in that last session, just wasn't sort of quite taking fourth gear. So they've done a few little alterations to the timing of the gear cut. So in the next Pro-Am session, they're going to go out just to make sure that that's all cured and there's no problems. And same again, they'll be ready for the shootout later tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luffy. It's he's right on the ball there with that information. So great to look forward to that. But right now, Misha has put the Ionic over on the side, and I don't know what. Hang on, I'm just trying to pinpoint where we are. Is that? Where is that? 6
or 7?
6 or 7. Yeah, it might just be up over the hill there. So we did see him get to the previous The previous corner is where he did sort of do, as I said, it looked like a bit of a Sachia all over again, because, you know, Sachia had taken the car through there. Yeah, so coming into 6 to 7. So before that, coming down the hill, he had it all sideways, and then somewhere between there and up. And then also he did kind of ride the curb coming up the hill there.
Did.
So I just wonder about impact, or whether or not he heard something there that maybe he doesn't want to maybe move it in case it was a noise that he's heard when he... I don't think he ground it out. I mean, the thing's got a pretty decent splitter on the front. But, I mean, really, end of the day, ride height there... It might have been something he may have heard as why he's stopping up there on the corner. Oh, more arm wrestles with the promo girls. Slady. Oh, Slady. Come on, Slady.
Give him a shot.
Ferris. Oh, no, yeah, look at this. That's the way. That's the way. Ferris wins. Oh, he finally get it. He had to win, didn't he? Oh, okay, mate. And yeah, Slady got thrashed. Yeah, Slady got thrashed there. We didn't want to show that.
Being a gentleman and let the other person win, you know?
I think he's ruptured a bicep, Slady. He's out. Slady's been done by a promo girl in an arm wrestle, and you know what? We just try and spice things up around here, and you know, sometimes things happen, i.e., you know, issues. Automobiles, cars, girls, drivers, it's all going to happen. Technology. Amazing sponsors, great crowd, and Charlie back in the paddock with more of such.
Dai Yoshihara, welcome to World Time Attack, but it's not your first time here.
Yeah, actually I came here like 10 years ago for drifting judge, but this is my first time. I was supposed to compete in the time attack, but yeah, as you know, unfortunately car didn't make it because of the some custom shipping issue. But, you know, I still decided to come out to, you know, hang out with you guys and see what's all about. And then it's been fantastic so far.
Oh, that's really great. And, of course, you are such a drifting legend. As you said, you were a judge for us last time that you were here. But you retired recently. Why? What's going on?
Well, so I just retired from competitive drifting. Like 2021 was my last year. I've done Formula Drift for 18 years. Since day one, you know, starting from 2004, and then, you know, doing the same thing for 18 years. You know, I wanted to change it up, and then like back in like 2010, 2011, I started off time attack and do more grip driving, and now I do like a wheel-to-wheel racing. So that'll be my main thing last few years. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the recent win last weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm competing in IMSA series in TCR Civic. And we just won our first time last weekend. That was great.
You can just do it all.
It's not that easy, but try to repeat, yeah.
You did touch on it just before, but please tell us, why are you so passionate about the World Time Attack Challenge?
You say what? Sorry.
Oh, you just talked about it before, but tell us about your passion for the World Time Attack Challenge.
Well, so this is the most biggest time attack event in the world, and you know, I just came here today, and so many people came out, so much energy, everybody's so into it, you know. So to do well in this event will mean so much for all the drivers. So that's why we wanted to try, and we want to come back, but yeah. No cars today.
Well, we hope to see more and more and more of you. Dai Yoshihara, just a drifting legend right here, just finished up in a signing session, and he's absolutely right. Winning World Time Attack Challenge means so much to the drivers, and Luffy's in pit lane, learning that for sure.
Yeah, look, one of the iconic cars in Club Sprint here at World Time Attack. This is the 8th year that this car has been here with Paul. How's it going out there this year, mate? How's World Time Attack treating you?
It's been good fun. This year round, I've been able to smash 2 seconds off the PB. So, yeah, no, I'm pretty happy.
So, in terms of what's, I suppose, left in the tank for both you and the car, where do you think the ultimate sort of lap ends up for you?
I'm hoping I can get into the 44s this session, but let's see how we go.
Well, mate, you're driving a 944, so 44's definitely got a good ring to it. Good luck, mate.
Beautiful, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Warren. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Dai Yoshihara, and thanks, Paul Kovaceski.
Isn't it a great story? And look at the smile on his face, not 2 seconds off his personal PB. He might not be battling for the shootout and battling for the top prize, but just elated and so happy that he's knocked some time off his own PB.
I just needed Charlie to ask the one question there, and that would be, will you be back? Like, just put them on the spot. Sometimes doing that makes them feel absolutely compelled to come back, and then they ring Baker probably 3 months out. I'm coming over, right?
Yeah, all right, I'm back.
But who wouldn't want Yoshihara back? I know that when we can get guys like Sachir and Mad Mike just seems to keep hanging around here too, which we don't mind. All the legends, if we want Ferris back, Sammy back. I know there's tons in the wings that it's all about timing to get your vehicles ready for this event. It is the Mount Everest of time attack, and as you hear from Dai, Yoshihara, Cole Powson, anyone, Ferris, you name them, they just say this is the biggest, this is the best. Baddest doesn't need to be described there. Baddest, it's not the baddest, it's just the biggest, the best. And as he said, the word that we all get off on, energy. He said it himself. Dai Yoshihara said it himself. This place has energy. This event has energy. And for me, at 54 years of age, I can only drink so much Red Bull before I need the extra energy. And the Big Digs energy will be... I'll even do it to Club Sprint, mate. If Kovaceski gets that 43, I told him last night, I'll lose my mind.
Look, and that's just it, right? The crowd gives us energy. The drivers are bringing the energy. The teams... We just love to see it. It's an absolute vibe. Saturday at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here we go. Group 3.
So Misha, looks like Misha got it all going again. I've got a little theory there about what he did there. Like, I mean, he pushed really hard, had a thought after coming up the hill and goes, you know what? I've got to film. So he's probably just gone and filmed a small episode. He just parked it up there and you know, if it's a little drama-filled episode for Misha in the future, it's to be how I got stranded at World Time Attack, and you know, they've come and got him. But look, whatever it was, it could have been. And you know what, we talked about it yesterday with cars that actually have internal combustion engines. You talk about hitting a safety, a soft safety and a hard safety. It could be a safety there.
I wonder what they have for the electric car. Is there some kind of battery saving mode? Is there an overheating thing? You know, battery temperature, all that sort of stuff. It's new territory for us.
Did he hit it too hard and the airbags came off? I don't know. I mean, the guy was pushing. The guy was absolutely pushing. We've got enough tape, inverted commas, on Misha in that car to show the world that he came to Australia and Nürburg ringed the hell out of an Ionic around Sydney Motorsport Park. Try and chew on all that information. All right, well, I'm looking for more Haltech Club Sprint green sectors here now. We've seen Grubel, Mikowski, Garland, Kazmiri, Marshall, Assad and Calabria all have a go. Rahul as well. But let's just see where these guys end up as well. The Adam Nakarada car, checking for his times previously, minute 41, 6:05. I'd love him in the minute 30 club. If we can expand the minute 30 club, we're all up for that. So Adam, regular competitor here, and that got at Rex Workshop. Plenty of boxes, keeping the boxes alive.
I can't believe we do have 15 entrants into the 30s. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And there's a couple just over the 40 number. So there's probably a couple more that we might be able to get into the 30 bracket.
All right, flying laps now there for Price, Clark, Lynch, Worcester's out there, Shepherd's there as well. So they're all on flyers right now, and Luffy back in the pits.
Yeah, look, down here with the crew of this Ionic 5N, nothing really to report. No sort of mechanical gremlins or anything like that to do with the electrics. Simple thing, broken right rear drive shaft. So they're going to get in, change it, and they'll get it back out shortly.
Hey, Misha, hard on parts, boy. Hard on parts.
We did see you get a little crossed up and he stayed in the throttle, so he's still pushing it.
Hey, I don't mind EV thrash. EV thrash to me, same as any other thrash. You know, get the thing back out there. I love it. We're breaking stuff.
Did they bring any spare components, and are there spare components around for that thing?
Trust me, I reckon one of the other Ionics is just about to be a 3-wheel drive. I can tell you that right now. There's going to be an Ionic next door there, 3-wheel drive. Nakarada, minute 42, 7:09. Wheeler on a flyer. Chapman trying to get a... Oh, he's got some green, Chapman. So is Price. They've both got green sectors here. Let's see how the rest of them end up. On a flying lap here now. I think that's Cunningham. No, Luther as well coming through. 38 for the Lotus. Cunningham, minute 41, 6:89. Yeah, Nakarada, 42, 7:09. Green sectors now for Price and Clark Lynch. And Chapman. Pushing through there is Shepherd, 46, 312. Earlier, 44, 939. And Luther just cooling down through turn 2. Here's the Audi. Hey, the Audi came back. Here's the Audi again. Remember he did the drive shaft or something? He's flying through now for one. That's our price. There we go, and he improved straight up, 45.068. Yeah, remember the wheels were all cocked in and the thing came in on the tilt tray?
Absolutely, Semi-Pro Motorsport team getting it done.
Well, Semi-Pro acting like pros there, getting drive shafts back in the Audi and green sectors all over. Hey, Clark Lynch goes 45.1 as well. So the BOSCH Motorsport car, the Supra, lights green as well, having a cracking time here. Go BOSCH Motorsport. Green sectors now also for Chapman again. Green sector for Chapman.
It's interesting to see that most of this group, they're all picking up green sectors in sector 1. Turn 1, turn 2, the setup for 3. It seems like they're all maybe going a little bit braver, a little bit deeper, a little bit faster. Sector 1 is where it's all happening at the moment.
Yeah, they're all starting to settle into a little bit of a groove, and this is what we thought, because remember, we're not seeing some of these people after this group. They're all gone for the day. That's their last session. Down to Luffy in the pits.
Yeah, I'm with the driver of our Ioniq 5N, the all-electric car. Misha, what's it like to drive an all-electric car here at World Time Attack?
It's amazing, something different. You have instant torque, all the 600 horsepower. What you measure here in kilowatts in Australia, I don't know how much that is, a lot, instantly, so it results in lots of skids and lots of stress on the drivetrain in these hot conditions, so we give it all, and it's amazing.
Now, I understand this is not your first time here at World Time Attack.
No, correct. My very first time was 2013. I actually met you back then. I still have, or my little brother by now has still a signed poster of you that you were driving. I think it was Cyber Evo with the Op Torque, the white, blue. I remember back in the days hanging in the room. And it's great seeing you now out here. I'm competing. You're doing interviews. It's a full circle. It's amazing.
As I said, imagine if I had said 10 or 11 years ago now that, oh, you'll be back here in a little while driving yourself. But welcome to World Time Attack, and we hope we see you back here again soon.
I hope so as well. I hope we put up a good show, and we'll be back next year with something maybe faster, maybe with different regulations as well, because we're running slightly smaller tires than originally. So hopefully show us what we can, but I think now we also did quite okay. We're somewhere in the middle of the field, so I'm happy, we're happy, everybody happy. Great fans. Thank you everyone who came over to us to grab a picture or talk about cars. I love Australia, so I hope it's going to take just 1 year or maybe less to come back, and not 11 years.
We look forward to it, mate. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. You too.
Hey, they're the words we wanted to hear, Tony B, did we not? Here's a replay of Misha saying, I want to be back next year. Can we change the regulations? I want to be back. He wants more tyre. This may be the reason why Misha wants more tyre, because the thing went for a double sachet through 5, which, you know, there we go, drive shaft. Maybe that's when the drive shaft went, maybe.
Yeah.
But here he is saying, I hope it's not going to be 11 years. I hope it's only 1 year. I'll be back. I want to race again. And that's music to my ears, and music to, I think, all the fans of everything out there, because I think next year he'll bring a lot of people from Europe with him. They'll all want to come out and be part of it. And where Misha goes, I think they'll all follow. You can just see the energy that guy's got.
Energy, unreal.
Yeah,
absolutely unreal.
All right, the Haltech Club Sprint Class leaderboard looks like this so far. So nearly locked. One more group, I think, in Club Sprint right now, but nearly locked in for the Superlap shootout tonight. Ryan Marshall, minute 34.480. Adam Kazmiri, minute 34.061. Michael Garland, 33.917. And as we saw there, Grubel in there as well. As we see the class of 2024 slowly closing the door. Look at the group here. The minute 30 club still sort of about 15 onwards. Good laps and PBs for some of these guys. Middleton, Indawara, David and Shepherd. Sheepy's Garage, the I-30. What a great first event for him. John Munro, Andrew Price, Sean Austin. Kovacheski, 45.657. So 2 second improved. Eleanor, haven't seen her yet. So she's still going to come out. There's a couple of names we just mentioned that just have one more hit at it, but the sad reality is being Club Sprint Session 6. When you get to Session 6, that's your final session, unless you're in that top 5. So here we go. Don't think there'll be too many movers and shakers in this one, but let's see if we can get some more greens lit up here. It's a great group of car, all last shot. Look at them all stream out here.
Everyone.
This is the sort of traffic I'd like. Like if I hate traffic, but you know, when traffic looks like this, I can accept this form of traffic.
Could you imagine Sydney traffic that looks like that? Never going to happen.
Well, hopefully the average speed will be up from where it is. But you also don't want to go bumper to bumper because there'll be carbon everywhere. So we can't do that. And remember, look at this. nearly every drivetrain, including Nissan Micra. Look at his little nuggety Nissan Micra. He would have had 1,000 fans here today, you know what I mean? You turn up with something different at World Time Attack, you immediately have 1,000 fans at least.
Yeah, absolutely. This red little jelly bean, I think it looked like, when it came flying down the straight last lap around. A Nissan K11 Micra Time Attack car. Can you believe it?
Yeah, well, there it is, all for us to look at. Now, entrance 70 here is Jonathan Munro in the BOSCH Motorsport Mitsubishi Lancer. And he had a sticker on the front that just about, it said Dizzy Decals. And actually it all went fuzzy once I read it. Isn't that weird? Where is he in there? I don't think he's in that top group, Munro. Is he in the minute 30 club? No, not just yet. Oh, I tell you what,
144.9.
Di Newen's out there now in his 350 Z. Team Takumi Drive. Let's keep an eye on the Zs. A few Z cars this year, which is good. They come and they go, but they are just, again, a beautiful legacy. And so much good DNA in these cars from Nissan to begin with. So, perfect club sprint car. And again, you would assume, because unlimited engine mods means you can boost the thing, so it's probably packing that. Certainly don't hear it screaming past, so it's not NA, it's got some. And let's see if some... Oh, what's happened there? I blink for a second and we look around and it's actually Eleanor. It is Eleanor. All right, so we're going to have a look at the replay here because we only just caught the end of that. I literally went to read down a little bit more about the 350Z and then next thing you know, the camera picks up Eleanor in distress, a damsel in distress, backing her car into an area. Meanwhile, Di's out there sliding the car out into turn 11. And he's going to give this a run down the main straight. But yeah, we are red. That's why you can't leg it there, because it's what happened to Eleanor here. She's actually got a bit of bark off there, just quietly too, by the look of it. A little bit off the back corner. Oh, turn one, Eleanor. Oh. Oh, lady, please. Oh my goodness. That is.
Thankfully, coming to a rest in the tyre wall. That is. Oh, that could have been so much worse.
Oh my God! Turn one. That's Eleanor on a full send. I mean, she's attacking. She's out of the car. She's okay. You would assume she's okay. Look, Eleanor's profile. She does say that she does some content creation. Well, that's going a bit too far there, lady. Please, I know I'm a good friend of hers, and this forever is going to live with us. That is full. Look, I don't know what happened. It just sort of skipped there, didn't it? And you know what? Physics took over from there. No matter what she did in that car, no matter who was driving that, physics would have taken over there, and it was going to do exactly the same thing, no matter who was driving it. When you push that hard, and you can lose at that, whether or not that was a... Oh, she is crouching down. Down to Luffy in the pits.
Well, standing down here, watching all that action unfold at turn one, actually standing here with World Time Attack royalty, Garth Walden, 4-time champion in the Tilton Evo. Welcome back to World Time Attack, mate. How have you been?
Yeah, thanks, mate. I haven't been out here for 5 years, so finally got an invite from Baker, so I thought I'd come out and have a look at the show. And yeah, the show's as big as it's ever been. It's pretty cool to watch, and yeah, I miss it a little bit, but yeah, it's pretty cool to come in and watch.
Yeah, and look, we stand in front of the car that's really taken over the mantle from the Tilton Evo. It's interesting to see, obviously, how the cars have progressed and everything like that. What do you think of the RP968?
Yeah, that's a beast of a car. Like, you look at it, you look at the progression. You were one in Nemo, and then we had to try and beat that and move forward, which we did with the Tilton car, and now the RP968 has moved on again. So it's crazy. Like, it's crazy the speeds and the time. It'd be mega to drive. Bart's done a great job as well.
Yeah, look, well, hopefully we can see you back here at World Time Attack at some stage in the future, but I know you're going to be sticking around to watch what these guys can do tonight. But over to Charlie, you got some more news for us.
Well, the gents before were talking about the DNA of the cars that we are seeing competing here this weekend. So I had to come and find where it all began. This 1971 Skyline was the beginning of GTRs in Japan, and very, very lucky and loyal owner. Peter, tell us about how this beautiful car came to be in your possession.
Yeah, well, I went to Japan in '71, as it happened. So, you know, I found this a few years ago in Japan. Took me 18 months to find the right one, and brought it out and did a full bare metal restoration on it, as you see it now.
And talk us through that restoration, because I don't think there's one thing that you haven't touched on this car.
That's correct. Everything is done. It's airbag, which is probably a first in the world. It has a 3.1 litre stroke motor making around about 400 horsepower. It has a bespoke interior. It actually drives quite nicely and it's quite a quick car.
Why this car? Why search for 18 months for this car?
Well, they all have rust. So the challenge is to find one with the least amount of rust. So we probably looked at about 10 cars, and this one had the least amount. Still had some, but it's got 0 now. We cut it all out and restored it.
And you did have a little bit of a banter with me when I said, look, I'm a V8 girl, you've got to tell me some things. You went, oh, well, here's a real car for you.
That's right. You want to set a drag up?
Well, over here at the Stylised Show and Shine, of course, courtesy of Donut Garage and Shannon's, this is just one of the hundreds of specimens that are here. Beautiful machines with so much history that we should pay homage to.
Yes, well, my jaw's on the ground again, Tony. So every time we get a story out of there, the jaw's on the ground. It's like, look at that thing.
Absolutely, a full bare metal restoration of that old GTR, and it's just a pleasure to see. Airbags, I think maybe that's interesting, but it gives it the right stance with the right drivability, but 400 horsepower as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that got me. Like, I love that original first ever GTR Skyline, but then, of course, he couldn't leave it alone, which is just a thing about car guys. Couldn't leave it alone. Perfect bare metal restoration. He said, yes, all of that, but he decided it's got to look like a race car as well. So it's a 3.1 litre stroker making 400. As soon as he said that, I go, okay, yeah, now keep talking. And you know that's NA, and you know what that would probably sound like.
The intake sound of that.
I think, honestly, next year, Dave Baker should be saying, hey, you can, if you want to take that thing to $7,000 or $8,000 around here, mate, you can come out and drive that thing around here, because he wants those cars. This is one place that we actually let cars fully express themselves. I mean, let them sing, let them do what they want.
Could we talk Baker into a stylised cruise the track of the whole crew and just let them, not racing a lap, but maybe a show and shine rolling lap around Sydney Motorsport Park?
Maybe that's a very good idea, Tony B. You know what? We'll put that in the billet suggestion box that Michael's going to make us, and then we'll get that happening.
Get that across the line.
I mean, you know what? He's always looking for good ideas out there, and that's another really good one, because you'd love to see the things rolling around.
I want to hear it.
And especially if we judge and we award, like, you know, if we are actually picking out there, like, I'd love to at least see the finalists get that opportunity. And even if we're not doing that now, the opportunity, if we do that in the future, does that mean we get more crazy stuff out here, because you can actually get that, you know, the prize is actually to be presented to the crowd, which would be nice. Because, you know what, one thing about show and shines like this, until you win something, you don't know. So you don't even know you're in the car show. Yes, you think you might win something, and, you know, some people go there expecting, but again, if you are judging it, at the end of the day, the hardest thing is to actually everyone know who won something, you know. If you're at a show and shine for a couple of hours, you walk away, see some nice stuff, unless you stay to the end and see who won what, you wouldn't know what was, you know, who were the winners.
But look, what a buzz for those entrants for the show and shine to actually drive a lap. Maybe some of those people have never driven a lap of Sydney Motorsport Park.
That's the stuff that gets us excited, to think that you could see these things, as Baker likes to see, cars living and breathing and doing it, you know. And that'd be just one great part of it. And if that GTR can lead it and just get out there and howl that 3.1 litre stroker around here, that's automotive history. You've got to keep that. That's engineering history. You've got to keep that. Love all that stuff. Look at the drift pits down there. There's been a bit of thrashing. I think a couple of guys have pulled out, and then the reserves have come in. We've been keeping a few little chats in there. What have you heard?
Oh, look, I was going to keep a few of those stories to myself for a bit later on.
Well, you don't have to tell me, mate. I was just only asking.
I can share for some of the people here. We've got two V8 competitors. I'm not going to say who they are, but two V8 competitors that have got cracked engines from last night's drifting. So
I wonder why, Tony.
Yeah, there was a bit of chaos and a bit of carnage. One has switched into his second car, so he's brought a backup car, so that's okay as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
And the other has unfortunately retired and subbed in one of the drivers. But you're going to have to stick around to see all that unfold.
No, it's good. Yeah, that's like part 96 of the whole program. Look at this, just got some stuff on screen there. Now, Charlie was sort of beside the Mad Max one yesterday, and again, compared her glitter shoes to the OK Sis, that perfect plate for the car too, by the way. Give someone a prize. Yeah, there she is with the glitter.
She's back there.
Absolutely, yes. It is delicious, isn't it? The car. Oh, what'd you do?
Uh-oh, she's in.
She's going to hop in.
Oh, it's not locked.
Oh, now you find out after you open the door.
Whoever owns this car, I'm sorry.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, you naughty girl, Charlie. Get out. Okay, get in the car then, Charlie. All right.
Look, I know that Charlie's been involved in quite a few drifting and sort of Japanese car events of recent times. I can see her maybe trading the Mustang for a bit of JDM love.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe.
Absolutely. But honestly, all of those bodies. Now, years ago, the S, you know, what's that?
Chassis, 180.
So that's an S13 180.
Yes.
But even that shape, like honestly, all the years ago when you saw tons of these around, you would not think that one day they'd be that expensive to buy, that so sought after, and then had their whole reputation etched forever in JDM history. So of course you should have got one. Of course you should have kept one. I would have gone Solati straight away, or I did like so some people like the 180 SX, some people like the, you know, the other...
Yeah, the Sylvia and the 180. So you got the Sil 80 or the 1VIA. So you put the 180 front on the... It's just... I love the fact
I did like the 180 better than the Sylvia.
Pop-up headlights on any car. Pop-up headlights are great.
They were. Now, look, Luffy's got some great information down in the pits as well now, too.
Yeah, look, I'm able to get down here and get up close and personal with the RP968. The guys have just gone through doing a bit of a warm-up procedure because they are going to run this next pro session in a little while. But actually looking at the office here, so this is where Barton gets to sit and drive this amazing car, and it really is all about keeping it nice and simple. And let's be honest, you're doing a 1:17 lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. You don't want to be getting too busy inside the car. But it's pretty simple. Up here on the steering wheel, we've got traction control, and then also we've got sort of a boost control over this side. So the traction control is basically they just kind of set it and leave it and don't worry about that. I was actually talking to the crew about the boost in terms of do they change it, and they used to actually get Bart to change it manually, but these days they actually just do that all through sort of the ECU. And typical paddle shift, you've got up shift on the right, down shift on the left. But when you actually look into the footwell, you see Bart being an open wheeler driver, left foot braker, you see that he's got this massive heel rest for his foot there, and obviously to be able to sort of keep the foot sort of wedged in there. And it really is all about just keeping it nice and simple in there for him. There's really not too much for him to sort of worry about. You've got the lovely Motec dash there, which obviously feeds him all the information that he needs to know. And then obviously on the other side, you've got your ECU plugs. So they're the things that you see when the car comes back into the lane, they're plugging in to try and get a download. So excited to see what these guys are going to have in store for us later today. They said they're going back out to have a look at that fuel system. Bart mentioned that earlier. They had some problem, and they're also trying some settings ahead of the shootout tonight.
Oh, so not leaving alone. Not leaving it alone.
As if.
Not leaving it alone. So, yeah, we're going to do a few things, and then it's like, well, we want to do a few little fuel system checks, and then we'll probably send it. So, interesting information there from Luffy. But, okay, here's the replay from this morning. Barton Moore, the new World Time Attack standard. So, yeah, we're going away with a new PB already for RP968. Minute 17.672, and this will be the flying lap. And look, there's a couple of times here. See if you can spot it. See if you can spot the two shots at the corner. Just giving him a little bit of breath there. We're picking up a little bit of the lap here from outside the car. So Bart pushing through there. None of that was flawed. None of that was flawed. Now there's two corners here coming out where there's two little shots at it here. Just watch this here. Just not perfect there. Just not perfect. And I think one more time where it's just... Yeah, it says two shots at it. So you can see Barton there all crossed up. You can see the gloves twice just through those two corners. The rest we couldn't really floor him on here. Everything else was looking really, really good, and still got the new lap record. And from here, Bart did not really put a foot wrong here, mind you, with a heel rest like that, he can't put a foot wrong.
Absolutely.
Nelly strap his heel in there, Nelly. But look, again, a little bit of feed, so I had to still feed it a little bit onto the straight there. So there was a little bit to do there. So maybe 2.5 corners there where he figured that he still had to go opposite lock. But then nothing else wrong from here. That car just flew through for that minute 17.672 new lap record. And don't do it, Barton, don't do it. That was the replay. Is everyone. There's 3 people there to catch him. Oh, geez, he's a card sometimes, isn't he? A guy that can be so intense and then just explode like that with that outburst. It's great to see. Puts it, look, again, pumps me up again. That my heart rate's gone up 20 beats a minute just watching that again.
I was nervous watching that this morning. I was standing directly over from their pit area and I saw him get on the roof and I'm like, oh no, not again.
Oh, Bart, don't do it.
But great celebrations and a worthy result, and there's still potentially a bit more in it.
Yeah, that little sneaky bit of info there from Luffy. I tell you what, I like how they gave us that bit of info from the infield. Charlie hamming it up, Luffy then with some hard tech. And then we've got to come back and pick up the pieces in Haltech Club Sprint. Obviously, he might have had to have pulled that car off for Tim, where Tim was stranded, so they've had to pull him off. I think that was the only way and reason why we had to stop recovery-wise. But out there now, these guys are trying to finish off their final session of the day. That's Xiang Hu in the Toyota Supra with Top Garage. Lit up some greens earlier on today. In fact, second session today, he lit up some greens, and he's got maybe a new set of tyres. Maybe it's the best of a group of tyres. The session only got 1 lap there by the look of it. I just noticed the checkered flag on the way through. Just caught that with the cameras. So that might have been one last shot at it. And he did go minute 43.052. Middleton got one as well. Minute 45.477. Jeff got one then at a 44.392. And Hugh got one at 45.450. Oh, Rivera as well at 47.290. So we just saw the checkered flag come out. So that means that's the last lap for those guys. And it looks like because of that session getting delayed with that recovery, they just come out and they let that group go to checkered flag. I'm pretty sure that's it. Kovaceski, whether or not that means the checkered flag there for him as well. He has not lit up a sector there, whether or not he'd just been getting ready to warm up, and then of course time gets to you. I'm sure I saw the checkered flag there, because you know some of these we can't see anyone pushing unless Paul is just giving a little run around here. Yeah, there's the checkered flag, so that's it. So just his last run there for Paul, didn't quite catch it, but he still set it up with a PB anyway. I was just ready for the big moment, that's all. That's all it was. That's all it was. But looks like we released them all to get one flying lap in, and couldn't do much more than that other than just get that checkered flag out. So that is Club Sprint done. We've seen Luffy. We've seen the end of Haltech Club Sprint. So basically the tail of the tape there is the top 5. They are locked in for Superlap shootout. That's the end of all of our Club Sprint guys except for that last 5. They will then have this little bit of time as we run through the rest of everything. They'll be the first team ready, those 5, for Club Sprint, that group. It'll be Trent Grubel, 32.234. Alex Mikalski, minute 32.530. Michael Garland, minute 33.917. Adam Kazmiri, minute 34.061. And Ryan Marshall, minute 34.48 in the Haltech Club Sprint Superlap shootout here tonight. Jamal Assad finished just outside, minute 34.508. David Calabria, minute 48 there as well. Alex Luther in the minute 30s, minute 37.476, as was Ruben Martin, Zheng Hu, Benny Wooster in Moza Motorsport Supra, Stuart Chapman, the 15th competitor, in the minute 30s, and then a great bunch of minute 40s, Adam Clark Lynch, Daniel Cunningham, so on. Josh Muggleton in 2 cars, Guy Andrews had a good World Time Attack campaign here, finally getting some love with the Cherry Tuny Hyundai. Andre Rivera, Rod Middleton, David Lahr, Harrison Shepherd, the Sheepies, I-30 also having fun. Andrew Price, Sean Austin, the little micro, minute 45.30. Eleanor Terry, not a way to finish her campaign with a big moment for her, but 35th out of the 39. Charlie's back down in the pits with more information.
Look, gents, Sergeant Steve might have seen me possibly opening the door of the 180. He's from Beat the Blue, but because Sergeant Steve's a good bloke, I think you said you'd let me off with a warning.
Yeah, well, only because you said I'm a good bloke, and not many people would say that, so that's all right. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, what's so interesting is not only are you the founder of Beat the Blue, but you're a former Club Sprint competitor for 7 years.
Yeah, that's right. Really, our inspiration to start Beat the Blue came from the relationships we built being part of World Time Attack, and that's why we love it so much, is that having that opportunity with Club Sprint and the Show and Shine to be part, like to sit in a garage or share a garage with a pro class car or Pro-Am car or open car and really feel part of the event was, like I said, that inspiration to start Beat the Blue, where our main goal is just to get young drivers here at Sydney Motorsport Park enjoying their car in a safe way. And what better way to do it?
And if anyone doesn't know what Beat the Blue is, please talk us through it.
So Beat the Blue is your only legal way to test your driving skill against New South Wales Highway Patrol. So for the last 5 years, 99 members of the public have had the opportunity to test their skill against real Highway Patrol cops in real highway cars on the skid pan here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a good way to show the public too that we know what we're doing. And this year's Beat the Blue had 35,000 people attend and see only 12 members of the public beat the police out of 100. So we've got a pretty good run rate at the moment, and yeah, it's just a great way to get people together and have a conversation about why we do what we do, keeping them safe and encouraging them to enjoy their passions, but just do it in the right way. And like I said, Sydney Motorsport Park, there's no better place to do it.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Sergeant Steve. Thank you for being very gracious about my slight hiccup over there with the 180. Of course, Beat the Blue is here right at the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine. They've got some really fantastic police cars on display as well. Come and chat to them, and maybe you can throw the gauntlet down and try and beat the Blue.
Alrighty, looks like the pro class is about to kick us off one more time before the shootout. We've got all sorts of action here. 968 the road and on break, and back with that in a sec.
Back to the future.
All right, it's time for the pro class presented by Royal Purple, and well, Mtron is on board this car, RP968, and Bart Moy is not mucking about here. You can't give Bart even 2 warm-up laps here. He just wants to go. Right now, there is some fuel system checks to do here. That's what he's claiming. We've got Josh Bucket out there in the Centura, and we've got Michael here from Roden on the mic again. How can you get the best seat in the house during these times? I guess because you're working on that thing every day of the week.
I guess so, yeah. Pretty good place to be at.
Well, you know what, sometimes I think it's just going to stand back and just admire the work here of all the engineering we're seeing here on track. Tell you what, Bart Moore, he's not mucking about here. There's full intent from Bart here. Sector 1, though, not as quick, no greens lit up. So maybe I'll just pull the energy back about half a notch. Maybe just turn the dial back down to 3 instead of 4. I don't know where Bart is on that. I do hear that they're doing a fuel system check. But in this particular case, into BOSCH now, turn 8, not lining up any greens as yet. Sector 2 now starts to light up, and that's again a red there. But again, if this is a 17 and we're all disappointed, then I don't know, we've got to kick ourselves here. This is still appreciating how fast this car is. It's incredible. And Bart's showing already his intent. Now, look, I tell you what, we've got to keep an eye on the attitude here, Michael. He might just go back to back and try another go, but here it comes, coming through the main straight now. Barton goes through, minute 17, 7.63. Minute 17, 7.63. Boy, look at that. Minute 17, 7.63. Earlier, minute 17, 6.72. Still under the minute 17, 8.68 from last year, so we shouldn't be too disappointed, shall we?
No. That's pretty good.
That's, here we go, the road. Let's have a scream of the V10 here.
I don't think that'll ever get old.
Tell you what, we might pick up a bit of track audio here. No, we've got Bart just cooling down. We've got to go back to that footage just for a sec. Bart now on a cool down lap. Now, whether or not that's a fuel systems check, and of course, whether we've got a few minutes left in the session, whether that's a drop in, have a look, go back out and have another go, or, you know what, we're going to just park that for now. That's a baseline. You know what? For one lap where he didn't even muck around for half a lap and go minute 17:6.72, I don't know what they're thinking other than maybe I'd say they'd save that for the shootout. Mind you, Josh is also doing, is this technically R&D work for Roden?
Pretty much.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
All development work.
Yeah, everyone's here to test, question in inverted commas. And I tell you what, Josh does a good job of it, doesn't he? Like, he is pushing really hard. You can see he's just, whoa, Josh!
Sideways.
See what happens, I talk about him, they start hanging the tail out. I don't know what's going on here, but that was Bosch a little bit sideways there for the Roden. We can even hear it from the drone. The drone's microphone's picking that up. Let's listen to the V10 if we can come down the straight. A symphony, let's hear it. Just letting it in here a bit. This is what we're trying to get into a habit. If we can pick up a good sound and tone out there and track, the people on the live stream actually beg for it. They just want to hear the engines. They want us to shut up sometimes, and I'm happy to do that. Hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, give your hands, put your hands together for the second ever quickest lap here at World Time Attack ever. Minute 17:763. I mean, it was minute 17:672 earlier on today, but Bart, that is a good lap. You notice he already knows what the lap is, but he's not jumping around just yet. But I tell you what, mate, what a settler. What a settler.
He's done really well.
That car is ready. Here we go. And we're going to go probably straight to Luffy here in just a sec as we set this up. But, yeah, having a quick chat. Bart's the first to share all the information. Luffy's got him down there right now.
Yeah, I'm just down here with Barton Moore. 17.7, mate. It's a very quick lap. Good banker. What's the track conditions like and how's the car feeling?
Well, look, it was a little bit slippery out there, the track, which we kind of expected. So, to be honest, I think that time's pretty good for us. And it's like I said to you earlier, we're just trying to tune it up now for this shootout. And it's been a while since the car's made the shootout for different reasons. But we're in the sweet spot. That was the most stable we've had the car all event. And it's me dialing in as well. So it's all running. So shootout, here we come.
Well, considering this time last year you're on your way to hospital with a broken ankle, so it's nice that you're actually going to stick around and actually do the shootout for us. So everyone here says appreciation, but obviously the big question, how much more do you think is obviously left in the tank in both not only the car and you, but obviously the track conditions? We know the track's going to get better later tonight. Come on, you're a betting man. Where can we see this RP968 end up tonight?
Look, it's the magic question everyone's asking us. Look, I'd love to see a 16, and if we get it all right, I think that's achievable today.
Well, there you had it here first. A 16 maybe is on the cards, but we look forward to seeing it out there tonight. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
All right, there you go. So just what we thought. Look, it's straight onto the promo girls. What's going on here, Michael? Getting a couple of photos with the Yokohama girls. So, he's a professional. She's straight out of the car. Heart rate's, for the socials. Heart rate not even below 100 yet. So cool, calm and collected. And he's organising the photo shoot. There's Bart, all 6'3" of him. And the lovely promo girls there must be, in comparison to that, probably 10 foot tall each. But Michael, so far, this might be the last time we get to chat with you guys this afternoon, because obviously, look, the Roden's technically in the Superlap shootout because, yes, he's in the top 5, being the only other one there.
Yeah.
What's the experience been like for the team? Is he going to be buzz at the water cooler when you eventually get back? And what's the deal in a thing like this? Do you still have to go back to work Monday or Tuesday, or they give you the week off?
Oh, they've given us a couple of days stand down after the event just to sort of recoup and obviously get back in the right mind frame for work, and then carry on with the development of the engine.
All right, so back to work eventually. You know what? I hope you guys get the same as what I get after an event. You just get days of energy where you just go, wow, I just had such a rush. Everything I've done and remembered the last few days here at Sydney Motorsport Park, you take those memories with you forever, and it's the sort of stuff that you think about, inspires you, wants you to do more, and makes you want to come back. So you guys want to come back?
Oh, 100%. It's been really, really motivating being here with everyone, and I think the team's just going to be pushing harder next time.
Well, look, mate, even if you're not back up here for a chat later, which you're more than welcome to do, if next time you see the boss walking around, just point to Luffy and go, Luffy, would he give us a chat on there, Dave, will he?
I'm sure he could give a few words.
I'd love to hear the man. I'd love to hear what the boss is. I'd love to hear a little bit more from the boss about that, because that would be really interesting to hear. I tell you what, it's good to see that Barton Moore's got everything in order for the Superlap shootout this afternoon. But you know what? Sometimes you've got to start at the heart of a vehicle to know a little bit more about it. And I tell you what, that billet 4-cylinder on board for Barton Moore, that's a feat upon itself. We've got some information in regards to that, I think, coming up here.
I'm here with Oscar of Elmer Engines, and we're going to be talking about Thor, the power plant that drives RP968. And my understanding, it's the highest power-to-weight OEM-based circuit racing engine ever. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. That is including all F1 engines.
Wow.
This is basically what I pitched to Ron, and he was immediately on board.
Awesome stuff. Now we need some specs. The fans at home are going to want some specs.
It's an inline 4-cylinder based off of the Porsche 968 engine. We recommend it up to 2,000 horsepower for circuit racing. It's 106 kilogram long block. It's a full billet engine with cooling, with minimum external hoses and fittings.
So what's the most important part of a time attack engine?
Well, people talk about the massive power numbers, of course. That's just part of it. The time attack car needs to go fast around the whole lap. So it's not just the straights, but you want to maximize your cornering speed. That's where the lap time is. So on a high downforce car like the RP968, low weight and ease of tuning are as important as the power figure.
All right, so talk to us about the power and tunability of this car.
Well, you need big power, first of all, to overcome the massive drag that these high-end cars like the RP968 run. But you need an engine that's really strong, of course, and able to run a big turbo for that big power without big lag. And the tunability aspect comes into that. So you don't want to spend a lot of time tuning, because all of that time is away from tuning the suspension setup and the IR setup on the car.
So spoken about power in the power to weight balance, but how do we make the engine lightweight?
Well, we need minimum engine weight to get the maximum cornering speed. Now, to get the engine really lightweight, we need a good engine layout and a really good engine design. So that's what we went with. Making a lightweight engine design is hard, though. That's where we put a lot of time and skill in. Thin walls, compact parts, giving them the best possible chance of going really fast around Sydney Motorsport Park.
All of that tech goes into the heart and soul of RP968 to go as fast for one perfect lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. We can't wait to see it. Check it out on track. Coming up real soon.
Absolutely.
Fantastic to see, unbelievable technology, big horsepower, made in Finland. Now let's get back into what we've got here. GCG Turbo Open Class. We've got Brett back from GCG, and horsepower aplenty. Oh, Paul, sorry, Brett, we've had two of you up here. Sorry, Brett's the boss. You're not the boss. I thought you were the boss.
I'm the mini boss.
Okay, mini boss Paul. Mini boss Paul. We had big boss Brett. I didn't know we had the boss in first up, but Paul's here, and he was just saying off camera here, of course, RP968 has a Garrett turbo.
Garrett G42. I think they've had the same turbo for the last few years when they've won. They've changed some turbine housings. But she keeps going.
Yeah, that's the way. It's just another product there that's making that the world's baddest time attack car, and another great product from GCG. Oh, Morecambe. I was just about to talk Morecambe up there because he's been on a flyer, hasn't lit anything up there. Brandis is the only one so far that's lighting up green. GCG Open Class doesn't stop the drama. We don't stop the drama. We've got guys on flyers. Here he is now. That's Lane Brandis in the R32 looking for that one perfect lap out of the rear-wheel drive Skyline, and this is a screamer as well.
These guys are great. Do a lot of travel.
Yep.
Come all the way from WA, I think.
Oh, right. So WA team, we've got the other Queensland team just come through. Rob Newen, the Dream Projects S15. So Brandis, just having a look there. He's up in two sectors. Brandis, his best has been a minute 31.617. So what does he need? A minute 35.83 to beat Benny Tran into the top 5, which would be the Superlap shootout. Brandis just wants more horsepower. He's lit up two sectors. Can he go quicker than minute 35.83? He flies through 31.196. 4.67. It's a bit better, but just not enough into the minute 30s there for Brandis. He was going to need a massive run there to get into the top 5 against Benny Tran's minute 35.83, but we haven't seen Benny either. But that's still an improvement, lighting up all the greens this late in the day. All right, Akamura out there on a flyer. Okamura's best so far, minute 39.573. Yashihiro in after him. His best has been a minute 34.460. Yashihiro 9th so far. Colson 8th. Okamura 11th. And look at these fantastic cars. Johnny Boston, one more shot. Boston goes through, minute 31.341. He snuck up on us. Didn't see Johnny Boz out there straight away, but he was.
Mate, he knows his track like the back of his hand. This is where he works.
This is his job. This is basically another day at the office here for Johnny Boston, but I'm sure he gets a real kick out of the time attack concept because it is just the maximum concentration for one lap. Benny Tran is out there on a flyer as well. Here's the Dream Projects S15 driven by Rob Ewan. Sexy Sylvias this year. Just sexy ones everywhere. And of course, in the GCG Open class, you can see the aero mods there. Yes, you're allowed some.
Yep.
He's got some there. Now, look, we're looking for guys to come down the straight here and light up greens. We haven't seen any greens lit up just yet at the back. And I'm just wondering whether or not someone might be, well, Morecambe went somewhere. Now, I don't know whether Morecambe stranded somewhere, might just have been holding up the vibe here at the moment, because I know we should have a few more cars on flyers. But we're just at the moment, nothing on the main straight. It's all a little bit too quiet for me out there, Paul.
It's got limp mode.
Yeah, isn't it? It's all just gone to limp there. We're expecting flyers here from Benny Tran, Boston, Yashihiro, Okamura and Brandis, but we aren't seeing them. We're seeing Healy here in the 1600. There we go. Okamura comes through. Minute 40.637. So, yes, we should expect the rest of them along here shortly. Yoshihiro, haven't seen him back on camera anyway, or down the main straight. Johnny Healy. Again, this will be the last session for a lot of our competitors other than the top 5. Now, Benny Tran, I'm having flashbacks here. Having flashbacks from yesterday. Now, look, we thought he'd done damage to the engine, but what Benny had done, it actually blown like an oil filter O-ring out.
Okay.
So that supercharged Honda was breathing pretty heavy. And I reckon, what did happen, I'd say I reckon, that's what happened. It blew an O-ring out of the sandwich plate for the remote oil filter, I think, and blew oil everywhere, where it looked absolutely horrible. It looked like an engine explosion.
Must have had a spare front splitter, because that's all fixed up.
Yeah, they fixed everything up, and he's back out there. A few regulars having to patch on things. Here comes Cole Powson for his first fly. Let's keep an eye on our friend from Utah, because he knows how to push cars around, and really, out of all of our competitors that we've got here, this guy's, won Pikes Peak. There's not too many times you can say we've got a Pikes Peak winner running here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but here he is, Cole Powson, got to drive this amazing car thanks to Team Core, the WRX, another one from Got It Rex. So yeah, Morecambe got back to the pits. Sabelic now goes past Healy and Morris. Oh no! Why is it that I say, like, all I'm trying to do is the
commentator's curse.
I'm just trying to, talk the guy up. He was looking fine.
Don't mention my name.
Maybe from now on, I've just got to mime these people. Okay, so he's come over here. It's all power. Oh boy! Wow! Oh my God, we're making a highlights tape like no other. That thing just sprayed out. Whether that might have been an injector, I don't know. Like, whatever it was at the back there, he's pointing there. But whatever it is, again, the turbochargers are normally mounted, I think in factory they are mounted sort of back over that side, aren't they? He's definitely trying to get all the fire suppression in to the right spot. Whether that was fuel or oil that sprayed out of there in a flash. I thought it was fuel,
It looked like a fuel
didn't it?
that big, that quick.
Yeah, well, it burned and then it sort of dispersed. And then it sort of sucked back in, though. Look at this replay here. We are making a highlights package like no other this year. Cole's wow.
The aero. You see the smoke in the aero?
We need, Paul, you need us to go back. This is Pro Speed Racing Super Slow-Mo. They're still trying to get it. They're still trying to get it out. It's still smoking. Wow. No, I didn't know. I missed that. I was watching it go over the windscreen and then watch it get sucked back in.
Yeah.
I get actually sucked back in. But now I need to go back and watch it again and see what it did off the rear aero. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, it's not Cole's fault. It's sometimes it's nobody's fault. It's a car. We're highly strung. And sometimes when they're highly strung, they can let go in different ways, weird and wonderful ways. Got Luffy down there with another drama this session. It's with Morecambe.
Yeah, down here with Nathan Morecambe. We saw it got a little bit interesting up through that last sector. What's happened? What do you know about the problem?
We don't know. The guys have just put it up on its air jacks now, so they're going to decipher. But honestly, I just lost steering into that second last left-hander. It just steered straight. So in my experience, it felt like something broke in the front left, like a tie rod or a steering arm. And I just nursed it back in. So hopefully we can get it all tuned up, set up, and send it in the shootout tonight. So.
All right, mate. Look forward to seeing you in that shootout tonight. You and Slady had an epic battle last year. I know you want that title back, so good luck.
Yep, we're going for it this year.
Don't you love that attitude? It's we've felt like something had broken, and don't worry about us. That shootout will be in there, and he's got to defend from the front tonight. It's Slady that's got to have it all. Got to have it all his way with the one perfect lap. It's his to fight back and get, and we can't write the script. Okay, rear aero, looking for the rear aero. Whoa, yeah, check that out. The way it swirled off the end plates of the wing. So crazy. And we'll get to the bottom of this. Surely we'll get to the bottom of what happened there. Whatever's let go there, he's trying to squirt it in through there and then hit it, but. Whatever happened there, we are on it. You can see it there from the drone. We've got to have a quick break for a second and get that cup of tea, because I tell you what, the drama is heating up here. We're not even halfway through this. We'll be back more after the break.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
That's White Line. Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces, open arms, open all night. Come feel it all and feel new.
Oh boy. Speechless again, that's right, because I just can't believe we keep seeing this drama kicking in here nearly in every session. If it's not an off or an incident, it's an explosion or a fire, automobiles pushed to the limit, and it's a sheer symphony of control when it works well, but then when it's a little bit, chaotic, well, that's entertainment, I guess. Paul from GCG, we're still here. Well, actually, we've gone from open into the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, but as you were saying, the turbo industry, 45 years young, these cars just they need that boosted heart, don't they?
They absolutely do. Yeah, when the company started 45 years ago, it was mostly trucks and mining equipment and stuff like that. Over the 90s, when Fast and Furious kicked in,
yes,
and Evos came out, and then WRXs, and yeah, that's when the performance turbos really kicked off for GCG.
Isn't it funny that nearly at the same time, and again you mentioned Fast and Furious, right? So you mentioned Fast and Furious. ECUs, aftermarket ECUs took off as well about the same time. Isn't it amazing? A little bit of popular culture might have just influenced, the first influences, was one of the influences of the car culture.
Absolutely.
Yeah, isn't it crazy that, turbochargers now, and honestly, I think I had my first turbo in 1993. I think I was 23, my first turbo. It was on a Datsun 180B, and I was blown away just how much horsepower I can make with a turbocharger. It was this beautiful torque. I didn't mind that was a little bit laggy either, I think. A lot of people early in the days, they love a bit of lag, but because these days it's so hard to get that lag unless you go giant oversized turbo, which is hard to accidentally make that choice, you know what I mean?
Yep.
A lot of the times the advice you guys can give them, they're going to get the perfect turbo the first time.
Yep. Best advice I ever got, about the same time. I did my apprenticeship in 1984. I wanted to become a motor mechanic, and my dad said, don't become a motor mechanic, become an auto electrician, because one day all these cars will have computers on.
There we go. Prediction from the old boy. And he's a wise man indeed, Paul. Here's Yashihiro back now. Yeah, Yashihiro, he didn't come here to muck around. He wants every inch of Sydney Motorsport Park. Push, 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 son. Yakashiro-san, Healy, Morris, all now on flying laps. We just had to do that recovery mission after Cole lit it up, and that means that these Pro-Am guys have now got to get a little bit more time on the track. And it didn't take long before the intensity went from 0 to 100 again, especially when he is pushing it through. But it's just crazy to see these guys pushing so hard. Yeah, that's right. So that is Yashihiro. Okamura in this class as well. So yeah, now it's all flicking up here. So these guys won't feature on this one here. This is the previous one from GCG Open. So that's who we're seeing out there now. The transponders don't lie here. It's Yashihiro on a flyer. Push, push, push through Bosch. Push through Bosch. Oh, screaming down the... So he's going to have one more go at it too. Brandis, here we go. Brandis flying through. Name Brandis, number 34, coming through. Sabelic as well. Brandis, Morris, Healy, Yashihiro. No Cole Powson in this end of this session, but it's going to be this guy that's getting a flying lap, and he is attacking Sydney Motorsport Park. Does he like it so much he's got another go at the tyres here? Let's have a look. He's chumming through at full noise. Yashihiro. Minute 35, 7.80. So Yashihiro, minute 35, 7.80 after an earlier minute 34, 4.60. Yashihiro, Sabelic, Brandis, Morris, Healy out there at the moment. But they're lighting up green now. Here is Sabelic. So Sabelic lighting up one here. What is the time there? Entrant 45. John Sabelic, Dartone Racing, the Toyota Supra. Here's Boz trying to get it through into the 20s. Oh, well, here we go. This is the fly now. Kevin I and Johnny Boston right now. Let's lock this one in right now for him. Boz coming down into turn 2, pushes it out wide, makes that just a single apex. Different little ellipse there. There's an ellipse turn there that they all seem to do. It's so hard to hug that without hanging the thing. You just about, if you're a drifter, you can drift that corner up really good, but for grip, you've got to kind of take it with that weird sort of angle. He's making it all stick here, but let's see if he's lighting up anything green. Zabelek's lighting green up around the back as well. 2 sectors quick there for Zabelek. And he goes minute 39, 3.98 there for Zabelek. Minute 39, 3.98. That's now 10th for him. Healy 39, 4.77. But all eyes on Johnny Boston to see if he can light up any other sector. We are in GCG Open class. And it's crazy stuff. Come on, Boz. Push it through. We haven't seen anything else light up here for Johnny Boston just yet. Been very consistent in all the segments. So this will be a low 30 again. Unless he pulls out some freak of nature last 2 corners there. Boz is still pushing here because he did start the lap sort of with a time that indicated he was running up to it. And then now this will be the end of this lap.
Hasn't this car evolved over the years?
Oh, yeah, no, there we go. Look, he's bringing it in. So whether or not that's just we'll save it for the shootout, maybe. I don't know. Look, we'll be on to the story there if there is that, because that had all the makings of a decent representative lap, considering he tried the straight and he tried the last 2 or 3 corners at the back still pushing, but now gives it up. Whether or not he's either struggled with a little problem straight up or whether or not that's the tester.
I think he might be strategic.
Yeah, well, honestly, this time of the day, on the second day, in the last session, if you're already in that, it is a token. You don't go out and probably send as much if you know you've got one in the bank to be in the shootout. It's only if someone like, I don't know, Brandis made a move on Tran and then Benny Tran was there, that maybe you would have to be forced to maybe make one stick just to stay to be in the shootout. So now that they know that they're in the shootout, I'd say they'll save it up again, and knowing Hawkins, he'll run up and get a new set of tyres or something like that, put it on a credit card. I don't know how he'd do it, but he loves to spend nearly every cent he can on his projects and his passion, and he's not the only one out there that does the same thing. Isn't that right?
I think you've just put the whole grid into one category.
Yeah, well, sorry, mate, I didn't mean to pick on one guy, but yeah, you're right, the whole category.
Right. It's everybody's dream.
You're right.
It's everybody's life and money.
Oh, the right category. You tell you what, GCG, like how many, honestly, out of all the field here we've got today, how many turbos are in there because of you guys?
It's hard to measure because some guys, are very public, like the Tim Slay car, and stuff like that. Other ones that you won't even know because they'll buy the turbo through their workshop or whatever,
and then you don't know. You don't know which car it ends up on. So quickly, just the GCG Open Class top 5 tonight: Benny Tran, John Boston, Nathan Morecambe, Robert Ewan, and Tim Slade. And they could be more than one of them packing a GCG turbocharger. Lane Brandis just missed out. There's a nice open class there. Don't forget to vote for that as well down there. And we'll do that to the end of the day, won't we, Paul?
Yeah.
I think we've nearly got them all signed anyway, have we?
Yeah, a lot of the drivers have already been down and signed the custom wrap toolbox that we have.
Yep.
So it really does make it one of a kind that we've probably got about 90% of the drivers have signed their pictures on the back of the box.
Well, I'm sure part of your job's now to go down to that open class pit area and quickly just knock on the doors of the rest of the guys.
Yeah, they kind of had some other stuff going on.
Well, now there's no excuses. You're going to get over to the GCG stand, folks. Which one of those open cars was your favourite? Was it Extreme GTR? Was it Dream Project? Was it Benny Tran? Was it Johnny Boston? Was it Cole Powelson? Was it our Japanese visitors, Team Yoshio or Scoot Auto Rescue? Go down and put that entry in at the GCG stand, and we're going to draw that at some stage today. Someone's going to get tomorrow. They're going to get a text tomorrow. They're going to get a text tomorrow. All right, well, looks like Proam is just about ready to hit the track for its last session for some. We'll take a quick break and be back here at beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park in just a few moments.
Get your turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology. a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
The Proam class, the best damn manifolds you'll see anywhere in the world. Plasma Man on vehicles all over the world, but right now here at Sydney Motorsport Park, those products getting put to the test big time. Plenty of them here in the Proam class as well. Our last session for some, you can see 12 on the list there, 13 on the list actually. And out there right now, our guys trying to get into that 5. It's getting a little congested in behind Rob Newen there, but Mighty Mouse is in the 5. Someone could push the Mouse out though, but who may it be? Could it be Perini? Could it be Rex? Could it be this guy right here, Nunzio Galino? Minute 32.5 to wait. You don't know what we can get out of these cars. Nunzio just needs a really quick lap here. He does, however, need to peel about 2 seconds off his best so far, but you just never know with these cars. Well, Nunzio certainly trying. Again, this camera, I don't know whether it's just we keep following these guys. I think anyone that we follow out here, you can just see how hard they try. It's not like we get onto a guy and they're not trying. We always seem to catch them in the middle of them having a crack. Nunzio comes through on his flyer and he picks up again. 31.094 for Galino. 31, nearly into the 30s. Hang on, Nunzio. Just hang on a sec. Here you go. Now, this is a guy that could just shove everyone out of the way right now. Wayne Lee, he's on a fly with Tanuki. So he wants to get all of this to the potential. He goes 32.835, 32.835. And watch out the rest of the field right now because Tanuki, 32.835. If Wayne can drive this anywhere near its potential, then he could maybe get himself quicker than a 29.795. Here comes Perini. Here comes Mighty Mouse. Kazakowski's out there at the moment in the background. Perini, 37.803. Mighty Mouse, 31.879. Siebernen, number 1 still at minute 25.167. Dylan Colthall is up in the R35, 35.644. A very quick back 2 sectors for him. Mighty Mouse, problems for the Mouse. Wrong place, Mouse. That is in the wrong place for the Mighty Mouse to choke on something, and it is just crawled to a stop. Not good. The little beast is stricken at the end of turn 1 leading into turn 2. Not good news. James goes minute 47.815 to be his best lap of the day, and only the last couple of laps probably available because this is the end of again the Pro-Am class. The last session for them. Tony Bish will only take the 5 into the shootout.
I'll tell you what, I've been out relaxing down there with the fans, actually hearing the race cars with my eardrums rather than being in the tower here. It is fantastic in this last session to just hear the sights and sounds of this event.
We'll probably let them all brief tonight. If we manage to, get all of our audio, get our ears on here tonight for the Superlap shootout, we'll probably let them sing a little bit, unless they're going crazy and they're up on sectors, try and talk between sectors anyway. But Perini out there, 6. He doesn't need much. He needs about 3.5, 4 tenths here against Mighty Mouse, and Mighty Mouse can't defend now at the moment. It is stricken. Perini goes 31.499. Oh, I tell you, 31.499 right now. The Mouse is still a bit vulnerable from some of the cars down the field. The Mouse is a little bit vulnerable. The saving grace for the Mouse is if no one goes quicker than him, he's still got a chance to fix before the Superlap shootout. He's got it back running. So this is big news. Big news. The Mouse has got a bit of smoke now out of the Mouse. He's got a bit of smoke now out of it. This thing is definitely stricken. It's still running. It is still running to some extent. So he's trying to get it back to the pit. So this is either to get it back and get a lap in to stay in the 5 and make sure no one else goes quicker than a minute 29.795. Now that's the Mouse we know. So I don't know. Is he ignoring this? Oh,
come back
again, that's a bit of dust. I'm starting to flinch.
Oh,
no. I'm starting to flinch. Every time I see something out of these cars, I start to cover my eyes, and Ewan's going to go on a flyer here. He's going on a flyer from being stricken to being strengthened in the 1 lap. Mighty Mouse having another go here. Rob Ewan, what are you doing to us with the Mouse? The mouse has been stricken. He got it going. It's rolling around. He's finding some space. He might have some traffic. Has he done his sums? Is the car working fine? Remember, they're changing tyres, spring rates, you name it. The mouse has got smoke or dust or friction, something there. The car is just a conflicted group of physics, and whatever it's doing, he's still giving it 110%. And the Mighty Mouse, he's got a purple, an orange sector up there right now for the Mouse. Minute 29.795. What a time for him to get a burst of energy right now. We thought he was done for about 2 minutes ago, and here he is flying back now towards BOSCH Motorsport. Kavakowski is out as well, Rex and Agathos at the moment. Here we go into BOSCH Motorsport. Turn number 8. The Mouse pushes out, power on. Again, it's got all sorts of things happening over Tony Bish. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Is it rubbing tyres? I think it must be rubbing tyres. Must be rubbing tyres. He's got maximum aero on the back of it. It's squaring it down. Oh, Rob, push, push, push. He's lit up 2 sectors. The Mouse, this is the cleanest slash ugliest slash meshiest lap we've seen so far. And he might just be pegging it down. Is it pushing? Oh, no. What's going on there? Oh, dear. It's come out of the lap. Oh, the Mouse was on. He was on. That was going to be something quick. He's going to have to look at his data logging there and see exactly what there is, but oh my goodness. What a whole bunch of story in the one car. Little car, big impact, but they've rolled that thing in. That was nearly all the way there, Tony. I thought he just needs some gears here, and this thing was going to stick because we had orange in 2 sectors there, and he was doing some stuff, but he thought he'd just check. I suppose if he felt everything felt good up to there, maybe they'll just go and repeat it, but he's out of the car quick. Out of it quick. He's walking away. He's just walking away from it right now.
Heart was in mouth sort of moments. We're thinking, gee, you know, if that's tyre rub, it not like that. The tyre clearance to the front end and a lot of downforce on the front of that car. I hope it was just a bit of tyre rub and nothing too detrimental to it. It's still kind of simmering away there.
It is. They're sort of all look. None of them, I'm just trying to read body language here, are they?
No one seems too concerned.
No, everyone's just looking. Here we go. So right now, while Mighty Mouse has given us all sorts of dramas, let's see what Ferris is going to give us here on his first pull bit. Let's hang on to our friend from Texas and see how he goes here. All eyes on the Corvette. Ferris is going to push, push, push. In the background, we've got Hall on a lap. Agathos is on Perini at the moment, but Hall is up. Drew Hall, minute 28.741. Hang on a sec. Hall, minute 28.741. Oh, double shots at the turn there for Ferris. He's not going to let it bother him here too much. This is the corner that can understeer. He's got it. Okay, now let's see how we go up the hill here for Ferris. He's still pushing here, I think. Power on, power on, power on. It's hard. There's a lot of TC on this car through this part. You know, he just fights wheel spin with this when he comes out of the corner. The thing turns in. Oh, Ferris! Oh, we're talking him up. I'm trying to talk to him corner by corner, and he's giving us action corner by corner. He's giving it up, giving the ghost up here now. He's just gone straight off it after losing the lap.
A few corners before, the left to right movement looks so good. It looks so controlled. And then it's just a bit of opposite lock. It's just come away from him.
There we go. So Agathos comes through, minute 39.773. But, yeah, boy, heart in the mouth stuff. Every time we look at the screen, it's heart in the mouth stuff. Minute 44.11 there for Perini, so a bit of a cool-down lap for him. And Kazakowski, minute 28.017 will be in the shootout. Hall is in the shootout. Mighty Mouse is still in the shootout. If it needs more time, it might have a couple of minutes left if it wants to come out or really get itself ready. Now, he's going to have another go here, Ferris. Here we go. Yeah, it just, you know, it was not only there, it was the lead up to the corner for Ferris. Here is where he does, I think, back it in here again. Like he goes to turn it in. It turns really well. In fact, it turns too well. And then, yeah, he has to catch that. And again, are we into the drifting cup already? I mean, our grip cars are the drift cars sometimes. And he's on one right now. So he's actually not only just decided to abort it, it was only a couple of corners away from another flyer, and he's out there trying to do another flyer now. Same corner. Here we go. A little bit of Groundhog Day. Ferris, what does the corner look like this time? Brings it in late, brings it in there, backs it in, a little bit better feet. Now he can save that. Hopefully he's still on the throttle here. He is on the throttle. He's still going to try and make this lap stick. So in sector 1, hasn't improved. Oh, a bit of a wheel spin out of there. Comes into Bosch turn 8. Winds it in there. Remember, Paddock, he is really steering the front of that car a lot. It's kind of just, it's a little bit nervous. Not as fluid and flowing as we've normally seen it. I mean, it was in prime condition last year and did everything right, but here we are 12 months later. The car has just become a little nervous. Of course, he's in the Superlap shootout, got an opportunity going straight into the pits there, I'd say, Tony B.
Let's come out of that one. Yeah, I mean, the second half of that lap, he just started to look just a little bit out of control, a little bit, the car's just moving around on him, whether there's something, like you said, in the TC, something that's got to tune up. Is there enough time?
All right, we'll see if we can get some more information out of the pits there. Luffy's right there now.
Yeah, down here with Rob, Mighty Mouse. Mate, we were riding on board, we were watching that lap, but we saw a bit of smoke come out towards the end. We saw it come in with a fair bit of smoke. What's happened?
It's happened before. It's the weak point of the car with so much power and torque of the grippy front tyres. Exit the last corner, just lost drive, and then the way it puffed up smoke, I've had it happen before, so I knew exactly what it was.
So most importantly, can we see you guys back out there for the shootout later on?
Guys got a lot of work to do, but it is possible. We do have 2 spare drive shafts, but they're going to get all the aero off, knock the drive shaft out, put it back in. We'll fight to get to the shootout.
All right, mate. Look forward to seeing you out there. Best of luck.
Oh, wow. Here we go. And, yeah, so it was weird. Actually, what we would have liked to know is what happened right here. You know what I mean? Like, was it something wrong already there? Was it a drive shaft already there? And did he do a lap, like, with a broken drive shaft?
Is he saying there's oil coming out of the drive shaft? Is that something? You pull the drive shafts out?
All right, down to Luffy with an update on that question.
Yeah, look, I was having a chat to Rob about that exact thing on that warm-up lap as to why he was going so slow. He just said it was a case of traffic and trying to just keep the engine temp and everything like that down. He didn't feel like there was any problems in that actual warm-up lap. It was only very late in the run when obviously they had that drive shaft problem.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's just so many little mysteries to unravel there. So it was all about finding the right time on track to go. And here we are thinking, because, you know, we overreact when we see cars pulled over. Normally when we see a car stop, it's stricken.
It's bad news.
And our little mouse we thought was stricken there, but what he was doing is just finding his way out. And, again, drive shaft. So he's hard on the gear. Oh, here we go. We've also got an update here with car 25 down the end there. Dylan Coalfield. Oh, boy, I tell you what. We'd love to get into a little bit of details on how he managed to end up there. We've had a couple go for a visit, but I don't know how Dylan got in there. We'll have to go back through and see if we've got any footage of exactly how that ended up that way. Sometimes this stuff just goes under the radar. Yeah, like there, Tony.
Park sideways.
Like there. Maybe he's getting an early spot for the flying 500.
Mm-hmm.
You can't park there, Dylan. That's probably the most inconvenient place for any of us to come and recover you from. But he stopped for a reason. We do have portaloos around here, Dylan, if indeed you just wanted to pull into the pits. But anyway, I'm just covering all bases. So here he is, just getting recovered quite quickly. Here we go. So here's Dylan's journey up till now. I did see a puff of smoke myself out of the glass here from commentary, just near there. Yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that in real time. But whatever's happened there, he didn't take it round the corner either. Whether or not he figured, if he did feel like something went, so instead of taking it around the line, he took it in there. So yeah, that's why he ended up there. There's always sometimes a clue. I mean, Cole had a more obvious clue.
Yes.
When Cole had something let go, that was a bit more obvious. Dylan, a little bit less coming out, a little less of a thing to try and identify that we can't work out. But they're talking to him now whether or not the things. Hang on, they're just going back. So whatever it was, he's convinced maybe them.
Well, credit to him for going into the runoff area, like you said, rather than going around the line. It should hopefully be a quick recovery and allowing all the rest of the drivers to continue on in the session.
Dylan's probably there saying, I'm sorry, I don't think I was a pain, really. But yes, Dylan.
It's moving under its own power. This is good.
Race control spotted you very, very well. And Luffy's got some more information down there from the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with Cole, mate. I love having chats with you after a session, but not under these circumstances. We saw a pretty spectacular fire coming out from under the bonnet of this car. What happened and what do you know about it?
You know, they're still trying to figure out exactly what happened, but it appears we had a high crankcase pressure moment. Could have been caused by a number of things. Push oil and fuel vapor out. It ignited right away. It's not leaking oil. We don't have rods hanging out, so it's probably something internally that caused it, but ultimately we're done for today. So the core racing team has done an excellent job at getting it this far. Nothing they could do to prevent it. Solid effort all around, and they're always the fastest before they're not, and I knew we were on a good flyer. Unfortunately, we didn't get to finish the lap.
Well, mate, disappointing that you're out for this year, but most importantly, will we see you back next year?
Even if I have to do your job, I'll be back.
Okay, you commentate, I'll drive.
Deal.
How about that, Nick? Oh, goodness gracious me. Now, there's Dylan. He's okay. He's under his own steam, but great interview there with Cole. A high crankcase pressure moment. But as he said, Luffy goes, can you come back? And he goes, yeah, even if I have to do your job, I'll be coming back. So, yeah, good to see Racer Cole having a bit of a laugh, even though it's not wasn't a perfect way to probably finish the campaign. But Dylan just getting towed off right now. Now, look, I don't know why I've had the pleasure to have this such company here, but because I can't believe it. You've been doing all the pit reporting there for the Drifting Cup, and then you finally found where race control is. Can you realise why many people don't come down here? It's down in the boonies, isn't it?
I wouldn't say down in the boonies. This is actually quite a cool view from up here. You've got the main straight right behind you, and all the action's happening right here on a screen. You're not battling wind or heat and everything else out there. So this is quite comfortable, but I am surprised why they haven't let me come and talk to you yet.
It's my little secret. It's called the Diggle's Den, and as long as we don't tell too many people where we are, mind you, now that they know you're here, if we told them where you were, there'd be 5,000 blokes. 5,000 blokes behind us. Okay. Yeah, so what have you been thinking of the event, Kazai? Have you been to World Time Attack before?
I have actually been to World Time Attack before, and years ago. So,
yeah, right.
Yeah, probably, I've got to count it. A few of the guys have been telling me in the drift pits. It's probably been about 10 years. But it's great to be back here, and it's an awesome atmosphere. And also, I've been down in the drifts for the International Drifting Cup, and there's so much action going on. And then you're up and down into VMP corporate suites and all that action. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Kazai, it's just one of those things that I think, look, honestly, if you could compete here, would you ever consider being another one of these ladies that do make the transition from being a fan to actually being a competitor?
Absolutely. You don't even have to ask me twice. If I could get into a race car and somebody would let me drive one, I'm more than happy to do it. I just don't know if I have the bravery that I used to have probably about 10 years ago when I actually did get in a race car.
Right, okay, so you were steering 10 years ago.
They let me behind the wheel of a Porsche.
Right,
so,
okay.
Yeah, 997, back when it was like a clutch and it was only around Wakefield, so it wasn't that intense, and it definitely wasn't Sydney Motorsport Park, but it was a great time, and if they let me out here, I would totally do it.
Oh, that's good to see that we'd have another girl in there doing it. Of course, you know, we've got Drift Cat in the drifting and everything like that. What's it going to take to get an all-girls drift team together? Like, you know, remember the old roller derby? Like, you know, why don't we get a bunch of girls together that can drift and, you know, you got to take on the girls versus boys maybe. What do you think?
This is a brilliant idea. Have you know, should we do some call-out? Should we get some drift cards, or should we do a call out? If anybody's interested, can they hit up the Instagram page? Do we have social media that they can sign up to?
Sometimes you just got to start a thing by thinking of a thing. Well, it's a great idea. I think it's great because Drift Cat's great, and she, look, now that she's a mum, she kind of can be the captain, I guess. But
well, we've got the mummer of the team.
Yes.
Now we just need a few more to come up. There's been a few out there actually, and a few girls, especially doing the signings at the stages and stuff. There's an appetite for it, and
absolutely.
a lot of younger girls as well. We're seeing, you know, kids come through with this opportunity, and girls having this pathway that's now opening up. When we've got, you know, you think about even bigger than drifting and bigger than World Time Attack, you've got Formula One Academy. Yep. So there's all these opportunities for girls to see other girls getting out there and getting amongst it that I think this is definitely an option.
Look, if they're letting girls and they're pushing girls to play football, they're pushing them to play, cricket and everything like that, and it's like, well, not that we're pushing girls to do anything, they'll do what they want, but, now that they see motorsport, I know boys are just, they'll play Gran Turismo all day, the boys, we're all sort of gronks when we grow up, but the girls, it takes a lot to engage a girl in something like that, and a lot of the times they kind of need their family behind them to do that extra step. How do we get kids involved in motorsport when their family's not into it? And that's the new challenge we've got. We've got so many more kids getting influenced online. They're watching influencers. No one in the family's a petrol head, so how do we get those kids to go into motorsport for real?
Well,
Go-kart's a good start, but...
Go-karts are a great start, but I actually have a little story for you.
Go.
Nobody in my family is into motorsport.
There we
My
go.
dad is a farmer. My mum was a musician. She was an artist, a creative. My brother's into musical theatre. I actually had a family friend who let me drive his race car, and that was where it all started.
Yep.
Before that, it was
Sometimes.
quad bikes on a farm.
Yep.
I would just floor it down the driveway. So there was something there. There was something in the heart and in the soul that loved it. But I didn't come from a motorsport family, and I don't think you have to come from a motorsport family. You just have to meet someone or be introduced to it, and that's the great thing about social media, or even have Drive to Survive. We've got so many more documentaries going on now that are just opening that way.
And absolutely, and have a look behind us. This is probably, you talk about online influencing. You've got to come to an event like this to be truly influenced. In other words, nothing on a screen in front of you anymore. It's real stuff. You can see it, you can breathe it, you can touch it, you can hear it, you can feel it. We're right here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got Kazai here on the mic with us for the short term. The wind's blowing everywhere. We've got to take a quick break and be back with more here on track at Sydney Motorsport Park. Stay with us.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Sorry, it looks like we walked in on something. Yes, that's the Matt Mingay stunt show, and Kazaya, yes, it's a little bit more controlled chaos here in the biggest, we call it Baker's Car Party. We've already heard it called Car Culture Christmas, and you got to the end of the day to come up with a catchphrase on what you describe World Time Attack as.
Okay, leave it with me.
Okay. Now, look, Matty Mingay, the stunt crew, it's all a little bit of show business, but, motortainment looks like this now too, doesn't it?
It looks awesome, and this is really cool. We've got, modified utes, we've got Corvettes, Holden in there. So it's I actually haven't had this view to be able to see the cars like this because I've been running around on the ground. So this is quite epic.
Yeah, it's one of the best jobs you get in the world up here is you get to watch it on the live stream and then realise you actually got to do some work and talk about it. But we've got our own commentator down there. Well, when I say we, Matt Mingay has his own commentator. He's got a real show announcer sort of sound to him. You know, he's talked this up a million times. They're so busy between now and Christmas. Like Kent saying that they've got to go down and do the supercars. They've got to go and do Gold Coast. They've got to go to Phillip Island now. So you know, they get booked in. They do Bathurst. They do nearly every big motorsport show. This is the show that turns up. And again, Matt Mingay, it's a living. How do you get to make a living out of this? You got to provide entertainment. He was so good on a motorbike before his big stadium truck accident. And he's just come back and he's just got back into the grind. I mean, that was a big fight back from Matt. I don't know whether you heard about the big stadium truck crash that he had.
I absolutely did. I think a lot of people have, especially in the motorsport world. I think it's hard to not know about it. But I've seen Matt for years at, like you were saying, supercars events. I was even working in Mackay actually, and he came up for a four-wheel drive show, and we did a really cool story with him. And just even those little events that he fits in between the big events, he's always on the go.
Yeah, he's always working. I think Netflix needs to do those guys, like, because you know your Formula One Drive to Survive, but mate, there would be more than one Matt Mingay in the world doing this as entertainment. You know what I mean? So I think a whole story, being on the road, a little bit of circus about it, a little bit of carny about it. You know what I mean? Your travelling show, the old traditional travelling show. And look at this. This is father versus son right now. This is dad and his son doing little doughy race here. They did this yesterday, so they sort of got to loop the barrels twice, come around, and at some stage they end up crossing over. And it's a great little contest, and they have about three rounds of it. It's a great show, and it definitely does sort of give you a few minutes of just free time, especially an event like this where we're trying to get guys ready for other rounds and Superlap shootouts, and that's coming up real soon with all of those. But it's great, isn't it?
This is half the reason people come, though, is to see these big draw cards and these big names. And what a lucky kid.
Yeah.
The way he's grown up, anyone who follows these guys on social media, all the stuff that they post and just being able to have that real family atmosphere behind them as well.
Well, let's take that one step up. Let's say if we followed Matt Mingay's kid, Mad Mike's kid, you know, of course, which we've just seen right from the beginning, almost from birth, like literally from when the umbilical cord was cut on Lincoln Woodette. We knew what Lincoln Woodette was going to do. He was going to do what Dad did. And here's another one, Mingay Jr. So again, we've got these young guns of the stunt world, the professional athlete. They are technically they're athletes. They're motorsport athletes in a way. They're I suppose if you're in the X Games and you've got a sponsorship and you might only just ride a skateboard or a trail bike, but you're in that industry. These guys are in the industry. They just, well, Mingay used to do it on the bikes, but I'm glad they've stuck to cars because I'd hate to see Junior Mingay on a motorbike just quietly. Imagine if Dad was old enough and he didn't get the injury. Imagine if Dad taught him about what he knew on a motorbike. Because I've seen Matt do some crazy stuff on a bike.
I think Matt doesn't have much fear left in him.
Oh no, he's one of those guys that you wish even Australian Story would do a story on. Like there's so much that we know of him in the car scene that mainstream media would get a kick out of. And as you said, Formula One Drive to Survive, it actually presented Formula One to people that had never seen it. As soon as they saw it, they sort of engaged. Same with this. As soon as people that don't know these people know who they are, so man, it's truly a great Australian in what you're doing. You don't have to always be an Olympian to be acknowledged for your efforts, and especially if you're a little bit with a bogan side. Like, look, honestly, we're all 5% bogan, don't you reckon? So do I.
I'm a classy bogan.
Yeah, go
on. I love the saying being a classy bogan, but I think the rest of the world is actually really drawn to this thing that Australians are. Because Drive to Survive, yeah, we talk about that, and it's awesome for Formula One and such a big money-driven sport, but there are documentaries that would take off. If this went into a doco, if Netflix took this on, all of a sudden there would be this big target point put on Australia and the athletes that come out of here. But also when we're talking about these kids and the sons and the next generation, it's really cool to see where are they going to go? Are they going to continue in these footsteps, or are we going to see another segue into something else? Could we see Mingay Jr. go across into motorbikes? It's still potential.
Absolutely. These guys are so young and you know, the world at their feet, and it's just where they want to gravitate to. Sometimes you just got to go and look at something different and realise you might want to do that. We're so lucky in this country. I'm so patriotic when it comes to our car culture. Okay, Warren again. Every time I rave on about Aussies, Warren Seth throws up in his mouth over here, but Warren's a proud Kiwi and they've got the car culture. They got the car culture as well. Of course, Warren, the Kiwis as well. Like, honestly, pound per pound, the Kiwis are car culture to the max as well. And let's just call it the Anzac common culture that we have there, being the automobile. And again, as they slowly dissolve into probably irrelevance from being an expression, freedom of expression, to a vehicle that you just use every day. At the moment, manufacturers kind of want you to just have a vehicle every day that gets you somewhere, and not to feel for that vehicle, and not to be noticed in that vehicle, and not to be able to express yourself in that vehicle, whether it's physically expressing yourself like laying a skid in controlled environment, or just turning everyone's head as you drive past. And you know, I've got so many friends with old muscle cars. Anytime they bring them out on the road and cruise, you're getting people out the window thumbing up and just taking photos and going, yes, it's a classic car. Take the photos, because look, we want to make these things last forever. The Australian car manufacturing industry is a very proud industry. We built some of the best cars in the world, and the best thing about that is that as long as we've got elements of that still there to remind us of our history of manufacturing and innovation in this country, the aftermarket had to take over the rest, because the manufacturers have gone. They've left this legacy. They built these cars, and now it's up to us, the enthusiasts, to keep them going forever, whatever car they created. And honestly, here's a couple of Holdens. Honestly, this is Australia. Matt Mingay's got Holdens, for heaven's sake. And I'm loving the bloke in the drift school, Commodore. He's ripping. He's got a hell of a straight pipe exhaust on that, so he's appealing to the young Manxsters out there. But you know what I mean? I just think that these are museum pieces that you can't keep going to see in a museum. You've got to let them do this.
But you have, and that's the thing, a lot of these drivers, it's all about what you feel. Like, you, as a spectator, you're often beside a track and you can just hear the tyres and you can hear the engine, and every engine has its own roar. And there's something about that that really syncs up with either somebody who's watching, but also somebody behind the wheel. I mean, that experience when you're driving a car and you're feeling the speed, the power, there's something really thrilling about that. I mean, I can even say that I love that. There's some people who don't enjoy that side of it, but like you were saying, they enjoy the show and shine side of it and all the other elements of motorsport. But could you really imagine a world that didn't have this? No,
honestly. I even think there's a movie in that where you wake up and there's no cars anymore. What do we do? What do we all do?
Was it zombie apocalypse?
It would be zombie apocalypse. We're all on bicycles racing each other. It's not true. We can't have that.
Or horses and cars.
Well, we'll be hunting horses down trying to race them again, but to me, not enough horsepower. Once you've had a little bit of this, you can't get enough. Yeah, just freedom of expression. It's freedom of expression. This is, of course, antisocial behaviour anywhere outside the gates.
100%.
But, of course, inside here, this is plenty.
I love this.
Yes.
And I just can't see through the helmets, but there's Fernando Well actually taught me how to drift a car from the Australian Drift School back, literally, not expressing my age, but around that 8 years ago kind of mark. But it's quite cool to see him going up against Matty Mingay like this.
All right, it's all happening here on the track. The Mingay stunt team just about to finish their finale, but Charlie's got some info from the paddock just quickly.
Well, of course, Matty Mingay is shredding tyres out there on the track, and there is so much action out there. But now the Gordon Levin Motorsport Tyres crew are alive with activity. Phil, just tell us, because we've seen the motive video guys run over. John Boston has made himself into the open shootout, and he needs a set of tyres right now.
And that's what we're doing. We've got the guys on the tools, fitting them up with 295 3518 Yokohama, AO50 in the soft compound.
Isn't that incredible? They're like, oh, we're in the shootout, let's go get tyres right now. They purchase them from you and you fit them straight away.
Exactly, that's what we do. Trackside service for a lot of categories, and yeah, this is what we do.
Fantastic. And of course, let's talk about how many tyres you fitted this weekend. Could you possibly keep count?
Look, at the moment, I can only give you a guesstimation, and it would be a couple of hundred. But on Monday, when I'm back in the office, I'll do all the calcs and get the real answer.
Well, yeah, we look forward to knowing what that number is, because they absolutely work so hard here around Sydney Motorsport Park. Of course, the Yokohama tyres, guys.
Yeah, well, there we go. Tyres, we're melting them out here and we're changing them down there. So we're really going through our resources here for fun this weekend. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, fresh tyres for the shootout for a few people by the look of it. I just don't know how we can. We're looking at our schedule here. We've got the drift show right now. We've got Flying 500 stuff to come. Have you been involved with the Flying 500 before?
I haven't actually been involved with the Flying 500 before, but it was quite interesting. I was down in the pits having a little bit of a chat to some of the full send drivers in the drift crew, and Mitch Pullen, he's doubling up on the full send and the Flying 500.
Yeah. Oh, is he? Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, well, that's what he was saying yesterday. He was doing it yesterday, and it's quite interesting. Like, it's just so fun to see that this is an event where they do cross over and they do multiple things and doing the Flying 500. Who are you most excited to see in the Flying 500?
Look, anything that's got any sort of horsepower. Look, I'm always rooting for a GDR in there, but I'm also going for an underdog. I like a good underdog story. Anything that beats the Lambo is normally what I'm going for. Everyone else is kind of secretly wishing that the Lambo gets taken out. It's the Australian thing again. It's the tall poppy. They want to see, they'd love to see, and they love it here in Sydney. They love it when a GDR dusts a Lambo, because normally they think of themselves in one and their friend in another and dusting their friends. But I do think, look, tonight we go elimination. So tonight it's like normal roll racing, where basically we'll have pairs and one guy's going to win, one guy's going to stop until they all match each other up, until there's one left. I think that's the way we're going to do it today. I do know yesterday they all kind of had a couple of test runs and they all raced, but I think after the one today, it's going to be elimination. So if you haven't seen one for yourself, it's going to be great. It's hard to watch it live here because we don't get to see the start. We've got to watch it off here. Then they come into view about 100 metres in, then they come into view, and then we're trying to turn our necks around to watch the finish line.
I was watching a little bit of it before the drifts yesterday, and there was that one that went sort of off the track.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit scary to see that. But I guess, what does that tell us about the power that's behind these cars?
Oh, look, and I still think they're going to experience a little bit of a few issues with that as well, I think, just quietly, because also just kind of look at what's going on out there right now. So they're going to drive over that shortly with, thousands of horsepower of car in a straight line. So, this is a real exciting track for a lot of different reasons. Right now,
there's a lot of burnt rubber.
Yeah, that's right, a lot of burnt rubber. This is choreographed excitement right now, and it's good, but we're going to have some real white knuckle stuff here when they try and get these things to hook up in the Flying 500. But I tell you what, there's a lot of preparation going on down in the pits for those Superlap shootouts, because we are at that stage where we'll be getting into those after that Flying 500. We've got a couple of other things live in schedule to put in, but right now this machine of the Matt Mingay drift crew just continues to roll on with great entertainment, and it just makes you want to go and grab a little like a little Mazda pickup Hot Wheels, doesn't it? It's almost like the next step is that they should have real life little ones of each of these be able to purchase, because imagine if you could buy a set. Imagine if you could buy a little set. This is just an idea for Hot Wheels, the executives back in the boardrooms.
Marketing tips.
Which anytime you need anyone extra to sit on the board at Hot Wheels, I'll volunteer, or Keziah. I'd love to sit in there and say, what are we doing next in Hot Wheels today? You imagine a Matt Mingay stunt team where you get the little Mazda pickup, you get the big truck, you can do the donuts around the truck, you can do the ramps with the stadium truck, you can do the skids with the Mangmobile, the Commodores out there as well. That'll be a great little set to buy, and great Christmas present. But these guys, what a show.
Like you were saying before about showing those pathways, I mean, there's a bunch of kids out here who are watching this, and it might be their first time seeing some stuff like this, and they would love to have those.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I actually have quite a large Hot Wheels collection myself.
I could imagine this.
In my workshop downstairs, I've lined the walls in plywood, like you've seen some American workshops. I'll just sheet them all in plywood. It's got 1 million screws in there all lined up, and guess what? It's Hot Wheels, Hot Wheels, Hot Wheels, Hot Wheels. The whole wall, all of my walls are just Hot Wheels cars. So basically, I don't know why I've got them there. I guess they go up in value. I guess I don't have enough money to buy crypto. But at the very least, every time I go to a supermarket and I rifle through the Hot Wheels collection, I'm bringing stuff home. And what I bring home are normally the cars that I rate were cool in real life. anytime I find a car that was cool and would be expensive in real life, I buy the mini version of it, because I also somehow think that that's already an appreciating Hot Wheels as well. It might be worth $4 in 10 years' time, not $2. Just remember that. Add them all up.
Who knows? You never know what's going to happen to Hot Wheels in the future. It could just skyrocket.
Oh, well, I don't know how many millions of cars they sell a year, but I'm still buying them, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are buying them. But yeah, I've got the whole wall, hang the whole wall up and just keep putting in there, a huge collection of them.
I think you're just a big kid.
One day I might just put up this massive ramp and I'll just take them all out of the packet and run them all down the ramp. I don't know, but it's a great collection. It's a great stunt team, and there's more great action happening on and off track here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Stay by, we'll be back soon.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Who's back to the future?
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Well, if that wasn't the best introduction to the Turbo Smart Flying 500, a couple of 1,000 horsepower beasts going down there, but we've also got Matt here from Turbo Smart back on the mic. This Flying 500, they snuck up on us, mate. No one told us they were creeping around the corner there.
I didn't know what was happening until I heard it.
All right, so now apparently we are going to kind of go eliminations here. So Porsche versus S14. Just got to try and get that start right there. Here comes the Porsche on the top there. Oh boy, what was that one? What did you call it, Matt? What did you say?
I think the Skyline might have held on to that one.
Skyline, yeah. I think what are we? S14 there, just got it. I don't know what's lurking under the bonnet, but it did sound 6-cylinder-ish.
Sorry, the RB. The RB.
It is an RB, mighty
yes.
RB. So,
yes.
So what, a 25 or 26 headed? So
it's a combo. I think that's I think it's got a 28. So it's a big cube.
Okay, here we go. Evo versus R35. Oh, I can't pick this one either. It's all going to be about the start here. Turbo Smart Flying 500 head to head. The light goes green. Out comes the horsepower. Oh boy, it's Evo out there, but here comes Gonzala.
Evo was.
You reckon?
Evo held on to that one.
Oh, nearly replay time. Thank goodness that's not a final, because I'll be wanting a replay. I need to run some tape there.
It's an interesting one. So I think we're doing a couple of rounds and then they'll be into some eliminations. So I think that's the word on the street.
Is that right? That's
the word on the street is they're going to pair them up.
I don't want to go too early here.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay, here we go. All right, Mr. Helly back against the VH Commodore. So two rear-wheel drive cars here. VR38, I think we're LS on board for the VH Commodore. Getting up to that sort of 60 to 80 odd K an hour. You try and roll up here. They're not even 80 there. Some of these starts are a little bit faster than others. Tell you what, he's got plenty under the bonnet of the Datsun 1200. Mr. Helly going to take it to the commies.
Yellow all day long.
He might be the hero of the brigade here today.
I think he's the people's hero.
Yeah, could be the people's hero.
The VR onto the bonnet, the turbo in the boot. It's a spectacle, that car.
Oh, okay. All right, those people out there, clap, cheer and whistle if you want to see the Lambo go down to the GDR.
Supercar v Supercar.
Where's all the Lambo fans out there? Here we go. R35, Lamborghini, Turbo Smart. Oh, I tell you what, the Lambo just held him a little bit there, and now it's all up to the R35, and the Lambo says sayonara by about 4 or 5 car lengths there, but geez, that 35, it's just that, I don't know whether there was a little balk there.
There's a little bit of moment on the start line there, I think.
Wasn't there? There's a little moment, that little hesitation. Oh, the rear-wheel drive boys here again. Oh, Barra-powered 1600, 20B powered RX2. Oh, God, it's good to live in Australia.
What a time to be alive.
Yes. Oh, we got a nice run there, the 1600. Got a really nice run there. He kind of rolled back and just took his time and then rolled the throttle on. So he let the RX2 nearly get there to the tree and then rolled up to the tree. So he wasn't first there, but I think he was on the throttle a little bit earlier.
We call this the Flying 500, but that was about 400 metres worth of burnout from the rotary there.
All right, Skyline time against each other. 32 against 33. Oh, he's letting it go. What a way to go. One way was right up there. Has he got enough? Has he?
Oh, that's a tough one to call.
Oh, the 33 from the drone. The 33 from the drone. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
I'd be going to the bunker on that one.
Yeah,
I think that was pretty tight at the end.
I think we need to go to the bunker sometimes here, Matt, from Turbo Smart. Rear-wheel drive, a lot of rear-wheel drive here at the moment.
Well, we've got two classes. They're going rear-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive,
Yep.
and then we're going all-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive.
Right. So this one, RX-7 against King 2J. I don't know if the 13B can bring it up here. I don't think the 13B can bring it up because that too, mind you, the 13B would have been there.
I think he got there.
Where did that come from? 13B over the 2J.
The Dorito.
The Dorito gets a run. Dorito gets a run there. Oh, here we go. Oh, man.
Now, this is a classic matchup.
Massive matchup here. GDR's JDM King. Oh. No, Evo didn't want to change. Didn't want to change gears. And Godzilla gets one over the Evo. Oh,
so that's how easy it is with roll racing to succumb to something. You miss a gear shift, you miss a second, a third, and then it's all over.
Yeah, I just know how much horsepower those Evos have got, and they display that so graphically, because again, if you threw a H pattern or a dog box, you'll see it accelerate, then he's got to grab a gear, so somewhere along the line he's got to pull the clutch.
He's got to pull the clutch, suspension unloads.
Oh, Lord have mercy, folks. Put your hands together for a screaming RV by itself.
Unbelievable. Everything out of that Matuk stable it just sounds different, doesn't it?
Oh, price of admission, folks. Price of admission with every screaming RB's the price of admission by the look of it. All right, this Audi, now he might be one we've got to watch out for here today.
Oh, I definitely think so.
Yeah.
We saw it go down yesterday, and when it hooks up, it's very, very difficult to beat.
Mind you, 2J in the other lane in the Supra. Got a time to run. The Audi's out and gone. He's got that tricky gearbox, which means he can just sort of go pop, 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 pop. And yeah, that's what makes those Audis unstoppable, is being able to go through like a DCT with no gear changes other than, you know, paddle shift or whatever. So banking through the gears, mind you, Godzilla, I think there might have been an auto one. Sorry, not Godzilla, the Supra. Might have been an auto, so again, just got to get that momentum right.
It's about getting momentum. I think there's a bit of trickery on the line there to get a bit of momentum.
Grabbing gears, the Porsche didn't want to get the next gear.
No, there was a lot of rev limiter there, wasn't there?
Jeez, he's still got some of the Porsche, but yeah, he sort of came up there and had hit the limiter and he couldn't even grab the gear then, I think, because he did get to the limiter. And yeah, it's just so hard with the H pattern to win these things sometimes.
Once you're that limiter too, grabbing a gear, there's a lot of unloading and moving around of the engine, the transmission. It is tricky to grab the next one, so you just want to get all the way to the rev limiter before you hit it.
All right, here we go. He's going to need to hook this 200 SX.
He's going to need to pull something special out. He's going to have to play a game of some sort here if he expects to win this.
Yeah, just...
that's ice smoke. It tells the story, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's plenty in the Lambo there. The Audi might have enough for him, and I think one of those GTRs might just have enough for him. But yeah, the rear-wheel drive, Sylvia, look, probably on a sticky drag radial track, probably absolute.
Would have been a different story.
Amazing car, mind you. Mr. Helly's making this thing work so well. He's going to have his hands full here against this Evo, but I think the Evo's got to pop some gears. So that might just be the thing against Mr. Helly back here.
Well, if I was a betting man, I think I'd still take the Datsun. Maybe because it just looks beautiful.
He's grabbed second gear. Mr. Helly's right in. He's grabbed another gear now.
Oh, look at this.
Whoa, that was a Datsun.
I have no idea.
Whoa, what a race. Here I am thinking this Evo's just going to go gap him, but again, just the gear changes, the equaliser. Mr. Helly grabs another gear and takes the win.
Never underestimate the Datto.
We're not eliminating yet. License plate there for the R32. It's over. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. You can see why roll racing right around the world is super popular. You get to see all that horsepower and how fast are these cars accelerating. That's wild. And the sounds echoing up here through Sydney Motorsport Park. It just sounds fantastic.
No, I don't think your beloved Commie was ready for that one.
Yeah, screaming away there, the 20B, the Pack 20B. Oh, boy. King 2J against RH GDR. Oh, going for the walk.
What side of the track was that?
Going the walk there. If that was an elimination or knockout pairing, you got to say to the GDR, that's crossing the line there. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Did you see the tyre smoke at the end of the line there? We're still spinning 4 wheels when it crossed the line.
Yeah, these things are crazy. How good is the little Barra-powered Datsun 1600?
Well, I want you to watch his Datto when he takes off and he hits the light goes green, the squat, and the front end picks up and it just goes. Not today.
Yeah, didn't light it this time, did he? And I wonder, because I didn't think we see a nitrous oxide sticker on the back window, so maybe he has to give it a little bit of a spray, especially if you're trying to ride that thing out on the foot brake. Because a lot of these cars with automatic transmissions, there is a little bit of heel and toe.
Yeah, with the big turbo as well, it's a bit tricky to get those things up onto boost.
You're trying to flare the converter a little bit with a little bit of foot brake, so you're normally driving there with 1 foot of the accelerator, 1 foot on the brake, trying to just get some boost up as you're creeping.
The old heel toe shuffle.
And then just let it go. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Evo. Something has popped on the Evo. That GDR just, honestly, folks, I hope you're enjoying the magnitude of these vehicles. There is some smoke underneath there from the Evo, but I can't see anything leaking per se.
Track doesn't look bad behind it. I'm sure someone's going to check that out.
What a treat. The horsepower that these vehicles are delivering. Yeah, that's a fair whack there. Oof. Yeah, that's she ain't healthy.
No.
Whatever that was.
Mum's going to yell about that one, I think.
We're talking about putting some big boost through these cars. You don't get to 1,000 horsepower at all 4 or 800 at all 4 tyres without pretty decent boost in that. And all of these cars, like, you know, no one's come here with under 1,000 nearly. I know our 13B turbo guy, probably not 1,000 odd. But
yeah, I think that's about the number you need to be competitive. Yeah. The rear-wheel drive guys are all sitting around that number. If I've taken a bit of a look through the pits and looked at the size of the turbos on them, and I'm thinking 1,000's about the number on the rear-wheel drive class. The all-wheel drive class, on the other hand, I don't know that any of them are anywhere that low.
Yeah, well, you know, when you look at what you can get out of 13B turbos, obviously in full methanol drag form, you know, 1,000, 1,500 odd plus. So in your 13B street car an E85, you know, it's not out of the realms to get 600 plus out of them. And we're just going for a quick excursion up and down through this side where the Evo was. It did belt out a hell of a lot of smoke. And judging by how quick he's nailing it back there, nothing to report, you would hope. And ready to continue the rest of our horsepower display. It's a hell of a horsepower display, by the way. Had a good time, Turbo Smart on the stand, plenty of action.
Fantastic time on the stand. Lots of our customers come by to say hello, people buying shirts and hats and hoodies and all sorts of things, checking out our new turbochargers, which it's quite a few running in this class. Obviously wastegates and blow-off valves are something we've been doing forever, but turbochargers are new for us this year, and they've been super popular. Lots of people checking those out for the first time here at this event in person, so it's great.
And a bit of stock coming off the shelves there. People ready for the next part of their build, grabbing that stuff.
Yeah, plenty of sales going out the door and lots of builds. There's lots of interesting builds happening at the moment, and a lot of that is actually fueled by this roll racing style of event. So it's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be modifying these sorts of cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And in Boost we trust, and in Turbo Smart we trust. And such a great success story, and you know, you just might as well call yourself Turbo Smart worldwide now.
Well, I mean, we have offices and subsidiaries in 4 different locations around the world. So Europe, here in Australia, we're in England, and also a big operation in the US as well. So it's definitely a global company at this point.
And of course, speaking of course about the US, SEMA and all that coming up, you get the ticket to get over there, or?
Yeah, I'll be over in the States for November. We're also going to World Cup finals at Maryland.
Are you really?
Yeah, we'll be there. So.
How good's that going to be?
It's a fantastic event.
Anthony, that's Anthony in there. he's working the crowd. Working the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, clap, cheer and whistle. I just got a glimpse of who's in there. That's Anthony Matouk.
Of course it's Anthony Matouk.
That's Anthony Matouk. Give a round of applause to the man. He didn't win the big burnout contest at Jamboree last weekend, but guess what? I think he just wins that one, even though we weren't having one.
Well, you know, what do you mean you weren't having one? Someone said they were doing a burnout yesterday, and Anthony took that personally and decided, you know what? Those guys around the corner from me with their rotaries, they can't burn out like I can.
Well, I
look at that.
I guess someone just had a word in his ear to say, Anthony, this is actually a contest for burnouts. And he goes, oh, where is it? I'm going to win it.
I'm in. That's right.
Okay, well, I guess those tyres are done.
Well, you know what, actually, I think they said on the start line, they said, hey, Anthony, no burnouts.
And they took, all he hears is what, burnouts.
Yeah, that's exactly right, yeah.
How do you go after that? You know, how do you repeat after that? That's another one of our World Time Attack moments that we'll put in the book. The time Anthony took a solo.
It's his second solo. I think last time he was like, oh, this wasn't fun. Now I'm just gonna turn it up. Just smoke the place out.
It can't be left unsupervised for more than 10 seconds by the look of it.
By the look of it, I think by the evidence, you're definitely right on that one.
Yeah, you can't. I just saw him in there. I thought, that's Anthony. Oh, we're back to action here. Just too good, mind you. Skyline on the. That was a little bit tighter off the leave. That might have been.
There wasn't a lot of pulling away from there. That was all on the start line. If you were drag racing, you would have said you got on the sleeping on the tree.
Yes.
Obviously, that's a bit different here in roll racing.
Just trying to get a nice.
There's a lot of rev limiter there.
Whoa. Careful. Mine too sometimes, Hot Joe. Mine too. Righto. King 2J just goes to prove that that little test hit, if he's in competition, he's going to be careful. It can go tank slap real quick. And, he can get out of control in a matter of seconds. The rear-wheel drive cars. Mind you, that doesn't say the four-wheel drive cars don't get out of shape and cross lanes and everything like that.
Well, the four-wheel drives can be a little more tricky because when you've got all four wheels spinning, there's not a lot steering the vehicle. So I think a four-wheel drive, when it starts to walk, is probably a little hairier in some regards than a rear-wheel drive setup. Although I don't know that I'd really want to be tank slapping down this track too much, no matter what the drive type is.
Yeah, well, that's it. Here's our friend in the Lambo. Is he just going for a solo? Let's let it rip here. Let's just let it eat. See if we can hear it. No, oh, here we go. I think we'll just both let it go. Yeah, gave up the ghost, the Godzilla. Not this time.
Not this time. Did not quite have what it took at the top end there, I don't think.
Godzilla versus the Raging Bull. Raging Bull might just reign supreme tonight. Might have a few dragon legs hanging out of its mouth by the end of the night.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, I don't know. We've still got Evos in there. And 35s, and Mr. Helly could be the difference. You never know.
It only takes one mistake, and you are eliminated. So.
Tell you what, the Evo's no slouch. The 35's a rocket, but the Evo was definitely no slouch.
I was pretty impressed with that takeoff of the Evo there. That surprised me.
It looks like a club sprint car on steroids. Could be a hill climb style car because they've had plenty of oomph.
Yeah, I don't think that's got the same level of horsepower as some of the other cars in the field here, but it's certainly stuck to the road well.
All right, here we go, Mr. Helly. Old faithful, we're going to get the big 80 of a run here. That has got some and change. That VR38 powered Datsun 1200, driven by Frankie.
I think Frankie's getting on top of this roll racing thing. He's not a roll racing expert. He had a word to me today. He's like, this roll racing thing's a little bit new to me. I'm not quite sure what to do, and he seems to be getting over it.
More smoke. More smoke out of another Evo. More smoke. We're popping them. We're popping them left, right and centre right now. Boy, these guys have brought the whole game to the table. Brought the whole game. They're bringing the big game.
The big game.
And then sometimes with big games comes big flames.
Well, I'm not sure that that's what we meant. So when we said we want you to leave it all out on the track, that's probably not what we were saying.
And they don't want to leave it all out on the track. But that was, so we got some burnout smoke and engine smoke all in the one shot there. On the going for a little bit of a run down here with our recovery vehicle. But yeah, that did not look pretty at all.
It didn't seem to be blowing a lot of smoke at the top end of the track though, so hopefully it's maybe it's lost a turbo seal or something like that, which is not too catastrophic, but is definitely something smoky. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Just doing a bit of a lap there to see if there's any other bits and pieces or crumbs, but race control getting them to go down and report on that. This Turbo Smart Flying 500. We've got to getting, you know, obviously we go to elimination format. We should be taking each other out here. We've still got a decent field. And then we've got to get the ones, you know what, the worthy winner is the one that's got to hot lap the thing back about 4 or 5 times.
Well, and that's what it starts to come down to when you're doing eliminations and the hot lapping like that. The cars that can turn it around, the genuine street cars, can turn it around and just line back up and do the same pass. Some of these drag cars that are a little less efficient at doing that, if they start going around, it gets more and more difficult every run for those cars.
Here we go, King 2J against God RX2. Don't you love that we do our license plates the same way? Like, you can root for a car by just its license plate. God RX2, King 2J. It's about the you know, as if the car's not enough personal expression, the license plate sometimes just tops it all, you know? Who wants it? King 2J, God RX2. Oh, boys! Oh, 20B to the front so far. 20B to the front. God RX2 takes out King 2J.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise. I thought that 2J might have had more in the horsepower department there, but obviously a 20B. So if you start with the RPM, you are good to go. You're away. So.
Right, here we go. 35 against 32. Nice run by the 35. Hey, nice run. Can't change gears. Can't change gears. The Skyline smokes the wheels all the way down. Was it? Oh, it's not the wheels. I can see it's out of the exhaust as well. Boy, oh boy, we're pushing these things. The 35 had a beautiful run off the line there. Just sort of held back, let the 32 take him to the tree, and then got a nice roll on there. As long as you don't cross that line, that's as long as you don't cross that tree before the green. So there's no rule against you holding back too much.
You can hold back, and that's a little bit of the game with Royal Racing. There's a little bit of let's just hold it back, build some inertia.
Right,
we're shutting down here. What's going on?
We're just going for our quick check out. We've had to send recovery out there because we did see smoke, and we are going for another quick look there to see what that may look like track-wise. So recovery out to just view that.
That might be the R35, not the 32.
Oh, the 35 stranded on the corner there. Is that what it is?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Boy, the recovery people have to put a couple of tanks of petrol in these things just today. The recovery crew. We've been plucking stricken vehicles here for the last couple of days. As much as we love a good car event, we also sometimes have to tow them away.
It's a bit like that.
If everything
we like to support all portions of the industry.
If everything went perfect and everyone had their stuff together by the end of the weekend, we go, geez, no one really used their cars this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you got to use them up sometimes.
Well, we have the fire crews here, and we've got the safety team here, and we've got the towies here. You just like to give everyone a little bit of action. You know, just let them know that we appreciate them.
And that's sometimes the best place to be when someone, you know, when you encounter a car problem, is in the grandstands watching someone else have that car problem.
That's
because it's not your problem.
Well, we all know what it's like, though, don't we?
Oh, absolutely. And you can only sort of, you know, hope that some of these fixes are minor and then some of them are more major than that. But, yeah, we've heard of all these stories over the last couple of days of what that looks like sometimes. You know, for that adrenaline, for that moment, you're willing to do a lot of hard work. And sometimes that moment's only a fleeting moment, but at least it's another moment where some people, you know, it's part of living out their dreams.
And sometimes that moment where you break something or something goes unexpected, it leads to, it can lead to big improvements. You know what, that transmission, this is the time. I've dusted this one, so I'm gonna step up to the next level. I'm gonna go, you know, the full dog box or whatever the next level of engagement is for you. Sometimes, you know, a breakage like that is just the motivation you need.
Well, you might have been dreaming about being successful in the Flying 500, but I'm sure nowhere in the dream was the thing going on the tilt tray. But it is definitely stricken there, whether it's absolutely leaked anything and they've stopped it because of that, or drive line wise, something's locked up, broken a shaft, done something, broken the diff or something. Whatever it is, the tilt tray's got to come in and pluck that thing away from the area. But
looks like it's pretty locked up there. Here we
go.
They've
got to be a come on.
Yeah, that might be a transmission. That
downhill from here. The tilt tray was ready. Looks like you may not get the tow.
Yeah, what's that? Did you still get the call out fee?
Yeah, you still get the call out for that. Anyway, you don't leave me hanging, pal. There we go, down the hill. Still rolling though, but goodness knows what it might have occurred to it.
Yeah, we can only speculate. It rolled all the way there, so
might have a bit of a run on it. It's times like this you wish you could just run up behind it, like those highway buffer cars, the ones that come and give you a little nudge off the highway, off the motorway. They got that in NZ as well, don't they? The sort of a buffer car that can get you off the highway. One of my favourite shows, watching the New Zealand highway patrol shows over there. The Kiwi cops got a bit better attitude than the Aussie cops sometimes, a bit more laid back.
Oh, cheer, bro.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, bro. Yeah, you're doing 260. Just keep it down, will you?
You need to get that just below 255.
It's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. I actually do like that they are a little bit more chill about it. I mean, they've got to step up when they need to, but normally a lot of the times it comes with the right attitude, and normally everyone should normally settle down from there. But yeah, Police 10-7, one of my very favourite show over here in Australia as well. And yeah, you see all sorts of things. So I think we're all good, you would hope now.
But you want to back up the truck. I want to talk about that job where you get to shunt cars off the road for a living. This seems like something I could get into.
Oh, you'd have
How do you get that?
A million stories to tell, I'm sure.
What's the prerequisites? Yeah, well, I have a lot of rear enders, in my day-to-day work commute, so I think I'd be great for this job. Is that how that job interview goes?
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know how you know. Like, there'd be a top 10 jobs that people have got out there. You go, how did you get that job and how do I get it?
That's exactly right.
Like Cole just talking to Luffy down there saying, if I can't be back next year driving, I'll come back doing your job. And it's like, oh dear. Okay. We do love Cole, but we just need Nicole and Luffy to steer something next year. Yeah, so I think we've just got to get that tilty out of the way. I think tilty's right. The sun's starting to come down over the horizon, and we'll be in for another beautiful Australian sunset here at Sydney Motorsport Park. All is in readiness in the pits for our club sprint shootout. A few other things that we will do, a couple of special things we'll do here once the Turbo Smart Flying 500 gets down to the pointy end. Geez, he is winding that RX-7 up. That rotary was getting itself rung like you wouldn't believe.
Just running out of runway there.
Oh, he couldn't have taken that 13B any further. Or is that 20B? I just heard a little sound there. It might even be 20B, just listening on the audio.
I don't know. You'll bet your ears are better than mine on that one, mate.
Well, just hearing it right high up here at the end, it would sound like... Oh, missed the gear. That's all it takes. Missing gears.
Not getting that one back.
Missing gears. And I don't know. It could be Audi Lambo before too long. But, yeah, all it takes is that little bit of a missed gear or just hit a limiter when you just should have done the clutch foot first and the shift. But they are
the wrong order.
They're about the only Achilles heel for Evo Lancers is the getting the shifts right, not wanting to break them. Here we go. This is the state of Australian hot rodding. Overlord licence plate. RB powered S14, Barra powered 1600.
Oh, the Dano.
Yeah, that's tough. It's got just enough tub, enough tyre underneath it for it just to get the job done. He's done a little bit of sort of no prep, the little Dano.
Yeah, it knows how to leave the line, that Datsun.
Yep. There's King 2J again. He's on another solo, so see how it works here for him.
Well, last time was a big burnout. Let's see if he gets some power down. Oh, some more tyre smoke there. Yeah, he's going to have to bring a game better than that against one of those Lambos or...
It's almost like, as you can hear him coming up on boost before hitting the gears, that it kind of wheel spins, then he hits it. I wonder whether he just, as he comes up, he hits second. Just as he hits it, he's just trying to find that right ratio where it spins and grips, that wheel speed related to car speed.
It's always a tricky thing, and especially with roll racing, because it's not the same speed every single time. It's not the same RPM every time, unlike a drag race. Lambo's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, Lambo is definitely almost, again, when Lamborghini designed these cars, they didn't know what roll racing was. These cars were never really designed for that sort of motorsport in mind. It wasn't really a motorsport that really hasn't been, considering how long we've had two cars and long bits of road, how long it took before roll racing became a thing, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think they expected two giant turbos to be strapped to the side of the thing, making 1,500 plus horsepower either. So it's a testament actually to how well it handles. Yeah. It's how well it just puts that power down and takes off.
That mid-engine sort of four-wheel drive layout is a perfect fighting machine. Here are two more perfect fighting machines. I'm not even going to talk here, man. I'm going to just let them eat. Yeah. Got to let that go.
How much RB goodness?
A duet of RB.
How much RB goodness can you have in one race?
A symphony of RBs. There should be at the Sydney Opera House, that stuff.
That's
how much car culture there's. There we go, the rear-wheel drive cars.
Here we go. Oh, can the data reel him in? I think he's got him. Yeah.
Yeah, just pipped him at the posts. He's going to have to be one of those ones in the pointy end, especially representing sort of, team rear-wheel drive. Him and the Dado with the barra in it could be an all Dado attack for the rear-wheel drive class.
Wouldn't that be a sight to see?
Absolutely.
Well, 3.8 litres versus 4 litres. It's not as ridiculous a matchup as you might first think.
I think I'm starting to find the class that, not that I can ever probably compete in, but this is a neat class to be at World Time Attack. You know what I mean?
Isn't it?
They're street cars, some of them, more street than others, and they haul ass. But then after a run, you just run around Sydney Motorsport Park and loop yourself back through for another lap. I mean, I do have a very big drag racing background, so this kind of right up my alley for horsepower.
That's right.
And you know what? I am a big roll racing fan. Oh, what are they doing here? A bit of a start and a stop. All right, here we go. A couple of little dry hops there from the Porsche. All right.
It's going to be an interesting matchup, this one.
Yeah, I just expect the Barra to walk away.
Yes, it's true. I think the Barra's got the horsepower.
Pedal it once or twice there, but the Barra powered Dado.
I think the 4 litres there is just it's hard to beat that. It's got torque and it's got boost. It's a tricky. It's always going to be a hard beat.
Yeah, just one of the perfect weapons that we've got. Again, builds here in Australia that we've got. Thousands of cars sort of fit into this sort of category throughout the nation. A lot of them get to rolls, but a lot of them sort of also get to the drag strips as well. There's a bit of a fine line there. There's a whole bunch of cars that are actually too fast for the drag strip. They're actually scared of going to the drag strip for only one reason, and that's to get kicked out. Because if you do go there and you run quicker than the safety cutoff, which I think
you get a nice ban.
In IHRA is I think 1000 if you don't have airbags. So 1050 if you're 1000 if you've got airbags, 1050 if you don't. So a lot of these cars, as you can see, probably low 8 and 7-second cars. Yeah. So if you don't have a tech, you'll only do that ET once at a drag strip, and they'll kick you out. And so you've got to go put a cage in it and get it teched and all sorts of things. And the joys of roll racing in Australia, you get to do it here. No one's coming up to you to say you should do something about that car, because we're not really. There's no standards to say you should put a cage in it.
Well, there's a few different standards these guys are having to run. So it's
Well, a lot of them are doing it because some of these cars are just as serious enough that they do demand all of that stuff. And obviously, when you twin turbo a Lambo, you definitely want to make sure it's got a big cage in it and everything. The ET cut-offs at drag strips are just not kind to cars like this. So yes, they do tend to flourish in this environment. And again, we're perfectly safe where we are here a lot of times. I mean, a lot of the guys, they've driven these things a lot. So, you know, in theory, they should be out of trouble. They should get out of trouble before they get into it. Although we also see what happens when they do get into trouble and they end up with a bit of a bent car. And not ideal. All right, 2J versus VR here.
Geez, that hot lapped almost as quickly as it went down the straight there. That was a very fast turnaround time. We are deep into eliminations here.
All right, Mr. Helly against King 2J.
Oh, the Dado.
Oh! Gives it a touch. He gives it a touch in the Supra. Just gives it a little bit of a kiss there, folks. Oh, boy. You know, we saw that from the long shot. We couldn't see it in our blind spot over our shoulder, but we saw it on the screen from the drone that time. And, Matt, that was a nice little nudge there. He drove that a little bit harder. He had a couple of solo runs where, you know, he tried it on and it would spin the tyres. But here we go, the replay.
There was a lot of tyre spin. It was different when he was not on his own. He had to stay in it, didn't he? Oh, the Dado.
But lucky enough, the Dado was out by, you know, a couple of cars. And then, geez, I tell you what, he had to take evasive action before hitting, like he would have hit the Dado or the wall, and he's had to go and hit the wall, unfortunately. But this is, again, we are not shy of controversy or excitement here in anything we've put on track here today. It's been excitement wall to wall, and even with Turbo Smart flying 500 head to head, it you know, there's a lot of excitement that goes on out there, and as one of our listeners or viewers watching, Benny said, ego can be a big part of it too sometimes, about keeping straight or not. Also, just that competitive streak either makes you stay on it or not. I suppose in sometimes other forms of sport, if you're really competitive, you might break an arm, pull a muscle, you might go out of your limitations only because you're that competitive that you know. I've definitely injured myself plenty of times playing competitive sport where I've gone and hurt myself because I've pushed myself too hard. And then this is the automotive equivalent. Give the wall a nudge. He's got the helmet off.
Now we can see
the hospital guys. So the paramedics are just making sure he's A-OK. And look, he's got a little. You do get a little grin on your face. You've got to have a little grin on your face. So sometimes that's what makes you feel alive. I mean, you might feel alive already, but when you go and have a moment like that, and his mate going through the run.
Mick Mansell there, motorsport mechanic, was saying, "Mate, what are you doing to me? I know I'm going to fix this thing up."
I just love to see it. He's just explaining it to. Here we go.
He says, bro, why didn't you call me? I could have said get off it earlier, bro.
Oh, Matty.
Bro, turn left. Come on, bro. Give me a buzz on the phone.
Oh, Matty, that's great. That's great. Oh, yes. Where's the dub when we need it right now? Oh, Matt, that's cracker, mate. Hey, Turbo Smart Flying 500. It's your class if you want to turn it into a funny episode. Let's go. Here we go. This is the one we wanted to see. This is the one we wanted to see. Oh, the Lambo, the Audi, the Lambo. Oh, I don't know.
I have no idea who's got that.
I don't know.
That is definitely one for the bunker.
Okay, we've got to go to the bunker. Okay, tackle 4. I've got no try. Can we just check the grounding? All right, let's just check that.
That was a race.
We've got to go freeze frame here. This is the Pro Speed Racing Action replay if we get it. God, I rerun.
Now, if you want to see what roll racing is all about, that right there.
Oh, Audi. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know.
By a headlight? No, there's not much in that.
I don't know. Oh, no, look, one frame back and it's Audi. One frame back, it's Audi.
Is it? You can't see the front of the car. It's pretty blurred. Oh, gee, you're going by, like, mass of the car. That was a tricky one.
We'll have to ask the crowd out there. People, what did you think? Did you think it was the Audi? Give us a clap, cheer and whistle if you think it was the Audi. If you think it was a Lambo, give it a clap, cheer and whistle if it was a Lambo. Oh, Anthony.
Where's he going? Nope.
He was going to try and do something there. I know he was going to try and do something there. Well, Anthony, it's a good thing you got that big skid in the previous run, because that didn't, whatever he had planned there didn't go well. It was going to be an all side-by-side Matooks race there.
Is that what
too.
it was?
Yes, I think that was Anthony. Remember him in the 33? That big skid?
That guy.
Yeah, he's going to go back and want to have a little fresh crack at this one again.
What is that? He just didn't want to race against his own engine? He's like, oh, gee, how do I win this race?
Well,
I'm in both cars. How do I lose this race?
I think all those people out there in the crowd, clap, cheer and whistle if you want to see a rerun between the Lambo and the Audi. I don't know, mate. I don't know.
I still couldn't call
I think you've got to call it that anyway. I think you've got to call it a rerun.
I think. Is that a thing? Can we do that?
Oh, look at this. Look at this for getting down to the pointy end. It's Dado versus Dado.
Mate,
what a shame.
We got our wish. 3.8 litres versus 4 litres.
Yeah. It is going to be it's going to be a rerun there, righto. So we've still got the skyline. Here we go. Replay. Off they go. Lambo, after you, sir. No, after you. No, after you. What about you? No, after you. Now, there's the green. You couldn't get a cleaner start than that. That was a clinical start. Both guys pedaling in one of the most classic side-by-side turbo smart flying 500 head-to-head races we've ever had.
That was just neck and neck.
Oh, my goodness. That means only this one can be just as tight. I think we've got to do the rerun on that one. Here comes the rerun, I think, Lambo versus Audi real soon. But, yeah.
Look at these two data. Just take a look at these two cars on the line.
7.8 litres of capacity out there, 12 cylinders, and 3 turbos? 2 turbos.
I think there's only 2 turbos.
Only 2 out there.
Yeah, only 2 turbos out there, but...
Okay, 6 bangers if you love them. Here they are, 6 banger dados.
Good start. Look at this. Mr. Helly going to get there.
Next up, Mr. Helly, the Dado 1200. Yeah, the Barra gave it up. The Barra gave it up. The 1200 goes through. We'll have to take on maybe the Skyline, and then I guess the winner out of that will take on the winner of the Audi and the Lambo, maybe.
Was that rear-wheel drive? I think that was the 2 rear-wheel drives.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Audi. That sounds like maybe the Skyline trying to get a, trying to find the boost lip, trying to get the boost lip there, maybe.
Yeah,
yeah, so no Lambo back. So maybe they called it as the Audi, and the Lambo didn't get it.
Maybe you could see at the top of the track better than we could see from down here.
Yeah, look, I tell you what. I tell you what. Better judges than us of it. The Lambo was absolutely flying down there on the inside. But it looks like they've ruled that as the Audi. Although we did hear word that maybe. Yeah, we're just checking. If only we just could read body language and cut into two-way radio conversations, we definitely have an idea about what we could possibly see.
I'd know if my wife was here, because she can read minds, apparently.
Yeah, can she really?
Yeah,
oh, that'd be...
Yeah.
We need her in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What are they saying down there? Can you ring her up? There's 2 guys down here talking about something. What are they saying? Is she actually sort of an expert in the field, is she?
The mind reading. Well, yeah. I mean, she expects me to be one too. This is the issue, you see. So it's more the expectation of me being the mind reader. I don't have that same skill. I know that feeling. Just sometimes when you ask what's wrong, they say nothing, or they say you should know. If you don't know, nothing's wrong. Yeah, nothing's wrong. I can tell. Okay. I can clearly tell nothing's wrong. And then you have to admit, well, I can't read minds, and then I guess I just say sorry straight after that, and then we just move on. Yeah. The earlier you can go into owning it, whether you really own it or not, just own it and say sorry, and then hopefully, if they don't come back saying... Well, we should be talking about this Father's Day tomorrow. We shouldn't be talking about this. No. This is bloke's advice. Another form of bloke's advice out there. All right, here we go. Oh, what's this? Just a little gentleman? What a bit of a what? Are we trying to do one in slow-mo here, are we? Trying to simulate the finish line, and it is 32 over Audi, but it's interesting to see those guys come through. And this is like one of those staging duels when you go drag racing where they just... I don't know, he's got the gestures out there to say, why didn't you engage? And he's looking there going, well, why didn't you engage? You go. You hang up. No, you hang up. No, you go. No, you hang up. Okay, well, there they go. And not the kind of pace that we're used to. Cooling their heels a little bit there. I suppose it's a great opportunity. Here's the guy. He's our winner. He's the guy who's got the arm out the window there, Mr. Helly. Tell you what, I remember he had the 13B in a 1200 ute, and it was a 9-second screamer. He got his nickname Mr. Helly. He had Mr. Helly on licence plates,
and he just would do big skits. He was a hero back then in the sport compact drag racing world, and he's decided to build a street car. There we go, Heli.
Still got his Heli 13
Yeah,
plates.
Heli 13 on it.
Couldn't get rid of that.
So Frank Canistra got pizza trucks, I think. So
He does, yeah. Frankie brought us pizzas for dinner last night,
Did he
actually.
really? Did he
Absolutely
really?
killer. What a lovely fella he is, too.
Honestly, the amount of guys that I know with cool cars, pizza shops and kebab shops is incredible. And I know a few guys that can pour you a slab. I know guys that can dig your swimming pools. I know guys that can wire your house. There's a lot of motor enthusiasts out there.
Pretty practical.
Oh, we're a practical group.
bunch, aren't they?
If we go in through all the pits here at World Time Attack, you'll find a lot of people in there, in a normal industry during the day, completely unrelated to cars. Mind you, you've got a lot of workshops out there that is all they do is that. But there's a lot of people out there that can build you a whole city. That's what they do during the week, but guess what they do for recreation? Exactly what we're doing here, in all sorts of facets. So it is so good to see that we've got so many talented and productive people, not only that employ people, but also employ people in the industry where their recreation's involved as well. So, all right, Mr. Heli is there. We can see we had God RX2, the RX7 back. Maybe word on the street was that, yes, the rear-wheel drives do have to do a little battle amongst themselves, and Heli took out the DATs, and so it's more about the getting the rear-wheel drives whittled down to a smaller amount.
It's rear-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. That's been the matches up, and now they're eliminating here. So,
and it's evolved out of the need to create a rear-wheel drive,
a separate
class. Yeah, just because Skylines would all turn up, or in the case of Lambos or the Audis that are four-wheel drive, that can do that. Yeah, they do tend to dominate on a surface like this. Remember, it's not known to be super sticky for this. The horsepower far outweighs the traction that they can get from the surface. Let's have a listen.
Oh, can the data reel this in?
What? Mr. Heli. Mr. Heli goes down. Did he miss the start? Did he?
He just missed that start. He wasn't quite there.
I'd have to have a look at that. I'd have to have a look at that again, how they rolled up there. Don't know what happened there. All right, here we go.
A couple more rear-wheel drives here.
Oh, had to give up the ghost, but got RX2.
There's a big moment in the S14 there, getting the track.
And if we haven't got any other information regarding whether or not any of the last two runs had an altercation before the start, if they are two what we call clean runs, that looks like two rotaries in the fine of a rear-wheel drive.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, it could be.
Those rotors, they know. Oh, hang on.
No, I think
some more rear.
We've got to be whittling them down here somewhere. Yep. Supra versus Combi. Where's all the Commodore fans out there?
Oh, he's giving it everything in the Commodore.
Yeah, he had half a chance there when we heard the 2J lift there. We could hear the throttle off there for a sec, trying to get it to come straight again. Commodore then had to do the same thing at the same time, but Supra goes another round if we are eliminating. Commodore, good to see. And I know we've got that many more of them. A guy I used to work with's got exactly nearly the same car in Queensland, a Turbo LS VH Commodore. Can put 4 people in the car and go to a Cars and Coffee or go
to the drive-through,
or go out to Lakeside for a day like that. I do think even tomorrow, Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, by the way, for tomorrow. This is my Father's Day present early. 2 of my 3 kids are here. You got your boy here.
Yeah, got my young fella here. It's here for Father's Day for me.
But this just goes to show the sort of country we are here in Australia. Tomorrow, I think definitely Lakeside they have a Father's Day cruise. You turn up with your hot car, lap around Lakeside, and get included in a little bit of motor carner and drag racing. Yeah, so it's a good thing.
Just a public service announcement here.
Yes.
If you haven't bought your dad a Father's Day present, you've got no hope. But I bet there's still some traders down there selling some merchandise that you can surprise him with, a new hoodie, shirt, hat, something like that.
Absolutely.
And just laying it out there. If anyone's forgotten that, head down to the vendor alley, the trader alley down there, and pick up something for your dad.
And I'll ring the old boy in the morning. See what he'd like, but he doesn't need anything. He tells me, I don't need anything. I said, all right, mate, well, I'll call you. Normally what he doesn't say no to is a big steak for his birthday, or...
It's hard to say no to a big steak.
So, you know, when you lash out there, mate, on a day like that, you know, $20 steak and he's happy.
Oh, mate. I thought you were just going to take him out Tuesday for the $5 pub lunch.
No, the seafood smorgasbords, anything like that will be good. We'll try and get to the old boy sometime tomorrow. If not, I'll be dropping in there Monday. But, hey, happy Father's Day to all the dads in the house. What better present to get it a day early here at World Time Attack at Sydney Motorsport Park. The Turbo Smart Flying 500, head-to-head. Whether we've ruled a group of finalists yet or not, I would imagine we're down to the pointy end. And if we aren't, if we've called it or whatever, I see the tree still there. Got buggies in motion.
Yeah, there was some problems with the tree yesterday. So
still a few contenders here in the in pit lane, which means that we could be ready for a finale here on the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. But I hope you've enjoyed what we've showed you so far. We'll take a break and show you more here soon.
If you're working on supercars, high-end racing or aviation, stop what you're doing right now. This is for you. Elmer Racing can make a custom engine designed for your specific vehicle, from quantities as low as 5 engines. The RP968 Pro Class champions use an Elmer Racing engine that helped them go from 2nd place to 4 times back-to-back champions. In as little as 8 months, you can have your first bespoke engine. So get in touch with them right now at elmerracing.com.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
Yokohama.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Move back to the future.
Line suspensions. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
G'day from Sydney, Australia. Yes, Lord. They certainly know that the Turbo Smart 500 is on, and I think they're ready to see the Superlap shootout, just like you and I are, Warren said.
That's my mates up on the hill, I think. I saw them last night. I was fascinated. Went outside and had a little wave. I was trying to get a photo, but they wouldn't let me close enough. And then I suddenly remembered I'd seen a TikTok video where they will fight you.
Oh yeah, they can.
Yeah,
I mean,
box.
Mate, they're some of the best YouTube I've seen. The kangaroos going the biffo, but they're here just to watch the Superlap shootout. What's that, Skip? Mighty Mouse is going to jump over a couple of spots. Oh, there we go. A bit of a prediction there.
Are you going to start that now?
No,
are you going to start a little bit more banter?
I couldn't think of anything else to say other than the kangaroos. They're so good to see here, and you know what? We bring them out when we've got international visitors. It's amazing when you can pull a kangaroo out of nowhere when you need to, when the international visitors are here. They can then clearly say, well, you know what, I did go to that track in Australia, Sydney Motorsport Park, and yes, there were kangaroos running around the premises.
If I see a snake, I'm out of here.
No, I don't think we've got them here.
What about bats?
No, bats could be around. You don't like bats either?
What are those other things that you guys are, what do you call them? Bin chickens.
Bin chickens, yeah, ibises. I don't see too many. Look, honestly, about a kilometre over that way near the dump, you might get a few. But I notice they don't seem to come here, which is a good thing. Mind you, we've got other great nature here, but we won't give you,
those are
give you
Kiwis.
that.
There's plenty of us here. Kiwis,
Yeah, there's plenty of Kiwis here.
You like to do this every year too. You always seem to find the most exotic visitor that we have. What have you located this year? You usually find someone from the depths of Europe or something that you randomly run into.
No, I haven't as yet. I know that we've got some pretty radical people from Finland here.
Yes.
But no, we haven't found our most notable random yet. I know they've been lurking around there. You know what? We'll go to the bar tonight and we'll see if we can find someone.
They
I
will
can't really
gravitate.
tell you that.
They will gravitate towards you. Diggles, they always do. You're like a beacon of international activity.
All right, that's it. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit of a magnet for trouble, but we didn't need me to create the trouble. It was Friday when we had some amazing moments here, and I can't believe it's only 24 hours ago that this all happened at this fantastic facility. But a few Friday highlights might just show you, just to remind those people that weren't here yesterday, what went down.
Oh, living the dream, brother. That's it.
World Time Attack Challenge 2024 is here. Our car is being prepared. I'm ready. Let's go.
Excited, ready to go. Doing dangerous.
Yeah, so when we got out of the container from Japan, it just had like a really low idle pressure, really bad oil, had a lot of glitter in it. So yeah, ended up pulling it apart and found out we were lifting heads, but right now at idle it's doing way better. So it's gonna be a blast. Hopefully the wind stays away and it's gonna be hot, but it'll be all right.
Down now, and a lot of it's me getting used to the differences. Close to our own records, so hopefully we can just keep
improving things and chip away, and if the conditions aren't favourable later today, then there's always tomorrow.
Struggled a little bit. Obviously we went faster than what we did last year, so a new lap record, but we just made a mistake into turn 2. The car didn't stop as well as we wanted, but we know there's more time in it, but at least we have a solid banker that we can rely on for the rest of the weekend.
The trend's going really good. Well done to the DC team. Unfortunately, we haven't done enough testing, so we'll see how it goes.
I get the fastest time we've done here on old tyres and low boost, so looking forward to today. Hopefully this morning looks good.
Back to the seat today. I can't wait to meet you all guys.
Off the first place today. It wasn't easy, but we are ready for tomorrow and even faster laps. Stay tuned.
Oh, what a fantastic recap of day one here yesterday, Warren said. This beautiful venue, Sydney Motorsport Park. And as you said, it's surreal to see that from a different angle because we've been deep in behind the scenes doing all sorts of things.
Yeah, our world is very different, right? For those who don't know, we're in what they call the Fox Box, or I call it the Diggles Den. I've renamed it for the weekend.
Yes.
We're just down opposite on the other side of turn 1, and we see everything through screens, right? To see a recap like that, the team doing a fantastic job bringing everything together, and just so much to see yesterday. And I think today has just well and truly blown that apart.
Well, again, like yesterday wasn't a dull day at all, but today it's almost like, well, not to be outdone, let's make day 2 less of a dull day than yesterday, which wasn't a dull day, which means it's been excitement wall to wall. We've seen what wall to wall looks like too, unfortunately, but the action, you got to say, is just full on and off the track. Just the element of all of international visitors here having various luck, from good luck to bad luck, and it just goes to show how much fan base we've got here, Warren, of all ages, but particularly that younger gen. They're holding on to the car dream like we all are.
Yeah, something I've really enjoyed today. So I've had the honour of hosting the Yokohama stage and the autograph session. Just how many young fans have come through looking for autographs from their favourite drivers, and they're interacting with them, right? They're the ones approaching, they're the ones saying, hey, can you please sign this? I want to be you, you're my favourite driver, that type of thing. And also a real shift towards the female fan demographic. Yes. So good to see that growing as well. We've seen a number of female participants out there, and I want to see that growing again too. What a phenomenal weekend we've had so far, and we ain't done yet.
Well, Baker always does tend to want to just turn it up to the next level every single time, and you know he's got high standards, Bakes. He's one guy that's hard to entertain sometimes. He's just always looking for something for stimulation, and just knows that now that he's been a promoter for 16 years, he's just about got the formula down perfect, and a guy that's got the formula down perfect knows this track really well is going to give us an insight right now down to the pits with Warren Love.
Hey guys, how are you? Down here with Trent Krubel, our reigning Club Sprint champion. We've seen a big change in the weather conditions since you guys were out there last. You can feel the temperature starting to drop. There's still a little bit of that wind around. How's the car feeling, and what are you thinking going into this shootout?
Yeah, no, we're excited. You know, we went out in session 3 probably at its hottest and its worst track conditions. We'd been struggling with sector 1, but we saw a green sector for us that. The rest of the lap wasn't great, but we worked on where we were struggling. So we're excited to put the pieces together. On the data, it's showing a 31, so if we can get that, get on the top step, it'd just be amazing.
Well, good luck, mate. We look forward to seeing you guys out there. We're looking forward to hopefully seeing a 31. Get after it, mate.
Will do. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. So a little bit of insight into this Superlap shootout. And as we said before, Warren said, that field of 5 in each class is set. Some guys have got more breathing space than others in regards to that. So some of the pressure for some of these guys isn't as great as the ones that could climb.
Right.
And I think the main goal is for the guys that are like, 5 and 4 is a podium. It's just that's where we get to see all the action. 5 and 4 trying to pip number 3, and then sometimes if they're really close, 2 gets 1, 3 gets 2, whatever.
Right. So remind me again. So you set your time to go in.
Yes.
And you get one final shot at it, but your time that you got to go in stands as well. So you got one more shot to improve.
You've just got to be quicker. Obviously, this is your opportunity to go quicker. Right. If you go slower and your existing time that you've had over the 2 days stands and no one beats that, you stay where you are.
Okay.
But what we are looking for now are green sectors for any of these contestants in maybe 5th or 4th. That actually determines whether or not we do get a swap over from those lower positions to the high positions. So I'm going to ramp in the energy where relevant in the Superlap shootout. Only a second away from starting. A break, a breath, and back with more soon.
If you're working on supercars, high-end racing or aviation, stop what you're doing right now. This is for you. Elmer Racing can make a custom engine designed for your specific vehicle, from quantities as low as 5 engines. The RP968 Pro Class champions use an Elmer Racing engine that helped them go from 2nd place to 4 times back-to-back champions. In as little as 8 months, you can have your first bespoke engine. So get in touch with them right now at elmerracing.com.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
Move back to the future.
It's that time of the evening. It's the Haltech Club Sprint class. Final time we'll see those 5, but guess what? We're now getting into the beginning of an exciting part of it. It's the Super Cheap Auto Superlap Shootout. This is where these 5 contestants in each category try to make it super one more time. So they're going to try and make it super. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, Warwick said, but we do know one thing. This is the highest intensity that we'll have all weekend. Charlie, she's going to give us a little bit more of an insight as well in a tip.
You can feel the palpable energy down here, and I don't think there's a man busier right now than Rob Nugent. Not only are you, of course, in the open class shootout, but then we see you hop into the Pro-Am as well. Rob, let's start with the Sylvia, sitting second in the times at the moment. Conditions are getting colder. What's running through your mind at the moment?
It's definitely in reach. That is our target. We just hope the wind's not too good. Ambient temperature is perfect. It's just really a question how much the wind is, how bad the wind is. But I think it's definitely reachable.
Fantastic. But also, you hop straight out of the Sylvia and jump in Mighty Mouse. So do you reckon it's literally you pull up in pit lane and then you jump back out and jump straight in the other?
I think there's 2 cars gap and then have to be straight in. So yeah, hopefully it'll be nice. The organisers give me a bit of time to get ready. Yeah, you have not seen far from the best from this car yet, so we'll give it all I've got in the shootout.
It's going to be iconic, the Mighty Mouse in the shootout, but we'll see Rob in the Sylvia first up in the opens.
Yeah, there we go. So having to swap vehicles from one to the other. So swap from a, like a rear-wheel drive to a front-wheel drive car. Swap from a car that he's done a lot of laps in just recently with Dream Project S15, and then hop in Mighty Mouse, which of course it's like a pair of gloves. Just got to put it on. But then to still try and adjust and go 11/10. It's going to be hard, mate.
Yeah, but I think he's already won the online banter stakes, right? Rob Nugent's taken that one, I think. He's truly won that one. He stirred a lot up, and there's got to be some underlying I want to get it right in this top 5.
Honestly, look, I wouldn't say that Rob shot his mouth off on social media. He was just very clever with a bit of smack talk, and we haven't really had a lot of smack talk. And Rob basically called out everyone in the class. I love it too. Like, the Mouse is making a comeback, and he called the Fat Cat. I think the Fat Cat, and then of course the American Pigeon. Yes. Came up with all these little AI generated animations, and there we go. It became Mouse versus the world pretty much. And Luffy's got some more info down in the pit lane as we start to heat up with the action.
Yeah, down here with Tim Slade. Now, Sladey, this is nothing new for you. You've done it plenty of times in a V8 supercar. It's going to be a little bit different in this awesome Extreme GTR. We can see it's all back together. What are we looking at for the shootout?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit different because I'm doing a shootout lap after one timed lap for the whole event. So, yeah, I guess the conditions now are a lot better than what they've been all weekend, with it being cooler and the wind's died off. Hopefully, I think it should suit us a little bit more, the car being a little bit bigger and heavier. I think, when there is a bit of heat in the track, makes it a bit harder on the tyres, for us being heavier. So yeah, you get to this end of the weekend and you turn up the engine. I think got a bit more engine, bit more revs. So yeah, turn it on for the fans. This car sounds awesome.
Well, good luck, mate. We'll be looking forward to seeing you out there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it.
It's the most full of energy we've seen, Slade, isn't it?
It is. Slade looks like he's up to the task, doesn't he? And again, isn't it amazing that straight after that interview, I wanted to ask the question from Warren back to Slade. What exactly was the failure that they found, and what did they fix? So we don't quite know that. I know he might go back and give us that info shortly, but the last time we saw that car was on a tilt tray a couple of hours ago. There it is in the pits. Slade seems pretty chill. And as he said, he made a point of that. It's taken me 2 days to get one good lap in, and even then, in that lap, he had that failure. So I mean, he really only not even got a complete lap there before they had to go and fix the thing again. So it's just going to stay together for one more perfect lap. And who knows what Slade might be capable of with that car. He's definitely trying to defend the title anyway.
Well, you've got to come up with a set strategy too, right? Because you kind of get released and you're only going to get that build-up to just go and do that one lap. You're not going to get a couple of laps to get the eye in. You've got to just go. But one of the things we do know as well is that, I mean, Slade said it himself, they'd had a bit of aborted running as well. Yes. They haven't just had to be able to go out and just lay it down. So I reckon he's just going to throw it.
He's going to have to throw that out on one perfect lap shortly. But Charlie's keeping us warmed up with more info.
I'm down here with Ferris Katoumi because there was a little bit of a question mark over whether he would be taking part in the Pro-Am shootout. Great news, he absolutely is, and he could not look more relaxed. I just see him just perching down here, just taking all the sights and sounds in. But talk us through that issue and why you guys have just decided to go out there one last time.
Yeah, so we have a differential problem that's developing, and it's at a point where the rears seem to be locking up and not letting the LSD do its job on corner exit. So I'm just kind of drifting through mid-corner, and then when I get on throttle, it just kind of continues. And I just feel like come this far. We're here for the shootout. I'm in Australia, so like, who cares if the diff blows up? Let's just go at it.
That is the ultimate World Time Attack response, isn't it? Let's just go at it. So even though you're dealing with all these different things within the car mechanically, what do you think it's capable of in these conditions right now?
I don't know. Like, maybe it'll do like a 29. Like, I have no idea. The last time we went out, it was just like sliding so much, I just came back in and never even finished the lap. Before that, we did 26, and like before that, we had really great promise for times. I have some amazing predictives that like hurts my heart that I can't do it. But it just means that like I have to come back again. So
you heard it here first. Ferris is coming back. Absolutely. We'd love to have you. Please make it happen for us.
Yeah, for sure. We have V2 almost, or V3 almost finished. So hopefully in 2025 we'll be here with V3.
Oh, well, great news, and I'm sure Luffy's got some great news next door as well.
So I'm down here with Sammy. Sammy, it's great to see the big Audi back on track, ready for the shootout. What do you think lap time wise we can expect from this car in the shootout?
I think we take the better time, 1:24 something.
Yeah. Have you been having a good time here at World Time Attack?
Yeah, I love being here.
And most importantly, are you and the team going to come back next year?
I don't think so, but hope so.
We'll go and have a talk to Ian Baker for you. We want to see you back.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much there, Luffy. I love the fact that Sammy just comes out and calls his shot, right? Like, that's quite a different approach. Just, I think 124.
Yeah, I think 124. And then will you think he'll come back next year? Probably not, you know, as well.
No,
so
probably not, but I'll think about it overnight.
Here's Ferris, and it's like, yeah, well, I want to come back. I'm going to bring, because he's got another car, like another badder Corvette, nearly finished over there in the USA. So it's about bringing the next Corvette over. And Sammy, do you think he'll come back next year? And he goes, oh, maybe not, because he knows how much of an effort it is to get the car here. And I think, was it 5 years ago he was here? It's a hell of an effort to get it there. It's good to see that it didn't rest on its laurels when it came here. It kind of, I shouldn't say it didn't have the best time over here, but just obviously they got to see what the standard was. I mean, we had Tilton Evo on a tear. We had Under Suzuki tearing around here. We had a lot of contenders already with amazing vehicles, and Sammy comes down and realises, well, okay, this is the level. I'll go back, I'll evolve mine a little bit more. He's gone and done that, more testing, more development. The car's come down there and lays out 25s. He thinks a 24. You know, we just got to take these memories while we can, and hope that he gets what he wants. And who knows? I know that, you know, whatever our 2025 roster will end up being, it's going to be just as spectacular, let me tell you. And tonight's going to be super, with the Superlap shootout coming up very, very soon. All the contenders are getting themselves ready. The call has just been made by race control to say club sprint to the lanes, and it's interesting to see that this man is in the field now. Well, did he get in there? He must have. He may have got in there in the last dash. I thought, looking at what we had, he was about 6th, but maybe he did come in on 5th here, Jamal Assad. Although also sometimes you think that if we did have a car drop out for whatever reason and could not compete, that sometimes that comes in for whatever reason. So maybe on a forfeit, I don't know. But he is there to try and at least consolidate in the Superlap shootout brought to us by Super Cheap Auto. The Haltech Club Sprint class has been fantastic the last 2 days. This guy, he already admitted there with our wrap-up from yesterday that, you know, he is a little bit behind the 8 ball. They haven't tested as much as what the old tried and true Evo was. This one's a new beast altogether. And look, he just was probably glad to at least make it here, at least be competitive, semi-competitive. But now he's got half a chance. Or is this a photographic opportunity? No. And maybe we've talked it all up. I don't know. They've just called Club Sprint. I'd love to speculate that he's in the 5. I know he finished like 6th. It's whether he stays here and there's something that's got him in there or not. I don't know. You know, sometimes weird things work, cars come out, and then we find the story out later. But I thought he might have been there for a photo op, but I think that man's there ready to race and make a difference.
He's 134.5.
Yes.
It would have been very close to going in for Jimmy Evo. We saw him drop sort of 3-4 seconds off. It came out swinging this morning, right? Didn't have a happy day yesterday. But I can see that 134.5 there, and I'm just trying to pick through the screens on the timing onto there just to see. So I think, I assume it's Grubel, Mikowski and Garland was sort of the top 3 by quite a bit, and then we had 2 that were quite close, I think. maybe even 3 that were in the 34s.
Yep, and
so we'll just see if
I'm
we
just
can
looking
pick
at our
through.
list. We're rolling our timing over here from all of these great numbers. We've got 27s, 28s. Here we go. We're getting into it now. We've got Grubel. We had Grubel in Club Sprint. We had Mikulski in Club Sprint. We had Garland in Club Sprint. So there's our CS on there.
Kazmiri at 34.06.
Kazmiri, yes, that's right. Kazmiri.
Marshall. So Marshall was 134.48.
And then
Jimmy
Assad
5.0.
Right, unless something's happened there to Marshall, we'll have to see.
So I think they do have. I think you do have that rule, right? Because any class that has more than the prescribed number of competitors, this is what the pinnacle is, right? We have a top 5 shootout for a reason. We take the top 5.
If 5 can't front, is that we might take 6 in there and see if they can fire a shot across the bows there.
Jimmy will fire a shot. I mean, do you remember the last time he came out and did this?
Yes.
And he just absolutely threw it down because he had a time in his mind, and I think he said at that point he was aiming for a 35. We've seen a 34 already.
Yep, okay, well there we go. This could be, I think I can see even Marshall down there now. So let's just see what Jimmy Assad can do. Now, the way the Superlap shootout works, thanks to Super Cheap Auto, is that you get this sort of, you've got to do a pretty fast warm-up lap here. So it's about warming up the brakes, warming up the tyres. As soon as you start the flyer, the next contestant rolls out of pit lane and starts their 3/4 fast warm-up lap, and then they screech past the start-finish line, finishing the lap on the flyer. Then the next contestant comes in, so we kind of flow them out on each flyer. So in theory, when everything works well, this is normally over in a few minutes, because if we don't have any delays, that's what a Superlap shootout is supposed to be. The Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout just about to start here in Club Sprint. And Jimmy, I don't know, he's just not getting up the pace yet. He's just brought the Evo out. He might do a little bit of, here we go, a little bit more acceleration here.
It feels like a pretty typical phasing lap so far from what we saw this morning. I guess they'll have a base data into it. We sort of see them roll down here, and then they sort of start to build their momentum from the bottom of the hill here, because I don't think you can you just can't rely on being able to build that speed if you don't carry it up the hill enough to just punch it down the straight, right? You want to start getting warm here, he'll probably swing side to side here, make sure the tyre temperature's up, brake temp, yeah, here we go. So he's jumping on the gas now, Jimmy Assad, ERS 600. See the plasma man intercooler on the front there, the Super Cheap Superlap shootout about to get underway, Diggs. For the very first time, our top competitors get one more chance at that one perfect lap.
All right, here we go. Coming into turn 11, the final corner, before you see that beautiful, glorious view of the hills and the beautiful circuit, the Gardner GP circuit. All right, our Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout is underway. Jamal Assad is going to go off first with the first fly for him into turn 1. He's in maximum attack there, Jamal.
You see the body language of the car there, it's aggressive, right? It's bouncing around, it's trying to lift up that rear wheel there. Jimmy Evo giving it everything now. Has he cut that line too close there? Has he normally positioned the car there? You get to see a lot of laps to know what's normal for Jimmy at the moment. All we know is that normal for Jimmy is max attack.
Yeah, that's right, max attack there. Now 34.480 is what he's trying to get. Minute 34.480, because that's what Marshall had there. So one of those might not even be in there. Could be Kazmiri, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. Could it be Garland? I don't know. We've got to see who rolls up here. Jamal through the first sector. He's down on the first sector. He's pushing super hard here. He's not going to give this last opportunity to have a lap here at the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. But how good will it be? 34.480 is what he'll be kind of aiming for. 34.480 or a 34.061 or a 33.917. Anything is possible.
I reckon they want a 33, right? They won't come out with a light touch. They'll be going for a big swing there. They will want nothing less than a podium out of that car. 133.9. I mean, we're talking a half a second. If we're seeing a car that hadn't had a lot of testing and they've just got it the right setup into it.
Here we go. We're even practicing. This, of course, is our drifting drone, getting us here on the final lap of Jimmy here, the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. His final lap of the event. Henry comes down the straight. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle. Our first Club Sprint car across the line in the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. He goes through and goes 34.490 and to miss it by a 10, a 34.490. Minute 34. 34.90 for Jassard. That Marshall minute 34.480. He could have made a mark there, but how about that, missing out by a tenth?
What? I'm not smart enough to work out what the difference of that. There must be like a metre, maybe half a metre. It wouldn't even be that.
I honestly couldn't tell you what that's going to be as far as it pans out, but that's the next guy ready to start warming up. You can see him coming through 8 here right now. And I can hear another cranky car coming out, what might be Kazmiri. So maybe it's Garland that might be not there. I don't know. I don't want to talk too early, but here's entrant 57, which I think is Marshall.
Yeah, Ryan Marshall
on the side, Ryan
Subaru.
Marshall.
Yep, Subaru WRX STI.
Okay, so Marshall's 34.480 right now. Jimmy can't do anything else there, so the way everything falls, the only thing Marshall can do is go after Kazmiri's 34.061 to go from 5th to 4th. So again, Pickens here, the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. This is Marshall on maximum attack.
How good does that car look under lights coming through turn 1?
Oh yeah, working it hard through 1 into 2. This is where we start to see the disc brakes start to glow on some of these cars. But that's very, very neat there for him. What a great way to finish off his weekend. Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout being good enough to get into that 5. Now he's hunting that 34.061. That's what he's after. He's 34.480 right now, provisional 5th for the class. It's just what he might be able to pull out here. Nice and wide out of there, getting it stopped in through this turn. Geez, they do get light as you power on halfway through the apex there, climbing up over the hill. Again, this one a little bit off camber, like the washer around if you don't pull it up early. Power on. Up over towards 7. Again, this little sort of blind hill. Bit of blind faith through there. Flies through there, does Marshall. He's aiming for a 34.061, so he'd have to peel off about 4/10 off what he was able to do here throughout the whole weekend. Through Bosch turn 8. He's out on the strip. Oh, yeah, there is Kazmiri warming up. So Kazmiri's been released and is warming up. As we said, you know, when our contestants go on their flyer, the next contestant comes out. So that's Kazmiri. So look at this great view here. Our drone pilots, hats off to these guys. We should have a drone Olympics here even as well, because these guys are good at it. Ryan Marshall, how does he finish his 2024 campaign? Does he finish in 5th or does he finish in 4th? He needs quicker than a 34.061. He goes minute 35.907. Minute 35.907 there for Marshall.
Look, a fell away maybe towards the end of the lap there, Diggs. I think he wasn't too bad to the start. He was pretty comparable to what we saw out of Jamal Assad, but yeah, just didn't put it together through the end section there. And Marshall stays 134.408 for a 5th position as Kazmiri begins his lap and pinches the brake there. Now he's going to come up right in by. Where is now? Is this going to?
You've got to watch out for Marshall. Marshall will have to go right over there. Watch out, Kazmiri is off in high-speed pursuit. You better look at his mirrors, Marshall. You get it right out of the way of Kazmiri here, because remember, we normally tell these guys their cool-down lap's got to be a pretty fast cool-down lap. It can't be a slow lap. Your cool-down lap's got to be nearly as fast as your hot lap, so you don't get in trouble with your other competitors. So he's cleared it okay. Perfect place for him to do it. Kazmiri backs in the Integra one more time here. So he is pushing hard in the JDM yard hard race Honda Integra. And look, he's lit up sector 1 with nothing spectacular. So again, he's just going to get this thing to the end. But if he went quicker than a 33.917, he could have Garland's podium spot. Yes. So he's got something to aim for here, has Kazmiri. It's just about what he does here. Second sector, not lining up anything either, so maybe the 34.061 might be the best we'll see from the car period. But here, one final turn. It could all be laid down here. Could he find a 10th or a 2/10 or 5/10? He's going to need something right now to get in front of Garland's 33.917. His last shot at the track right now, Kazmiri. 34.328. 34.328. Close but no cigar. Close but no cigar. And you know what? It just goes to show in the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout that you just never know what might come in the last flying lap. So if that means Kazmiri's out there, if we see a red Subaru, we may not see a we may not see a Lancer, or we may see another Subaru. Who knows how it's going to end here, and why we had Jamal at the end there. So something here is going to make sense in only a matter of seconds, I would imagine, because we'd be cutting our next guy loose to see the end of the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout for Club Sprint, brought to us by Haltech. So,
and we know it's not Trent Grubel who's missing, right? Because Loffy spoke to him and he said they were coming out.
Ready.
So it's it is either Garland or Mikowski, who maybe isn't going to. So that is Mikowski, isn't it? Mikowski coming out in the Evo 5. So maybe it is Garland who has advised out here. Mikowski 132, 530 qualified him into the top 5 shootout. Now he needs to drop 200s, doesn't he, to chase down Grubel at 132, 234. Okay. Both these guys qualified faster than last year's winning time.
There we go. Well, that's right. And the lap record's been broken twice by 2 different teams. So there we go. The clue is Garland in the red WRX, I would say, with that damage. He did give the wall a hit. So that's why I think our red Subaru is not there. That's how Jamal got into the top 5. We're now going from what would have been the red Subaru of Garland's to now Alex Mikowski. And he is the second last car out here, ready to go on this Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout. Final lap for him. He's now got to try and find something quicker than a 32.234 to stand on the top step and take all the marbles away from Grubel. Grubel gets the last shout though.
Yeah.
So Grubel gets the last shout in case Mikowski does something here, and he's either just gearing up here. I just didn't think he hasn't come down under full steam yet, so he is just really taking his time here. Mikowski ready to go.
Yeah, same sort of phasing we've seen from some of the other drivers, really, isn't it? They're taking it very, very slow, aggressive braking through the first half of the lap, then winding up just as you come around there. It's really that turn 18, isn't it? They sort of start accelerating from turn 18. Can't take the tension. Hello down there. They're all watching in the pits there.
He's trying to sit down on the most uncomfortable looking chair they've got there. It might just be better to stand up. Maybe he can't stand up. Maybe the legs will go out from underneath him here. Who knows? But Mikowski spent plenty of time getting the tyres warm, the brakes warm, and look, his speed up lap is not that fast. He's actually kind of taken, I suppose, a little bit of a liberty there, because so far all of our other contestants kind of, they sort of skip through these corners. Maybe their tyres could have been warmer, maybe their brakes could have been warmer, but Mikowski's taken no chances there. He's making sure the tyres are warm, he's making sure that the brakes are warm, and he is now ready to unleash hell one more time here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout. His final blast at it. He wants quicker than a 32.234. Mikowski's going to now send that through on a flyer. Full push there for Mikowski. Remember how brave you are between turn 1, 2 and 3 will normally show you in your first sector time whether you line up a green one, a red one or an orange one. So he needs quicker than a 32.234 to influence the top half of the podium, and then Grubel will have to respond in pretty quick time after that. He's up. Mikowski has got a green sector in the first stint. Right, second stint. It's going to be after turn 8. So here we go. The next couple of corners, rocketing out, sending all the horsepower he can through that 4G63 engine. And let's see how he takes the next couple of corners. He's coming up through 6, up the hill over into 7. And nothing left on the table here for Alec Mikowski. He's really, really pushing now into BOSCH. Can he pull it all up and get it around here? Look at the brakes. Starting to glow. He is pushing. He is popping gears. He's taking enough room there. The sector. It's an orange sector there. So let's keep an eye out here for Mikowski. 32.530 is what he's already got. 32.234 is what he's aiming for, because if he can go a little bit quicker than that, he will be on the provisional top rung of the podium, with a response from Grubel coming in only a couple of minutes to respond from that. Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout really starting to wind it up. Here he comes, Mikowski. Last shot at it. 32.276. 32.276. Grubel, the pressure's come off him. 32.276 to again another car to break the club sprint record again.
Wow.
Left nothing on the table, and it only, so close to tripping Grubel out there. Now what Grubel can do is just respond or smash the record again. So Trent's going to give it his all. I'd say Alex left, that's 110% drive there from Mikulski.
Yeah, make it super. Live enough to make it super, right? The Super Cheap Auto, the Superlap shootout. The top 5, if you had just joined us on the live stream, in action for the Haltech Club Sprint class. This is our last runner, the last throw of the dice for Grubel. He's got nothing, no reason to hold back now. We've already seen him reset his own personal best from last year and his own lap record. Trent Grubel, what's he going to throw at it, Diggs? I think it's everything.
Yeah, well, here he is, just getting those tyres warm, getting those brakes warm. And look, I tell you what, people, the pressure's off a little bit because, oh my God, you guys, how's your palpitations down there watching Mikulski go through there? And Nelly tipping your boy out of the top rung of the podium. They can't take that away from him now, but all he can do now is rub salt into the wounds. And not only has he taken the new club sprint record out, he could give it a fair nudge into the 31s. That might be the goal. Grubel on the final flying lap in club sprint for the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. Do we see club sprint going to the minute 31s, for heaven's sake? If he can find a couple of tenths like Mikulski did, well, Grubel might be in the first one to go like 31s, for heaven's sake.
Grubel's car's really well, it doesn't move around a lot, does it? It just sits really flat, and you can see. I love the brakes glowing. It's not something that we traditionally see a lot of, but this is one of my favourite shots, just seeing those front wheels lit up as we see the fingers across. But everything's crossed, right? The toes have got to be crossed as well. Down there in the pits, they're riding along with every single corner, every single bump as Trent Grubel, maximum attack.
Yeah, he's throwing it all there through into 6. Here we go, into 6 now, up over to 7. Let's have a look at the second sector. We're not going to see that for just after a turn 8 BOSCH corner, of course. But I tell you what, everyone's hoping for a 31 by the look of it. I don't know whether they know or not, but he's got the top rung of the podium. He's going to win it. This would just be whether or not he puts it into the 31s, which is, you know, uncharted territory. Here's the second sector. Oh, it's a red sector there for Trent, so he's got to do it all here in the last one. Maximum attack, maximum commitment in the next couple of corners. Doesn't wash it out too much. Gets himself established. There's the apex. Power down. Let's ride it out to the side. Nice and clean. He's got it there. You guys are happy already. Number 1 for the team. Number 1 of the podium. But does he go 31 to set the record where it's never been before? Club Sprinter goes through. Oh, 32.496. 32.496 for Grubel. What a great lap. And still the quickest times we've ever seen in Club Sprint. Minute 32.496. He goes and just goes back-to-back 2023-2024 Haltech Club Sprint winner. There it is. It took a lot to get there, but we're there, and it's good to see that all the fingers were crossed, all the team. I think they were secretly hoping for a 31, but they knew that they had it in the bag, and very, very happy scenes here. Trent Grubel goes back-to-back 2023 winner, 2024 winner. Lap record, you name it. Mind you, hats off to Mikulski, who's also gone in uncharted Club Sprint territory. 2 cars bettering the lap record from last year in Club Sprint. I'd say that's an improvement, Was. What do you think?
Yeah, look, what a result for a team that worked hard overnight too, just to get back here again and put on a show here for us. Oh, Trent Grubel's got the hand out the window. He is pumped, Diggs. He's excited. He's got his, is it Big Grubel energy? We call it BGE. Big Grubel energy. Trent Grubel, once again, he is a guy who delivered last year in the shootout. He's done it once again. Anything like that, which is pretty close to your time, that I think gets you into the shootout, is an achievement. And congratulations, Trent Grubel and the team. Obviously ecstatic there. The armour's out the window. The job is done for the weekend. Time for a celebratory ale or two, no doubt, after putting absolutely everything into this campaign for 2024. And the Haltech Club Sprint class defended by Trent Grubel.
Absolutely fantastic scenes here. That grandstand nice and chockers for the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. As he comes into pit lane, folks, as he comes across in front of the grandstand, make sure you give him a clap, cheer and a whistle. He is our 2024 Haltech Club Sprint winner. Back-to-back 2023, 2024. And the scenes, fantastic scenes here under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. And tell you what, we won't be holding our breath for too long, because here we go. It's going to be Plasma Man Proam. This is the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. But this is not done yet.
So I'm just looking over my shoulder there, because one of my favourite sights is always the salute as the drivers come back into the pits, right? And just as the victor rolls back in, the other garages come out and just applaud that driver for absolutely throwing down there. Mighty Mouse, though, time for Mr. Nugent to back up the talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how much. This is the trouble when we do this in a very tight window here, because we'll be trying to get Trent Grubel's energy and excitement from the team as we've got it there, but we've also got Mighty Mouse on screen. He's just about to warm it up, he's just about to send it, and let's have a look what Mighty Mouse can do with 2 new drive shafts and a little bit more horsepower coming out of that supercharged Honda K Series. The little Mighty Mouse, he is back. Superlap shootout time, and it is big attack there from Mighty Mouse through turn 1 into turn 2. The supercharged Honda flames belching out of the back of this supercharged K Series. Now remember, quicker than 28.741 gets him in front of Hall. Quicker than 28.017 gets him on the podium with the 2 very cars that he's been picking on socially for the last couple of months. But he is pushing. Let's have a look at the sectors here for Mighty Mouse. He said there's more in it, considering they've just kind of re-evolved the car. They've been patching on it. It's an orange section right here for Robert Ewan. What does that mean? We'll have to see if we can piece it all together. The next couple of corners are important. This little car, 850 kilos, about 650 odd horsepower, and this thing is an absolute rocket out of Queensland, and it's got plenty of range on board. All right, through Bosch turn 8. Here he comes. Power on from there. Plenty of angle. Let's have a look at the time. He's lit the times up there, Mighty Mouse. He's got sector 1, sector 2. We've got orange on the boards, both sides here. Does that mean quicker than 28.741? Does that mean quicker than 28.017? We're only going to find out in the next couple of seconds here. Does Mighty Mouse jump over 2 cars, or does Mighty Mouse jump over 1, or does Mighty Mouse just stay in 5th? There we go. Final corner, final lap, 27.080! 27.080!
Nugent.
27.080! Newen.
Wow, Mighty Mouse.
We take a breath for a sec because we're going to go down to see Trent Grubel, then we'll be back.
Yeah, guys, down here in pit lane with Trent Grubel, mate, back-to-back 2024 World Time Attack Sprint Champion. How does it feel?
Mate, this is unbelievable. I'm just so grateful and lucky. Like, a big shout out to Ichiban. You know, they had to put a motor in this thing overnight. They were up until about 4 a.m. dyno pulling it. Their boys haven't slept. Colin as well has been stressing out. I'm just so thankful for the guys. DC Jap Automotive, you know, the Subaru specialists. This one was for all the Subi fans out there. You know, we had that battle of Subi versus Evo. I'm a bit sad, you know, it's usually against Jimmy. He struggled this weekend and this year. I'm super proud of Alex. You know, the guy's just been trying and trying and trying. He hasn't had luck on his side, but to see, you know, to share the podium with him is a great feeling as well.
Awesome work, mate. Go and enjoy with your team. Great to see you this weekend. See you back here next year.
Great work as always there, Lockie, as Drew Hall has come out. The sparks are flying while Sydney has turned up to 11.
Well, Drew Hall, well, I don't know whether they quite relate to him to say, hey, Drew, guess what? Mighty Mouse just pipped you off the podium. Well, actually, he pipped Kazakowski off the podium. It wasn't Drew. Drew wasn't there. He was in 4th. So Ewan's jumped 2 spots there with one mighty drive from Mighty Mouse, 27.080. So he's got it all to do here, Drew. I mean, he's in 5th. That's where Ewan was. So he's got to try and get back 4th at least, and he's got to get Kazakowski a bit of a push. And I heard the Flat 6 Subaru starting to warm up the times here in a sec as well. So he's out on a flyer. He's just about to finish a flyer here, Drew Hall. His final shot, sector 1, sector 2, lighting up red. So this just might be one there that, well, I suppose between 4th and 5th, he'd love to have been finishing in 4th, but geez, you can't underestimate the Mighty Mouse when it's pushed up into a corner. It's got nowhere to go. Drew Hall goes minute 30, 8.69, and fans, you've got to thank him when he comes back in for that RB note, that RB Symphony. It's been a spectacular sounding car all weekend and very, very quick, but honestly, 5th. 28.741 was his best up till now. Couldn't repeat it there at the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. All right, Kazakowski, he's on a floor. He's going to finish this one off now. What's he got? 28.017 is what he's got to try and go. And it runs on through. And a minute 29.246. So guess what? Ewan Ewan stays on the podium. 29.246 for Kazakovsky in that lap. Unless he's still pushing here, unless he's
just been winding that up,
unless for some reason he's been cut out and run one lap. He had one lap through there. Whether or not that was just a warm-up lap, or whether he is going to continue to push from here, it looks like, judging by the body language, I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes with this car. No, it's a fast cool-down lap there for Kazakovsky.
Yeah, we didn't get a split.
Yeah, that was everything. Everything there on that lap. So look at that. The response from Kazakovsky could not repeat the 28.017, and he went. He finished up there with a minute 28.017 is what he finished up with. That was a weird set of circumstances. We did see a lap time come up from Kazakovsky as he did go through, but just could not repeat the 28.017. So, look, it still looks like Ewan has got third place so far. It's whether Ferris can do, well, Ferris can sit on the 26.893, but look how close the Mighty Mouse came to the American Pigeon.
Yeah,
the American Pigeon's got a wounded diff. Mighty Mouse just about gave him a little bit of a shake there, shook his feathers up anyway.
Mighty Mouse is going to give us a steer too, right? If he gets, no matter what the outcome of this is, doesn't matter if you win by a inch, doesn't matter if you win by a mouse or a mile, right?
Yes, that's right.
He's going to let Ferris know that he got him in the top 5.
And that podium's going to look pretty special now, because that's the very two guys he's been sort of chewing at. And he said he kind of thinks he brought a knife to a gunfight when he saw some of the testing times. Because remember, Sammy and Ferris have done a bit of testing here the last couple of days, the last week or two. So they've been around here. Mighty Mouse kind of got finished and sent here. So if that's the best Mighty Mouse can belt out there, nearly taking out Ferris with problems, then I'd say the Mouse demands a rematch. And maybe the Mouse will be urging Sammy to return because he wants to have another bite at him.
Well, Ferris is coming back with V3, right? For next year.
Yes.
So, do we get what version of the Mouse are we up to?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, this has got to be at least Mouse 2.0, and it's going to be American Pigeon 3.0, and then Sammy, well, whatever happens to the 1-to-1 R8 in the future, well, that'll be the next evolution. I don't know what we're up to on some of these cars, but Kazakovsky puts it back in the garage, turns the fans off and goes, that wasn't a bad final hit. But tell you what, I don't think anyone's expecting exactly what the Mouse brought out there with the 27.080. That was a pretty mighty drive for Rob.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes you. I'm sure Luffy will be onto it as well in terms of what's gone on there. Whether it was maybe a run that was maybe just a bit of a salute to the team or the fans, thinking that. I mean, I don't imagine that anyone expected that Rob was going to come out there in the Mighty Mouse and throw a time that would put him on the podium, right? You just. You can't really read helmet body language, can you, Diggs? Are you able to interpret helmet body language?
I can never tell body language, especially this end of the weekend where they're probably so exhausted, probably not enough sleep. They're draining days. They're in fire suits most of the day. So those guys, they're all going to sleep well tonight once the adrenaline wears off. And it's hard to settle down after an event like this because, as we already heard today from plenty of people, the energy is just so electric around here. And, of course, that doesn't include Misha in all of that.
I only know when they throw the helmet. Then it's pretty obvious.
No, well, he didn't throw the helmet. I mean, all you can do is probably come out of that. There'll be a smile on the dial, you'd say, from all of our competitors in the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout, including this guy, even though he's figuring now the differential may be going away on it. Well, it pushed the head, sort of be pushing the head gaskets out of it, and he's had issues with ABS, traction control, whatever he's had problems with. He's been solving them, but now he figures it might be differential. And isn't it funny? It's a bit of a physics lesson, isn't it? When you see the way he's had to back that car in, the diff maybe isn't doing what he wants it to do. But I tell you what, he might just, whether this is just a warm-up or whether he's going to give it a send, he hasn't flown across the start-finish line yet, so I hope he's saving it all up for you fans out there, and if we get a bit of soundtrack through the camera microphones as well, we'll love to hear that Screaming LS one more time. And yeah, honestly, he's already saying, can't wait to get here next year with my next version of the Corvette. And as he said to me, he said, he's not a big budget team. He does this pretty much as a pretty budget race. He's got really good sponsors, though, and that's really what helps him with that. So I'd love to see him back next year. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from Texas, predominantly now second on the podium, Ferris Toomey. Oh,
I love those sparks. Sydney Motorsport Park at night under these lights is just a beautiful place to be. As much as I love making fun of being here on Australian soil, you cannot put a price on the view that we get and the show that these guys. Look at that glow coming from just behind the headers there in the front of the car. You can see the whole engine block just about lit up, Dix.
Yeah, the hot side on both the twin turbo Corvettes. He's got a turbo in behind each front wheel, and you can see all that exhaust manifold, that very short dump pipe on both sides. He's up green, Ferris. He's found something. He might have tightened the diff up or found an adjustment that they've tweaked the diff up, the LS2. Oh, pushing hard, sparks out of every orifice there for Ferris. Edges that I think we've never seen scraped, just got scraped there. So he's giving it all this one final time. I like the attitude he brings to World Time Attack. It's just maximum attack no matter what you got out there. He's going to try and make it stick. The man can't steer. In through Bosch here. How does he go? Turns it in nicely. The diff, again, he's had to walk it around. Plenty of traction control on the lead out. Green. He's green in the second sector. So let's see what the 26.893 does. Has he got enough to actually swing it as hard to battle the Fat Cat? I don't know, but it might be something deep into the 26s here for our friend from Texas. You've got to give him a cheer. You've got to give him a whistle when he comes through, because the guy loves the place, and anytime we can get a guy of this calibre to come back to World Time Attack, we're going to clap him even harder. Here he comes. Oh, Ferris! 25.458. He gave it every shot. 25.458. Oh boy, just for a second, the guys from Finland had a little palpitation there. 25.458. I don't know what I saw, birds flying, or I don't know whether I saw bits flying or birds flying.
He said he was going to come out and do a 29 if he was lucky.
All right, Sammy. So here we go, maximum attack for Sammy Stevenson.
I love the fact Sammy called a shot. Lucky brought us that great footage. He called it a 24 if he gets this right. Let's see if he can pull it up, Dix, so we can get it around the track for one final time here. The R8, the 1-1 ratio, all the way out of Finland, the Fat Cats.
Just having a listen to that amazing creature. All right, look at that, sparks from everywhere. We've got flame, we've got blowing disc brakes, we've got it all. Got it all here from Sammy. So if Ferris likes a 25.458, that was the scare to the Fat Cat. But let's see what the Fat Cat had in return, just in case the Texan brought too much.
Only just down.
Yeah, just down. He's got enough horsepower to get himself out of trouble here the next couple of corners, because the rest demands a little bit of horsepower. It's only this turn here, Bosch. After that, he can use a bit of grunt out of here if he can get it down early enough. He can wash it off through 9, 10, 11.
It's green. He's green. He's well up now.
Yeah, no, he had a good bit of grunt up the hill, a good drive up the hill, and with horsepower like this, sometimes you can. Oh, Ferris, where are you? Ferris! Wrong place, wrong time. I don't think it's going to affect Sammy too much. Here we go, folks. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle. He is already going to be number one, and our next international winner here in the Super Cheap Auto Superlap Shootout.
Called it.
Proam.
Called it.
24.832. The Fat Cat into the 24s. Proam 24.832, only 2/10 away from the outright lap record held by the Tilton Evo at 24.630 with Costa driving it. 24.832. Not many Pro-Am cars get into the 24 zone, but they certainly did it on that final last lap. The adrenaline's just turned up right off the clock. Sammy, that's got to feel good. It's got to feel good. Remember, a lot of these guys haven't done a lot of laps at night either, so sometimes I think that just that spatial awareness sometimes can change, but that's a hell of an effort. Luffy down there in the pits there, our guys from Finland.
Yeah, here with the guys from Sammy's team there. 24.8, that is an epic time. What does that mean to you guys and girls?
Yeah, we had a 28 in the car, and we knew that already. It just needed to get that one perfect lap, you know.
Yeah, no, it was great to see. Good effort by you guys. Hoping you guys can come back next year. You've got a crown to defend now, so will we see you back?
Next year will be difficult because of the travels, but never say never.
We look forward to seeing you next year. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, there we go. So, Sammy, yeah, they both balked at that because they do talk about how much of a huge effort. You can really tell with some of these teams from Europe and everything. It's an effort, maybe, again, the sacrifices they've made to be here this year. And you go, would you like to make all those sacrifices again next year on the heat of the moment? They're already pondering and say, well, the sacrifices were pretty big to be here. Whether we can do it again. Remember, a lot of these guys, they do it off their own backs a lot of the times. It's not just being able to help get the car shipped here. It's everything else logistically that you've got to arrange to do. You've basically got to come over here and establish your own sort of mobile workshop and they've done that. And Finland gets to be on the top run. And it was America last year. Now it's Finland. That's a truly international podium there. Finland, America, Mighty Mouse. Three countries on the podium: Finland, America, and Queensland.
Fantastic. Speaking of which, it's back. Benny Tran BYP. He's got the car into the top 5 shootout for the GCG Open class. It's Superlap Super Cheap Auto Shootout.
Yeah, make it super, Benny. Make it super. And yeah, apologies yesterday. We all thought with the amount of smoke and flame and oil coming out of this car yesterday that it was a horrible engine failure, but it was an oil seal, an O-ring off a sandwich plate that blew out at the wrong possible time. And here's the man. Yeah, just take that door off. Get the man out of that amazing rocket ship. And for those people that have seen it in the flesh today with the pit walk, you know just how fat it is. There we go. Give a round of applause. Sammy Seavenin wins Proam. Go, son. Don't break your ankle. There he is. Oh, boy. It takes a lot of effort to come and claim all the chocolates, but the man has done it. And you know what? The man can steer. There we go. Where's Mouse in the middle there? Grab the Mouse and squeeze him in the middle.
Now, how nice is the sportsmanship from Ferris, though? The first one there to shake his hand is Ferris.
Well, Ferris has got to be happy there too. Down to Luffy, right in the middle of all that man love.
Sammy, 24.8. That is an epic time. How does that feel?
Fantastic. What I say? Something about 124.
Well done, mate. Great effort out there. We spoke about it before. We'd love to see you come back next year because you have a crown to defend.
We think about it. Maybe.
Thank you. Yeah. There we go. Yes.
Well, that changed quite quickly, didn't it?
Well, let's back off on the pressure to come back next year because you can see they're thinking about it. They're torn. All right, Benny Tran. We're going to let this blow on Honda sing if we've got some of that microphone out there. That thing, you can see that bouncing through from 3 into 4. Pushing here from Benny now. He's got an orange sector already. Now look, he's got to go 32.57. He's got to go 32.57 to finish 4th, but he's also got a massive effort if he wants to try and get on the podium and go quicker than a 27.0. So really it's a case of whether or not Benny Tran finishes 5th or 4th or peels out the lap of the century and tips Morecambe's 27.024. Morecambe's got eyes on Newen and Slade though. That's the thing. He's got eyes on the other two, but hey, Benny Tran, he deserves something in the 20s after all of the effort over the years. He's one of these cars that you know when you turn up, you're going to see pure, unadulterated grunt, commitment and effort from the BYP guys.
Yeah, well, phenomenal effort just to be back right afterwards. I don't think anyone thought we'd probably see it again after we saw whatever, but it ran straight off the straight here. But here it comes to complete its Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout lap. Does it run fast enough to unseat John Boston in the 4th position? Comes on over the line. Benny Tran pops in and a 1:28.053 to go to 4th.
Yes, Benny.
1:28.503 to go to 4th.
Great effort by Benny Tran. We said he deserves a 20. There it is. Down to Luffy in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with Ferris, mate. That was an epic lap time out there. You haven't had the smoothest of weekends. It's been a weekend of a lot of drama for you guys, but to come out there in the shootout, punch out a high 25, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, 25.4, it showed predictive all day of a 25.2, and I was like, it's not going to get there. And all the issues we've had, and me telling you guys that the diff was just doing all sorts of weird stuff. Thank God the diff held together, because that would have been really bad for turn 1. But to come out with a 25.4, at least I know, I matched what it said it could have done, and I leave super, super happy. I mean, to be taking the title now, the fastest American, I take it back from Cole. Yeah, I'm stoked right now. But how about the fat cap for a 24, man? That was 2/10 off the record. That's crazy. Stoked.
Well, mate, you got to now come back because you got to do a 24 next year.
Oh yeah, we're doing 24s, yeah, and then we're doing 23s, and we'll just go faster and faster.
All right, mate. Well done. Well done.
Appreciate it.
That's the news we want to hear. That's the news we want to hear. Ferris back with Volume 3, and already you can just when we get the dates released, start booking your, making your arrangements, get your annual leave in. If you've got a hard case boss like me, you're going to need about 18 months' notice to get the time off. And I still had to explain to my boss why I needed to be somewhere on a Thursday. I said, "Mate, you don't understand the magnitude of this event. You have to be in the place to take all of this in, because it is just one of the bigger epic events on the calendar." So right now, Johnny Boz, all he wants is another 20-something. Remember last year they were trying to crack it into the 20s and it went 29. Benny Tran corks out a 28.503, and they'd still love to finish 4th instead of 5th. But anything, I think, in the minute 20s, they'd be happy to take home with them. Was Johnny Boston just getting that last little bit of tyre warmed up there. Not rushing, getting plenty of TV time out there.
Done this before. It's like he's been spoken to by someone to say maximise the advertising exposure.
Yeah, don't rush up there too much to
track all to yourself.
We've got Morecambe, Ewan and Slade to come. So we've got Evo, S15 and then the Extreme GTR to finish off this class. Of course...
yeah, and the three that are to come, right, Morecambe, Newton and Slade are all very much shootout specialists as well, right? They've all got a bit of a track record. We've already seen Newton come out in Mighty Mouse and smash it. So what's he got in store with the Dream Project?
Well, that's it. We've got 2 Sylvias in the top 5. We've got a Skyline, an Evo, an Integra.
Pensive-looking team down there, just watching on.
Yes.
I think... Am I right in thinking that they said the ideal time was like a 28.9 or something? Is that what the goal was? 28.9?
Can we get the
in my mind?
Can we get the camera back on Andrew there for a sec? I wanted to ask him a question now through the camera. Did you put new tyres on this thing just for this? Did you put new tyres on this just now? Did you put new tyres on it? I'd like to know.
He's ignoring you.
He's not
ignoring
it. It looked like new tyres to me. All right, Boz, give it a crank, wind it up to 11. This will have all the boost, all the power, all the skills that Johnny Boston can muster for one more perfect lap. Super Cheap Auto, Superlap Shootout. This is GCG Open Class, and we ain't done yet because we've got another couple of contenders to deal with about podiums. But right now, Johnny Boz not only trying to get a minute 20-something, but, you know, what would it be good if it went at 28? It's going to have to go 28.502 to be better than what the epic run of Benny Trans was. But you never underestimate this guy. Johnny Boston, there's an orange sector already. Orange sector. We bury that down through, burn that down through 5 into 6, up the hill, punts it down through there. Though again, if you don't get this one held up, it can be really hard to climb up the hill if you spend time trying to correct. Up over the hill, into 7 here, full commitment there for Johnny Boston, and down into BOSCH Motorsport turn 8. Pulls the thing up. Let's see the attitude of the car coming through the final turn. Looks all good. Grabs a gear because there's plenty of exit. And that thing is there. Orange as well. Orange as well, people. Orange and orange. Johnny Boz, just one more corner to finish one more perfect lap in the Super Cheap Auto Superlap Shootout. His campaign for the GCG Open Class just about to come to an end for 2024. Boz, have you got a minute 20-something in it? Falling down the start right now, Bonnie Boz, 29.865. 29.865. Another 29 for them. 29.865 for Johnny Boston. Gets it into the minute 29s. The little delayed reaction, but they're pumped. 29.865. He finishes in 5th. Benny Tran finishes in 4th. It's whether Morecambe finds a little bit more to take on Ewan, and whether Ewan finds a little bit more to get in front of Slade, and it's whether Slade can find more in Extreme GTR. He can't defend until the end. That's the thing. It's like sitting in the clubhouse sometimes, waiting for your competitors in front of you. Luffy down in pit lane.
Yeah, down here with Andrew Hawkins, 29.86, mate. That is an epic time by Bozzo. What does that mean to you and this crew?
A lot. It means everything for these guys, the amount of work they put in. We come together once a year for this, and we came into this weekend probably a little bit too confident of what we had done, but we chased our tail. There was pretty bad conditions and oil downs and red flag. We never got a clean lap all weekend, so it was all in for the shootout. I feel like we haven't probably got everything out of it, but to do another PB just to make the shootout since 2011 and been around since, Superlap in 09, to be the guy that's walking through the pits with green tyres instead of being one of those guys packing up. And even though it's props to everyone that comes, it's such a good feeling to finally just be in that position that you make the shootout. Like, being in the shootout is just this atmosphere, these guys, just everyone around, and a big thanks to a bunch of people that helped us in this last session. We got what we call a shootout bonus. The guys from Raceworks, Garrett Turbos, Howtech, the guys from Kelford, PRP, all chipped in and said, go mate, you deserve it, let's go. And yeah, and Bozo, what a machine. Like, he's a weapon.
It certainly is, Matt, and it's great to see this kind of emotion from all the team, but certainly yourself. It's been a huge team effort. Most importantly, are you going to be back for next year?
I just spoke to BOSCH Motorsport, so yeah, BOSCH Motorsport ABS, Buildup Block, Sydney Competence Larger Rearing. Let's go! We're back, we're coming back.
Andrew Hawkins, doing deals, making things happen.
Doing deals and skipping meals. I think that's the way Hawko has got to where he's got to, and that's to just keep following the dreams, following the passion. And oh my God, he runs a pretty good event too, old Hawko. He's definitely made his impact in the scene here in Australia. And right now, speaking about making an impact on the scene, this car with so much bottled potential, but it's also been found parked on the side of the road here this weekend. It's been recovered a couple of times. You know what these things are like when they're highly strung. They've got enough horsepower, but does the whole system need to work perfectly at the right time? Of course it does. Morecambe, can he deliver that lap when required? Of course he can. Is this the right time now to maybe go from bronze to silver or from bronze to gold and put the pressure back on the competitors in front of him? He's not probably thinking about the other two. He's just thinking about what he's about to do now. And he knows that if he gets it all together, it can be something spectacular. It could be a 25. We don't know what it's capable of. But here we are. We're going to try it right now. Nathan Morecambe one more time. Going to let it rip here in the Super Jeep Auto Superlap shootout. You are planted, Morecambe, through turn one. Absolute commitment from the car. And Morecambe, that car showing sparks all the way through. Massive aero loads through turn one. He's got it pulled up out of turn two. Power on from there. Oh, tell you what, he's got that thing on a string so far, Morecambe. I'm looking for times to line up here nearly straight away, because that looked nearly perfect so far for full attack. Morecambe comes flying through. It's still a red sector though, so there we go. You can look that fast and spectacular under the lights here, but just not be as quick. But it's about the grunt up the hill here. It's the commitment for the next couple of turns as he tries to get it down through into 6, up the hill over 7. We won't know until BOSCH Motorsport turn 8 as to how he's achieved this over the hill. Big horsepower over the hill, clean out of 7, now into 8. Got to pull this thing up. Big sparks popping out of this thing again as he bottoms the splitters out. Power on, much room left, not much room left there at all. Sector 2, no banana there either, so maybe we're on track for still a 27 something, but maybe not a 26 here. So this might be all she wrote there for Nathan Morecambe. You can't say he hasn't tried hard enough so far, but who knows? Wind that dial one more time, give yourself 2 more corners to let it all leave. This is the last chance they've got. Throws it down through the finish line. Right now Morecambe goes 25, 883, 25, 883. 25, 883. Look at the crew. Look at the crew. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? That is full throw. Sector 1 red, Sector 2 red, throws everything in the last 3 corners and comes up with huge commitment. He got it to stick, Morecambe, and wow, hang on a sec. Bronze to gold in one.
Was it
perfect lap?
Really kind of different line from Morecambe. Just attacked that that last corner. Just threw everything at it. I don't know. I don't think we can go to watch a replay, can we, during the shootout? But yeah, really different line there. You and I are looking at it, going red, and it's green. Yeah, 25, 883.
That's got to be some full throw through there. And look, I'm not surprised. I mean, these guys can normally get some feedback back from the crew as to, you know what, you're not as quick here, and then maybe saying to Nathan in a split second after turn 8 to say, Nathan, you've got to send this, mate. Whatever you've got to do here, 9, 10, 11, those last 3 corners were 3 epic, perfect corners, and maybe just a quick adjustment on the dial to say, dude, give me the other 10 PSI, give me the other 20 PSI, give me all the horsepower, I'm going to need it, I'm going to take it right now, and just go whooshka, and go from that 27 into the the 25 zone, and so far, one hand on the trophy, 2 cars in front of him that can alter his destiny. One thing you can't say about Nathan Morecambe is that he doesn't try. He certainly does. That is a commitment and a half. Talk about commitment. A man comes from Mighty Mouse, peels off something that gets him on the podium. So he's already going to be on 1 podium, Rob Newen. He's going to be on 2 podiums already. We know that. But does he go to the top? Does he get second, or does he stay in third now? And what does Timmy Slade do in the next few minutes as they get Extreme GTR ready to respond? This is the Dream Project S15, Queensland car. Beautiful deal. Rob Newen, great driver. Here he comes. What a lap. That's got to be the most impressive 3 corners we've seen so far in the Superlap shootout. It can't get any more exciting than this, surely. Super cheap auto. Superlap shootout. Epic efforts.
Body language from Morecambe, mate. He's pumped in that car. He knows he did something truly special.
Exhausting. 25,883. Yeah, man.
We could hear that excitement from pit lane.
I'd actually like a replay of the crew's response. But anyway, we're going to have Luffy right now as Newen gets ready to heat up. Luffy's got Nathan down there now.
Nathan, 1:25.88. That is an epic lap, my friend, mate. Provisionally, you are P1 in class. How did that feel?
Oh, it was awesome. We've been having little minor issues all weekend, but to get that 1 perfect lap, it matters in a shootout. We've done it before, so fingers crossed nobody else can do it, but it's just awesome. It was good to get it finally at 25 in this car. The guys and Gas have put a massive amount of effort into it, so it's just awesome to reward them.
Well done, mate. We'll be watching.
All right, well, all we could see there in the background when we split the screen was the Dream Project S15 just fully bottoming out that bottom tray. This thing is on an absolute flyer. We're looking for some sector times now from Rob Newen. They've got this thing wound up, that SR20 with plenty of power parts in the car. He's orange in the first sector. Hold on a sec. Oh, Newen, a big moment there. He managed to gather it up. He is giving 110%. Makes the car red. Horsepower on the outside. Horsepower on the outside. It might have affected him there, but he is throwing everything into this as well. He might light up orange. Remember, Morecambe didn't light up anything into the last sector. Newen's already exciting us here with glimpses of orange. Comes out through BOSCH Motorsport, turn 8. Power on the exit. Plenty of green. He's up green. He's gone green, Newen. He's gone green in this turn. It's now or never. All or nothing. Full commitment from Rob Newen. This guy just continues to deliver pure driving talent, fast on demand. It's all clear. It's horsepower central. Wind that SR20 out and you can take no more. Here he goes, Newen. last final lap, he goes through 25.543. Oh boy! Oh, Newen, 25.543. 25's everywhere. You get a 25. You get a 25. You get a 25. What a drive! What a drive! What an effort, Newen. Provisional top spot. It's all now back to Slady. Slady's got to deliver the drive of the night.
So Tim Slade qualifies in 1, currently now sits in 3 after 2 massive improvements in time from first Morecambe and then Nugent. The pits are going crazy. We can hear it from where we are.
How is that? Look at the crew down there. You talk about where the energy comes from. It's not from anyone other than these people, folks. Oh my goodness, look at them all go.
The super cheap the super cheap auto Superlap shootout is well and truly delivering. We said make it super. These guys have made it super, my friend. What does Slady do?
What can Rob Newen deliver? What a super driver, a super steerer. They did do some testing in this car, so they were quite familiar with it. But that is amazing to go from a car like Mighty Mouse only 10 minutes ago to a car like this and then commit like that and not only just jump Slady but to jump Morecambe as well.
Is Mouse front wheel drive or is it 4?
No, Mouse is only front.
So he's gone front to rear as well.
Yeah. And if you have a look underneath, sort of when they take the bodywork off Mighty Mouse, there's really nothing holding the back wheels on, really.
Wow.
There's not much left in behind that car. But have a look at these pictures right now, because I know we're going to get some electric responses from the crew as they come down there, because that could be the drive of the night. But we've got one more guy out there that's got to dish it all out.
Does he have a go baby go button?
Yeah, well, he's been in this situation before, Tim Slade. But remember, he hasn't had a lot of lead up to there. He's had all sorts of setbacks, disappointments with, red flags, incremental showing that the thing's an absolute weapon, but then get held up with the red flag or traffic. So, there's been all sorts of delays in the way, but right now he's got a clean track. The conditions are perfect. We can tell already that if you are trying to make more horsepower, it's working. So are they going to give Extreme GTR everything it's got? Because according to Brad Sheriff, even when this car tested, it was kind of at this level, only on 20 odd plus PSI, and he knows that there's plenty more in this RB if they need. So it's about whether Slady can do it all. One more time, look at this big brake warm-up. Big time. Well, here's Rob Ewan, ladies and gentlemen. What a drive. What a drive. What a drive. The guy looks like he's just exhausted. It's just like he's run a marathon, which he probably has. I mean, he only was out there for a minute 25, 5:43 to get it all done. But how sapping is that? That is a drive and a half. But now we sit here and wait. He's third, Tim Slade. He won it last year. He had to do it in this particular scenario. He had to do it in the last final lap of the night for him. It's the Superlap shootout. That's screaming RB through turn 1. Timmy Slade is going to give it all one more time. He's got to work that thing through 2. He's got it through 2. It's clean. We are hearing screaming RB30 out the back.
So much available horsepower.
All right, here we go. A little bit of a lock-up. Got the brakes real hot. Did he have to correct there? We're looking for a second green. It's green for Tim Slade. Hold on to your helmets, folks. Hold on to your hats. Slady, where is he? He's up over the hill. He's had to abort it.
Oh, he's aborted.
Oh, no. He's had to abort it. Something's happened. Something's happened. Extreme GTR. It is not happening. He was up in the sector. It was flying. Something's happened.
Did something come off? Or?
I don't know. Something happened. Again, when we switched from one camera to the other, we're all remonstrating about the green sector. He went wide. He went way wide there. And look, I think it's starting to sink in. It's starting to sink in what's just happened there. I think the Dream Project S15 just got gold here today. And unfortunately for Slady, oh my God, you saved me from a heart attack, Slady. You honestly did. He was going full commitment there, but the GTR having issues, and right now all we can do is just look at what's happening.
It's heart rate for one Malaysia, for another else. Does something come off, or it just goes wrong, is it? Just fires out wide like it just didn't. See, what came out the back? Did something come out the back, or was it just a big spark, a reflection?
No, I have no idea what came off that car, but whatever it was, got Slady's attention. He's had to back it off. All right, down to Wazza in the pits with a very tired Rob Ewan.
Rob Ewan, you are the 2024 GCG Open Champion. I can see what it means to the team, but what does this mean for you?
I don't can talk right now. So much work involved. Unbelievable.
That was an unbelievable lap. To get into the 25s like that, 25.55, that is new territory for this class. What was it like to drive?
We always knew time in the car. We just needed conditions like this, which is pretty good. It still wasn't a perfect lap. It was scruffy, but it's the way the game is. But I can't complain. I'm so happy.
Mate, I can see what it means to you. Go and enjoy it with your team. Well done, mate. See you at the podium.
Oh, look. And when you start thinking about it, Mouse, if only you could put Mouse and that car into Proam, then he could have had a nip at the Fat Cat, the American Pigeon, because 25.543 was right in there. But how good is that? No, look, that's, of course, disappointment there for the Extreme GTR team. A class act, They had it all there to do. The car just needed a break, and this weekend racing is like that sometimes, isn't it? Man and machine need to blend. They were blending, but then machine sometimes is the thing that lets everything down. And here it is, unfortunately, stricken, still in one piece, but there is something there that told Slady that there's no way he's going to take it from there. So we'll have to find out exactly what the disappointment was, what was the moment that made Tim Slade abort that run. I mean, they just lit the sector up green, and I mean when it lit it up green, we were just about to see it all turn over again. The tables changed to the other direction, but look, unfortunately, you get days like that with race cars, and this is one for the Extreme GTR team, unfortunately. One of those tribulations that you're just going to have to cop. Whatever it was, I mean, it was all because he was pushing so hard, and you know, whatever happened to the machine then, Slady said, no, that's enough. It's not worth binning the car over in case it was something that obviously for him to get out of it, it'd have to be a fair thing for him to get out of it. But that sector was lit all green.
Yeah, and Tim Slade is a capable enough driver where if it was minor enough that he could have pushed it through, right? Like that is something that he's just felt isn't actually safe to continue pushing the lap. He doesn't want to damage someone else's car. It was like it didn't want to turn, right? All right.
Charlie's got some more info there in the paddock.
Look at me. Look at you. These are the interviews you never want to do. Michelle, heartbreak for you. We saw Tim Slade pull out of that lap. We're hearing tyres.
Tyre, yep, bit of tyre. So we're just limping back in now with that, so yeah.
After everything the team's been through this weekend, talk us through at least some of the positives you can take from it.
Oh look, positives, the team. But I'm gutted for the team. This is heartbreaking for them. They've worked so hard, and it's been physically and hard on everyone. But everyone was there and worked very hard all year round to get to this point.
Well, we hope to see you again next year, and go give someone a really big hug.
So, a face that you just don't really know what to say, right? That's an out to the trailer moment there. Heartbreak for Timmy Slade. We know what a competitor he is, Diggs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he would have wanted to deliver that result for the team.
There we go. So it's done a tyre. It's done a tyre. I mean, it was pushing hard. That sector was up. But then it can be a tyre in any form of motorsport. A tyre will just that'll end you. That'll end you. And all we'll know is that 24.8 in that sector will lay there as a what could have been moment. We were just about ready to see it all turn over again. The tables turn, but you know what? Sometimes that's racing. You just got to turn up and see how you go. Have one last shake at it. And Rob Ewan, unbelievable what he was able to do there with that car. So hats off to the team. And as Michelle said, it's all about teams. Not only Extreme GTR's a super team, but all of those teams down there deserve to be where they are. All right, here we go. We've got the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. It's a two-horse race. It's Josh Buchan going to take the Rodin V10 one more time for us. And if we've got enough microphones out there on our cameras, we won't just let the V10 sing here. I'm happy to let the thing sing for this lap and then sit back and see what Barton might do one more lap here.
You save that
RP968.
You save that voice, Mr. Diggles.
Oh, just in case we see what a 16 or another 17.
We'll let it sing.
All right, let it sing. Let it sing. Still warming the tyres up. Yeah, good sector there for Josh, really pushing. He didn't have to take it this hard, but he's going to take it this hard. He's going to let this V10 eat here. And again, R&D. This is all Rodin R&D, and it's looking spectacular. I love their R&D here. All right, coming down through 7 into 8, Force BOSCH turn. I'll see if we can hear it coming out of here. And one more time down the straight to the fairs. Joshy. Yeah, mid-engine car's it's different through turn 8 how to get that thing there. He gave it a bit of mid-apex jandle there just to get the thing around.
Let's just hear it sing down the straight one last time.
Folks, 27.010, nearly into the 26s there for Josh. Really pushed it hard and gave that V10 everything. And yeah, the guy can steer, no doubt about it. And I'm sure he'll drive that road at any time he's asked to do it. He's had so much fun driving the FZ. It's almost like he's got to pay them, really, at the end of the day. He's had some great experiences with the cars. And this guy is so successful in Australian motorsport already, doing great things for Hyundai. So we've seen one supercar, let's see another supercar. And don't forget, when you do see the Rodin come back into the pits, clap, cheer and whistle wherever you are here within Sydney Motorsport Park, because we've got to thank the team and literally short notice to be able to bring that whole deal here. And I think our lives are more enriched for the moment, I would say, was.
They always are for you, Diggs, whenever the Kiwis are in town.
All right, Luffy down in the pits, getting ready for the last lap of our Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout.
Yeah, look, I had a good chat to the guys from the RP968 a little bit earlier tonight, and one of the things I was interested in is what's the difference in the warm-up procedure now that obviously we've got a lot cooler in the ambient temperature and also a lot cooler track temperature. So what they were saying is that those tyres come out of those blankets at about 90 degrees and they are ready to go. So in terms of what he's got to do differently in the night compared to the day, they said he can just go out there and he's got 100% confidence to be able to push. It will take a little bit more time to get some brake temperature in, but they said as soon as he comes onto the straight,
all right, so that's the word. Tyres are ready. You can see him embedding the brakes in there. You could, of course, we've still got the stickers on the tyres, so he's got to obviously scrub them hard enough. But Bart gets a lot of good brake temperature up here as well, because it's not just about tyre temperature, it's about brake temperature. And he looks like he's just about got himself nearly ready there. Fairly decent commitment out of Barton Moore already, as this big 4-litre Elmer Racing Thor 4-cylinder goes through the motions. And yeah, you can see that bit of brake here, on and off the throttle, on and off the brakes, getting everything ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the most epic time attack car ever built in world history here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Will it be another 1 minute 17.672 or a minute 17.763 or something with a minute 16 on it? Let's have a look here. Barton Moore, one more flying lap, the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout. And Entron, the Pro Class, just about to bounce out of the rear of the car there from Bart. Managed to turn in there. Yeah, gathering it up. He does a little short shift through here. The car definitely bouncing around a lot in the rear end. A lot of front end grip here for Bart. Full commitment purple. What's purple? Purple seems good. Oh, Bart flying up the hill. Grunt, not a problem. Oh, good attack. Jeez, he even get that thing. That thing stuck. That thing didn't even wash out to the corner. Bart's got something on board here. Absolutely flying so far. Absolutely flying so far, Barton Moore. Turn 7, full commitment into BOSCH turn 8, pulls it up. Oh, tell you what, backs it in nearly, Bart. Comes out of sector, coming to sector 2 out of BOSCH. Lots of room there, a lot of smoke. Oh, purple sector 2. Hold on to your helmets. Hold on to your hats. It is on. Glowing, glowing everywhere. We've got sparks. We've got glowing disc brakes. Final corner, folks. Final corner. Here we go. Cheer him on. Barton Moore. Are we going to see another lap record? Are we going to see something with a minute 16? What has 968 got? One more time. Flies on through 17.44. He does it again. 17.444. Where will it ever end? My goodness. The possibilities are endless, but that's the quickest time we've ever seen at World Time Attack, and he's taken his own record down again by a good nearly 4/10. What a great effort, great drive from Barton. That one perfect lap, one more from Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout, and he'll get the gold again. And does that mean that that's RP968 etched into history again? Absolutely.
A phenomenal lap there from a phenomenal driver and a phenomenal team, the RP968 team. Once again proving why they are the benchmark in World Time Attack racing. And a great lap put together by Barton. No doubt he'll be excited in the car, and Luffy will be down there to grab all of the emotion, the reaction from the team Diggs. We've seen some driving, haven't we? The Super G Bordeaux Superlap shootout has well and truly delivered.
He's got the door open, Bart. He's ready to do the jumping. Now, don't forget, Tilton Evo 4 wins, RP968 4 wins. We are levelling the greatness here. This could be very well the greatest time attack car we've ever seen. He's going to have to come again and do it again next year, and I'm sure they will, because you know what? A lot of people come to see this car in the flesh, and it is a blessing to see it in the flesh. Bart's just got, obviously might be too hot inside there, I don't know, but Bart, you've got to hand it to him. I mean, he was already a star in his own right through his early career, but I think World Time Attack just can elevate you to hero status, and Bart relishes that moment because the guy just gives so much back as far as raw driving skill, as well as this energy. This little fella, little pocket rocket, just steers this thing within an inch of its life and more.
So we come back.
Here we go. He's got the door open. Here we go. Wait for the Greg. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. The fastest time attack car, I'm going to say, on this earth. Barton Moore, give him a wave, folks. Give him a whistle and a cheer. RP968 does it again. Minute 17, 4:44, 3 laps. Minute 17. 4:44, minute 17, 6:72, minute 17, 7:63, minute 17, 4:44. The car's consistent. He doesn't have a broken ankle this time, so that's, you know, he's eligible. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle as he comes down pit lane. The winner of M-Tron Pro again, and what an iconic car. And an amazing drive, and look at the applause, look at the adulation, and I'm just waiting to see what Bart does here. Let's see, here we go, here's Bart.
I can see it live out the window.
Have we got someone to catch him?
Yeah.
Keep him away from the gutters. It's good that he hasn't parked in the gutters. He loves to hang off those things. Here is the guy. Oh, baby.
Is he going up?
Oh, man.
There it is.
Get out of the way. Here he goes. Yeah, no gutter. You parked the car, Bart. You parked the car. Maybe that was a safeties thing. There we go. What a lap. And put that back on the resume as well. I mean, that is the baddest time attack lap we've seen ever. And to see that on the very last lap of the night from Barton, that's a superhuman effort from a little pocket dynamo. And he's putting on the hat. He's got the balaclava up. We've got Luffy there in the moment. Get to it, Luffy.
Barton Moore, 1 minute 17.4. We thought last year the 17.8 was impressive, but this year you've gone under that 3 times this weekend. A 1:17.4. Tell us what it was like to drive in that nighttime session.
Look, to be honest, it was a magical. I actually lost a few of my reference points with the dark and in the light, you know, so it threw me off a little bit. It was sweet to get through turn 1 flat in these conditions. Look, to be honest, I was hoping for a little bit faster, but, you know, it's the beauty of this car, RP968. We know there's so much more. It just keeps giving. We keep working harder, and we just seem to keep scraping more time.
Yeah, look, it looked really good through most of the lap out there, but if you had to pick sort of 1 or 2 areas where you know you could have gone faster, where would you say that was?
With the braking, I underdid a little bit at 2 and a little bit at 6, and it was a little bit that goes from, you know, yesterday and the slippery conditions. It's really hard to reset the markers, but anyway, we still got to be happy with that, mate.
Mate, that's an awesome lap. Just to look on everyone's face here in the pits. Obviously, from a whole team's perspective, there's so much goes into this event every year for you guys. What does it mean for the team?
Oh, look, it's a lot, mate, and these guys, and I know it's the same up and down pit lane, and you hear it over and over, but they had all-nighters this week, under the pump, led by Trent Murphy. We had Des, we had Dave, we had Julian and Matt. Mate, these guys, they put their blood, sweat and tears, and I'll jump off that roof and break my ankle again for them anytime.
Mate, it is amazing to see this car here at World Time Attack. We look forward to seeing you back next year. Go and enjoy with your crew. We'll see you at the podium.
Thanks, mate.
Here we go. Let's have a replay here of this last perfect lap. And as you already heard, Warren, he picked 2 points there. And they were the 2 cleanest looking corners. He did say early on 2 and early on 6. That's why the car looks so controlled on those corners where he's danced that car through turn 2 before. So he's picked the 2 corners that he thought Well, he said he's too early on the braking for those two, and that's the two clean corners. That's why the thing turned in so neat at 6. That's why the thing turned in so neat at 6, is that he had an early break getting in there. The car was actually well set up and not in there faster.
I think we were actually watching a slow-mo replay of it, right? Just picking up there where he just... to us, we can't tell, right?
Yep.
But that guy is that good.
Yep.
He can get out having just gone faster than he's ever gone before and could have gone faster, and this is exactly why. And that's what makes him one of the best time attack drivers. I think we've... Is he the greatest time attack driver we've seen here?
Oh, look,
he's certainly up there, right? Like it's a debatable thing.
Well, let's see where we are in the next 16 years, eh? It's taken this long to find the legends of the sport. And we've seen some iconic moments. We've seen some iconic cars. We've seen cars engineered to become an enigma in the sport, and this one will be one of those ones. No matter what happens in the history of the world of time attack in the future, RP968, it's there to defend its title any time. And as Bart says, you know, it's huge commitments to get these cars around there. He's willing to give as much on track as they give off track, and that's all. You know, that balance works for a lot of these teams. All they want the drivers to do is make all the hard work that they've done worth it. And it's moments like that. It's the adrenaline. It's the payoff. That is the payoff. It can go the other way. It can be the full dejection and commiseration, and we've had a little bit of that. We've had laughter. We've had tears. We've had triumph. We've had tragedy. We've had incidents. I wouldn't say accidents, incidents. Accidents where someone gets into each other. No one ever does that around here, but tell you what, a lot of people have their own little accidental incidents themselves.
We just call them teachable moments.
Teachable moments.
Teachable moments. It's just learning, right?
A learning moment.
And it's that keeps you coming back next year. Like I sort of watch what I think has just unfolded there, and I think I look at those teams and go, half of that is what's going to bring them back next year again.
All right, here comes the lap from Barton this time. This is what the 17.444 looks like. Flying here through turn 1. Now, he didn't leave anything on the table here. That's full commitment. How good was that? But as he said, he lost his braking point. He jumps on it early here, Bart. That's why this thing turned in so nice. That slightly lower corner speed. So controlled. He's been backing that thing in the last 2 days. I mean, even with testing, he knows that corner is normally, you're dancing, you're on tenterhooks. Now, through here, he's fine. Now, this is where he also reckons he jumped on him early here, because this thing came out like surgical. Look at this on the inside. He's literally 2 metres from where he might be if he was looser coming through there. So that was a little bit sus as well. It's like, hang on, that car's a little bit too composed through those corners. The rest still look like typical Bart, full attack on every single angle. And everything else was working, an absolute treat, but he's just picked up 2 places that might have cost him, who knows, the first ever 16 at World Time Attack. But you know what? That's something we can look forward to next year. The guy knows the car so very well. He steered that within an inch of its existence, and from here on end, grabs those gears, punches it down the main straight, and there it was, the quickest ever time that we've ever seen at World Time Attack Challenge. Did it right in the heat of the Super Cheap Auto Superlap shootout for the M-Tron Pro Class win again. I think that's 4 times that I think equals Tilton Evo. So right now all he's got to do is try and back that up next year and be the all-time champ in time attack here in this event. But that beast, you done good. She has done good, RP968. And just an epic event here on track, warrants there. You got to admit, this stuff is still crazy. You turn up every year, you don't know what to expect, but then you see that Superlap shootout just ramp everything up, that massive effort, and we were rewarded with more jumps than I think we've ever seen before, more epic leaps in performance in some of the categories, and just that drive right at the end, maximum commitment, highlighted by Barton at the end to take a little bit more off the outright. Just goes to show that time attack, it's going to take us 6 months to die down, and from the adrenaline from this.
Yeah, I don't think we probably can't even quantify how big a leap some of those improvements were, right? Like the difference in going from where the cars started to where the cars finished over the course of the weekend is just, it's absolutely mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing, Mr. Diggles, and it's what keeps me coming back every year. It's what keeps your blood pumping as well. It's why we love World Time Attack Challenge.
It's the air in my lungs. It's the blood in my veins. It's every last brain cell I got left I'm going to use here if I can. And you know what? You guys should come back here too. Have a look at this. Our drone shots high up about Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got formalities going to come through our podium, but also have a look at that. I think, as you said, 24 plus drivers ready to do battle here tonight. We've got presentations coming soon, a break and back for more from this amazing venue of horsepower.
If you're working on supercars, high-end racing or aviation, stop what you're doing right now. This is for you. Elmer Racing can make a custom engine designed for your specific vehicle, from quantities as low as 5 engines. The RP968 Pro Class champions use an Elmer Racing engine that helped them go from 2nd place to 4 times back-to-back champions. In as little as 8 months, you can have your first bespoke engine. So get in touch with them right now at elmerracing.com.
Make every trip super with Super Cheap Auto and the best performing oils. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto. For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Under lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The dust has settled on an epic couple of days here around the track. We're about to tear the rest of the back circuit up with our drifting cup here tonight. Formalities just about abound on the stage as we are gathering everyone in readiness for our formalities, our awards for all of our categories. Warren Sayre, absolutely epic. More times to come here tonight. You actually now kick into the night shift.
Yeah, I'm just about on duty. I'm going to flip from time attack mode into drift mode shortly. But what a phenomenal day! What a phenomenal 2 days here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and it showed to me again why the World Time Attack family, our community, our universe that we exist in is so special. We've saw drive after drive after phenomenal drive, and to end it with a record just puts that big exclamation mark on why you leave here tonight and tomorrow morning you start looking at those flights for World Time Attack around probably the same time again next year. But what a show, Chris Diggles. And look, from me to you, congratulations again on another fantastic call, and just the energy that you bring to things. Amazing to hear you, to hear Luffy down in the pits, Charlie, and the whole team just coming together and bringing this experience to life, to life for people out there in Livestream land.
Oh, look, mate, well, you're too kind, mate. And of course, I a lot of the times it wouldn't be the same without having you next to us. Of course, our big singer in the sky, Big Moz. Of course, we miss him every single time. I'm going to have a double black in his memory in just a tick, because this is sacred ground. We've got so many great souls that have been part of this journey to where we are. We're going to do a little bit more for some more of our fallen soldiers and heroes shortly, and definitely before the end of the evening. But oh yes, he would have brought the Big Moz energy. It's not just Big Dick's energy, it was Big Moz and Was energy. And you and Tony B are going to tear it up the hill here a little bit later on tonight. But yeah, we've got to hand it back to Bakes, of course. Bakes, and since Elaine, of course, has come on board as well. The young bloke, he's put a couple of years in now. He's been grabbing it by the scruff of the neck. And you know what? It's evolved over the last 16 years. We didn't really have too much in the way of really good internet back then. We had nothing called social media. And look what's happened over the years. This event has continued to grow with those online trends, and if anything, moving into the future, we're going to be stronger with the online trends. We're going to be stronger with the influencers, because they're going to want to come to events like this. Misha wants to come back. We know that more and more influencers are going to find this as a benchmark in their career of cred, and if you're going to continue to provide content online, you better turn up at a racetrack somewhere in the future to justify it, and they're doing it already.
Do you know the other thing I'd love to see? Victory skids.
Victory skids?
I don't know if you can even skid RP968. No. I don't know that the car, does it have a button like the Ioniq 5N? Huge shout out to Hyundai, by the way, for providing vehicles. Does it have a button that says skid? Light them up. Just this set is done.
It could be another button they can add there.
Let's ask for that next year.
To the panel. But yeah, that would be, you know what, the Victory skid of 968 would be surreal to see, but I still think Bart jumping up on the roof will do me for now. I think that's just as good. But yeah, you're right. Dowies with 968, I don't think we've got enough room.
No.
We need the skid pad empty and 968 to try and do it. Bart would give it a go, but I don't know, all that aero.
There we go. There's questions to answer for 2025. Look, we've had Peres Katumi say he's coming back with 3. Sam Sevenan's on the fence at the moment. I'm going to say unfinished business now, I reckon, for one or two of the other teams there. Grubel defends, he goes back to back. Mikowski's up there. Garland, what could have been?
Yeah, what could have been?
Out of Nguyen goes, you and I debating in our now aged memories whether that's the first driver to be on the podium in two different cars and two different classes in the same year. So no doubt some train spotter up there in Time Attack land will know the answer to that off the top of their head. May have been different people in different classes in different years, but we're not sure that anyone's done that, let alone put 2 seconds into a time in a top 5 shootout. So the super cheap auto Superlap shootout well and truly delivered this year, Mr. Diggles.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking down how far it was with all of our minute 20 cars. Like we've got a minute 20 club there. Sammy, Ferris, Nguyen, Timmy, of course, Timmy Slade, Josh in there, Nguyen again, Benny Tran, Hall and Boston all in the minute 20 club. And of course, there's only one guy here in the minute teens club, and that's Barton, minute 17, 444. Well, one of the biggest questions I've got looking into the future is who is the next car that can even come close to 968? Something that could run something in the teens, who knows? So formalities, not too far to go.
Okay.
So formalities coming on stage in just a matter of moments. But folks, we've got some stuff that we've got to mention as well. So I'll tell you what, as we reflect here after some amazing action on track, we've got some things that obviously we want to cover here as well when it comes to our friends and go from there. So we've got some things that we obviously need to talk about, and it's something that's dear to our heart, and I thought we needed a bit of time just to reflect right now before we cut loose in the memory.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we honour and celebrate one of Australia's finest motorsport athletes, Levi Clark, a true gentleman, an innovator, an honest, caring and committed human, not only to motorsport, but in everything he touched or turned his mind to. Levi's accolades on the track were world class, and his mantra was never lift. However, it was the opposite, off the track. Levi always lifted. He lifted everyone around him, crew, sponsors, fellow competitors, organisers, judges, fans, officials or complete strangers. Levi always lifted everyone up around him, elevating them to new heights and wanting everyone to succeed. Levi simply made things better. Levi left us way too early. My gosh, did he cover some ground while he was with us. What he accomplished as a son, a husband, a father and a brother will be remembered forever. What he accomplished as an athlete, competitor, innovator, mechanic, creative, businessman, mentor and entertainer was nothing short of amazing and will remain in the history books for all time. For that, we thank you, Levi. His presence at any event, big or small, was always a win. He may have been behind the wheel, on the tools or in front of a camera, but for many, it was that personal connection or moment that they will cherish most. Levi was a fan favourite and a peer favourite for simply being himself. He never missed taking a selfie, never stopped listening to fan stories, never missed signing an autograph for anyone or everyone who asked, and he didn't miss too many doors in the chase position either. Personally and professionally, Levi was elite, always approachable and downright legendary. Levi was one of us, part of the iconic and connected World Time Attack family. So tonight, we as the wider World Time Attack Challenge family take a moment to honour him. Some of Levi's nearest and dearest are standing trackside by his car. Our drift field, of which Levi was set to be a huge part, will cruise by his beloved drift rod Pandemic, which has been brought into position by Levi's father Daryl and is accompanied by one of Levi's best mates, Mitch Pullen. Each driver will then offer a personally signed custom wheel nut as a token of their respect to Levi and in commitment to whoever forever putting wheels in motion, foot to the floor and filling the air with sweet tyre smoke as Levi would want. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, those who are willing and able, could you please now stand with us for a moment's silence, which will be concluded by the firing of Levi's engine. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please remain standing to applaud and honour the one and only Levi Clark, as we now invite the drivers to start their cars, plant their foot and do as the motto that Levi lived by says, never lift. We thank Levi's parents, Daryl and Irene, his beautiful wife Christy and son Taj for sharing Levi with us. We know it takes a tribe to do what we do in this world. Tonight's competition is a celebration dedicated to Levi. We love you and everything you did whilst you were here with us. You've left an incredible legacy. Rest in peace. 324, forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium presentation of the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Before we get started, just want to throw over to the godfather of World Time Attack Challenge, Mr. Ian Baker, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you to everyone for coming out again this year. We've had people once again from all around the world, probably more countries than we've had before, certainly some other countries that have never been here before. Sorry? Speak up. Oh, there you go, sorry. Okay, I'll start again. Just a big thank you to everyone for coming out here. What a show, man. That was on fire. And I just want to, some of the people have said to me that it's more than just time attack, it's the Australian people, what we put on, what we present, and how kind everyone is to people from all around the world. So just a big thank you to all you Aussies, and a big thank you to all those people that come from all around the world. This is what we do.
Thanks, Baker. I think you've all agreed the action that we've seen on track over the last 2 days has been epic, and it was really sort of showcased in that final sort of shootout this evening there. But we're going to start with the awards for Haltech Club Sprint. In third place, Michael Garland in the Got It Rex 133.91. Second place, Alex Muskowski in the Plasma Man Evo 132.27. And our back-to-back champion in Haltech Club Sprint. They hadn't had it easy this weekend. There's a lot of drama. But Trent Grubel from DC Jap Auto 132.23. We move on. Now, this was an epic battle tonight. The shootout for GCG Open was something that dreams are made of. It was tight, there was action, and it was amazing to see. In third place in Extreme GDR, Tim Slade, 125.93. In second place, 125.88 in the Gas Evo, Nathan Morecambe. And our winner in GCG Open, I'm pretty sure this guy's still pinching himself, Rob Nugent in the Dream Project S15, 125.54. Well done, team. We move on. Plasma Man Pro-Am. This was some epic battles all weekend. And in third place, and thankfully he's already here on the podium, Rob Nugent in Mighty Mouse 127.08. In second place, again, this team's had their ups and downs this weekend. They've had a lot of drama, but it was so good to see them come out and punch hard in that shootout. Ferris Cortomi, 125.45 in the Corvette. And our winner for Plasma Man Pro-Am, Sammy Sivanen, 124.83. We move on to M-Tron Pro. Not a lot of cars here this weekend, but what we did see was some unbelievable times out on track. In second place in the Road and Centura, Josh Buchan, 127.01. And your winner in M-Tron Pro, and now 4-time World Time Attack Challenge winner, lowering his own mark not once, not twice, but 3 times this weekend for a 1:17.44. Barton Moore, RP 968. Barton Moore, you are now a World Time Attack 4-time champion. How does it feel?
Mate, it feels mega. I don't normally have to correct you, but it's 5 times world champion. Thank you!
Sorry, buddy. 5-time champion, and most importantly, can we expect to see you guys back next year to defend the title?
Yeah, I mean, well, firstly, it's up to Rod Popper's deck, but I'll be here in a push bike if I could, mate. I love this event. It's so good, and look, I probably had a high expectation trying to get a 16, but these last little bits we're getting are hard yards, so it's a credit to the team, and we just love it.
Yeah, like he said there, it was a credit to the team, but it was a credit to every team out here this weekend. Everyone sort of put their best foot forward. It was amazing to see. That's a wrap from World Time Attack 2024. Thank you, everyone, for your participation this weekend. Thank you, the drivers. Thank you, the teams. Most importantly, thank you to the fans. We'll see you next year.